Chapter 1 Rebirth After a Decade. Enlightenment comes first. P.S. Upon my arrival, to ensure a steady start, the narrative begins in a conventional zombie apocalypse setting. However, the subsequent bizarre and fantastical worldview promises to be rather intriguing. So do consider delving further into the tale. A fast-paced and exhilarating read, devoid of unnecessary embellishments, decisive actions are not mere rhetoric. The protagonist's abilities are undoubtedly formidable, and the variety of monsters is certainly abundant. With no recycled creatures, there will be no trivial progression from a lowly crayfish to an apex predator. Wishing you enjoyment. At Sioux University, Suin abruptly jolted awake, gasping for breath, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Instinctively reaching beneath his pillow for a weapon, he found nothing but emptiness, grasping at thin air. After a moment of bewilderment, he gradually surveyed his surroundings. The familiar dormitory bed, the well-known anime posters adorning the walls. I should be dead. How am I in a university dormitory? As a sudden realization struck him, Suin's pupils dilated, and he hurriedly retrieved his phone. November 11th, 2026, 9:30 a.m. I've been reborn a decade ago? Although the incredulity was overwhelming, the survival instincts honed over 10 years in a post-apocalyptic world had fortified Suin's heart, enabling him to regain his composure swiftly. With less than half an hour before the apocalypse descends, there was no time to ponder further. He hastily leaped from his bed, changing clothes as he prepared to head out. Anzi, could you grab me some food? I'll pay you back next month along with the previous tabs. Anzi, could you bring me an order too? Egg fried rice, no scallions, thank you. 1. Count me in? Suin ignored his opportunistic roommates, retrieving a watermelon knife from under his bed, and left without a word. Do not inquire about the origin of the watermelon knife in the face of impending doom. There was no time to waste. Upon exiting the dormitory, Suin contemplated what preparations he could make before the apocalypse struck to enhance his chances of survival. Stockpiling food and supplies was out of the question. Time was insufficient, and financial resources were lacking. Acquiring weapons was even more absurd. It would be challenging to obtain anything more lethal than a watermelon knife in the short term. Securing a favorable position was also impractical. He was currently situated in a university town, densely populated, where the onset of the apocalypse would inevitably lead to a massive influx of zombies. There was simply no safe haven within the university town to weather the storm. After much deliberation, he resolved to rely on the memories and experiences of his past life, taking each step as it came. Suin swiftly made his way to the rooftop of the teaching building. After the apocalypse commenced, vast hordes of zombies would appear seemingly out of nowhere, attacking anyone in sight. Those bitten would transform into zombies within a time frame ranging from 30 seconds to 3 hours. At that point, the entire world would devolve into a zombie paradise. Suin's reason for heading to the rooftop was not solely due to its advantageous elevation for survival. Rather, it was the fact that a supply crate would materialize there after the apocalypse began, the only one of its kind at Sioux University. In his previous life, Suin had fortuitously obtained this supply crate, which had allowed him to survive. Leaning against the railing, Suin gazed across the campus. Groups of young men and women gathered, laughing and playing, or whispering sweet nothings to one another, embodying a scene of tranquil youth, blissfully unaware that in merely 20 minutes, this place would transform into a hell on earth. Suin silently observed, savoring this fleeting moment of peace. A decade of survival in the apocalypse had dulled his edges. He felt an overwhelming indifference towards people and events alike. Having witnessed the darker sides of humanity, he had learned to trust no one but himself. Even family and lovers would betray him without hesitation when faced with self-interest. Suin suddenly paused, a thought flickering in his mind. His girlfriend. Her name was Su Xiaoyan, an exceptionally beautiful girl with alluring curves, a soft voice, and a flair for fashion. She was undoubtedly the goddess of Sioux University, the object of countless admirers. Suin's ability to be with Su Xiaoyan was largely due to his own handsome looks, but more critically, it was his exceptional talent for flattery. Su Xiaoyan was a quintessential gold digger, excessively vain in her private life, insisting on high-end clothing, bags, and phones. If she couldn't afford them herself, she would pester Su and until he complied, threatening to break up if he refused. In his infatuation, Suin had succumbed to her every whim. Clothes? Buy. A new phone? Buy. A bag worth thousands? Even as a delivery boy, he made the purchase. In the early days of the apocalypse, he not only survived but also helped Su Xiaoyan escape from Su University. Afterward, he risked his life to scavenge for supplies, all to find her favorite snacks. Under his protection, Su Xiaoyan not only survived the apocalypse, but even gained a few pounds. One could say he was unwavering in his devotion, pouring his heart and soul into her. Yet a love-stricken fool inevitably ends up with nothing. 3 years into the apocalypse, Su Xiaoyan latched onto a powerful figure, secretly betraying Suin and ultimately had him maimed, leaving him to fend for himself. Had it not been for Su An's formidable strength, he would have perished long ago. Even now, Suin could not forget the mocking gaze Su Xiaoyan had cast upon him. Reflecting on the past, Suin took out his phone and dialed Su Xiaoyan's number. Upon connection, her slightly impatient voice resonated through the receiver. "Hello, Suin, it's early morning, and I'm still catching up on beauty sleep. Are you trying to annoy me? Babe, could you come to the rooftop of the teaching building? What for? Are you sick? Just come. I prepared a surprise for you. Did you buy that bag I wanted? You'll find out when you arrive. I promise you won't be disappointed." Fine, I'll be there shortly. Couldn't you just bring it to my dorm?" Within 10 minutes, Su Xiaoyan arrived at the rooftop, striding elegantly. Normally, if Suin invited her, a delay of an hour would be entirely expected. But when it came to gifts, Su Xiaoyan was always punctual. She scrutinized Suin from head to toe, her expression laced with suspicion. "Where's the gift? I don't see anything. If you dare to deceive me, Suin, it will be over. We will break up, no question. I don't care about gifts. I detest being lied to. Now you think of lying to me? Once we're married, won't you just abuse me?" Gazing at the furious beauty before him, Suin felt a momentary daze and couldn't help but smile warmly before slowly approaching Su Xiaoyan. With a swift motion, Suin seized her soft throat, revealing the glinting watermelon knife from behind him. Is this surprise sufficient? At the sight, Su Xiaoyan trembled in fear. "Su, my dear, what are you doing? Calm down, I'm just joking. No breakup, no breakup. I love you, truly, deeply, and I could never bear to leave you." Suin maintained his composed demeanor, a warm smile still gracing his lips. "When you sneaked off to the hotel with those men behind my back, did you ever think of me? Oh, I suppose you could say I did, considering you paid for the room. Is this what you call love? You haven't deleted the videos on your phone, have you?" Suin had been oblivious to these matters until Su Xiaoyan herself revealed them when he lost a leg in his previous life. Su Xiaoyan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. How? How do you know?" "Dear, listen to me. I was forced. I had no choice. Setting aside the facts, do you not bear any responsibility? You swore to protect me, yet when I needed you the most, you were absent. Are you even a man?" Suin shook his head helplessly. "Even at death's door, you still want to argue." With that, he stepped back and swiftly struck. Her head rolled away. Brushing off the bloodstains on his clothes, he lit a cigarette and leaned against the railing, waiting for the apocalypse to unfold. Having just killed someone, his girlfriend, no less Su, and felt no turmoil within, it was as if the cold corpse at his feet bore no relation to him, maintaining his languid demeanor. Yet, a flicker of enlightenment had dawned upon him. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, and beams of crimson light descended from above. Countless zombies materialized out of thin air across the campus. The game of the apocalypse had commenced. Chapter 2: The Arrival of the Golden Finger. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the zombies unleashed their carnage. Upon sighting humans, they lunged forward, tearing flesh and bone, with the bitten swiftly transforming into new zombies. The air was filled with agonizing screams, heart-wrenching cries for help echoing everywhere. In mere moments, the entire academy had descended into a hellish nightmare. Suin paid no further heed, raising the watermelon knife and turning away in silence. In the center of the rooftop, a bronze crate lay quietly awaiting him. There are various types of supply crates. The lowest tier is a wooden box, followed by bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. In the early days of the apocalypse, wooden crates were the norm, with bronze and silver being exceedingly rare. Suin hurried forward to open the crate, revealing 3 items within. An X1 basic defense coat, an X1 zombie virus immunity serum blue enhancement pill X1. All three items are undeniably valuable. Although the defensive code is but a basic piece of equipment, its defensive capabilities are astonishing. Ordinary zombies are utterly incapable of breaching its protection. As for the blue enhancement pill, it is an oral medication that can permanently augment human abilities. The zombie virus immunity serum is even more precious in this post-apocalyptic world. A single vial of such serum could trade for at least a ton of essential supplies, along with a handful of attractive female slaves, underscoring its immense worth. Yet, Suin never had the chance to utilize it in his previous life, as when he found Su Xiaoyan, she had already succumbed to the virus. Without hesitation, he administered the invaluable immunity serum to her. Suin first swallowed the enhancement pill, feeling an immediate surge of strength coursing through him, his physical constitution evidently bolstered. He then donned the defensive coat, stowed away the immunity serum, and armed himself with a watermelon knife, hastening down the stairs. The university town was not a place to linger. He needed to depart swiftly. A dense population inevitably breeds a vast horde of zombies, and once their numbers reach a certain threshold, they will automatically mutate. Mutated zombies exhibit a significant increase in both their desire to attack and their speed and strength. With his current capabilities, he would not be able to contend with them. The wisest course of action was to retreat to the outskirts, away from the hordes. Ding! The system automatically activated upon detecting the host's imminent threat from the apocalypse. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the God-level ability Plunder. Plunder God-level unique. Ability description. Bring it to me. This ability allows for the infinite replication of all other abilities and the plundering of others' wealth after leveling up. It can directly strip abilities. Activation condition. Touch the target to be plundered and silently recite "Bring it to me." Hearing the voice echo in his mind, Suin stumbled slightly. My golden finger has arrived? In his previous life, Suin did not awaken his abilities until a week after the apocalypse began, and even then, it was merely a mediocre ability. He never anticipated that in this life, he would start off with a God-level ability. It could only be described as an extraordinary stroke of luck. Plunder? This is quite fitting for the apocalypse. Suin grinned, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Yet, despite having acquired a God-level ability, he remained relatively weak after all. He had yet to replicate anyone else's powers, and plunder itself lacked offensive capability. His current strength could only be deemed average, sufficient only to deal with ordinary zombies. However, the future held infinite possibilities. As long as he continuously replicated others' abilities and plundered their wealth, soaring to greatness would be inevitable. Thus, Suin promptly abandoned his plans to head to the outskirts. His primary objective now was to locate other ability users, replicate their powers, and the higher their abilities, the better. Suin pondered, organizing the memories in his mind. In his recollections, the number of awakened individuals at Su University after the apocalypse was limited, and those of any prominence were even scarcer, with most possessing only grade useless abilities. The one who left a lasting impression on him was Yu, famously known as the Black Widow in later times, and scrade wielder of lightning abilities. Yu was also a student at Su University, just 1 year below him. Her beauty, sweet voice, and pure demeanor earned her a spot among the university's 4 renowned beauties. However, he had little interaction with her, having merely crossed paths a few times. Though he knew that Yu must have awakened her lightning abilities by now, he was unaware of her exact whereabouts, which posed a challenge. Moreover, following the onset of the apocalypse, global communication networks had instantaneously collapsed, rendering all communication devices useless. Contacting Yu by phone was undoubtedly futile. He'll just have to search for her. Even if it felt like searching for a needle in a haystack, he had no choice but to press on. Scrade abilities were not commonplace in later times. Every scrade wielder was akin to a local tyrant, highlighting the immense value of such abilities. Furthermore, Yu harbored a deep-seated hatred for men. She would eliminate any male she encountered, earning her the moniker of Black Widow, a testament to her ruthless nature. At present, as her powers were newly awakened, it was likely she had yet to fully master them, making it an opportune moment for replication. Failing to seize this opportunity would make future replication exceedingly difficult. With this thought, Suin brandished his watermelon knife and headed towards the dormitory building where Xue Qingyu resided. As he descended the stairs, several zombies immediately began howling and converging upon him. Suin remained unfazed, swiftly severing a zombie's head with his blade. However, he had no intention of lingering. He fought while nimbly evading the zombies' attacks. After dispatching another zombie, Suin seized the moment to slip out of their encirclement, moving like a specter towards his intended destination. Having sprinted a few hundred meters, he spotted a relatively attractive girl being dragged by a zombie beside a parked car. The girl clung desperately to the car door, clutching the keys, while a zombie gnawed at her calf, eliciting heart-wrenching screams of agony from her. Without a moment's hesitation, Suin rushed forward, knife in hand. Upon seeing him, the girl's despairing eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope as she cried out for help. "Big brother, please save me. I'm willing to do anything." Before she could finish her plea, the sharp edge of the watermelon knife met her neck. The girl had already been infected by the zombie virus. There was no hope for her salvation, and he had no intention of rescuing her. Even assisting in her passing could be considered accumulating merit. Suin crouched to retrieve the car keys from her lifeless body, climbed into the vehicle, started the engine, and pressed the accelerator, causing the car to roar forward, crashing through both the living and the undead alike. In no time, Suin arrived at the base of Xue Qingyu's dormitory building. However, the scene before him caused him to furrow his brow. The entire dormitory had been overrun. Everywhere he looked, zombies roamed freely. Occasionally, a survivor could be seen screaming and fleeing, only to attract the attention of the horde, with some unable to withstand the horror of the situation and leaping from the upper floors to their demise. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs, entrails, and blood, creating a gruesome tableau. Such chaos. I wonder if Xue Qingyu is still in her dormitory. If she isn't, it would be quite troublesome. Just as Suin prepared to exit the vehicle, he suddenly spotted a petite girl on the staircase, valiantly swinging a gas canister and striking at the approaching zombies. The girl, standing under 1.6 meters tall with a slender physique, donned a pink dress. Yet her strength was astonishing. A single blow from the gas canister sent a zombie flying. With just one person and a gas canister, she managed to keep a throng of zombies at bay. "Ah!" Suin let out a soft exclamation of surprise as he regarded the girl. At that moment, 2 lines of text appeared above her head. Power amplification ability, grade. Wealth value, 5. She was indeed an awakened ability user, and at grade 1 at that. The girl seemed to notice Suin as well, and after sweeping away a few zombies with her gas canister, she sprinted towards his car and began pounding on the windshield. "Classmate, please open the door. I beg you. Take me with you." A smile appeared on Suin's face. Here was an opportunity to replicate abilities, practically delivered to him on a silver platter. He promptly opened the car door, pulling the girl inside while silently reciting, "Bring it to me." Detected plundering target. Replicating the target's ability. Plundering the target's wealth. Please select. "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Filled with despair, she implored him not to approach, calling him a beast. Lu Qingyu, with a sinister smile, advanced step by step, resolutely determined to revert to a primal state. The more Xue Qingyu hurled insults at him, the more exhilarated he became. Just then, the door was violently kicked open, and in walked a man and a woman, none other than Suin and his companion. "Qingyu, are you all right?" Li Xiaoyu rushed in first, immediately noticing the tragic state of Xue Qingyu. Though thankfully her clothing remained intact, albeit she was clearly shaken. Without hesitation, Li Xiaoyu grabbed a set of clothes from a nearby rack and draped them over her. Seeing his plans thwarted, Lu Qingyu's fury erupted, and he bellowed at Suin, "Who allowed you to enter? This is my studio. Get out." Suin cast a casual glance at Lu Qingyu before turning his attention to the sobbing Xue Qingyu. With a bit of deduction, he pieced together the sequence of events and was not particularly surprised by Lu Qingyu's actions. After 10 years of surviving in a post-apocalyptic world, he had witnessed countless scenes, many far more chaotic and devoid of humanity than this. The apocalypse was like a ravenous beast, consuming all moral and ethical standards once unleashed. It seemed Lu Qingyu had adapted to this new reality all too swiftly. At that moment, Suin also grasped the reason behind Xue Qingyu's animosity towards men in her past life. That as Suin ignored him, A flicker of coldness crossed Lu Qingyu's eyes, but he seized the stone intended for photography backdrops and hurled it at Su An's head. Shouting, "Die! Watch out!" Li Xiaoyu cried out in alarm. Lu Qingyu's throw was swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation, yet it proved to be a futile effort in front of Su An when it came to killing. Su An was an old hand, in the blink of an eye. He evaded the attack, causing Lu Qingyu to drop the stone and clutch his throat in desperation. However, crimson blood continued to spurt from between his fingers, quickly pooling on the ground. Lu Qingyu yearned to speak, but all that emerged was a series of gurgling sounds and foamy blood. With a thud, he collapsed to the floor, convulsing violently. It appeared he wouldn't die immediately. His fate hinged on how much blood he had left. Yet in that moment, the weeping Snow Qingyu leapt into Su An's arms, sobbing uncontrollably that Su An was taken aback, a myriad of questions flooding his mind. Do we know each other well? Confusion aside, he embraced her tightly, silently urging, "Bring it on." Detection of a potential target for plunder. Please select the plundering direction. Ability replication successful. Acquired ability. Mastery of Lightning, S-Class, with the coveted S-Class ability finally in his grasp. Su An smiled in satisfaction. This was indeed a prestigious power, providing him with a sense of security for the days to come. Yet in Li Xiaoyu's eyes, his smile seemed tinged with a hint of jealousy. As she observed the budding connection between the striking young man and the beautiful girl, the three exited the studio and returned to the vehicle. Su An took the driver's seat while the two girls chatted quietly in the back, occasionally stealing glances at him. Snow Qingyu's cheeks flushed pink, unable to meet Su An's gaze. While Li Xiaoyu scrutinized their interaction, Su An furrowed his brow. The apocalypse had struck unexpectedly, and merely a few hours had passed since its onset. Yet many had already reacted, hastily fleeing the city to escape the hordes of zombies. However, this mass exodus quickly led to traffic congestion, blocking the roads entirely. The zombies seized the opportunity to swarm onto the highways, smashing car windows in a frenzy. Once the blind boxes were opened, the occupants within were essentially doomed. While death was a minor inconvenience, the real danger lay in pressing the accelerator before perishing. The traffic had effectively come to a standstill, extinguishing Su An's hopes of leaving the city. Walking out would take several hours, fraught with peril, rendering it an unwise decision. After much contemplation, Su An abandoned his plan to exit the city and signaled the two girls to exit the vehicle. Subsequently, guided by memory, they arrived at a nearby affluent residential area. The security guards had long since fled, leaving the gates wide open, and the distant roars of zombies could be heard within. Entering the community, Su An first made his way to the guard post, lowered the barriers, and locked the gate. Though he did not expect the barriers to hold against the zombies, the alarm would serve its purpose once the barriers were breached. This luxurious neighborhood comprised primarily of standalone villas, showcasing breathtaking scenery. Yet now, it lay desolate, with only a few zombies wandering aimlessly, and no living souls in sight. The wealthy not only resided in better conditions, but also evacuated more swiftly. With vehicles rendered useless, they had taken to the skies. Consequently, the residents of this affluent enclave had mostly fled, leaving behind only a handful of survivors. That Su An methodically eliminated the scattered zombies along the way, before selecting a villa near the community entrance as their temporary stronghold. After thoroughly inspecting the premises and confirming there were no zombies, they officially settled in. Chapter 5. Ambitions, while neighbors hoard supplies. I hoard weapons out of course before fully settling in. It was essential to stockpile some basic supplies that Su An instructed Snow Qingyu to remain in the villa and organize usable items while he took Li Xiaoyu to search other residences for provisions. They also aimed to clear out the zombies in the neighborhood, providing an opportunity for Li Xiaoyu to hone her skills. Li Xiaoyu possessed D-class strength enhancement abilities, which, while not highly growth-oriented, were quite practical in the early stages, making her an excellent laborer. At the very least, her abilities were straightforward to apply, unlike Snow Qingyu's lightning-based powers, which required time to master. Li Xiaoyu was more than willing to follow Su An's lead. She feared not being treated as a mere tool, but rather dreaded the possibility of being outright dismissed. In this vast apocalypse, a reliable companion was invaluable. Being a strength-type awakener, her immense strength suited her role perfectly. Choosing a baseball bat as a weapon, she wielded it with ease, effortlessly smashing zombies' heads in a gruesome display of violence. That Su An followed closely behind, offering guidance and addressing her questions about her abilities. Upon discovering she was an awakener, Li Xiaoyu joyfully exclaimed, "I'm an awakener! No wonder I've become so strong." Suen couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement, reluctant to dampen her enthusiasm. Yet her ability, like her physique, was a D class, leaving little room for growth. For now, she was fine, but as time passed and the zombies evolved, her mere strength enhancement would likely render her inferior even to elite foes. "Is Qingyu also an awakener?" Li Xiaoyu inquired curiously. Indeed, with lightning abilities, Suen confirmed that Li Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, that sounds impressive." Suen nodded in agreement. Lightning abilities were indeed prestigious, capable of generating electricity and striking with precision. They boasted unmatched speed and lethality among powers. Furthermore, during thunderstorms, the wielder could harness additional lightning for their own use. It was no wonder this ability was formidable. Suen pondered for a moment and summoned his own lightning energy. Directing it towards a nearby zombie, a crackle of electricity surged from his fingertips, piercing through the zombie's chest with a charred hole. His aim had faltered slightly. He had intended to strike its head, but instead hit its torso. Clearly, he needed more practice. He also noted that his mastery of the lightning ability had increased slightly. In this initial apocalypse, individuals could not level up, only their abilities could, and that was relatively straightforward. Using their abilities would enhance their proficiency, leading to automatic upgrades upon reaching certain thresholds. Thus, the quality of abilities was paramount in this first apocalypse. Opening the skill menu revealed some changes. Strength Enhancement D. 15 Proficiency. 80 Mastery of Lightning S. 125 Proficiency. 1 Plunder God Level Unique. 1. Proficiency. 20. The mastery of the three abilities has been enhanced to varying degrees, with the proficiency in Strength Enhancement being the highest, and on the verge of leveling up. It seems that the maximum level is 5. Whereas the mastery of lightning manipulation reaches a cap of 25. Utilizing these abilities contributes to proficiency improvement. As for the plunder ability, it remains entirely enigmatic, with only speculation suggesting that it too can be upgraded, though its upper limit remains unknown. Moreover, the disparity between the ratings of the abilities is quite evident. Setting aside the plunder ability for now, if we compare the lightning ability and strength enhancement, the initial power of strength enhancement pales in comparison to that of lightning manipulation, and in terms of growth potential, it is even more lacking. One maxes out at level 5 while the other reaches level 25, making it clear that the numerical advantage is overwhelmingly in favor of the latter. Suen could not help but cast a sympathetic glance at Li Xiaoyu. The comparison among individuals can be quite disheartening, even among those who have awakened. Fortunately, he possesses an extraordinary talent. Li Xiaoyu, oblivious to the pity in Suan's gaze, stared at him with wide eyes. "Brother, and you? You can generate electricity. Are you also a lightning ability user?" Suen replied with a nod, keeping it vague. "But I noticed that you possess great strength as well. I thought you also had the strength enhancement ability like me." "Indeed, I do have the strength enhancement ability," Suen admitted to Li Xiaoyu. As expected, a brother, and with a sweet smile, she refrained from further inquiries. The more formidable Suen appeared, the happier she felt. This is the fundamental self-awareness of a supportive companion. If the pillar is strong, the support can rest easy. After toiling for most of the day in the community, the two finally managed to clear out the zombies and scavenged a considerable amount of supplies. Upon returning to the stronghold, Suen strolled ahead with his hands in his pockets, while Li Xiaoyu followed behind, struggling under the weight of several 100 pounds of supplies that nearly overwhelmed her petite frame, leaving only her sparkling, wide eyes visible. Xue Qingyu had also organized the supplies within the stronghold and tidied up all the rooms, giving the temporary shelter a hint of homeliness. A preliminary tally of the supplies revealed 9.5 barrels of cooking oil, over 300 pounds of rice and flour, 13 boxes of beverages and juices, 629 bottles of liquor, including both white and red wine, over 60 pounds of fresh vegetables, more than 40 pounds of fresh meat, and over 20 boxes of canned goods, most of which were pet food for cats and dogs. The condiments such as soy sauce, monosodium glutamate, cooking oil, and iodized salt totaled merely 6 boxes. Additionally, there were 2 large sacks filled with various snacks and 2 more with dried delicacies like abalone, bird's nest, and sea cucumber, as well as 4 substantial sacks of assorted medicines and herbs. These provisions would easily sustain the 3 of them for 2 months. However, It must be noted that this was the entirety of the supplies from more than 20 luxurious villas, covering a substantial portion of the community. This is the drawback of affluent residential areas. The food reserves are pitifully scant. The total food supplies of an entire luxury district might not even surpass that of a single unit in an ordinary neighborhood. This is simply due to the proximity of commercial streets, where wealthy individuals often dine out. Even when cooking at home, they prioritize quality over quantity when purchasing groceries, leading to a lack of stockpiled food at home. With the exception of pet food, conversely, the alcoholic beverages were rather abundant, with a total of 629 bottles, all of which were fine wines and spirits, including some rare vintages worth thousands per bottle. In a few months, the value of these bottles will soar to astronomical heights. Moreover, there were numerous precious herbs such as ginseng, deer antler, deer penis, ox penis, and tiger penis. These are the favorites of successful middle-aged entrepreneurs and are highly sought after by powerful factions in the post-apocalyptic world. Commanding a hefty price, with the supplies organized, it was time to categorize and preserve them. After a long day of labor, the two girls were thoroughly exhausted, their stomachs empty and growling with hunger. They soon began bustling in the kitchen, washing vegetables and preparing meals with great enthusiasm. Suan retreated to the spacious balcony on the third floor, lazily reclining on a lounge chair, occasionally sipping fruit juice while the warm glow of the setting sun enveloped him. In a moment of reflection, Suan couldn't help but feel nostalgic in his previous life. At this time, he was hiding in a sewer with Su Xiaoyan, trembling in fear. He could never have imagined basking in the sun so leisurely. Currently, he had no desire to venture out in search of supplies. Although the early days of the apocalypse were indeed the best time to stockpile food, the dilemma was clear. Where would he store all that food? It was impractical to transport everything back to this temporary stronghold. The logistics of transportation alone posed a significant challenge, not to mention storage management. Transitioning to a new stronghold would complicate matters even further. The primary objective moving forward was to seek out other awakeners and replicate their abilities. Food? Others would be stockpiling it too. While neighbors hoard food, I hoard weapons. The neighbors are my granary. Chapter 6. Guiding Xueqingyu. Late-night conversations between the two girls' chicken soup is served. The two girls prepared a total of 3 dishes and a soup, a splendid feast indeed in this post-apocalyptic world. The meal was delectable, and Suan found himself indulging in several large bowls. Still yearning for more, I see you lay flat on the lounge chair, her hands resting on her round belly, a satisfied grin on her face. Meanwhile, Xueqingyu retrieved a small notebook to tally the supplies and plan the daily consumption for the 3 of them, occasionally tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Qingyu, have you been able to control your abilities on your own? Suan inquired, sipping his tea as he looked toward Xueqingyu. Huh? What abilities? I don't know, Xueqingyu stammered, her cheeks flushing as she regained her composure, seeing that Xueqingyu still had no idea about her S-class extraordinary ability. Suan could only shake his head in exasperation. It was difficult to reconcile this bashful girl with the formidable killer she had been in his past life, but he proceeded to explain everything to Xueqingyu, who listened attentively. I'll give it a try, Xueqingyu said, standing up and closing her eyes to concentrate. Before long, arcs of electricity flickered around her, and with a lift of her hand, she conjured a bolt of lightning that shot forth, incinerating a small sapling below. I did it. I succeeded, Xueqingyu exclaimed softly, beads of sweat forming on her excited brow. Suan smiled reassuringly. Your talent is quite impressive. He then gathered arcs of electricity in his own palm and sent a bolt that struck a nearby watermelon knife, sending it flying swiftly to embed itself in the wall. Practice in this direction for now. There are many applications for lightning abilities, including using electromagnetic force to control metals. This is one of the most efficient and powerful methods of utilizing lightning abilities. Okay, I will work hard, Xueqingyu replied earnestly. Suan stretched and yawned. Tonight, you two can take turns keeping watch. If you spot any zombies, try to eliminate them quietly to avoid attracting too many. At night, zombies lose their vision, but their hearing becomes significantly heightened. Yes, sir. I promise to complete the task, Li Xiaoyu chimed in, bouncing up playfully as she saluted. Suan couldn't help but smile, turning to return to his room, where he laid on his bed and began to rest, meticulously organizing his memories from his previous life while contemplating his future plans, particularly how to interact with Xueqingyu and Li Xiaoyu. Xueqingyu was one of the campus beauties at Tsu University. exuding purity and charm with her striking appearance that Li Xiaoyu was lively and adorable, bursting with energy despite her small stature, and equally as attractive as Xue Qingyu. It would be disingenuous to claim Su and felt no attraction. Had she been unattractive, he would have dismissed her outright. However, following his experience with Su Xiaoyan, he now harbored a degree of PTSD, making it impossible to fully trust any woman with his heart that if only I had a slave master ability. Suin muttered helplessly to AS for befriending them. He swiftly dismissed that option that I end this apocalypse. There were no friends. No true camaraderie. He had no intention of seeking any form of friendship in this lifetime. That I said tragic. It certainly is. This is the apocalypse. This is his survival strategy. Better to perish in solitude than to pin hopes on the elusive nature of humanity. On the balcony, Li Xiaoyu perched on the railing, her hands resting on her knees, her gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the community, her expression serious. With her petite frame, she resembled a small cat waiting for its prey. Qingyu, you should go rest and I'll keep watch here, and if I can't hold out any longer, I'll wake you. Though Suin hadn't explicitly stated it, Li Xiaoyu sensed that among the three, she was the weakest. She didn't want to be abandoned by Suin, so she resolved to contribute more, doing everything she could. It's still early. I can't sleep yet and I'll keep you company that if you feel tired, you can rest. I can keep watch just the same. Xue Qingyu shook her head, deftly manipulating a fruit knife with her electromagnetic powers while engaging in casual conversation with Li Xiaoyu. Before the apocalypse, they had been roommates and shared a good rapport, so their conversation flowed easily. How long have you and brother been together? I didn't even notice you were looking for a boyfriend, Xue Qingyu queried. Huh. Xue Qingyu stumbled upon hearing the words, and the fruit knife slipped from her grasp, zipping dangerously close to Li Xiaoyu's head. Startled, Li Xiaoyu hurriedly retracted her neck. Wow, Qingyu, are you trying to kill me? Just because I learned your secret doesn't mean you need to resort to murder to silence me. Xue Qingyu's face flushed crimson as she frantically waved her hands. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I and Suin, we're not in a relationship, we've just met a few times. Li Xiaoyu paused, her expression one of disbelief. How could that be possible? Then why didn't Ji risk his life to save you? Xue Qingyu had no explanation. I promise, we've only met a few times. And besides, he has a girlfriend. That this. Xue Qingyu's demeanor dimmed slightly. What? Li Xiaoyu raised her voice before whispering, you must tell me, who is this little hussy? It's Su Xiaoyan from the Chinese department. You should have seen her. She's quite beautiful. Li Xiaoyu's expression turned strange. Oh, isn't she just a green tea BT? How could Ji possibly fancy her? She can't compare to me. If only I were just a little taller. An extra half a head, just 20 centimeters more, I could be the school beauty too. Oomph. Both Su Xiaoyan and Xue Qingyu stood a little over 170 centimeters tall. Height had always been a sore spot for Li Xiaoyu, who stood at merely 155 centimeters, a pain so profound it was almost suffocating. Thankfully, her looks were enough to maintain a certain standard. Rumor had it that they had been together for 2 years. But Su Xiaoyan never spoke of it, only seeking Su when she desired gifts. Su Xiaoyan's reputation among the girls was not stellar, as it was said she had a penchant for playing both sides back in high school and had only gotten bolder in college, entangling herself with several wealthy young men on campus. Xue Qingyu was equally perplexed as to why Su would be attracted to Su Xiaoyan, having personally witnessed her linking arms with other boys as they entered hotels. Wow, that little hussy Su Xiaoyan is truly disgusting. Wait a minute, Qingyu, aren't you not that familiar with Ji? How do you know so much about him? Li Xiaoyu suddenly realized the discrepancy. Xue Qingyu's face turned crimson, and she fell silent. Li Xiaoyu's eyes widened in realization. You must be secretly in love with Ji. No wonder you practically jumped into his arms at the studio. Say, when it comes to handouts, it's definitely you, Xue Xiaohua. Oh my gosh, what nonsense are you spouting? Xue Qingyu blushed deeply, embarrassed by the truth being unearthed. Come on, tell me, how did you fall for him? Li Xiaoyu teased. Xue Qingyu bit her lip and whispered, when I first arrived at Su University, he helped me carry my luggage. Once I fell off my bike, and he was the one who helped me up. Is that it? You still claim you're not getting a free ride? Of course not. The two girls frolicked on the balcony, sharing laughter as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the earth into the embrace of night. A corpulent figure resembling a mountain of flesh staggered down the street, emitting guttural sounds and oozing foul black liquid from its mouth. Its destination was the very neighborhood where Sue-in and the others resided. As time slipped away, midnight approached. Li Xiaoyu remained vigilant on the balcony, while Xue Qingyu, wrapped in a blanket, slept soundly on the sofa. They had agreed that Li Xiaoyu would take the first half of the night, while Xue Qingyu would watch over the latter half. Unable to stifle a yawn, Li Xiaoyu stretched, inadvertently causing a ripple of movement. Just then, she noticed a shadow standing at the entrance of the community, illuminated by the streetlight. Upon closer inspection, she realized what it was: a towering figure over 2 meters tall. Grotesquely bloated, its darkened flesh bursting through torn clothing, and black liquid continuously seeping from its mouth, resembling a massive corpse swollen from water. A shiver ran down Li Xiaoyu's spine as she instinctively reached for a baseball bat. She was certain this figure was a zombie. Initially intending to charge down and deliver a fatal blow, she hesitated upon seeing its colossal size. At least 400 to 500 pounds, it looked like it could withstand a beating. What if she couldn't take it down? After much deliberation, she decided to wake Xue Qingyu, knowing she possessed ranged attack abilities. The 2 girls quietly descended the stairs, tiptoeing toward the entrance, removing their shoes to avoid noise. Within 20 meters of the zombie, Xue Qingyu summoned lightning in her palm, directing the fruit knife toward the creature. The knife glinted coldly as it sliced through the air, severing the zombie's head cleanly, causing its massive form to topple over. However, before the 2 girls could celebrate their victory, the zombie's body suddenly swelled like a gigantic balloon. Bang! A deep explosion echoed as the zombie's body burst apart, sending foul-smelling chunks of flesh splattering everywhere and shattering the community fence into pieces. Simultaneously, the blast triggered the alarms of several parked cars, their shrill cries piercing the stillness of the night. Echoing through the surrounding streets, one by one, zombies lurched to life, drawn by the sound, howling as they rushed toward the source. Upon hearing the cacophony of car alarms, Li Xiaoyu cursed under her breath and dashed out with her baseball bat. Sue-in had warned her that zombies' hearing would be greatly heightened at night. Such a piercing alarm would certainly attract a horde of them. She needed to find a way to silence the car alarms. But before Li Xiaoyu could reach the cars, she saw waves of zombies pouring into the community, easily numbering in the hundreds. Realizing the severity of the situation, she spun around and ran back, shouting to Xue Qingyu, "Qingyu, run! There are too many zombies for you to handle." Without hesitation, Xue Qingyu sprinted alongside Li Xiaoyu toward the villa. Hot on their heels were a throng of zombies, some of which were particularly swift. Their legs emaciated and pale, but surprisingly powerful, closing the gap in mere moments. Just then, a sound sliced through the air, and a gleaming cleaver word passed, decapitating the 2 foremost zombies. Their bodies rolled several meters before coming to a halt. Sue-in leaped from the 3rd-floor balcony, the cleaver spinning back into his hand after severing several more zombie heads. "You two, hold the entrance. Don't let the zombies breach and destroy our supplies." Sue-in commanded the girls before charging into the horde. With each swing of the cleaver, more zombie heads flew off. After a few moments of chaos, Sue-in had successfully drawn the zombies' attention, retreating toward the main gate while striking the ground with his cleaver to further divert their focus. Over 100 zombies trailed him toward the community entrance, but with the incessant blaring of car alarms. More zombies continued to arrive in droves. With a flick of his wrist, Sue-in used magnetism to lift several sections of the fence, forming a triangular barrier in front of him, then charged into the throng of zombies. Protected by the fence, the zombies couldn't reach him. That Sue-in swiftly broke through the horde and approached the still screaming cars, unleashing a surge of electricity to disable the alarm systems, silencing the vehicles. As the alarm ceased, the zombies in distant streets lost their sound source and stood idly, confused. However, about 200 zombies remained relentless, pursuing Sue-in with a frenzied as he swung his cleaver and manipulated metallic objects with his magnetism. He swiftly dispatched dozens of zombies. Yet, the bloodthirsty horde pressed on, with several exhibiting a grayish-white appearance, revealing a layer of bone-like armor, but Sue-in found that his strikes could not sever their heads. Showcasing their formidable defense, frowning, Sue-in focused on one of the grayish zombies, noticing small text hovering above its head. Zombie, hardened type LV2. Just as he suspected, the zombies had begun to evolve in less than half a day. LV2 hardened types emerged. These hardened zombies were significantly faster and stronger than regular ones. Their defenses vastly increased. While an ordinary person could still manage a few regular zombies with skill and a melee weapon. Facing hardened types was a death sentence unless armed with heavy firepower, at least the caliber of a shotgun. Moreover, the strange odor lingering in the air suggested that these zombies had not only evolved into LV2 hardened types, but also LV3 exploding types. Exploding types, colloquially known as fatty zombies, possessed low attack power, but were incredibly dangerous. Once harm is inflicted, a violent explosion ensues. Those who venture too close shall be instantly obliterated. Following the detonation, a pungent, acrid odor lingers in the air, drawing in zombies from hundreds of meters away, who congregate towards the scent. Those unfortunate enough to be tainted by this miasma become prime targets for the undead. Even if one survives the blast, they risk being dismembered by the approaching horde. It seems that Xue Qingyu and her companion inadvertently triggered the explosive variant, leading to the ensuing swarm of zombies. Suen ceased his contemplations, maneuvering through the streets while engaging the undead, employing a strategy of retreating while striking. After a relentless 20 minutes, the horde was reduced by half. "Brother Su, we are here to assist you," Li Xiaoyu shouted as she sprinted from the residential complex, wielding a baseball bat, and sent a zombie flying with a single swing. Xue Qingyu followed closely behind, summoning arcs of lightning to dispatch the undead with fervor. With the addition of the two women, it took less than 10 minutes to nearly eradicate the zombie horde, leaving a gruesome tableau of corpses strewn across the ground, numbering at least 100. Li Xiaoyu swung her bat, shattering the skull of the last zombie, signaling the complete annihilation of the horde. Xue Qingyu approached Suen, her lips pressed tightly together in guilt. Lowering her gaze, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Seeing the remorse etched on her face, Suen waved his hand dismissively, that there's no need for excessive guilt. The oversight lies with me that he hadn't anticipated that on the very first day, zombies would evolve into level 3 explosive variants, a clear indication of his negligence. Fortunately, it was Xue Qingyu who acted. Had it been Li Xiaoyu, a single swing of the bat might have resulted in a catastrophic one-for-one exchange with the explosive variant. It seemed prudent to educate them on the basic classifications of zombies at some point. "You both should head back now. I will conduct a nearby inspection. Ordinary zombies fall into a state of dormancy at night, only awakening in response to unusual sounds. However, those at level 3 and above retain the ability to roam freely after dark, that if standard zombies are mere shells infected by the virus, then those above level 3 have fully evolved into a new species, exhibiting their own mannerisms and a rudimentary biological awareness. The significant disturbance could very well attract other level 3 zombies nearby that, if not dealt with promptly, allowing them to evolve continuously near their base would ultimately pose a threat." Not long after Suen had taken a few steps, a blinding light illuminated the road that a large truck was slowly approaching, halting at the entrance of the residential complex. The two girls instinctively moved behind Suen, their vigilance directed at the vehicle. Upon sighting the truck, Suen narrowed his eyes. Driving aimlessly at this hour could either indicate foolishness or genuine skill. The bloodstains on the truck hinted at the latter. It was likely manned by awakened individuals. As the doors swung open, two burly young men in vests jumped down. One of them glanced at the scattered zombie corpses and grinned. "Impressive skills, brother. I'm a who. And this is Xiaoshan. We were searching for survivors nearby when we heard the commotion and came to investigate." But Suen nodded in acknowledgement, scanning the two men. Xiaoshan appeared to be an ordinary individual, while Ahu was an awakened one, possessing the ability Iron Arm F, with a wealth value of 100. That his power was the most basic form of enhancement, rated at F, 2 levels lower than Li Xiaoyu. And his wealth was also modest. "Brother, why don't you join us? The world has descended into chaos, and strength in numbers increases our chances of survival," Ahu suggested earnestly, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu pouted, refusing to speak, while Xue Qingyu maintained a calm demeanor, her eyes occasionally flashing with cold light. After the incident with Lu Qingyu, she had developed a tinge of animosity towards the opposite sex. Though she had not reached the extreme level of hatred exemplified by the Black Widow in her previous life, she still harbored significant hostility towards unfamiliar men. "No, thank you," Suen replied coolly. He had no intentions of aligning himself with any faction or group. His understanding of the apocalypse and his own abilities rendered such a choice unnecessary. To be realistic, there was currently no faction capable of providing him with protection. Joining a group would only serve to hinder him. The burdens would outweigh the benefits. "Brother, don't be so stubborn. As you've seen, These zombies are increasing in number daily, that it's going to be difficult for just the three of you to survive. Take my advice and come with us. We can watch each other's backs that we have plenty of supplies stocked up, enough food and water to avoid starvation outside. You can handle it, but those two girls certainly cannot. Right? Noticing Su-in's hesitation, Ahu pressed on, I'll be straightforward. You appear to be a capable fighter, and if you join us, your safety will be assured. Rest assured, I guarantee 3 meals a day. We have enough provisions to last for years. This truck is filled to the brim that if you don't believe me, I can show you that Ahu spoke. He casually draped an arm around Su-in's shoulders, leading him towards the truck. Let me tell you, we have plenty of seafood, but the northern boys find the smell too strong and won't eat it, that if you can handle it, you'll be in for a treat. Really, you better not be deceiving me. Su-in cautioned. Why would I lie? Just take a look. At that moment, Ahu's hand resting on Su-in's shoulder began to glimmer with a metallic sheen, and in the blink of an eye, his entire arm transformed into a steel limb, his previously amiable expression morphing into one of fierce intent, that Ahu's iron arm suddenly constricted, aiming to seize Su-in's head. Just as he acted, Su-in emanated arcs of electricity, and Ahu was horrified to find that his steel arm had suddenly become uncontrollable. No matter how much effort he exerted, he could not budge an inch. Boss, help me. This kid is strange. My arm won't listen. Ahu shouted in panic towards the top of the truck. Useless. A cold snort echoed from above, followed by a shadow leaping down swiftly towards Su-in. Electricity crackled again, and a gleaming blade flew forth, slicing through the air and striking the shadow. The anticipated scene of blood and gore did not unfold. Instead, a resounding clang echoed as the blade was deflected, sending the shadow tumbling to the ground. Only then did Su-in get a clear view of the shadow's true form. It was a humanoid creature over 2 meters tall, its body covered in dark green scales from ankle to crown, with elongated claws at its limbs, sharp teeth, and a muscular tail trailing behind. Under Su-in's gaze, the creature's head displayed 2 lines of text: ability, beastification, irreversible, wealth value. 16,000. Su-in was slightly taken aback by the creature's abilities and wealth value. A wealth value of 16,000 could indeed be considered a veritable prize. He had only accumulated a little over 3,000 wealth points himself. It was evident that this lizard man was the leader of this small group, the true possessor of their collective wealth. As for its ability, it was a combat-oriented beastification power, rated at B. Regrettably, the awakening was incomplete. Once activated, the beastification could not be reversed, condemning it to a half-human, half-lizard existence for life. Su-in couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. He had no interest in such a flawed ability. The lizard man fixed its cold, yellow eyes on Su-in, a glint of malice flickering within as it licked the blood from its claws, its expression transforming into a predatory snarl. Kid, your awakened ability seems impressive, that I'll give you a choice. Either kneel and pledge fealty to me, and you can follow my lead, with one of those 2 girls left for you after I've had my fill. Or die. I've never tasted awakened flesh before. Faced with the lizardman's threat, Su-in remained impassive. With one hand, he seized the immobile Ahu, lifting him effortlessly as he silently intoned, "Bring it on." Detected potential target for plunder. Please select plunder direction, replicate ability, acquire ability. Iron Arm F. That though the Iron Arm ability was rather unimpressive, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He considered it an opportunity to hone his skills. Boss, save me. Huzi's face flushed crimson as he helplessly pleaded for rescue from the lizard man. In a sudden burst of power, the lizard man transformed into a shadowy blur, lunging towards Su-in with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, Su-in flung Huzi at the lizard man, hoping to create an escape. However, before Huzi could even relish his fleeting freedom, the lizard man, undeterred, swung down with ferocity. Get away! With 2 sickening thuds, Huzi was silenced before he could utter a scream, his body reduced to mere chunks of flesh scattered across the ground. The lizard man then advanced menacingly towards Su-in. Electricity crackled around Su-in as he unleashed a spinning watermelon knife towards the lizard man, aiming directly for its eyes. The lizard man roared in fury, hastily shielding its eyes with its hands. The clash of metal sparked brilliantly as the knife was deflected, leaving only a white mark on the lizard man's hand, revealing its formidable defenses. That you're useless, boy. I am impervious to blades and bullets. Ha ha. Yet in that fleeting moment of distraction, Suin surged forward, closing the gap between them with astonishing speed. His right arm glimmered with a metallic sheen. The lizard man, taken aback by Suin's velocity, instinctively lashed out with its claws aimed at Suin's head. Die for me. But Suin was swifter still, channeling a surge of strength. He unleashed a powerful punch to the lizard man's chin that a dull thud reverberated as the massive creature was sent hurtling several meters into the air, emitting a bestial wail. Electricity surged once more as Suin scoffed. Lock! Multiple steel barriers shot forth, twisting and coiling like serpents, swiftly enveloping the lizard man. Moments later, the creature had become a colossal iron ball, thudding to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Even so, the lizard man refused to concede, roaring defiantly as its scaled limbs exerted tremendous power, straining against the encasing steel with creaks and groans. Another surge of electricity coursed through the iron sphere, unleashing a blinding current. Under the onslaught of the immense electricity, within a minute, the lizard man succumbed, collapsing limply to the ground, its body charred and emitting a foul, burnt odor. Suin approached the fallen creature, expressionless, placing a hand upon its forehead. Silently invoking, "Bring it to me." Detected potential for plunder. Please select plunder type. Wealth. Plunder of wealth successful. Acquired 17,000 wealth points. Remaining 1,000 population wealth cannot be plundered due to insufficient skill proficiency. Please select storage location for resources. Let us place it in the Stronghold Villa. Resources have been transferred. Please check promptly to be brother. Please spare me. Allow me to live. I will follow you from now on. I will obey your every command. The lizard man weakly pleaded for mercy. Suin cast a disinterested glance at it, then stood and brushed off his hands, turning to leave. Apologies, but you hold no value to me anymore. The iron sphere tightened its grip as several steel bars penetrated the lizardman's orifices, swiftly reducing it to a pulpy mass, leaving it unable to utter even a final cry. Brethren, you're not hurt, are you? Li Xiaoyu approached with a baseball bat in hand, concern etched across her face. While her other hand clutched a heavily beaten man, point 3 had come. 2 were dead, and the last had been captured by Li Xiaoyu during his escape. Rest assured, I am unharmed, Suin observed the moaning man, stating flatly, kill him. He serves no purpose now, am I? To kill him? Li Xiaoyu quivered slightly. While she could dispatch zombies without hesitation, the thought of taking a human life filled her with trepidation, having grown up in a civilized society where such acts bore a heavy psychological burden. Unable to do it, faced with Suin's icy gaze, Li Xiaoyu felt a shiver run down her spine, unable to meet his eyes as she stammered, I understand. After much internal conflict, she gritted her teeth and swung the bat, ending the man's life. As she gazed at the pooling blood, her hands trembled involuntarily. Suin gently ruffled her hair in a gesture of comfort. To survive in this apocalypse, one must be willing to dirty their hands. Otherwise, it is you who will meet your demise. I end this world. You might even find compassion for the undead, but never for your fellow man. The human heart is more fearsome than any beast. In their brief time together, Li Xiaoyu had proven to be more resilient than he had anticipated, displaying strong combat instincts and intelligence, which sparked within Suin a desire to nurture her potential. All right, I will heed Brother An's guidance. Li Xiaoyu offered a sweet smile, understanding that Suin had her best interests at heart, though she would still require time to adjust to this harsh reality. As for Xueqingyu, she remained aloof, showing little discomfort over the deaths of the 3 men. Suin chose not to elaborate further, turning to the back of the truck, swinging open the cargo door. He had no intention of searching for supplies. After all, he had already plundered everything of value. Instead, he aimed to dispose of the corpses of the zombies, as the stench of decay would attract unwanted attention and breed disease in the vicinity of their stronghold. With the truck opened, Suin was taken aback to discover it contained numerous living individuals, around 17 or 18, both men and women. However, they were all bound tightly, their mouths taped shut, and upon seeing Suin, they emitted muffled cries, desperate for help. It seemed these individuals had been captured by the lizard man, likely intended as laborers, or worse, Suin suspected both, as the lizard man had long forsaken its humanity, consuming flesh without a second thought, and living bodies were far easier to preserve than animal meat. Suin deftly maneuvered a piece of metal through the crowd, quickly freeing them from their bindings. Thank you, young brother. You have saved us. When that monster captured me, I thought I was doomed. The beast was incredibly powerful. We must leave quickly, or we may be caught again. Indeed. Let us hurry. The group clamored to exit the truck. Suin slammed his fist against the side of the cargo area, producing a thunderous sound that left a significant dent. Glaring at the startled crowd, Suin coldly stated, "Did I permit you to leave?" Chapter 10. In the apocalypse, do you still seek human rights? Fear not. The monster that captured you is dead. You are free now. However, the condition is that you must help load the nearby corpses into the truck. Exchange a bit of labor for your life. It seems quite a fair deal. The group exchanged glances, yet no one made a move to lift the bodies. With that lizard man dead, what is there to fear? A woman in office attire brushed off the grime from her clothes, expressing her displeasure. Why should we listen to you? We are not your slaves. Just because you say so doesn't mean we have to comply. I refuse. Others echoed her sentiments. Seriously, you expect us to work for free? I refuse to do so. I'll work if I'm compensated or fed. I've been starving all day and have no strength left. You expect me to lift corpses? What do you think I am, a monster? I'm a girl. Your lack of gentlemanly conduct is appalling. Is this how a man behaves? A typical straight man, destined for loneliness. Sure, you saved us, but please respect our rights as individuals, that we are free people, entitled to our rights, to be a bit more diplomatic and speak kindly to the group. Given your previous kindness, we might consider complying. But with your current attitude, who would listen to you? Young people today have no manners whatsoever. Upon hearing the prospect of labor, the crowd became irate, launching a barrage of criticisms at Suin. Some resorted to moral coercion, while others, emboldened by their slight age advantage, attempted to instruct Suin on proper conduct. Licu, incensed, couldn't hold back her frustration, exclaiming, "Hey, are you all shameless? Brother and saved your lives. He is only asking you to help move the corpses. You've already gained a tremendous advantage. If that monster had captured you, you wouldn't even know how you'd die." Little girl, this isn't your place to speak. Did we ever ask him for help? As the situation escalated, Suin swiftly intervened to thwart Li Xiaoyu's intention to engage in a verbal duel with the crowd of scholars. In a fluid motion, he approached the first outspoken OL woman, seized her with a powerful grip, and with relentless force, extinguished her life, carelessly tossing her lifeless form into the compartment, where it landed with a resounding thud. Suin continued his grim task, repeating the same brutal act on the next victim, and then the next. You desire human rights, do you? Allow me to expedite your journey to the next life where you may claim them. He declared, you wish to fight. Let me join in and test my skill. You seek to instruct me? What makes you worthy? In a matter of moments, Suin had dispatched 5 souls. Murderer! Help! The remaining individuals, witnessing the carnage, shrieked in terror, desperate to flee, yet Suin seized each one in turn. Those who managed to escape with swiftness were swiftly incapacitated by Xue Qingyu's electric touch and dragged back by Li Xiaoyu. Now, who still yearns for human rights? Suin surveyed the trembling group with a chilling gaze. They quivered in silence, some reduced to a state of utter fear, sitting on the ground and shaking uncontrollably. My patience is limited, that I advise you not to provoke my rising blood pressure. You have 10 minutes. Either load the nearby corpses into the vehicle for removal or become one yourself. Your choice. The group, now in a panic, scrambled to lift the bodies, their exhaustion forgotten as they worked with newfound fervor. Within 10 minutes, the scene was cleared of all corpses. Even those from the community were stuffed into the vehicle. Who among you can drive? One individual, trembling, raised a hand. I can. You shall do. Get in the vehicle and take everyone with you. I care not where you go, the farther the better. Just be cautious not to drive too fast or make too much noise. Or should you perish, do not blame me for the lack of warning. The group, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, hastily boarded the large truck and sped away, seemingly ignoring Suin's caution. Driving at breakneck speed, vanishing into the distance, that Suin shook his head. Words of caution often fall on deaf ears. Such a commotion will undoubtedly attract countless zombies along the route, given the current road conditions. Should they be compelled to halt? Let us return. Suin beckoned to the 2 women as they retraced their steps. The knight's endeavors had proven fruitful, having replicated a unique ability and acquired a wealth of resources. However, before returning to the villa, Suin instructed Li Xiaoyu to arrange several cars at the community entrance in a neat line that he then employed his magnetic power to draw metal railings from the street, stacking them atop the vehicles, thus crafting a rudimentary yet effective barricade. While it might not withstand a horde of zombies, it would suffice to deter wandering corpses from infiltrating the community. Entry to the community would be facilitated through the vehicle doors. Upon their return to the villa, they were greeted by an overwhelming bounty of supplies spilling forth. Meat, eggs, milk, fruits, vegetables, snacks, beverages, and every conceivable kitchenware. Suin mused, it appears that the lizard man must have directly plundered several small to medium-sized supermarkets. The impressive wealth of 17,000 points had filled the entire villa to capacity. The two women, taken aback by the sudden influx of resources, gaped in astonishment. What are you staring at? Hurry up and organize everything. Xueqingyu turned, bewildered. Suin, where did all this come from? I made a wish to the Bodhisattva, and the Bodhisattva has granted it, a direct gift. Suin casually brushed off the question, and Xueqingyu, no longer probing, began to assist Li Xiaoyu in sorting the supplies. This treasure trove was their lifeline in the apocalypse, enough provisions to sustain them for an entire year. The two girls busied themselves with organizing the goods, while Suin ventured to other villas to retrieve refrigerators. The abundance of fresh vegetables, fruits, and meat within this hall was substantial, likely weighing 1 or 2 tons. Given the sweltering summer heat, these perishables would quickly spoil if left outdoors. Within 3 days, the fruits and vegetables would decay, and the meat could become rancid overnight. Thus, refrigeration was imperative. That Suin transported around 20 refrigerators to a nearby villa, connecting them to power outlets. This villa would serve as their dedicated pantry. Once the refrigerators were set up, Suin scoured the community for generators, fortuitously discovering 4, that this would ensure a temporary power supply to the refrigerators in the event of an outage that in dire circumstances. Xueqingyu's unique ability could also provide power, though its duration remained a concern. After securing all the supplies, dawn broke, casting a pale light across the sky. The night had slipped away in a flurry of activity. Even Suin felt the strain, his body weary and foul. Lamenting his state, that it was evident that an abundance of resources, while beneficial, could also be burdensome. That he then gathered the two women and led them to the community's indoor swimming pool. What else could we do? Of course, we shall indulge. After a night of toil, was there not a need to relish a moment of pleasure? Chapter 11. Preparation of Medicine. The corpse-eater species Suin, donning sunglasses and clad in swimming trunks, luxuriates upon a sun lounger. He casually picks up a slice of steak and savors it, followed by a sip of red wine. The aroma of the meat mingles with the bouquet of the wine, dancing upon his palate. The steak, a personal contribution, has been meticulously pan-seared by Xueqingyu using an induction cooker. Point. 2 young women frolic in the pool, their alluring swimsuits accentuating their enticing figures, leaving onlookers spellbound. Suin cannot help but sigh in contentment. This is how life should be lived. Brother, and come down and play with us, Li Xiaoyu calls out, waving enthusiastically. That Suin beams and rises to the edge of the pool. Then leaps. That he performs a 900-degree spin in a Filipino cannonball, creating a spectacular splash that elicits peals of laughter from the two girls. The pool resonates with joyous laughter, intermingled with the invisible essence of youthful exuberance. After a period of revelry, they return to the villa, where Suin drains both pools, refilling them with fresh water. In a short while, the entire city of Su will experience a power and water outage. While the electricity can be mitigated, water must be pre-collected and stored. Fortunately, the two pools are substantial in size, and as they are indoors, evaporation is slow and contamination is minimal. However, for 3 individuals, the supply will not last long. Upon returning to the villa, Suin does not rest. Instead, he departs the community with Li Xiaoyu, leaving Xueqingyu as the guardian. With her S-class abilities, no ordinary person could infiltrate their stronghold, despite feeling exhausted. There is no time for rest. It is the second day of the apocalypse, and the situation remains relatively safe. The zombies have not yet evolved significantly, and most individuals are still in shock, hesitant to venture out for supplies, preferring to remain in relatively secure locations, waiting for a rescue that may never arrive. If a few more days pass, and people begin to react, chaos will ensue. Zombies will roam freely, and bandits will abound. Wherever resources exist, conflict will follow. Leaving home means not only guarding against zombie incursions, but also wary of other survivors. who can sometimes be more terrifying than the undead. The stronger the survivor, the greater the danger. Seizing the opportunity, Suin decides to search for medical supplies, particularly antibiotics. Following the apocalypse, pharmaceutical factories have ceased operations, cutting off the supply chain, making every usage deplete their limited resources. Life in this new world is exceedingly harsh. Injuries are commonplace, and infections leading to fevers and colds are rampant. Those who cannot endure will perish. Thus, medicine becomes exceedingly precious, far more so than gourmet food such as wine and meat. The two find a motorcycle at a bike shop to use as a means of transport and head towards the city center. Along the way, they encounter a few zombies, avoiding them whenever possible. If avoidance is not feasible, Suin utilizes his control over metal objects to dispatch them to the concrete jungle. Metal items are plentiful. After a swift ride, they arrive at a pharmacy where Li Xiaoyu quickly dispatches two zombies that charge at them. Suin proceeds to the shelves, engaging in a zero-cost acquisition, removing packaging and categorizing each type of medicine into separate bags. Before long, they have filled over 20 bags with supplies, and they find two large burlap sacks to carry everything, marking a fruitful haul. Yet Suin feels no joy. There is still much left behind, but he has barely made a dent in the inventory, and the pharmacy also contains a small storage room that a pang of frustration clenches his heart. These are valuable items within reach, yet he cannot take them all. After a moment's thought, he instructs Li Xiaoyu to head to the storage room and retrieve all the medicine, while he dashes outside to locate a truck. Not far down the road, he spots a dual-axle truck parked at the roadside, surrounded by dozens of wandering zombies. How familiar it looks. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed the same truck from yesterday. It seems fate has a hand in this. However, it is now deserted. Those aboard have either fled or been consumed. Suin recognizes one of the zombies as belonging to the group from the previous day. He counts approximately 40 zombies surrounding the truck, not including others meandering through the streets. Altogether, there are easily over 100 that with his current abilities, he could eliminate them all, but it would be time-consuming and exhausting. Surveying his surroundings, Suin stealthily ascends to the third floor of a nearby shop, overlooking the horde. With electricity coursing through his hands, he controls a metal table, hurling it several dozen meters in front of the truck. The table lands with a dull thud, instantly drawing the zombies' attention as they swarm towards it. Seizing the moment, Suin climbs onto the adjacent balcony, manipulating another table to throw it even further away. His control over metal extends roughly 200 meters, forcing him to employ this cumbersome tactic to divert the zombies without drawing their gaze. As time passes, Suin continues to shift positions, using metal objects to lead the horde away until he finally reaches the corner street where the truck is located. He checks the driver's seat and finds everything intact. The fuel tank is just enough to cover 200 miles. Though the windshield is shattered, he jumps down and opens the cargo area. A wave of foul odor assaults him. The heat has turned the enclosed space into a stench-filled chamber, with hundreds of corpses already decomposing. Fortunately, Suin is no stranger to such horrors. He has faced worse in his past. He dives into the cargo area, kicking and tossing the bodies out, just as he finishes disposing of the last corpse. A cacophony of gnawing sounds erupts from outside that Suin freezes, carefully approaching the cargo door, pressing his back against it, and peeking to discern the source of the sound. The edge of the corpse pile. A naked, pallid humanoid creature crawls on the ground, feasting on the remains, producing a rhythmic chomping sound that a small line of text appears above its head. Zombie. Corpse eater species LV4 Suin's lips twitch in disbelief. On the second day of the apocalypse, he encounters a LV4 special evolved type. His luck is truly dismal. This corpse eater species is a unique variant of the evolved undead, gaining rapid evolution through consumption, progressing swiftly from LV3 to LV6 in just a few days. Such zombies are highly aggressive and insatiable, preying on any living thing, whether animal, human, or even their own kind. They exhibit astonishing speed, capable of scaling walls. With acute hearing and vision, launching attacks from bizarre angles, their claws and fangs as their weapons. Among the zombie classifications, the corpse eater species stands as a formidable presence that if one were to identify a flaw, it would be their poor defensive capabilities, even inferior to LV2 hardened types, and a lack of ranged attacks that Suin, seizing the moment, levitates a piece of scrap metal from the roadside, sending it hurtling downward just as it nears the corpse eater's head. Chapter 12. A bountiful return, however. What seemed to be a sure hit misses its mark. The corpse eater evades the metal projectile with an uncanny agility, propelling itself away with a powerful kick. Vanishing from sight, Suin curses under his breath and leaps out of the cargo area. The instant he exits, the pale figure lunges toward the spot he just vacated. That IT is none other than the corpse eater. Now clinging to the side of the truck, its emotionless gaze fixed on Suin, its rows of sharp teeth clicking rhythmically, blood dripping from between them. The very spot Suin had leaned against is now punctured by its claws. A fatal blow for anyone unfamiliar with the corpse eater's attack style. This creature can retaliate in an instant. If the first strike fails to eliminate its target, it must quickly relocate. Suin crouches, preparing to attack, but the corpse eater is faster. Screeching as it lunges toward him, a smile creeps onto Suin's face. You fell for it, you fool. Lightning surged forth, striking the ghoul in midair, while the steel-encased right arm swiftly seized its throat. With a powerful thrust, it slammed the creature into the ground, eliciting a mournful cry from the ghoul as it writhed in pain. Its claws flailed, ready to retaliate, but Suin was quicker. He had already manipulated a piece of iron to drive directly into the creature's skull, stirring its brain. After a few feeble convulsions, the ghoul lay still. These undead beings possessed an insatiable hunger for attack. The moment one exhibited any intent to strike, they would launch their own assault. Mastering this dynamic allowed one to exploit it for a decisive kill. Suin spat contemptuously, kicking the ghoul's lifeless body aside, he secured the compartment and jogged back to the driver's seat, starting the vehicle to crush the corpses strewn across the ground. As he made his way to the pharmacy where Li Xiaoyu was located, he could manage the ghouls, but if it were Li Xiaoyu, her fate would be sealed. He hoped she had not encountered such horrific creatures. Upon Suin's return to the pharmacy, he found that Li Xiaoyu had already moved all the medical supplies and was hiding behind the counter, awaiting his return. Seeing her unharmed, Suin sighed in relief and quickly instructed her to load all the supplies back into the vehicle. The two then drove the large truck to the next pharmacy, determined not to miss a single pill available. The truck's capacity was immense, capable of carrying dozens of tons. As long as it could fit, they would pack it to the brim, after raiding over a dozen pharmacies. The truck was only half full, with ample space still remaining. However, Suin had no desire to continue searching for more pharmacies. While it was easy to find them, the labor of transporting the goods was exhausting. Despite both he and Li Xiaoyu possessing enhanced strength abilities, the repetitive hauling left them utterly drained. He decided to call it a day and head home. Suin downed a bottle of honeysuckle drink in one go. Waving his hand in resignation, Li Xiaoyu had already slumped into the passenger seat. Utterly spent, I'll follow whatever Brotherin says, she managed to say. With that, Suin pressed the accelerator, turning the vehicle around to retrace their route back to their base. To minimize noise and due to road conditions, he drove at a modest pace of 30 miles per hour. Even so, this attracted a significant number of ghouls trailing behind them. Suin had no choice but to focus on driving while simultaneously controlling metal objects to obstruct the pursuing horde. The truck not only drew the attention of the ghouls, but also caught the eyes of numerous survivors. From the buildings lining the road, voices called out, "Brother, can you bring me some food? I'll give you 1,000, I'll offer 5,000. Just help me get a box of instant noodles, I'll pay 200,000 if you bring me a pound of steak. Any grade will do, brother, I'll offer 1,000,000. Please bring me a bag of rice and a pound of pork, and I'll write you a check." Suin ignored them all in this apocalyptic world. Money held no value. It was worthless, even unsuitable for wiping oneself, and hardly durable enough to start a fire. With Suin's frequent use of his abilities, his proficiency was rapidly increasing. His lightning powers had progressed from level 1 to level 5. While his strength enhancement reached its maximum at level 5, his plundering ability remained at level 1 with a proficiency of 30. The Iron Arm. Level 1 is already maxed out. F-grade abilities are truly lackluster, offering no potential for growth. With a level 5 strength enhancement, Suin could lift around a ton with ease. His level 5 lightning powers allowed him to control approximately 2 tons of metal from a distance, significantly increasing the potency of his strikes. Each jolt could reduce a ghoul to charred flesh. As time passed, and they neared their base, the number of ghouls trailing the truck swelled to an astonishing count. Densely packed with no fewer than 1,000, including a fair number of evolved varieties. There were the obese, bloated explosion types, the fully calcified hardened types, and the astonishingly agile leaping types. This accumulation occurred even as Suen cleared the way while driving. If he simply drove back to the base, he would inevitably flatten the entire compound, but Suen pressed the accelerator, increasing their speed and unleashing the full force of his lightning powers, repeatedly hurling nearby small vehicles into the horde. He particularly targeted the explosion types, each strike resulting in a thunderous explosion, scattering blood and flesh. With Suen's interference, the horde quickly fell behind, and soon the truck vanished from their sight, deprived of their target. The ghouls stood confused for a moment before dispersing aimlessly, frantically pursuing any living beings they encountered. The survivors who had previously poked their heads out of the buildings unwittingly attracted the attention of the mutated leaping types. Several of these creatures sprang up the high rises, crashing through windows, followed by a cacophony of screams. The commotion drew even more ghouls, who broke down the doors of the residential buildings and surged inside. More screams and cries for help echoed through the AI. As time progressed, the number of mutated ghouls would only increase, making life increasingly difficult for ordinary people, a situation aptly described as living from day to day. Those with awakened powers were no better off. The levels of abilities were categorized into S, B, C, D, E, F, and G. In a scenario where the proficiency of an ability is maxed out, F and G level awakened individuals could only contend with level 2 mutated ghouls, while facing level 3 might offer a glimmer of hope. D and E level awakened individuals could handle levels 3 to 4. B and C could face level 5. A level could tackle up to level 7. While the most extraordinary S level awakened individuals could confront levels 7 to 8, and even beyond. Notably, level 8 represents the pinnacle of ghoul evolution. Of course, these classifications are not absolute. High-level awakened individuals, without sufficiently honing their abilities, would still struggle against advanced ghouls. For instance, while an S-level awakened individual theoretically has a high ceiling, in this current period where their proficiency is low, it would not be surprising if they were taken down by a level 4 ghoul. At this stage, it was a race against time. Ghouls evolved daily, and awakened individuals grew stronger each day, vying for superiority in their development. Given the myriad types of abilities, they could generally be divided into 3 categories: combat types, functional types, and support types. The first 2 excelled in battle, while support types were somewhat awkward in combat. Even an S-level support user might struggle against a level 3 ghoul in solo engagements. Nonetheless, abilities are inherently lifeless, while humans are living entities. The same ability can yield vastly different results in different hands. Some individuals can surpass limits, while others cannot even maintain their minimum potential. Just as some people can turn 1,000,000 into a thriving business, others can squander it all in mere months, ending up in debt. There are no absolutes in this reality. This is the true era of the apocalypse, where every moment challenges your limits of survival. Chapter 13. Abundance of supplies. Limited space. After driving the truck back to the base, Suen first moved the obstacles aside, steering the massive vehicle into the community. The task of transporting supplies would have to wait until tomorrow. Both he and Li Xiaoyu were thoroughly exhausted. Xue Qingyu, lacking any strength enhancement abilities, found the hauling to be particularly strenuous, given that the medicines were safely stored in the truck, shielded from the rain and sun. They could afford to leave them overnight without concern. Upon returning to the villa, Li Xiaoyu, too weary to go to her room, collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep within seconds, having not slept the previous night and laboring all day. Suen also found it hard to endure. He sprawled on the sofa in a similar state. Observing this, Xue Qingyu gently draped a blanket over Li Xiaoyu to keep her warm. She then approached Suen, her voice soft and tender. "That you've worked hard," Suen replied weakly. "I'm fine," though in truth, he felt far from it. While his lightning abilities were formidable, they were not boundless. He felt as though his body had been drained, completely emptied. "That I can help you relax with a massage," Xue Qingyu offered, kneeling beside him and placing her delicate hands on his back. Her touch was soft, her pressure gentle, and her technique somewhat clumsy. Yet Suen still relished the sensation. The thought that the once renowned Ice Beauty Black Widow was now giving him a massage filled him with a sense of satisfaction in his previous life. When he first saw Xue Qingyu, he had been prostrate on the ground, afraid to even lift his head, lest she unleash a lethal whip of lightning upon him. Now, however, the tables had turned, as Suen's thoughts wandered. He contemplated that 3 individuals were still too few. While they had sufficient combat power, they lacked manpower for the laborious tasks that he found himself having to do everything personally, which made the work unduly slow. Take today's stockpiling of medicine as an example. Had there been a few more people, they could have filled the truck to capacity, but he pondered whether to recruit a few loyal individuals to assist with the heavy lifting and lookout duties. Overall, they faced an abundance of resources but lacked effective means to store them. Apart from recruiting laborers, Suin had other, more advantageous options. One such option was to replicate the spatial abilities. Spatial abilities, while not combat-oriented, were immensely valuable. Every awakened individual with spatial abilities possessed a unique, independent space, capable of containing anything except living beings. This independent space also functioned as a permanent preservation method. No matter how long items remained stored, they would come out unchanged, a truly overpowered aspect. However, spatial abilities were exceedingly rare, and each was a prized possession of major factions that in his previous life, Suin encountered very few. Major factions would keep the identities of their spatial ability users a closely guarded secret. Consequently, Suin had limited knowledge about spatial ability users, and whether he would encounter one depended entirely on luck. He could either wait for some major factions to establish themselves and then seek them out, or hope for a chance encounter. As weariness overtook him, Suin gradually drifted into slumber. When he awoke, it was already midnight. Xue Qingyu was on the balcony, keeping watch, occasionally stifling a yawn. Upon reaching the balcony, Suin was greeted by Xue Qingyu's warm smile. "You reawake," that Suin nodded. "You should go get some rest." "I can keep watch." Xue Qingyu shook her head. "It's all right. I'm not tired yet. You must be hungry. Let me prepare some food." "Thank you for that," Suin replied as Xue Qingyu headed to the kitchen. Before long, she returned with a steaming plate of food, a dish of stir-fried meat, and seaweed egg drop soup. It seemed she had prepared it in advance, waiting for him to awaken, that Suin eagerly dug in, while Xue Qingyu quietly watched, her eyes sparkling with a smile, occasionally serving him more food. After they finished eating, Xue Qingyu cleared away the dishes and even prepared a cup of hot tea for Suin with his legs crossed. Suin savored the warm tea while gazing into the deep night sky. Under the moonlight, several dark figures circled in the air. Moments later, they dove towards Suin's location. Remaining calm, Suin, with a flick of his mind, sent a fork flying, piercing the incoming shadows. They fell with a thud onto the balcony, struggling briefly before becoming still. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they were large, grotesque black bats, each the size of a basin. These were level 2 bloodthirsty bats, active at night, known for attacking living beings and carrying viruses. A bite from them could lead to infection and transformation into a ghoul. After tonight, their numbers would only increase, and daily, their population would multiply. In this small community, within 3 days, the number of bats would surpass 10,000. By the 6th day, their population would far exceed the combined total of all humans and ghouls, casting an ominous shadow across the sky. At that point, the global population would dwindle by 60% within a mere 2 days. Xue Qingyu gasped, covering her mouth in horror. The brutality of the apocalypse exceeded her wildest fears. That if what Suin claimed was true, did humanity still have any hope of survival? He was merely stating the facts, simultaneously providing a preemptive warning to Xue Qingyu. He had yet to convey the more desperate aspects of the situation. The bloodthirsty bats only act at night, remaining dormant during the day. However, this does not imply that daylight offers safety. The majority of zombies are active during the day, and in addition to them, there are also bloodthirsty crows that resemble the bats in nature. Both the bloodthirsty crows and bats exponentially increase in number, culminating in a sky-darkening swarm of crows and bats. One prowling by day, the other by night, both intent on hunting the living. When compared to these crows and bats, the zombies are merely child's play. In the presence of millions of bats and crows, even the mightiest S-class ability user could swiftly meet their demise. Of course, the crows and bats will not persist indefinitely. They will vanish without a trace after the 14th day. Their emergence resembles a vast funnel, filtering out those unfit for survival in the apocalypse, merely to usher in a subsequent, more brutal phase of the end times. Indeed, the apocalypse occurs multiple times, each with distinct stages. We are currently only at the first stage of the very first apocalypse, and everything has only just begun. While zombies are undeniably terrifying, they pale in comparison to the bizarre monsters that will follow. Chapter 14, chaos, stockpiling oil the following morning. After breakfast, Suin set out once more with Li Xiuyu. Their objectives for the day were twofold. First, to locate a fuel tanker and transport a load of fuel back for storage. Second, to seek out other awakened individuals to replicate their abilities. The duo found a motorcycle and sped towards the city center. Compared to the previous day, the streets were teeming with a greater density of zombies, along with a significant increase in evolved types. The once dominant ordinary zombies had become a rarity, with LV2 hardened types now prevailing, and explosive types and jumpers were ubiquitous. After 3 days of apocalyptic trials, most individuals had come to terms with their reality, no longer expecting any rescue, and had left their shelters in search of supplies. However, for ordinary people, the notion of gathering resources at this juncture was somewhat late. The zombies had evolved to higher levels, and with bloodthirsty crows preying upon the living, every outing posed a fatal risk. Yet, they had no choice but to risk their lives in search of sustenance. In the days to come, the zombies would level up daily, becoming increasingly dangerous. If one hesitated today, they might very well lose all hope of survival. Today was destined to be anything but tranquil. A multitude of survivors ventured into the streets, braving danger in search of supplies. Those fortunate enough might find a morsel to quell their hunger, but far more would meet their ends at the hands of zombies. Simultaneously, survivors began to clash violently over resources. The zombies stirred restlessly, plunging the entire urban area into chaos, with the sounds of screams, cries, curses, and the roars of the undead reverberating through the streets. Suin and his companion arrived at a gas station, where several survivors were desperately scrambling for goods on the shelves. Upon noticing Suin and Li Xiaoyu, the survivors adopted a wary demeanor, with one brandishing a fire axe at the entrance, keeping a vigilant watch on the duo. Clearly, these survivors were a cohesive group, fearing that Suin and Li Xiaoyu might contend with them for resources, hence the need for a lookout. That Suin paid them no mind, instead inspecting the fuel reserves at the station. The fuel supply was still quite ample, but alas, there was no tanker in sight, making it impossible to transport the fuel immediately. Soon, the survivors in the gas station finished their looting and rushed out with their bundles, congregating nearby. That we only have a box of instant noodles and some bottled water. This won't last long. What should we do? Should we search elsewhere? Pondered one middle-aged man. You all keep searching nearby. I'll take this back first. The kids haven't tea eaten in 2 days. All right, hurry back. After reaching a consensus, they decided to split up. The middle-aged man responsible for returning with the supplies spotted Suin's motorcycle, and his eyes lit up. Riding that motorcycle would enable him to return to the base more swiftly and return sooner to gather more supplies. But he dashed towards the motorcycle. But Li Xiuyu, sitting sideways on it, was swinging her feet playfully. The middle-aged man waved his fire axe at her, barking, "Get out of the way if you want to live." Li Xiuyu remained unfazed, responding with a grin. "Uncle, you're so fierce." The middle-aged man's expression darkened completely at this. "Little girl, don't push me to the edge." That he reached out to grab Li Xiuyu, perceiving her as a naive child sheltered from the harsh realities of the world, oblivious to the dangers of the current apocalypse. However, Li Xiaoyu swiftly kicked out, sending the middle-aged man flying, rolling several meters away and collapsing on the ground, howling in agony. The force of her kick had broken several of his ribs. His companions rushed over to assist him. "Ah, damn it, I think my ribs are broken." They stared at Li Xiaoyu in astonishment, unable to fathom how such a seemingly delicate girl could deliver such a devastating blow. "Capture her and drag her inside for a proper lesson," one of them suggested, licking his lips at the sight of Li Xiaoyu's delicate features. The others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. This was the apocalypse after all. One could do as they pleased. Who knew if they would survive to see another day? They quickly encircled Li Xiaoyu, but laid down their weapons, attempting to subdue her through sheer numbers. Meanwhile, Suin, engrossed in fiddling with the fuel tanks, was completely disregarded by the group as merely a kid, just a softie, who didn't even dare to intervene when his companion was surrounded. Li Xiaoyu maintained her cheerful demeanor, showing no signs of panic. That Suin, on the other hand, paid no attention to the unfolding events, continuing his examination of the fuel tanks. That he had already assessed that these were ordinary individuals, posing no threat to Li Xiaoyu. Even unarmed, they would be no match for her. Armed, they stood no chance either. Li Xiaoyu's strength had already reached its peak. With a single punch, she could fell a bull. Her earlier restraint was a mere act of mercy. Unaware of the danger, they sought to capture Li Xiaoyu, courting death in the most direct manner. Whoosh thud. The sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere as a dagger, glinting coldly, pierced the head of one of the men, killing him instantly, his body collapsing to the ground. At a moment later, a roar echoed as several motorcycles thundered into the gas station, with their riders all being young men in their 20s. There appeared to be about 10 of them. The youths let out bizarre cries, brandishing their pre-prepared machetes and attacking anyone in sight. The survivors surrounding Li Xiaoyu barely had time to react, fear driving them to flee. However, their legs could not outrun the motorcycles, and they were swiftly caught and struck down. The group dismounted and surrounded the moaning survivors, mercilessly hacking at them. Yet their strikes were not fatal, focusing instead on limbs and fleshy parts, as if they were indulging in a macabre form of amusement. The gas station was soon filled with screams of torment. "Enough playing around. Check how much fuel is left in the tank," shouted a bald man in irritation. Upon hearing this, the youths reluctantly ceased their assault. Yet they did not spare the writhing victims, decapitating them instead and tossing the heads around like soccer balls. The bald man then turned his gaze towards Li Xiaoyu, his eyes lighting up. "Today is quite fortunate. We've stumbled upon a pretty little thing." Chapter 15. The bald leader of the Longhu gang, the bald man, approached Li Xiaoyu with a broad grin, saying, "Little beauty, don't you realize it's quite dangerous to be wandering around alone?" Li Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "I came with my husband. I'm not alone." "Where is your husband?" "I don't see him." Li Xiaoyu pointed towards Suin, who was squatting by the fuel tank. "Over there." The bald man signaled to a nearby young man, who understood the message and brandished his machete, striding towards Suin. "How about you join me from now on?" he proposed to Li Xiaoyu. "Rest assured, you will have food to eat every day that I end this world. That useless husband of yours cannot provide for you." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaoyu's expression turned icy, but she suddenly replaced it with a smile and extended her hand towards the bald man. "All right, then take me away." The bald man, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Clever girl, I promise to make your life comfortable and enjoyable. Haha." As he spoke, he attempted to wrap his arm around Li Xiaoyu's waist. At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Li Xiaoyu's eyes. With one hand propped against the motorcycle, she delivered a fierce kick to the bald man's chest. For an ordinary person, such a kick would have surely knocked the wind out of them. But the bald man's reflexes were remarkably swift, and he quickly raised his arms to block Li Xiaoyu's kick. However, he gravely underestimated her strength and was sent flying, his left arm broken from the impact. "You are the real waste. Your entire family is filled with uselessness." Bah! Li Xiaoyu could no longer tolerate the insult directed at her brother, and the bald man staggered to his feet, his left arm hanging uselessly by his side. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead from the excruciating pain as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, you are also an awakened one." Cursing his bad luck in silence, he realized Li Xiaoyu's strength exceeded normal limits. Only an awakened individual could possess such power, that a fellow awakened. He understood the terrifying nature of their abilities, that it was a rule of survival, not to provoke an awakened one lightly. But now that a conflict had arisen, he was left with no choice but to eradicate the threat. The bald man, not daring to underestimate her, hastily drew a dagger from his waist and coldly shouted as he activated his ability. Eagle-eye tracking, he hurled the dagger directly at Li Xiaoyu. Anticipating his move, Li Xiaoyu deftly sidestepped the incoming dagger. However, the bald man unexpectedly began to laugh maniacally. "Die, you wretched woman!" The dagger, initially thrown away, suddenly spun back around and lunged toward Li Xiaoyu again. By the time she noticed, it was too late. The dagger glinted ominously as it closed in, and there was no time to evade. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Li Xiaoyu, it abruptly froze mid-air, suspended in silence. The vicious grin on the bald man's face became a mask of disbelief. His ability, Eagle-eye tracking, was designed to ensure that any weapon thrown would almost certainly strike its target. Even if the attack was evaded, the weapon would automatically track the target down until it made contact. In essence, his thrown daggers were more fearsome than bullets. Yet now, this seemingly infallible dagger simply hung motionless. How is this possible? "What have you done?" The bald man roared at Li Xiaoyu in rage. "Your B-class ability seems quite impressive," a detached voice interjected. That Suin slowly approached Li Xiaoyu, playfully flicking her forehead. "You ought to be more mindful. always strike first and leave no room for your opponent to breathe. There are various types of abilities. You must be cautious not to be caught off guard that in theory, higher-level abilities were indeed more powerful, but that did not guarantee that they would always overwhelm lower-level ones. The effectiveness of an ability greatly depended on its wielder. With proper application, even a lower-level ability could triumph over a higher-level one, if Li Xiaoyu had pressed her advantage and not given the bald man a chance to throw his dagger. She could have easily dispatched him with her immense strength before he could activate his ability. Li Xiaoyu covered her forehead with her hands, sheepishly sticking out her tongue. "Did I got it, dear husband?" Suin raised an eyebrow, his expression bemused. "When did I become your husband? I was unaware. Isn't it said that one must repay a life-saving grace, often with one's own body? You've saved me twice. I am only now offering myself as a token of gratitude, which is quite restrained, don't you think?" Suin chuckled at her playful banter. Repaying kindness doesn't necessarily mean offering oneself. One could also be a loyal servant, right? What? Li Xiaoyu pouted in dissatisfaction, and then a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to smile mischievously. "It's essentially the same." That Suin couldn't help but smirk, giving her a thumbs up. "Your driving skills are unparalleled. You've made me feel like I've been run over." Li Xiaoyu laughed heartily, embracing Suin. Just then, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air as several daggers flew toward the pair. Furious at being ignored, the bald man hurled multiple daggers in a fit of rage. "Die, both of you!" Suin merely cast a disinterested glance, causing the daggers to freeze mid-air. "You did this, didn't you? You also an awakened one." The bald man trembled, pointing a shaky finger at Suin. At this point, even a fool could see that he had encountered a formidable adversary. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The bald man instinctively retreated, scanning the surroundings with a panicked gaze, silently cursing his subordinates for not coming to his aid. But when he looked around, his soul nearly fled in horror. The ground was littered with the bodies of his men, all of whom lay dead, impaled silently by steel rods and blades, unable to utter a single scream. The bald man felt a wave of panic wash over him, collapsing onto the ground as uncontrollable tremors shook his body. "Brother, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Give our tiger gang some face. If the mountain doesn't move, the water will flow. I can be of use to you in the future. My leader is Lord Hu, an awakened one, a powerful one. If you kill me, Lord Hu will not let you off lightly." Suin pondered briefly, recalling a vague memory of a force known as the Tiger Gang. He knew it was a notorious underground organization in Sioux City, which had managed to establish a foothold following the emergence of awakened individuals during the apocalypse. That seemed necessary to pay a visit to the Tiger Gang. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Suin sent several daggers hurtling back toward the bald man. Pinning him to the ground, he then approached and pressed his hand against the man's head, silently chanting, "Bring it to me." Chapter 16. Inside the Tiger Gang. "Brother, this is the place." Under the guidance of the bald man known as Wild Dog, the trio arrived at a district of towering buildings. This area had once been the most vibrant entertainment street in Sioux City, boasting numerous bars and nightclubs, collectively known as the Night City. Even before the apocalypse, the Tiger Gang had already established its presence here. And after the world fell into chaos, they continued to use it as their stronghold. Now, the once labyrinthine Night City had transformed completely. Most intersections were sealed off with barricades and iron nets, leaving only a straight road leading deeper within. "Brother, allow me to lead the way. Lord Who will surely be pleased to meet you. He admires heroes like you." Wild Dog stumbled ahead, grimacing from the pain of his injuries, yet maintaining a facade of servility. However, flashes of resentment flickered in his eyes as he contemplated how to eliminate Suin. Though he was no match for Suin, he believed Lord Who could handle the situation. With hundreds of brothers in the Tiger Gang, they could easily drown this scoundrel with their collective spit. Having been in the underworld for over a decade, Wild Dog had never suffered such a significant loss. He couldn't swallow his pride without avenging Suin. "And no need for you to lead the way. I know where to go from here. Your usefulness has run its course." Suin spoke. He flicked his wrist, sending a dagger flying straight through Wild Dog's throat. Wild Dog clutched his neck, eyes wide in shock, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Suin casually collected a few of Wild Dog's daggers. Noting that their steel quality was decent enough to be used as throwing knives, he and Li Xiaoyu proceeded down the straight street, encountering hardly any zombies. clearly indicating that someone had cleared the area. Occasionally, a few jumpers would spring from the shadows to attack, but they were swiftly dealt with by Li Xiaoyu wielding her baseball bat. Before long, they reached the end of the street, where a bar named Blood Queen stood. However, the entrance on the first floor had been barricaded from the outside with steel plates, leaving only a shattered floor-to-ceiling window on the third floor as an entrance, accessible via a soft ladder. At that moment, two young men were crouched by the broken window, likely stationed as lookouts. "Hey, what are you two doing?" Upon encountering Suen and his companion, one of the men hastily rose, brandishing a handgun, while eyeing Suen with evident caution. The sight of a firearm took Suen by surprise. However, he quickly dismissed it as merely a pistol, adequate for dealing with humans, but woefully insufficient against zombies, failing to penetrate even the defenses of a level 2 hardened zombie. Nevertheless, these individuals displayed a measure of intelligence by positioning their entrance on the third floor, effectively preventing the climbing of hardened zombies, while the leaping type, though capable of ascending, would be vulnerable to gunfire. Overall, their setup appeared relatively secure, though this was a fleeting assurance that might not hold in a few days' time, that we have come to seek refuge with Lord Hu. Might you allow us to ascend? Suen explained with a congenial smile. The two men exchanged a few words before one of them shouted downstairs. "All right, the woman may come up first. The man must wait below." After delivering this command, one of them quietly disengaged the safety on his pistol, clearly intending to permit only Li Xiaoyu to ascend. That I end the apocalypse. Women were often regarded as resources, particularly the young and beautiful, and they were unlikely to refuse the opportunity presented by someone as captivating as Li Xiaoyu. With the enhancement of his eagle eye ability, Suen's vision was several times sharper than that of an ordinary person, allowing him to perceive their subtle maneuvers with clarity. Initially, he had aimed to blend in discreetly to avoid alarming them. But it was evident that such an approach was no longer feasible. To in a swift movement, Suen propelled himself up the wall, the floor-to-ceiling window only about 8 or 9 meters from the ground, a distance he could easily cover. Anything higher, however, would have posed a challenge. That as Suen ascended the wall, the two guards exclaimed in disbelief and unhesitatingly fired 2 shots at him. The bullets whizzed through the air, only to abruptly veer back and strike the guards instead, resulting in their heads exploding. That Suen effortlessly leaped through the window and surveyed the room, finding no one else present. However, the sound of gunfire would likely attract attention soon. He then gestured to Li Xiaoyu below, beckoning her to come up. That Li Xiaoyu nodded, took a few steps back, and leapt 2 to 3 meters high, deftly grasping the soft ladder and climbing up with remarkable agility. In terms of utilizing her strength-enhancing ability, she still lagged behind Suen, unable to match his grace in running up a vertical wall. Just as Li Xiaoyu entered the room, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a dozen individuals armed with machetes and axes surged in. Upon seeing the 2 corpses sprawled on the ground, one of the apparent leaders, without seeking clarification, commanded, "Dispose of the man by dismembering him and feed the remains to the zombies. Keep the woman alive." That a cacophony of shouts erupted as the henchmen lunged at Suen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several daggers shot forth from behind Suen, darting around the room. That in the blink of an eye, a dozen warm corpses littered the floor. The leader, witnessing this, felt a surge of terror and hastily drew his handgun, firing recklessly at Suen. The bullets, however, curved and pierced the limbs of the small leader instead. The small leader collapsed, letting out a heart-wrenching scream as Suen approached him, placing a foot on his chest, and coldly inquired, "Where is Lord Hu?" The small leader's face drained of color as he stammered, Lord Hu is in the office on the 5th floor. Please spare me. I can..." Before he could finish, a dagger soared through the air, silencing him forever. Suen kicked aside the corpse obstructing the doorway and stepped inside, with Li Xiaoyu hurriedly gripping her baseball bat and following close behind. That as Suen exited the room and entered the corridor, several armed individuals approached him, questioning coldly, "Who are you?" Preferring brevity, Suen commanded the daggers to dispatch them one by one, resulting in a gruesome scene of bloodshed and the acrid scent of iron filling the air. Traversing the corridor, he arrived at a large door, behind which blared discordant rock music. He sent daggers flying, eliminating the 2 guards stationed there before pushing the door open. Before him lay an expansive dance hall, illuminated by flashing neon lights, where dozens of men and women writhed to the pounding music. At the center of the dance floor stood a large iron cage, wherein a zombie, its mouth sewn shut and nails clipped away, chased a woman while a group of thugs jeered, occasionally dousing the cage with water. Sue grimaced, feeling a wave of revulsion, while Li Xiaoyu squatted down, retching at the sight. "You stay by the door and ensure no one escapes," Sue instructed, patting her back for him. Such scenes were hardly disturbing. However, for Li Xiaoyu, they were exceedingly repugnant, far worse than mere carnage. She nodded, covering her mouth as she exited the dance hall and closed the door behind her. Meanwhile, the revelers in the hall had taken notice of Sue. "Hey kid, who are you? I've never seen you before. Who brought you up here?" Sue waved his hand, and several daggers shot through the hall, eliciting screams from both men and women that drowned out the blaring music. 5 minutes later, bang, a dagger pierced the sound system, restoring silence to the hall. The floor was strewn with corpses and blood, with only a few women huddled in the corners, trembling, while every man lay dead. This was not due to Sue An's mercy towards women. Rather, most of them were mere playthings of the Longhu gang, seeking refuge to survive, with little connection to the gang itself. Slaying them would only add to his burdens. He was no bloodthirsty demon, unwilling to expend effort on those who posed no threat. However, he had dealt with a few women who exhibited hostility towards him, ensuring their demise for the members of the Longhu gang. None would be spared. One must eradicate the roots of the problem. With measured steps, he advanced upstairs, daggers hovering behind him, eliminating one gang member after another and leaving a trail of blood and corpses in his wake. Throughout, his expression remained serene, impervious to pleas for mercy or the chaos of slaughter. In no time, Sue reached the 4th floor, only to be confronted by a burly man covered in tattoos. "Kid, you don't belong here. That I can overlook the fact that you've killed members of the Longhu gang, but get lost now, and I might spare your life," the tattooed giant rumbled ominously. Sue's gaze fell upon the man's head, revealing the following information: ability, steel body, a wealth value, 2,000. Upon seeing this, Sue internally acknowledged his fortune that an A-grade ability was the strongest he had encountered, aside from Xue Qingyu. And it was exceedingly rare. The steel body ability allowed one to convert their body into steel, providing exceptional defense. Not even a shotgun could breach it, and it rendered one immune to most other abilities. In a flash, Sue commanded several daggers to strike. The burly man shimmered with a metallic sheen, transforming into a veritable Iron Man, impervious to the daggers that merely sparked against his form without breaking the skin. The Iron Man, spotting a dagger, narrowed his eyes and seized it. "This is Lao San's dagger." "Where did you get it, kid?" Sue shrugged nonchalantly. "I took it from a corpse. I believe he was called Wild Dog. But rest assured, my methods are quite refined." He departed peacefully. The Iron Man glared furiously. "You dare kill Lao San?" His voice was low and heavy, teetering on the edge of rage that he and Wild Dog shared a deep bond, akin to brothers, having known each other since childhood and navigating the streets together. After the apocalypse, they had both awakened their abilities and joined Lord Hu, quickly rising to become the 2nd and 3rd in command of the Longhu gang. Just as they were beginning to enjoy their newfound power, Wild Dog was gone, and his favorite dagger had been taken, leaving him to wonder where his friend's remains lay. "You bastard! I will skin you alive and grind your bones to dust." The Iron Man roared, lunging at Sue with a heavy punch that Sue, unwilling to meet the blow head-on, leaped backward to evade. Bang! The sound of impact reverberated as the Iron Man's fist shattered through the wall, sending debris flying. Emerging from the rubble, the Iron Man dusted himself off, unscathed, and charged at Sue once more. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 steel rods shot from the wall, ensnaring the Iron Man, with one aiming directly at his rear. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying to child's play. The Iron Man scoffed, effortlessly tearing the rods apart, a mocking grin spreading across his face. "See how easily I can smash through the wall," Sue gasped. The contrast between this foe and the likes of Lao AI was staggering. "How about it? Am I not formidable? I have suddenly changed my mind. I no longer wish to kill you, since you have taken the life of Lao San. You shall now assume his position and serve me. However, I assure you, my treatment of you will not be as gentle as it was with Lao San." Upon hearing this, Sue staggered backward several steps in alarm. "I will fight you." He could hardly believe that this Iron Man could be so theatrical. Reflecting on the jovial demeanor of the wild dog in the company of this brute, he pondered how the wild dog's small frame could withstand such a monstrous presence. A chill ran down Sue's spine. That don't just stand there, kid. Keep running. The more you struggle, the more excited I become. The real show is just beginning. Huh? The Iron Man cackled as he lunged towards Sue once more. Yet, Sue remained composed, standing still, which the Iron Man misinterpreted as being rendered speechless by fear. Just as the Iron Man hesitated, contemplating whether to hold back to avoid killing Sue with a single blow, he suddenly froze, his entire body going rigid. Chapter 18. Do you fancy yourself amusing? Your abilities are indeed formidable, yet they are not invincible. Lightning-based powers can easily counter you, while your defense and mass become terrifying upon steel transformation. The very process makes you susceptible to electromagnetic forces, even to the point of being controlled. That Sue slowly approached the Iron Man, who was now immobile, raising his palm as crackling electricity danced within it. It just so happens that I possess lightning abilities. You cannot claim your defeat was unjust. The Iron Man remained in his punching stance, his eyes filled with horror and resentment, desperate to utter something but unable to even move his lips. Do you have any last words? Never mind. I fear your words may repulse me. Placing his hand upon the Iron Man's head, Sue silently intoned, "Bring it forth. Detection of target for plunder confirmed. Please select plunder direction. I want it all. Replication of ability successful. Acquired power. Steel body A. Plunder of resources successful. Acquired 2,000 points of materials. Please select transfer location for materials." That Sue silently chose to transfer the materials back to the courtyard of their stronghold. Done. While 2,000 points of materials were not an immense sum, the A-grade steel body would perfectly address his shortcomings in defense. Simply replicating this singular ability rendered this venture worthwhile, yielding abundant rewards. Sue patted the Iron Man's shoulder. "My dear brother, I must express my thoughts. You two brothers truly engage in some bizarre practices." With that, he snapped his fingers, causing the Iron Man to twist and contort grotesquely, his head and body rotating in opposite directions. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the head separated from the body, thudding to the ground. The Iron Man lay dead, his powers dissipating as his corpse reverted to its original form. Sue stretched lazily and made his way up the stairs to the 5th floor. Tiger Yi was on the 5th floor. He wondered if Tiger Yi was also an ability user. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Sue surveyed his surroundings, noticing an eerie silence. The entire floor was surprisingly devoid of life. After kicking open several doors without encountering anyone, he mused, could they have fled? That shouldn't be the case. The esteemed Tiger Yi should not be so cowardly. Yet after scouring the entirety of the 5th floor, he still found no sign of life. That Sue entered a lavish office and reclined in a chair, placing his feet upon the desk, feeling deeply dissatisfied. Had I known, I would have dealt with that iron lump sooner. Now I've suffered a great loss. Damn it. Frustrated, Sue kicked the desk, sending it crashing into the wall with a dull thud. Wait a minute. The sound of the desk colliding with the wall was off. The noise was muffled, with an echo lingering. The office's dimensions seemed incongruous. Judging by the decor and opulence, it undoubtedly belonged to Tiger Yi. Yet its size appeared rather cramped. Barely 40 square meters. That Sue's eyes brightened as he approached the wall for a closer inspection, pushing aside a bookshelf. Behind the bookshelf, he discerned a faint seam in the wall. 2 knocks revealed a metallic resonance. Indeed, a hidden chamber. Sue stepped back, calling out, "Steel body." As he spoke, a metallic sheen enveloped him, transforming his entire form into steel. He then charged directly at the wall. With a thunderous crash, he broke through, creating a sizable opening. That Sue shoved aside debris and peered inside, grinning malevolently. "Found you." What greeted him was the face of a frying pan. That Sue's expression darkened as he forcefully cleared the wall, squeezing his body through. Before him lay an opulently decorated, enclosed bedroom. That in the center stood a grand bed, beside which a computer played an action film. That a rotund man in a bathrobe stood next to the bed, holding a frying pan. Upon seeing Sue burst through the wall, the man promptly discarded the frying pan and chuckled nervously. "Brother, your iron head technique is truly impressive." "I, Tiger Yi." Sue tilted his head. "Do you believe yourself to be humorous?" The hefty man's legs buckled as he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. "Big brother, I was wrong. I beg you, do not kill me. I can give you whatever you desire. Take whatever you want. Everything in the Longhu gang is yours." As he spoke, the man rushed to the bedside and pulled out a voluptuous and exquisitely beautiful woman. "Big brother, look, this is Xiao Bingbing. A first-tier star beauty. I offer her to you. I've trained her well. I know you will enjoy her." Su An's gaze fixated on the pair, his pupils constricting and his breathing quickening. Seeing this, Tiger Yi hastily nudged Xiao Bingbing, urging her to approach. Xiao Bingbing shot Tiger Yi a disdainful glance, her expression filled with resentment. "Humph. I want to go. What do you take me for? I am a first-tier actress. What makes him worthy of my attention? I refuse to go. If anyone should approach, it should be you." Tiger Yi nearly choked with rage upon hearing this. That it was evident that his attempts at training had not been successful. Nevertheless, he had always found her haughty demeanor appealing. Yet now, with his life on the line, he could not afford to be concerned with her pride. Without hesitation, he slapped Xiao Bingbing across the face, roaring, "You have crossed the line. Do you not realize this is the end of the world? A first-tier actress? Nonsense. Were it not for me, you would have been feeding zombies long ago. You will do as I say, or I will have you minced and served to the undead." Faced with the furious Tiger Yi, Xiao Bingbing covered her stinging cheek, tears welling in her eyes, feeling utterly wronged. "Fine, fine, I will obey you." Gritting her teeth, she shot Tiger Yi a fierce glare before striding towards Su, and she had encountered many young men like him. She was confident in her looks, believing that with a bit of seduction, she could ensnare him completely. Perhaps he was even one of her infatuated fans, already breathing heavily. "Humph. It seems this wild boy will have to do. Once I have tamed him, I shall ensure that fat man suffers greatly, feeding him to the zombies. Young man, you must support me," she whimpered, attempting to nestle into Su An's embrace. Smack! Su An swiftly swatted the mysterious whimperer away, fixing his gaze intently on Tiger Yi, then licking his dry lips. "That it is you who should be coming over. Tiger Yi." Chapter 19. Expansive space, abundant resources, brother. Do not jest. My ample flesh is hardly to your taste." Tiger Yi exclaimed, covering his rear as he retreated, his face paling in fear that he never anticipated that Su An would have such peculiar preferences, much like the two fools under his command, if you have such inclinations. "I have two subordinates who share your taste. Perhaps you would like to engage with them?" In an instant, Su An appeared before Tiger Yi, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. "Bring it forth. Detection of potential plunder confirmed. Please select plunder direction. I want it all." The successful replication has been achieved, granting the extraordinary ability. Vast spatial S, that the acquisition of wealth has been successful. A staggering 50 million points of wealth value in resources. Please select the destination for resource transfer. All resources have been successfully transferred to the vast space. Please be sure to check promptly. Ha ha ha. Su An chuckled heartily, shaking his shoulders in wild laughter. At last. The spatial ability is finally in his grasp, and it is the supreme vast space, with an area equivalent to 100,000 football fields, and no longer will he fret over where to store resources. Furthermore, he was delighted to discover that Tiger had hoarded quite a substantial amount of resources, with a wealth value of 50 million points, which, when converted to RMB, amounts to at least several billion. 1 million tons of various meats, eggs, and dairy, 2 million tons of vegetables and fruits, over 100,000 tons of fresh produce, 100,000 tons of seasonings, and 500,000 tons of beverages. It is worth noting that the over 10,000 wealth value resources he plundered from the lizard men were already considerable. Yet Tiger's haul multiplied that by 5,000 times, a veritable mountain of supplies that would last him several lifetimes. There were even more than 10 oil tankers filled to the brim. One must admit that Tiger's foresight was indeed exceptional. He must have been gathering resources since the very first day of the apocalypse. Accompanied by 2 awakened individuals as bodyguards, making the collection of supplies exceedingly smooth during the early days of the apocalypse, where everything was essentially free. It is no wonder that the Iron Man appeared indifferent to the deaths of his subordinates. The true foundation of the Longhu gang lies with Tiger. The loss of other subordinates is inconsequential, not worth lamenting. Had it not been for Su An's intervention, who knows if these individuals would have survived until the end of the world. This is the rarest of abilities, the bug of the vast space. Its capacity for survival surpasses even the most formidable S-class combat abilities, making it exceedingly rare and highly effective. Globally, there are undoubtedly fewer than 100 such abilities, truly a needle in a haystack. Tiger could be said to have an extraordinarily fortuitous start, with capable aids and awakening the vast space at the onset of the apocalypse. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Suin, transforming his fortune into doom. Just then, Tiger let out a terrified scream. My belongings are gone. The things in my space have vanished. All of it. You did this, didn't you? Return my things to me. Tiger's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he frantically clawed at Suin. Those were his entire fortune and his lifeline. He had expended great effort and sacrificed over 100 subordinates to reclaim those resources. Without them, how would he survive? Enough noise, Suin said as he flung Tiger against the wall. Considering you have helped me hoard so many things, I will grant you a death devoid of suffering. Tiger glared at Suin with venomous hatred. I curse you to an untimely death. Even as a ghost, I will not spare you. Your wish may remain unfulfilled. There are very few who can kill me. You might as well pray for a better reincarnation in your next life. Also, I suggest you refrain from cutting in line during reincarnation. Wait a bit longer. You should at least wait until after the apocalypse before being reborn. After Suin finished speaking, electric sparks surged from his palm, instantly reducing Tiger to a handful of black ash. At the sight, Xiao Bingbing screamed and attempted to flee towards the door. Almost forgetting about the witnesses present, Suin realized he could not allow news of his plundering Tiger's vast resources to leak out. A common man may be innocent, but possessing treasures can lead to dire consequences. The immense wealth was enough to incite envy and covetousness among numerous factions that a bolt of lightning shot forth, blissfully sending the former A-list actress on her way. Hopefully, upon her arrival in heaven, she could create classic films once again, provided she ended up in heaven rather than hell. Thus, the Longhu gang was entirely annihilated. This excursion yielded bountiful rewards, and Suin felt a surge of joy within that he then approached Tiger's computer to take a look. To his astonishment, he found an entire trove of dozens of USB drives filled with learning materials, featuring an array of action films from both domestic and international sources. These were treasures indeed, fit to be taken away. Suin promptly stored the computer along with the USB drives into the vast space before humming a tune as he descended the stairs. Upon reaching the third floor, he found the women in the dance hall had yet to leave, still huddling in the corners. Upon seeing Suin, they shrieked and scurried to hide that Li Xiaoyu stood by the door, baseball bat in hand, with two corpses at her feet, presumably stragglers from the Longhu gang who attempted to escape in Suin's absence, only to have their skulls shattered by Li Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Suin descend, Li Xiaoyu bounced into his embrace, eager to take credit. Just now, two tried to run, and I took them down. How impressive am I? Suin ruffled her hair. Look at you. So capable. Why aren't you outside? Coming in here is rather unseemly. Li Xiaoyu shook her head, glancing over at a few women nearby, hesitating to speak. Feeling sympathy for them, and seeing the plight of these women, Li Xiaoyu felt a pang of sympathy. They were all women after all. Simultaneously, she was grateful to have encountered Suin. Otherwise, she would have no idea where she would be starving, or perhaps like these women, being kept as playthings for others. There are many such individuals. Far too many to feel pity for, did I understand? Li Xiaoyu nodded despondently. She was well aware of the harsh realities and would not ask Suin to assist these people. Yet her heart still ached, especially since half of the girls were quite young, merely 11 or 12 years old. Observing her expression, Suin sighed and addressed the group of women softly. I have left some food for you on the 5th floor. Make sure to ration it. The food was a mere drop in the bucket from Tiger's resources, intentionally left behind by Suin, a small act of kindness to accumulate some merit. When in poverty, one should focus on personal virtue. When prosperous, one may extend help to others. That he had no grand ambitions to save the world, but occasionally performing good deeds was already commendable. After speaking, Suin turned to leave with Li Xiaoyu. She joyfully leaped onto his back, planting a kiss on his cheek. That you're so wonderful, darling. Suin smiled silently. The women, upon hearing this, began to weep softly, with a few even kneeling down in the direction Suin had departed, bowing their heads repeatedly, murmuring their thanks. When the world has grown cold as hell, even a sliver of compassion shines with warmth and fervor. Chapter 20. 0 Yuan shopping spree for resources, leaving the Longhu gang's hideout. Suin and Li Xiaoyu made their way towards a commercial street. Xiaoyu, would you like to visit a shopping mall? Suin inquired, Absolutely. The food at the hideout is more than sufficient. However, we are running low on other supplies, especially items specifically for girls, which are nearly non-existent. The two then arrived at a Wanda shopping mall. These malls primarily stocked clothing, bags, and cosmetics with little to no food available. Even if there were, it had long been scavenged clean, making it rare for survivors to frequent such places that Li Xiaoyu bounced over to a clothing store, excitedly embarking on her zero-yuan shopping spree. Examining this piece and that, which took quite some time, that Suin, with a grand sweep of his hand, stored the entire inventory of the store into the vast space that Li Xiaoyu was startled, letting out a scream. A ghost, chill. Suin covered his ears. No need to panic. I've stored the items in my ability space. You can take your time choosing when we return. Ability space? What is that? Li Xiaoyu was brimming with curiosity. Literally speaking, I possess an enormous ability space. Aside from living animals and humans, anything else can be stored within, Suin patiently explained. Really? Then I want to take a lot of things with me too. Can I? Li Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. However, the effort of meticulously selecting items from each household was too cumbersome. Thus, Suin decided to transfer the entire contents of the shopping mall into the vast space he controlled. Then it was on to the next mall, clearing it out entirely, followed by another, and another, until every last one was emptied. Passing by a car dealership, he collected everything. A hardware store, he spared nothing. A hospital, he deemed it worthwhile. Taking all the equipment and medications. A steel yard, he appropriated several hundred tons of steel. Cement and lime, nothing was left behind. A paper mill, he could not miss. A spice factory, he was eager to strip it bare. At the library, he thought, the cultural heritage of humanity relies on me. And took it all to the brewery. Not a single drop was to be left behind. The same for the cigarette factory, that it wasn't until the moon rose high in the sky that Suin, having roamed through Sioux City, finally felt satisfied enough to cease his endeavors to be by the end of the day. His vast space was filled with an impressive array of items, enough to fill over 100 football fields. Yet it still seemed rather sparse, given the enormity of the space that Li Xiaoyu was utterly bewildered. This was not shopping. It was akin to plundering land. Anything Suin set his sights on would not remain behind, rendering the likes of bandits and robbers mere child's play in comparison to him, whose hands were remarkably clean. By the time the duo returned to their base, it was already midnight. Upon seeing Suin, Yu hurriedly approached him. Suin, come quickly. This afternoon, a plethora of items suddenly appeared in the yard, and I dared not touch them. Suin glanced at the pile in the yard, which consisted of various aphrodisiac herbs, silicone trinkets, whips, candles, and fitness equipment. Items previously plundered from the Iron Brothers. The corners of Suin's mouth twitched as he waved his hand to absorb everything into his vast space, along with a truck filled with medications. Yu stood in astonishment, her mouth agape, while Li Xiaoyu hurriedly relayed Suin's earlier words to clarify things for her. Yu had long since become accustomed to Suin's extraordinary abilities. He was a man of enigma, vastly different from the Suin she remembered. He appeared to know everything and could accomplish anything. Despite the strangeness, he exuded a comforting sense of security. You must be hungry. Suin remarked that I've prepared dinner, so let us head back to eat. Yay! Li Xiaoyu bounced back towards the villa. Suin, too, felt hunger gnawing at him, but chose not to rush to the table. Instead, he cast his gaze toward the sky. In the hazy night, he discerned hundreds of bloodthirsty bats swirling above, their numbers having multiplied tenfold since yesterday, with the expectation of another tenfold increase the following day. The villa's defenses were beginning to seem inadequate against this onslaught. Suin promptly retrieved steel plates from his vast space, controlling them with electromagnetic force to clad the entire exterior of the villa in steel, leaving only a few windows and doors covered with steel mesh as ventilation, transforming the villa into a veritable fortress. Only with this preparation could he lie back in peace during the upcoming grueling fortnight. Having completed these tasks, Suin returned to the villa to dine, which was still limited to 2 dishes and a soup: stir-fried potato shreds, 3-flavor tofu soup, and garlic stir-fried twice-cooked pork. One must admit that Yu's culinary skills were quite commendable. The dishes she prepared were at least on par with those from most restaurants, both in taste and presentation. Yet, the variety was still lacking, and the main dishes were insufficient. The supplies he possessed could sustain the 3 of them for a lifetime without the need for such bland and frugal meals. He could indulge without restraint. It seemed likely that Xue Qingyu was only skilled in simple home-cooked meals and lacked the capacity to prepare grand feasts. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyu was even less reliable, while she could eat well. Her cooking was far inferior to Xue Qingyu's that in an instant, Suin contemplated the idea of hiring a chef. After finishing his meal, Suin took a shower and changed into fresh clothes. Then entered the living room to extract a large assortment of women's clothing, shoes, and various female toiletries from his vast space. "Choose whatever you like," he said, "and there's no need to keep watch tonight." After stretching, he headed straight to his room to rest. The two girls, in delight, began selecting their preferred clothes and cosmetics. "The deal you think brother-in is a bit too serious. Does he not have any feelings for us at all?" Li Xiaoyu queried, holding up a pair of white stockings while continuing to sift through other garments, her expression somewhat helpless. Xue Qingyu, clutching a pair of black stockings she particularly liked, replied, "I think he's just fine. He doesn't know us very well yet, so it's normal for him to be a bit distant." That Li Xiaoyu shook her head, raising a finger. "Oh no, Qingyu, that is not normal at all. This is the apocalypse. Who doesn't indulge in their desires? You have no idea what I saw today. Let me tell you." Li Xiaoyu proceeded to recount her recent experiences, continuing, "Look at those men, living indulgently, yet brother-in seems utterly disinterested in such matters. Why? He's clearly far superior to them and should be more indulgent. He could have easily taken advantage of us by now that I'm starting to doubt my own charm. And yours too, Qingyu." Xue Qingyu's face flushed slightly as she retorted, "You have no shame. Doesn't this just mean he is special? Unlike those beasts, he is a trustworthy gentleman." That Li Xiaoyu groaned in exasperation, holding her forehead. "Oh dear, my pure-hearted Xue Campus Belle. You're being too simplistic. That I'd actually prefer if brother and were a bit more beastly. Could it be that the reason brother and isn't pursuing us is because of Li Xiaoyan? Is he still searching for her?" Xue Qingyu froze at this suggestion. Chapter 21 Li Xiaoyu. "We can win with a 2v1 ambush. No, that can't be." Xue Qingyu found herself uncertain about Li Xiaoyu's speculation. After all, she had observed Su En's genuine affection for Su Xiaoyan. Su En's love for her was sincere. He would even buy gifts for Su Xiaoyan while working as a delivery man, demonstrating a profound devotion. That if Su En still harbored feelings for Su Xiaoyan, that seemed entirely plausible. That as she pondered this, Xue Qingyu unconsciously began to believe Li Xiaoyu's hypothesis. Think about it. If brother-in finds Su Xiaoyan and brings her back, with her personality, we'll likely face dire consequences that we could be cast aside. Xue Qingyu replied, "That does seem quite possible. What should we do?" Li Xiaoyu raised her small fist, ready for action. "Let us make a move. Push forward and secure brother-in before we find Su Xiaoyan, that we can make him ours and claim our place as the lady of the house, that we can't let her Su Xiaoyan interfere. And with us being 2 against 1, we're bound to win." Li Xiaoyu looked at Xue Qingyu earnestly. "That I've even thought of our titles. You'll be the primary wife, and I'll be the concubine. Together, we'll squeeze Su Xiaoyan out of her space and force her out, or perhaps persuade brother and to abandon his search for her altogether. That I simply cannot accept Su Xiaoyan entering our home. She is both insidious and abhorrent. Who knows what diseases she carries? I certainly don't want to be indirectly infected." Xue Qingyu gaped in disbelief. That that even permissible? Had Li Xiaoyu really no sense of shame? How could she so boldly express such thoughts? Xue Qingyu's worldview was shaken to its core, leaving her momentarily speechless. Noticing Xue Qingyu's hesitation, Li Xiaoyu grew anxious. "Qingyu, this is not the time for shyness. Hesitation will lead to defeat. That we should seize the opportunity while it's presented to us. If you don't take action, I will, but I hope you'll join me in forming a sisterhood alliance to tackle this together and increase our chances." "But," Xue Qingyu's face reddened. "There is no but. This is the apocalypse. There is no time for hesitation. That I like brother-in, and I wouldn't mind if it were given freely. That I believe brother-in has feelings for you too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to rescue you. Qingyu, you must seize the opportunity. If you wait too long, it may slip away." Under the influence of Li Xiaoyu's persuasive arguments, Xue Qingyu's moral compass began to tilt, and she gradually found herself agreeing with Li Xiaoyu's perspective. Her face burned like fire, and she could feel the sweat on her brow. Primarily, she had secretly admired Su En for a long time, and the notion of being with him did not repulse her. In fact, it brought her joy. Thus, the two girls officially formed their sisterhood alliance, with Li Xiaoyu devising a battle plan, both committing to a united front with 3 core tenets. Give it freely, and still give it freely. While two girls were secretly conspiring about the void, Suin remained blissfully unaware, comfortably nestled in his bed, pondering what to eat the following day or where the cook might find ingredients. The next morning, with the sun already high in the sky, Suin lazily rose from his slumber, feeling a sense of tranquility he hadn't experienced in quite some time. Free from the burdens of scarcity, he felt considerably lighter. After freshening up, he descended to the living room, where Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu had already awakened. The two were huddled on the sofa, whispering about something that Li Xiaoyu was animatedly speaking. While Xue Qingyu listened, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Upon noticing Su An's arrival, Li Xiaoyu cheerfully approached him, linking her arm with his. "Darling, you're awake. You must be hungry. Breakfast is ready," she exclaimed, leading Su into the dining table and gently seating him on a chair. Blushing, Xue Qingyu served a bowl of porridge in front of him. "Thank you. No, it's my pleasure," Suin replied, bowing his head to drink the porridge. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaoyu subtly gestured to Xue Qingyu. However, Xue Qingyu averted her gaze, pretending not to see, clearly hesitant at a crucial moment. Disappointed by her timidity, Li Xiaoyu shot her a disapproving glance before turning to Suin with a playful whisper. "Darling, let Qingyu feed you." Suin, caught off guard, abruptly spat out the porridge he had yet to swallow. No, I can manage on my own," he asserted, as Xue Qingyu hastily grabbed a napkin to help clean up. Noticing the unusual behavior of the two girls, Suin's instincts told him they were undoubtedly plotting something. Could it be that they were vying for his affection? Surely not. One must never be overly confident. Self-awareness is essential that he was merely a tad handsome, had a bit more resources, possessed slightly more abilities, was somewhat familiar with the apocalypse, and had a touch of charisma. Yet in other aspects, he remained quite ordinary. Just a bit of light-hearted jesting on his part, harmless enough that Li Xiaoyu's whimsical nature was understandable. But Xue Qingyu, being naturally reserved and shy, would never engage in such antics. Nevertheless, Suin found himself too lazy to ponder further. After finishing his breakfast, he prepared to leave. "That if you two have nothing to do, please stay indoors. It's quite dangerous outside." Li Xiaoyu pouted. "You're not taking me with you today?" "Not this time. The zombies have escalated in level, and the Raven Horde has grown considerably. It would be perilous for you to accompany me. It's best to stay at home." "Well, fine then. If you're free, you two can practice your abilities in the gym located in the basement. I'm off to find someone and might not return until evening." "All right, darling. Be careful on the road and return early. I'll prepare dinner for you." Bidding farewell to the two girls, Suin pushed open the heavy iron door and stepped outside. Li Xiaoyu put her hands on her hips. "Umph, I knew it. Brother is going out to find that little green tea girl. We must hasten our plans." Xue Qingyu bit her lip, softly acknowledging that it seemed as if Li Xiaoyu was indeed correct. Suin was on his way to seek Su Xiaoyan. Suddenly, she felt a pang of fear, worried that Su Xiaoyan might be found, and she too might lose this haven. She truly did not wish to part ways with Suin. As Suin exited the neighborhood, he strolled along the street. The telephone poles lining the road were teeming with bloodthirsty crows, their raucous cawing echoing in the air. Upon sighting Suin, they flapped their wings and swooped down, their crimson eyes glinting with a ravenous intent. Suin deftly maneuvered his dagger, piercing through the birds one by one, feathers raining down like confetti. Chapter 22. Haidan Hotel. On the day the apocalypse descended, Haidan Hotel was hosting its annual charity auction, where elites from all walks of life had gathered. Among them were numerous distinguished dignitaries, corporate magnates, and a host of celebrities. The event attracted over 1,000 attendees, with a red carpet sprawling across the floor and media reporters clamoring to cover the grand and solemn occasion. However, everything changed when the apocalypse struck. Suddenly, zombies surged into the crowd, unleashing a merciless slaughter. The deceased were either devoured by the undead or reanimated, dragging their mangled bodies to join the ranks of the relentless horde. The scene quickly spiraled out of control. While some individuals risked their lives to escape the hotel, many others found themselves trapped inside, desperately fleeing to the upper floors. Amidst the chaos, numerous people were trampled to death. The turmoil persisted for an entire day and night before gradually subsiding. Originally over 1,000 attendees, only about 200 remained after just one day. These survivors retreated to the hotel's upper floors, clinging to life on the 18th floor and above. With communication systems rendered inoperative, the hotel had transformed into a veritable island, surrounded below by thousands of wandering zombies. while those trapped above were unable to descend, nor would anyone dare to venture inside. Did I end this desperate situation? The remaining individuals could only pray for rescue to arrive swiftly. However, as time passed, the zombies began to mutate, breaching the barriers that had initially held them at bay. The mutated undead broke through doors and windows, devouring one survivor after another. That be why the second day. The 18th floor fell, followed by the 19th and 20th on the 4th day. Only the 22nd floor still harbored survivors. This floor was not composed of guest rooms, but rather a narrow storage area on the hotel's rooftop. Containing merely 3 rooms, that I am the largest of these rooms. Over 20 survivors huddled together, a mix of men and women, young and old. Everyone sat in a daze on the floor, the atmosphere thick with despair. I am so hungry. Does anyone have food to spare? I'll pay $1 million for just a small bite, a glamorous actress in a black evening gown weakly implored. She was Ma Ying, a top star from Longhua, once a national goddess, now disheveled with cracked lips and a sallow complexion, than a middle-aged man in a suit, known as Brother Hua, retorted sarcastically, "Who isn't hungry? Don't think I'd trade a mere $1 million for a pack of instant noodles. I'd gladly do it." Brother Hua was a well-known director, dubbed Hua Dao within the industry, having helmed numerous box office hits. The others nodded in agreement with Brother Hua. A mere $10 million was nothing if it could secure a pack of instant noodles. All present were not impoverished. They were individuals of means. Yet in this moment, money was of no use. One couldn't even procure a grain of rice that in the past 4 days, they had scarcely consumed anything. Having long since been driven to the brink of starvation, they had only shared 3 loaves of bread the day before, which had been contributed by a woman named Lu Hu. This thought. The eyes of the crowd turned toward a corner where a mother and daughter pair, Saturday the mother, around 30, was named Lu Hui, clad in an elegant ink-washed qipao, her posture dignified, her figure curvaceous. Skin as fair as snow, and her features exquisite, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. She radiated the freshness of youth, surpassing the beauty of most actresses present, defying belief that she was already a mother. Even in this dire environment, Lu Hui maintained her appearance meticulously, her hair neatly styled, save for a hint of melancholy in her expression. Nestled in her arms was a girl of about 14 or 15, wearing a pink dress, her large eyes set in an oval face adorned with 2 adorable dimples. The girl's name was Yu Xiao, born into a prestigious family and having debuted as a child star. Possessing considerable screen presence and good looks, now a well-known young actress. The mother and daughter had also attended the charity auction, but when the apocalypse struck, they were unable to escape and became trapped within the hotel. In fact, they were among the first to seek refuge on the 22nd floor, having opened the door for the other survivors when they arrived. The entrance to the 22nd floor was relatively concealed, making it difficult for the zombies to discover, allowing them to survive until now. Lu Hui, do you have any food left? Please share some with everyone, Brother Hua inquired, his gaze hopeful. Lu Hui shook her head. I have none left. Then where did the bread you shared come from? Surely you must have some hidden away. Huage seemed unwilling to give up, continuing to press for answers. Lu Hui furrowed her brow and replied, There's truly nothing left. We only have 3 loaves of bread, which I've already distributed among everyone. Huage could not help but feel a sense of agitation. Impossible. You must have more food. You and your daughter were the first to hide here. Who knows how much you've stashed away? Bring out the food, hurry. As he spoke, his emotions surged, and he began to roar with fervor. Chapter 23. Betrayal of Kindness. Lu Hui, if you have something to say, you might as well say it now. Indeed, we are all in the same boat now, so there is no need for secrecy. Hand over the food, and we will owe you a favor. You must consider our identities. You will not suffer for it. Once help arrives and we all escape, you will certainly benefit that I happen to have a major production about to commence. If you bring out the supplies, Xiao will be guaranteed the lead role. Instead of discouraging Huage, the crowd began to urge Lu Hui to relinquish the food sooner rather than later. Lu Hui let out a resigned sigh. There really is nothing left that I am not deceiving you. Those loaves were merely what I took from the restaurant on the 21st floor, and they were never plentiful to begin with. The remaining 3 have been shared, if you truly want more. You can go to the 21st floor yourselves. There should still be some left. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, with no one volunteering to fetch the bread that at this point, the 21st floor was likely a paradise for zombies, who would willingly walk into death. All were of the privileged class, and their lives were precious. Who would recklessly seek their demise? Lu Hui, why don't you go to the 21st floor for the bread? You've been there before and know the way. Afterward, Li Dagong, will owe you a favor. You should know the weight of my gratitude that at that moment a lean middle-aged man spoke up. This man, known as Li Dagong, held a prominent position among those present, reputed as the top director in Longhua, with countless artists under his command and a myriad of blockbuster films to his name, making him a towering figure in the industry. Director Gang is right. Lu Hui, please make the trip. Everyone will be grateful. Yes, Director Gang is correct. After all, you are the most familiar with the route. What are you hesitating for? Director Gang has spoken. If you can make him owe you a favor, you should be secretly pleased. Listening to the chorus of voices, Lu Hui's complexion turned pale. They were clearly sending her to her doom, with minuscule chances of returning alive. Mom, don't go. Yu Xiao hurriedly stepped in front of Lu Hui, glaring at the crowd that if you want to go yourselves. Don't you have legs? We kindly offered you a way out and some food, and now you want my mother to risk her life. You are all ungrateful scum. Upon hearing Yu Xiao's words, many averted their gaze in shame. After all, what she said was the truth. Without the mother-daughter duo opening the door, they would have been devoured by zombies long ago. But what could they do now? They could not simply starve to death, could they? Someone had to make a sacrifice. How dare you speak like that, little girl? What gives you the right to voice your opinion here? Li Dagong's expression darkened. Lu Hui, whether you go or not, you must go. You are the only one who knows where the bread is. You have an obligation to help everyone that if you refuse, not only will everyone starve. But what about your daughter? Are you unconcerned for her? As a mother, can you not consider your daughter's well-being? If you insist on refusing, you will incur the wrath of the crowd, and you can forget about staying here. Li Dagong abruptly stood up, pressuring Lu Hui to retrieve food from the 21st floor. Lu Hui pressed her lips together, her expression gradually settling into one of calm resolve, maintaining her dignified and poised demeanor. All right, I will go. Lu Hui cast a fleeting glance at the crowd, then took Yu Xiao by the hand and prepared to leave. Stop. Li Dagong intercepted the mother and daughter. Who agreed to let your daughter go with you? She is still so young, with a bright future ahead, that if you are going to sacrifice yourself, do not drag her along. You can only go alone. Upon hearing this, Lu Hui's expression turned icy. This group of shameless scoundrels intended to use her daughter to coerce her compliance. If she left alone, they could easily predict the inhumane treatment her daughter would endure. These individuals had completely abandoned their conscience. Nothing they did would surprise her. With a sarcastic glance at the crowd, Lu Hui declared, do not speak of the possibility of rescue. Even if help arrives, will those who are rescued still be human? You all wear a facade of propriety, yet you are nothing more than beasts in human skin. Even wild dogs know gratitude, yet you are beneath them. Fine, I will go help you retrieve the food that I hope that when I return with the provisions, you will be able to stomach the blood-soaked sustenance that was obtained at the cost of a fragile woman's life. With that, Lu Hui released Yu Xiao from her grasp, gently holding her in her arms, whispering softly, Xiao, I'm sorry. Mommy couldn't protect you. Why Yu Xiao began to sob, her voice choked with emotion as she clung tightly to Lu Hui, unwilling to let her mother leave. Lu Hui tenderly wiped away her tears, a doting smile gracing her face. You don't want to look like a crying raccoon, my little diva. Lu Hui then leaned in closer, whispering into Yu Xiao's ear. If Mommy hasn't returned by nightfall, jump from the upper floor when no one is watching, do not be afraid. Just close your eyes and leave cleanly, understand? Yu Xiao trembled slightly, nodding earnestly in response, her voice hoarse as she whispered, I understand. Mommy, my darling, is so obedient. Lu Hui smiled gently, turning to leave with an air of grace and composure. In her heart, she held only one conviction. If she did not return, even if she became a man-eating specter, she would claw her way out of the depths of hell to devour the flesh and blood of these wretches. Meanwhile, Sun had spent an entire afternoon wandering the city. Yet he could not find a suitable chef. His target was high-end hotels, where he believed he would find the right candidate. Regrettably, after much searching, he had killed numerous zombies and encountered many survivors. But there were no suitable candidates. Most chefs in the hotels had perished, transformed into mindless zombies. Even among those still alive, he found himself dissatisfied. Either they were too unattractive or too old, predominantly consisting of burly, overweight men. With two delicate young women at home, living under the same roof inevitably led to awkward situations. He was fine with admiring them, but he did not wish to bring a man back to upset the balance. After much wandering, Suin finally arrived at the entrance of the Haitan Grand Hotel. This was the most prestigious hotel in Sioux City, a favorite among stars and socialites that he imagined the chefs here would be of exceptional caliber. Though he had never dined there himself, with a per capita expenditure exceeding $10,000, it was well beyond what he could afford in the past. Now, with the means to indulge, he found himself with no opportunity. Truly, life is unpredictable today, as he lamented. Suin stowed his motorcycle into the spatial pocket and, with his hands in his pockets, stepped into the Haitan Hotel. Chapter 24. You disturbed the witch thud. Suin casually dispatched a zombie, slowly ascending the steps. The interior of the Haitan Hotel was in a state far worse than he had anticipated. The number of zombies was staggering, that it was likely that during the onset of the apocalypse, this place had gathered a massive crowd. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many zombies in such a confined space. Roar! A zombie clad in a suit lunged at him with a ghastly shriek. Suin squinted and couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Isn't this the superstar Gage? What brings you here? You've been working so hard that your dark circles are practically touching your chin. You should really take a break. With a swift stroke, Suin dispatched the creature. Roar! Another zombie, this one wearing suspenders, charged at him. Kunzi, what happened to you? Do you have oral ulcers? You look dreadful. Where's your basketball? With no hesitation, Suin sent Kunzi back to spring water to continue his training. A selfless act of immense virtue today as he ascended the staircase. He disregarded the zombie-infested floors below, surmising that there would be no survivors. It was not until he reached the 20th floor that he observed a notable decrease in the number of zombies. The Haitan Hotel boasted a mere 22 floors. He was rapidly approaching the summit. Whether or not he could find any survivors now rested on the final few levels. Suin began his search on the 20th floor, inspecting each room meticulously. Aside from encountering dozens of zombies, he did not come across a single living soul. Just then, a faint sound of weeping reached his ears, distinctly that of a woman. It is well known that zombies typically do not cry. Curious, Suin followed the sound of the sobbing to a door at the end of the corridor. The door was ajar, and the sorrowful cries emanated from within. Without overthinking, he slowly pushed the door open, and the weeping grew clearer. Inside the room sat a woman in a white dress, her hair disheveled. Facing away from him, obscuring her features, it was evident that the mournful sound was produced by her. The sobbing was deep and filled with sorrow. That Suin was about to speak when he caught sight of the small inscription above the woman's head. Causing his heart to lurch, he quickly swallowed the words he had intended to say. Zombie. Which LV7 skills. Pursuit. Terror chill ran through Suin as he inhaled sharply, that he never anticipated encountering such a creature. The witch, colloquially known as a female ghost or witch, was a type of evolved zombie, a pinnacle entity within the zombie hierarchy. Starting at a terrifying level 7, it was a height that most mutated zombies could never achieve. Equipped with exclusive abilities, its desire for attack and offensive power were exceedingly high, almost insurmountable. That it was merely the 4th day since the apocalypse began. Logically, such a being should not have appeared. Why had he encountered one? Suin had no intention of provoking this monster and cautiously began to retreat. Suddenly, he accidentally stepped on a soda can, producing a crisp sound. Steel body. Without hesitation, Suin activated his steel body ability. The witch emitted a piercing scream, abruptly turning to reveal a ghastly, pallid face. Then, like a white shadow, she lunged toward Suin with astonishing speed, so swift that even his eagle eye ability could not keep pace. By the time Suin reacted, the witch was already upon him, her crimson claws stretching 30 to 40 centimeters long, gleaming ominously as they tore down toward him. Suin had no time to evade. A series of metallic clinks echoed as sparks flew, in the blink of an eye. Dozens of claw marks raked across Suin's chest. Fortunately, thanks to his steel body defense, the wounds were not fatal, merely leaving a myriad of white scratches on the surface of his chest. However, if she continued her assault, it would only be a matter of time before his defenses were breached. Without further ado, Suin gathered his strength and delivered a powerful punch to the witch's abdomen, sending her flying. Several daggers shot out, pinning her to the ground. The witch shrieked, attempting to rise, but Sue unleashed a surge of electricity that enveloped her. As the electric currents danced, her screams gradually faded into silence, ultimately leaving behind a pile of charred remains. Only after confirming the witch's demise did Sue slowly deactivate his ability, his chest painfully red and his clothing tattered. It was fortunate that he had managed to survive. Had it been any other awakened individual, even someone of Snow Chingyu's caliber, a single encounter could have resulted in instant death. This creature's defensive capabilities were nearly non-existent. Its strength lay in its speed and attack power, capable of instantaneously annihilating its adversaries. Due to its tracking abilities, prey marked by it had little hope of escape. Its tearing attacks were incredibly destructive. And even when surrounded by a group, it could achieve a one-for-one exchange. Before Sue could catch his breath, a sharp scream pierced the air from outside the window, more jarring than the witch's cries, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. Meanwhile, on the 21st floor, Lu Hui had spent an arduous hour searching and finally managed to procure a few baguettes from the kitchen. She planned to stealthily make her way back, but was interrupted by a staggering zombie that stumbled into the room. She quickly dropped to the floor, inching away to avoid detection, remaining utterly silent. Thankfully, her composure allowed her to make accurate judgments to evade the zombie's line of sight. Just as she was about to escape the kitchen, a bloodthirsty crow caught sight of her through the window. The ravenous bird screeched and flapped against the glass, creating a cacophony that attracted the zombie's attention, which promptly lunged toward Lu Hui. Spotting her crouching on the floor, without a moment's hesitation, Lu Hui sprang to her feet and fled, the zombie howling in pursuit. Exiting the kitchen, she dashed toward the 22nd floor, with a growing horde of zombies trailing behind her. Seeing the overwhelming number of zombies converging, Lu Hui dared not return directly to the 22nd floor. Instead, she dashed into a nearby room, the entertainment hall on the 21st floor, which had both a front and a back entrance. She lured the zombies into the hall and, seizing the opportunity provided by the blind spot created by a corner, slipped out through the back door. After securing the door behind her, she hastily returned to the 22nd floor. When she reached the door of a room on the 22nd floor, relieved to find no zombies around, she knocked gently. The door soon opened to reveal Li Dagong's pockmarked face that "I brought back food." Upon seeing the baguettes in Lu Hui's hands, Li Dagong's face lit up with delight. "Quick, hand it over." Lu Hui's expression turned cold as she replied, "You need to open the door first," that Li Dagong sneered, his demeanor gradually turning sinister. "Heh, you filthy bitch. You have no right to negotiate with me, that if you don't want your daughter to become sushi, hand over the food first, then go fetch a bucket of water. I've been parched for ages and your daughter is still a virgin, isn't she? She looks so cute and fresh. Her blood might even be sweet." Lu Hui's heart trembled at his words, her face draining of color. Desperately, she handed over the hard-won food. "And oh, please, don't harm Xiao Xiao, I'll give you the food. I'll find water for you right away." She had long abandoned any hope for humanity, which is why she had told her daughter to jump from the building if she did not return. Yet, she still underestimated the ugliness of human nature. These brutes had never aimed for mere bread. Their target was her daughter herself. Indeed, what were a few loaves of bread compared to the flesh and blood of a living person? Chapter 25. If you wish to make a wish, go pray to the Buddha. As Lu Hui prayed, an unexpected shadow quietly emerged behind her. Sensing something amiss, she quickly turned to look at the staircase. A small boy sat there, completely naked. His body was covered in bruises, and his large eyes were devoid of whites, the entire eyeball black as ink. Suddenly, the boy opened his mouth, producing a clattering sound as his teeth collided. Then he widened his mouth grotesquely, his entire face ripping apart, revealing a blood-red throat that hung limply and writhed. The next moment, the throat trembled, followed by a piercing scream. The shrill sound filled the hotel, causing the zombie horde to stir restlessly, rushing toward the 22nd floor in a frenzy. Overwhelmed by the shriek, Lu Hui nearly fainted, desperately covering her ears to withstand the sound. That Li Dagong, peering out with half his head, was immediately struck by the noise, causing his eardrums to throb painfully, and he fell to the ground, shrieking as he clutched his ears. Seeing this, Lu Hui gritted her teeth and crawled toward the door, forcefully slamming it open and bracing herself against it. This unknown monster had created such a commotion that it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of zombies. The 22nd floor was no longer safe. She did not hope to survive. She only wished for the demise of the beasts within the room, not allowing a single one to escape. The others inside the room, witnessing Lu Hui bracing the door, were instantly horrified and rushed over, clawing at her. "Throw her out! This bitch wants to kill us!" However, in the brief span of time, a horde of zombies surged forward, rendering the act of closing the door futile. As they beheld the approaching tide of the undead, despair enveloped everyone, causing them to collapse onto the ground. Lu Hui, with an expression of calmness, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and awaited death in silence. Bang. Clatter. A dagger shattered the glass, spinning around to decapitate a young boy. The piercing scream abruptly silenced. Thud. A muffled sound reverberated, shaking the very ground. The staircase leading from the 21st to the 22nd floor collapsed entirely, sending countless zombies tumbling down, while the remaining undead could only pace in confusion. Unable to ascend, a figure leaped onto the windowsill, crouching down while tilting his head to clear his ears. Damn those screams. Incessantly howling, it's unbearable. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the sharp, chiseled features of the newcomer, whose inky black eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss. Several glimmering daggers floated serenely behind him, exuding an aura of both purity and nobility. Lu Hui gazed up in a daze at the striking man who had suddenly appeared, and if there were deities in this world, he would surely be one. She had never believed in gods, nor had she ever fervently prayed for salvation. Yet at that moment, an impulse to kneel arose within her. She did not wish to die. She yearned to live, to survive alongside her daughter. "God, have mercy on me," Lu Hui thought, her eyes glistening as she opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Suin shook his head, looking down at the survivors before him. Observing their refined attire, he recognized several familiar faces from the television, all affluent and prominent individuals. Suin clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. It seemed he would not find a chef after all. Yet, adhering to the principle of being here now, he tentatively inquired, "Hey, does anyone here know how to cook? Someone proficient in all 8 culinary traditions? I'm in need of a chef at home, and the pay is decent. Anyone capable and interested?" The survivors stared blankly. Cooking? A chef? What nonsense was this? They were people of status. How could they possibly cook for themselves? They usually dined at upscale restaurants. The notion of becoming a mere cook was laughable. Among them were celebrities and renowned directors, who would stoop to being a servant. "I can cook, I can make a great many dishes, and I'm proficient in all 8 culinary traditions." Lu Hui spoke slowly. She was not lying. As a single mother, she had always prepared meals for her daughter to ensure her health. Moreover, she had a passion for culinary arts, making it one of her few hobbies. Not only could she create numerous traditional dishes, but she also had experience with international cuisine. Upon hearing Lu Hui's response, Su An's eyes brightened. She was the most satisfactory chef he had encountered thus far, and she was quite attractive. "Then let us discuss salary and benefits," Suin said, lightly jumping over the threshold and pulling Lu Hui, who was sitting on the ground, to her feet before striding into the room. Inside the room were over 20 individuals, a mix of men, women, the elderly, and children. In the corner, a girl was bound, her hands and feet tied, and her mouth gagged. Suin paid her no heed. Heading straight to a table where he sat down, beckoning Lu Hui, "Stop dawdling, come sit down, and let us talk. When it comes to hiring a chef, it is essential that both parties are willing. Coercion is unacceptable, lest the chef might poison your food, and that would spell disaster." Lu Hui finally snapped back to reality and hurried into the room, but instead of joining Suin, she rushed to the corner to untie the girl. As soon as the bindings were removed, the girl burst into tears and threw herself into Lu Hui's embrace. Lu Hui, filled with guilt, comforted you. "Chow Chow, don't cry, Chow Chow, it's Mother's fault for letting you suffer." Chow Chow lifted her tear-streaked face. "It's not your fault, Mom, that I'm the burden." Lu Hui shook her head, her lips pressed tightly together as tears welled in her eyes. She quickly took Chow Chow to Suin. Apologizing, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Suin waved dismissively, glancing at Chow Chow. "It's fine." "Is she your daughter?" "Yes, my daughter Chow Chow." Lu Hui nodded while Chow Chow wiped her tears and forced a smile. "Greeting, hello, big brother." "Hello, little sister," Suin replied with a faint smile. The little girl was quite polite. "Please sit down. If you agree, you can start work today." Lu Hui nodded earnestly, bringing Chow Chow to sit down. As the three began their conversation, Seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, a man named Huagu approached. "Little brother, who are you? Are you from the rescue team sent to save us?" I knew Gujiao wouldn't abandon us, that Suen cast a disinterested glance at Huagu. "Am I speaking to you?" Huagu was taken aback. "Little brother, can you please be a bit more civil? Know your place. Not everyone could be offended that you believe that once I'm rescued, a single phone call could cost you your job. Get lost." Suen scoffed coldly, delivering a powerful blow that sent Huagu crashing against the wall. The sheer force knocked out his molars, and blood poured from his mouth. Witnessing this, several others could no longer remain silent. "Why are you resorting to violence? This is where you went wrong. Young people are too impulsive. They fail to understand their place and provoke those they shouldn't. You've jeopardized your future. The rescue team should be downstairs, right? Once Huagu is saved, I'm afraid this slap won't be easily forgiven. Quickly, go down and urge the rescue team to hurry." Suen looked at the crowd in disbelief. "Surely, you don't think any rescue team is coming for you? This disaster is global. There is no rescue team, and the situation will only worsen. Everyone is struggling to survive. Who would risk their lives to save you lot? If you wish to make a wish, pray to the Buddha. If you enjoy daydreaming, go ahead and sleep to be a bit more pragmatic. Stop indulging in unrealistic fantasies." Chapter 26. New employee hearing Sue Ann's words, the crowd fell into stunned silence that a global catastrophe. No rescue. No one would come to save them. Was this truly the end of the world? Impossible. You're lying. I refuse to believe it unless you provide evidence. Some could not accept reality and voice their doubts. Believe it or not, your survival is of no concern to me. Suen shrugged nonchalantly. Those living in the apocalypse are the most pitiful, unable to discern reality while clinging to all manner of impractical fantasies. Such individuals often perish the fastest, unable to endure even a single phase. Let us continue our discussion. I'll outline the terms and conditions I'm offering, and you can see if you can accept them. That Suen turned back to Lu Hui. "All right, please proceed." Lu Hui nodded in agreement. She had no lofty expectations regarding compensation. She merely wished for her daughter and herself to have a warm meal each day. That in truth, Lu Hui had already realized that this was the apocalypse, and there would be no rescue team. Daily meal preparation was essential. The quality of the dishes could not be subpar, nor could the variety be lacking. Occasionally, she would need to prepare late-night snacks. And she would also be responsible for maintaining cleanliness in the home. Essentially, it would be a year-round commitment. That I asked for remuneration, you could dine with me. Whatever I eat, you shall eat, with 3 hearty meals daily. In terms of material benefits, you would receive a new outfit each month, with the option to choose the style and type out a set of cosmetics monthly, 2 packs of sanitary pads a month, and 1 bottle each of shampoo and body wash monthly. Should you fall ill, medication will be provided. That if you wish to keep a pet, you would need to apply, and I would decide based on the circumstances. Currently, entertainment options are quite limited. I can only provide fitness equipment and books, along with some music. That of course, if you have other requests, you may apply, but I cannot guarantee full satisfaction. Upon hearing Suen's conditions, Lu Hui's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Was this truly the treatment one would expect in the apocalypse? It was 100 times better than she had anticipated. It felt like a dream beyond imagination. "I am willing." Lu Hui blurted out without hesitation. That Suen waved his hand. "I haven't finished yet. Don't rush to agree. That my hiring policy is lifelong employment. You cannot unilaterally break the contract unless I decide to terminate you." Suen grinned. "In other words, you'll be working for me for the rest of your life. Once you agree, your freedom will essentially be over. Think carefully before responding." Lu Hui, lifelong employment? Cooking for a lifetime? My goodness, is this not a benefit? There is no need to think. It's a no-brainer. I'm willing. As long as you don't mind, I will cook for you for a lifetime. That Suen nodded in satisfaction, extending his hand to Lu Hui for a shake. "Welcome to my household. That I hope we can coexist pleasantly." Thank you, boss. But can I bring Xiao Xiao along? If not, I want to go." That Suen glanced at the anxious girl sitting nearby. After a moment of contemplation, he thought that with a chef secured, he could also use someone to help with cleaning. Wasn't he that perfect? The promotion of buy one, get one free has emerged. And acquiring an additional item does not feel excessive, provided that I do not harbor any free dash loaders. That IT is permissible for her to join us, but she must shoulder the majority of the household chores, such as laundry, sweeping, mopping, serving tea, and fetching water, with conditions akin to yours. Xiao Xiao is exceptionally obedient and industrious. She will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Thank you for taking us in. We are truly grateful. Lu Hui's eyes reddened, and she hastily rose to bow in gratitude. The Yu Xiao Xiao followed suit, expressing her thanks. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Xiao will be obedient and will work hard. Definitely not a burden. Life's tumultuous ups and downs have come swiftly, causing the two girls to feel a surge of emotion. That Suin smiled gently, stretching one hand to retrieve a steaming bucket of KFC and 2 bottles of cola from the expansive space, placing them upon the table. Judging by your expressions, it seems you haven't eaten in quite some time. Please have a bite to fill your stomach. Once you finish, I shall escort you away. As the fried chicken and cola materialized on the table, the two girls gasped in astonishment, their gaze towards Suin akin to that of worshippers beholding a deity. What miraculous sorcery is this? Suin inquired. Is it not to your liking? The girls shook their heads in unison, dismissing the notion. They soon shed their reservations and began devouring the food voraciously. The Yu Xiao Xiao, in particular, wept as she ate, not out of sorrow, but from sheer delight, observing the two of them feasting on the meat and drinking cola. The onlookers, survivors of the ordeal, were left bewildered. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, accompanied by the sound of saliva swallowing. Brother, could you spare me a bucket of fried chicken? I'll offer you 10,000. Little brother, I too would like a bucket. No, half a bucket will suffice. I'll pay 100,000. 1 million, no, 10 million. Just a chicken leg will do, brother. I can write you a check. Fill in whatever amount you desire. I'll settle for half a chicken leg. Even a bone is acceptable. The survivors, driven mad by hunger, began wildly bidding that Suin, growing impatient, wave his hand dismissively. Go find somewhere cooler to linger. Realizing that Suin showed no interest in money or checks, the crowd felt helpless, as they had nothing else to offer. Some, emboldened by desperation, contemplated outright theft of the girl's food, but Suin shot a mere glance, and a dagger flew from behind him, swiftly incapacitating the would-be thief. The reason for not delivering a fatal blow was solely due to the fact that his new employees were currently enjoying their meal. Such a gruesome scene would only spoil their appetites. With that, no one dared to approach for fear of reprisal. The display of Suin's capabilities was unfathomable to these ordinary individuals. He seemed almost superhuman. Surely, the collapse of the corridor must have been instigated by this young man before them. Such a being was beyond their reckoning. Chapter 27. Director Li's boundless virtue. Once the girls had eaten their fill, Suin rose and stretched leisurely. Once you're finished, we shall depart, he stated. The two hastily stood up in unison. Yu Xiao Xiao promptly tidied the remnants of chicken bones, cradling them as though they were treasures. Why are you holding on to the bones? Suin inquired. The Yu Xiao Xiao blinked and earnestly replied, to make soup when we get home. Suin chuckled softly, patting her head. That it appeared that the two had endured considerable hardship during this period. Had he been in their previous lives, he might have done the same, and no need for that. You can discard them, as long as you behave. You can have as much food as you desired. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Xiao will be very obedient. Upon hearing Yu Xiao Xiao's intention to discard the bones, the others became animated. Xiao Xiao, don't throw them away. Give them to me, and I'll pay you. Give them to uncle. He treated you to ice cream when you were little. Don't you remember? No, Xiao Xiao, remember I acted with you last year. Yu Xiao Xiao glanced at the smiling faces around her, but turned her head away, refusing to engage. These individuals had previously pressured her mother to sacrifice herself, even binding her and threatening that if her mother could not return with food, they would consume her alive. She had not forgotten that in the slightest. There was no way she would part with the bones, not even if they begged on their knees. With that thought, she dashed to the window and hurled the bones, along with the packaging, out into the abyss. That I want to give you a thing. Humph, a middle-aged woman, witnessing the act, clenched her teeth in frustration. You wretched girl. How dare you? Raising her hand, she attempted to slap Yu Xiao Xiao. However, upon catching sight of Suin's icy gaze, she hesitated and retracted her hand. You might as well slap yourself 10 times, Suin commanded coolly. The middle-aged woman felt her face flush with indignation, but dared not retort, yet lacked the courage to inflict harm upon herself. My patience is limited. Do not force my hand. Otherwise, it would be as simple as delivering a few slaps that I would not hesitate to throw you from this building. The woman's face turned pale at once. I'll do it myself. Please spare me. And with that, she began to slap her own face in a frenzy. That moment, Li Dagong, who had remained silent, approached with a smile and extended his hand. "Hello, young brother. I am Li Dagong, a director. You may have seen me on television. It is a pleasure to meet you." Suin glanced at Li Dagong, but did not reciprocate the handshake. There's something you need?" Li Dagong awkwardly withdrew his hand, chuckling nervously. "Actually, young brother, I wish to hire you as a temporary bodyguard to escort me away from here. You may state any demands you have." Suin found the proposition amusing. "I fear what I desire is beyond your means." Li Dagong, still smiling, shook his head. "Not necessarily. You should understand how formidable my connections and influence are. Everyone owes me a favor, that if you escort me away, I will owe you a significant debt. You surely comprehend the weight of my goodwill, do you not? I believe this is an opportunity too good to pass up." Suin inhaled sharply. How inflated does one need to be to utter such shameless words? If I possessed even half of his audacity, I could withstand hundreds of claws without flinching. "Big brother, do not listen to him. He is a deceitful scoundrel, a villain." Chow Chow interjected, her small face pouting adorably. "Oh, how has he deceived you? Do enlighten me." Why you Chow Chow then recounted the events that had transpired. After grasping the situation fully, Suin shook his head at Li Dagong. "I do not wish to pass judgment on your actions, right or wrong. In this apocalyptic world, such distinctions have become trivial. Survival is what matters most. However, it is unfortunate that one must reap what they sow. They are now my employees, and as their employer, it would be remiss of me not to assist them in reclaiming what is owed. Director Li, have you considered how you intend to repay your debts?" Li Dagong revealed an unsightly smile, instinctively retreating a few steps. "I believe my little brother to be a discerning individual. Surely he wouldn't be so easily manipulated." He said. Suin's gaze grew, increasingly frigid. "I will grant you 10 seconds. Either you leap from the upper floor of your own volition, or I shall kick you down. Choose wisely. If you fail to decide, I shall assume you opt for the latter." Li Dagong clenched his fists tightly, his pockmarked face darkening with gloom. "You little brat, don't think I fear you. Believe it or not, I could find someone to end your life. I have dispatched many in my years. I wouldn't mind adding you to that list." Suin nodded, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Excellent. It appears you have made your choice. I am pleased you could extrapolate to a third option." With that, he vanished in a flash, reappearing before Li Dagong, seizing him by the throat and dragging him towards the door. In ancient times, the Buddhas sacrificed flesh to feed the eagle. Today, Director Li offers himself up to the zombies. I commend your selflessness. Your merit is immeasurable." Upon concluding his words, Suin effortlessly tossed Li Dagong towards the horde of screaming corpses in the corridor. Li Dagong was quickly engulfed, barely emitting a few cries before being torn apart by the ravenous swarm. Suin returned to the room, surveying the others. Those who have previously coerced them stepped forward. His voice echoed. The room fell into an eerie silence. No one responded, and no one dared to emerge. Suin grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "Wonderful. It seems you have all chosen the valiant path of Director Li, pursuing merit through fearlessness. Chow Chow, who was it that bullied you earlier? Point them out one by one." Chapter 28. The little hands are not clean. After feeding the horde 8 portions of sustenance, Suin finally ceased his efforts. The debts of the mother and daughter were at long last settled. Time was drawing near. It was time for them to depart. As for the others, they could fend for themselves. Suin manipulated an iron table to float outside the window, beckoning the mother and daughter to approach. They clung to him tightly as they leapt onto the table, slowly descending towards the ground. With his current mastery of electromagnetic force, performing such feats was not particularly challenging, though it did feel somewhat dissonant, akin to pushing off with one foot while elevating the other in midair. The mother and daughter clutched Suin tightly, unwilling to peer downwards. The scent of masculinity wafted through the air. Lu Hui felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing uncontrollably. This formidable man, akin to a divine savior, had abruptly entered her life, rescuing her from the mire of despair with his strength and reassuring presence. Yet, she wondered about his age. He appeared to be younger than herself, which left her feeling somewhat melancholic. Having already become a mother, her youth was no longer hers. In no time, the trio landed safely, only to be beset by a frenzy of zombies. Suin brandished his dagger, dispatching them one by one. After a prolonged period, the number of zombies on the streets had swelled, with more mutated varieties emerging. After a moment's contemplation, Suen retrieved a motorcycle from the expansive space he commanded. "Hop on. I'll take you home." Initially, he had intended to return in a car, as it offered more space and comfort for 3 passengers. However, given the current state of the roads and the overwhelming number of zombies, driving a car was no longer a feasible option. Should they encounter an enormous zombie, they might be forced to halt or risk being overturned by a colossal creature. While he could withstand such an encounter, the 2 women were merely ordinary individuals, their lives hanging by a thread. For safety's sake, a motorcycle was the wiser choice, swift and agile. This decision was certainly not driven by a desire for culinary delights. Lu Hui sat behind him, while Xiao Xiao, being smaller, nestled in Su An's embrace at the front. "Hold on tight. I ride fast," Suen instructed Lu Hui before revving the engine, the motorcycle roaring forward with great speed. Lu Hui quickly wrapped her arms around Su An's waist, resting her head against his back. Just as Suen had claimed, his speed was indeed remarkable, but he adhered to the philosophy that true speed lies in navigating curves rather than merely accelerating in a straight line, flooring the throttle without concern for tipping over. With the aid of electromagnetic force, stability was significantly enhanced. Not only could he traverse the ground, but when necessary, he could also elevate both himself and the motorcycle, soaring over the horde of zombies, even gliding along walls as if walking upon solid ground. This was how a motorcycle ought to be ridden. After racing several kilometers, a sudden roar echoed through the sky, accompanied by the cacophony of a swarm of bloodthirsty crows. Looking up, they saw a helicopter circling above, trailed by a multitude of ravenous crows. However, due to the helicopter's altitude exceeding the crow's ascent limit, the flock was powerless against it. From the helicopter, papers occasionally fluttered down, dancing in the wind. Suen raised an eyebrow, steering the motorcycle onto the roof of a bungalow, reaching out to grasp a piece of paper. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a flyer. The content read as follows: "Survivors, please make haste to Jinlong Reservoir. We are stationed here and can provide ample food and water while ensuring the safety of you and your family." The reverse side featured a simple map leading to the coordinates of Jinlong Reservoir. The flyer's message was succinct: "The village is distributing gold bars. Oh no, it's raining blessings from the sky at Jinlong Reservoir. Come quickly, enjoy plentiful food and drink, and rest assured in your safety." Suen disdainfully crumpled the flyer and discarded it. Such words were fit to deceive ghosts, who would not be fooled. However, it was undeniable that, at times, humans were more gullible than specters. His disbelief did not imply that others would share his sentiment. In these chaotic times, the allure of food and safety transcended all other needs, even knowing it to be untrustworthy. Vast numbers would willingly risk it all for a glimpse of hope. In his memory, he indeed recalled Jinlong Reservoir. Was a notably unique faction, formed by inmates who escaped during a prison riot after the apocalypse. They swiftly seized control of Jinlong Reservoir, using weaponry smuggled from the prison, establishing it as their stronghold. Their occupation of the reservoir was entirely due to its advantageous geographical position, adjacent to a power station. They had no shortage of electricity. The reservoir itself boasted an inexhaustible water supply, and with fishing prohibited for years, it teemed with fish and shrimp, serving as a source of sustenance. The elevation of the reservoir provided a strategic advantage, with only one mountain path leading to its summit, allowing them to ambush enemies descending from above and retreating by boat to the island at the reservoir's center, living in seclusion, from energy to food and water resources. As well as terrain, it was undeniably superior. In certain respects, Jinlong Reservoir could indeed be considered a remarkably safe haven. Yet the location may be ideal, but the people within it were another matter entirely. It should be known that those occupying it were ruthless criminals. Would they truly be so benevolent as to offer food and shelter to survivors for free? Probably not. Moreover, Jinlong Reservoir later earned the moniker Criminal Island, demonstrating a degree of self-awareness. Nevertheless, many mistook the notion of crime for revelry, believing Criminal Island to be a paradise of indulgence. The helicopter's roar gradually faded into the distance. Suen regained his focus, turning the motorcycle around and descending from the rooftop, steering the 2 women towards their stronghold. He suddenly felt an urge to investigate Jinlong Reservoir. Having established themselves as rulers of the land, they were likely not lacking in resources. For reasons unknown, ever since he had acquired the ability to replicate items within the expansive space, Suin felt a persistent itch to acquire something. It was uncomfortable not to take something, especially upon learning of others hoarding supplies. Even during his aimless wandering in the hotel earlier, he had casually taken several hundred beddings. His hands had become rather unclean. Chapter 29. Bringing new employees home after approximately half an hour of rapid travel. They finally returned to the stronghold. Suin expertly maneuvered the motorcycle over the tall wall, speeding into the community and stopping at the Villa S entrance. All right, we've arrived. Lu Hui disembarked unsteadily, feeling slightly dizzy from the electrifying ride, while Xiao Xiao fared slightly better, though still pale from the speed. Before Suin could knock on the door, Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu hurried out, with Li Xiaoyu running towards him with an exaggerated tone. "Darling, you're back." However, just a few steps in, Li Xiaoyu froze. "What is this? Who are these two women accompanying you, besides Suin?" Li Xiaoyu hurriedly spoke to Xue Qingyu. "It seems to me that this is not Su Xiaoyan." Xue Qingyu nodded. "Indeed, this is not Su Xiaoyan." "Phew, as long as it's not her, that's a relief." Suin called to a few people. "Let's head indoors." Lingering outside for too long might attract a flock of bloodthirsty crows. Dealing with them is not too troublesome, but I'm concerned about being targeted, which would lead to ambushes every time we venture out. Just thinking about it is a hassle. Upon returning to the living room, Suin plopped down onto the sofa with a relaxed demeanor. "No need to stand. Please take a seat." Xue Qingyu brought over several cups of water. "Thank you," they replied hurriedly. "That you're welcome." Xue Qingyu responded with a warm smile and quietly sat beside. "Suin, allow me to introduce you. This is Sister Lu Hui, the chef I specifically hired, and she will be in charge of our meals from now on. This is Yu Qiao Qiao, Lu Hui's daughter, who will serve as our apprentice maid, responsible for cleaning and managing household chores." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyu and the others understood that it turned out that Suin had rushed out to recruit a chef and a maid. They had no objections, grateful that it was not Su Xiaoyan. Ultimately, this was Su An's decision, and they would not interfere, for he held absolute authority in this household, with the power of veto. They both needed to devote considerable time to practicing their abilities. So having someone assist with household tasks was indeed beneficial. "Welcome to our little family. My name is Xue Qingyu, and it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Li Xiaoyu. Welcome to you both." As Lu Hui gazed at the two beautiful girls before her, she couldn't help but glance at Suin, pondering the nature of their relationships. "Thank you. I shall strive to work diligently." Qiao Qiao tilted her head slightly. "Sisters, are you both big brother's wives?" Her innocent remark caught Suin off guard, causing him to splutter. Xue Qingyu was left embarrassed, unsure of how to respond, while Li Xiaoyu chuckled. "Not yet." The speaker was oblivious. But the listener was intrigued as Lu Hui mused. If not yet, then perhaps it will be in the future. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. Setting aside Su An's extraordinary prowess, he was already quite handsome. It was only natural for such a divine figure to have several close companions in this chaotic apocalypse that in Lu Hui's eyes, Suin held an esteemed position, one that commanded admiration and reverence. Even her gaze towards him was laced with an inexplicable mixture of awe and respect, as if he were a figure of faith in her heart, taking root and flourishing. Whatever Suin did must surely have its reasoning. Subsequently, Suin arranged 2 rooms for the mother and daughter and retrieved a plethora of clothing from his spatial storage for them to choose from, followed by various feminine necessities since his rebirth. He had been extraordinarily busy, scarcely managing to sleep, let alone attend to other matters. "Sister Lu Hui, you can rest tonight. We can prepare meals tomorrow. Just let me know what ingredients you need. I have plenty of supplies. Just not lacking in food items. Whether it be Yangtze River knife fish or Yellow River carp, I have it all. Thank you for your consideration, but I would like to start working today." "No need for such formality. Just call me Suin. Please take some time to familiarize yourself with the environment. I need to step out again." After settling the mother and daughter, Suin ventured outside once more. Today, he had already encountered a witch-class zombie. Who knew what other horrors awaited him tomorrow, especially with the number of crows expected to multiply tenfold. Just imagining the scene sent shivers down his spine. He planned to thoroughly explore the Jinlong Reservoir today. After tomorrow, he intended to remain indoors for half a month, waiting for the second phase of the apocalypse to commence. He mounted his sleek motorcycle and headed towards the outskirts of the city. With the Jinlong Reservoir as his destination, Suin distanced himself from the urban area. The density of zombies began to decline, while the number of survivors gradually increased. Many had fled the city at the onset of the apocalypse. In the vast countryside, zombies were significantly fewer, making it safer. For a short time, one could sustain themselves on wild vegetables and grasses, avoiding starvation. However, as time wore on, the shortcomings of scarce food resources became apparent. The vast number of survivors would quickly deplete the limited resources of wild vegetables and crops that at that point. One would either continue to starve and freeze in the wilderness, subsisting on tree bark and insects, or risk venturing back into the city, slowly pushing forward in search of hidden supplies. This peril came with the promise of abundant resources. Consequently, many survivors began to establish camps on the outskirts of the city, entering at dawn to scavenge for supplies and returning by nightfall to rest at the camp's edge, never daring to approach the city center, which had become a veritable hell on earth, wholly dominated by zombies. During this time, countless survivors spontaneously formed small teams, each member taking on specific roles. Some sought food, others stood watch, while others fought off zombies, and still others took turns. The world was gradually transforming into something soon recognized that it must be said. Humanity was indeed a remarkable species. They were fragile. A mere illness, a fall, or even a small cut could lead to fatal infection, resulting in eternal slumber. Yet when faced with high-pressure circumstances, they exhibited an inexplicable resilience, thriving like wild grass. Chapter 30. Survivor Camp. After half an hour of brisk travel, Suin reached the outskirts of Sioux City. Along the way, he encountered numerous survivors, all casting envious glances his way. It wasn't because of his looks, but rather due to his impeccably clean attire. Nearly everyone was struggling to survive, with little time to groom themselves. They often found themselves in a state of starvation, battling zombies daily. They appeared disheveled, with sallow complexions and tattered clothing, resembling refugees that in stark contrast. Suin was clad in pristine designer clothes, his appearance immaculate, his complexion vibrant and healthy. Complemented by a brand-new, stylish motorcycle, he looked like a wealthy young man who had accidentally wandered into a refugee camp, creating a jarring contrast. While some envied him, others harbored jealousy. Just as Suin exited the city, he was intercepted by a group of around 10 young men, each brandishing weapons. "Hey kid, nice ride, found some good stuff in the city. Bring it all out." A man, leisurely carrying a steel pipe, approached, his gaze incessantly scanning Suin. Not everyone was willing to risk a zombie attack to scavenge for supplies in the city. Many resorted to highway robbery, waiting for others to brave the dangers of the search while they lay in wait to plunder. Presently, humans were far easier to deal with than zombies. The group before him consisted of thieves who specialized in preying upon other survivors. That Suin surveyed the crowd, but found no awakened individuals. Only ordinary people. The number of awakened beings at the dawn of this apocalypse was still too scarce, making encounters rare. Only upon the commencement of the second phase would a significant number of survivors awaken, greatly increasing the population of awakened beings. Yet the prerequisite was surviving until that second phase. That in the time to come, every day of existence for ordinary people required utmost effort. That in a mere fortnight, the world would witness a further elimination of 50 of its population. Only those who survived would have the opportunity to awaken. Suin steered his motorcycle swiftly through the throng, departing without a backward glance. As the metallic objects behind him became the scythe of death, reaping one life after another, the group of robbers met their inevitable demise. Before long, Suin arrived at the entrance of a small survivor camp, where approximately 200 to 300 individuals of all ages could be seen. The camp was encircled by abandoned vehicles and piles of scrap metal, serving as a makeshift wall. Beyond that, there were no other defenses, nor sentries on guard, rendering it perilously insecure. Such temporary camps were numerous, most functioning as transient marketplaces, where the inhabitants did not settle permanently, but came to conduct business. They either engaged in barter for essential goods or participated in flesh trades. The camp featured several dilapidated small huts, hastily constructed, appearing quite shabby, serving as venues for the flesh trade. Once prices were negotiated, the doors could be closed for privacy, often with a mere half loaf of bread securing the service. The pricing was transparent, reasonable, and fair. As for the quality, that depended entirely on luck. At that moment, many individuals in the camp were shouldering their belongings and heading out, their faces alight with excitement as they clutched flyers for Jinlong Reservoir. Many intended to enjoy life there, hastily packing up and setting off with their families. The reservoir was less than 30 kilometers away. With a brisk pace, they could arrive before nightfall, that Suin contemplated briefly before stowing his motorcycle in his spatial pocket and making his way inside. He could blend in with the throng heading to Jinlong Reservoir, but his current appearance was too conspicuous. He needed to change into something more tattered and dirty. After just a few steps, a middle-aged woman approached Suin, casting flirtatious glances. "Hey there, handsome. A pack of instant noodles will do. Sister skills are top-notch. I can guarantee your satisfaction." Another striking young woman, no older than 20, chimed in, "A half-pack of noodles will suffice for me. And if you have a seasoning packet, you can come twice." Nearby, a scruffy man leaned in, winking suggestively at Suin's little brother. "Looking for a girl? My wife is a real beauty, that a quick meal for a loaf of bread. And for the night, 3 meals. If you want me to watch, add 1 more." Beside him stood an alluring woman in her 30s, her looks easily scoring an 80 out of 100 that a young girl of about 8 peeked out from behind her, blinking her large eyes at Suin. Evidently, this was a family of 3. Suin directed his gaze toward the girl, who had 2 lines of small text appearing above her head. Ability: Dreamweaving, a wealth value. 3. A smile crept across Suin's face, surprised by this unexpected find. The little girl was indeed an awakened being, with a commendable ability, albeit a rare psychic type. This ability could not be used for direct combat, but allowed for the manipulation of others' dreams, crafting dreamscapes at will. Thus, those endowed with such abilities were known as dreamweavers. That, of course, if wielded adeptly, it could also serve as a means for assassination, destroying a target's psyche within their dreams, leading to a mental breakdown that could result in severe consequences in reality. However, this was merely the most rudimentary method of application. The proper use involved opening a shop, helping others shape their desired dreams, allowing them to indulge in pleasure within those realms that in his previous life. Suin had encountered several such dream shops, incredibly popular, where patrons had to queue for appointments, and the prices were not cheap. Noticing Suin's rapt attention on the girl, the man chuckled awkwardly, shielding her behind him. "That she's just a child, just a child." Suin shook his head. "Don't worry. I have no such peculiarities. Lead the way to a secluded spot." "All right, brother, this way." Following the man, they arrived at a dilapidated shack, furnished with a bed and a table, while kitchenware lay piled in a corner, devoid of any food. "Brother, it's my wife's first time doing this. Please take it easy." Ignoring the man, Suin retrieved an 80-inch cream cake from his spatial pocket and beckoned to the girl. "Little sister, this is for you. Would you like it?" Upon seeing the cake, the girl's eyes widened. Having gone 2 days without food, she instinctively rushed towards Suin, her gaze fixated on the cake as she swallowed hard. "Is this cake really for me?" Suin smiled gently, ruffling the girl's hair, as he placed the cake in her arms. "That, of course. It is yours now." Plunder initiated detection of plunderable target. Select plunder direction. Ability replication successful. Gained ability, Dreamweaving, a Chapter 31. The whimsical minds of people easily acquiring an A-grade ability put Suin in high spirits. The couple gaped at him in astonishment. The man stammered, pointing at Suin, unable to articulate his words. "Bro, you. Suin continued rummaging through the shack, soon finding a set of men's clothes, tattered and filthy, yet suitable. He quickly changed into the clothing, which fit surprisingly well. He then pulled 3 boxes of instant noodles from his spatial pocket and placed them on the ground. "Your daughter is also an awakened being. She can control dreams, with a little practice. She can master it. That if you wish to survive, it's best to find a safe place to hide for the next fortnight." Having said this, Suin exited the shack and jogged to join the throng of refugees, quickly disappearing from view. The family, stunned, took a moment to react. The man rushed outside, scanning the area frantically, but failing to catch sight of Suin again. That he hurried back inside, closing the door behind him. Faced with this sudden, immense gift, the man felt tears welling up in his eyes. He didn't even know the name of his benefactor. It was no exaggeration to say that even selling their family would not equate to a single box of instant noodles, let alone 3 full boxes and a cake. The weight of this kindness was overwhelming. He turned to his daughter, his voice choked with emotion. "Xian, you must remember that big brother's face, that no matter what, we must repay his kindness in the future, understood?" The girl nodded earnestly, her expression resolute. This moment, Suin had proudly become a refugee, blending into the surging tide of humanity, heading toward Jinlong Reservoir. Their group numbered around 70 or 80, with more joining as they progressed, continuously growing in size. With some distance yet to cover before reaching Jinlong Reservoir, though the path was desolate, they encountered several zombies along the way. Traveling alone posed significant dangers, making a group journey relatively safer. Young and strong men naturally took the lead, fending off the zombies. The sheer number of people provided strength, even when encountering a few zombies. They could handle them with ease. As evening approached, the crowd finally arrived at the foot of Jinlong Reservoir. By this time, a considerable number of people had gathered, several hundred at least. The entrance to the mountain road was barricaded and equipped with watchtowers, where a group of armed individuals stood guard. The refugees pressed forward to enter, but a burly man at the entrance shouted impatiently, "Don't shove. One at a time for checks that if anyone doesn't follow orders, I'll put them down." As the shots rang out into the sky, the crowd gradually regained its composure, forming an orderly line. Those who completed the inspection were permitted to enter the checkpoint. Although termed an inspection, it merely entailed a cursory search and the confiscation of weapons. Taking little time at all, that Suen observed that the burly man who had fired the shots bore 2 lines of small text upon his head. Ability, Smell Tracking E. Wealth Value, 300. This man was also an awakened one. Albeit his ability was somewhat lacking, he possessed the capacity to remember the scent of zombies, thus enabling him to track the infected with ease. Being assigned to guard this checkpoint was indeed a fitting role for him, that Suen pondered for a moment before jogging up behind the man, patting him on the shoulder, and retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his spatial pocket to offer. "Brother, a small token of my appreciation." Without a moment's hesitation, the man seized the cigarettes and tucked them into his pocket. This was a prized item. A pack of these cigarettes could be traded for 3 gene of pork on the island. "You read quite perceptive, kid, to go on in. You need to wait in line for the inspection. Thank you, brother." Thus, Suen successfully bypassed the inspection queue, and more importantly, he had effortlessly replicated an ability. His proficiency in ability theft had reached 80. With just 2 more abilities replicated, he would level up. Within half an hour, all individuals had been checked. Those carrying the virus were executed on the spot, and the infected, regardless of age, were gathered together and escorted to the dam. A cargo ship awaited by the reservoir, and the refugees were herded into the hold. As the ship set sail, it steered toward the small island at the center of the reservoir in the dimly lit hold. The refugees whispered amongst themselves that "Do you think we might be forced into labor? Labor is labor. As long as we have food, it's better than starving. At least we won't have to worry about being devoured by zombies. Honestly, even if we end up as laborers, I wouldn't mind. Putting ourselves in their shoes, it's unrealistic to expect to be fed for free. We will undoubtedly have to work to some extent. A 5-day work week with 8-hour days seems acceptable to me. If it's a 996 schedule, the treatment better be decent. At least a meal with meat every 2 days. That we must negotiate the terms from the outset. The living conditions cannot be subpar. The food doesn't need to be extravagant, but at the very least, it should be nutritionally balanced. Let us come to a consensus and maintain a firm stance. We must not concede easily, for it will be difficult to negotiate later. What do you all think? Yes, that makes sense. We are many, and we possess the leverage to negotiate. Hearing the crowd's impassioned voices, Suen couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disdain. These fools are utterly oblivious. Not to mention the awakened one stationed here. Don't they see the guns in their hands? After a single volley, they would see whether they could still talk about treatment. It was evident that these individuals had grown complacent in their peaceful existence, their thinking rigid and out of touch with the current reality. Suen leaned against the ship's cabin, closing his eyes to rest. Even a single word felt like an insult to his intelligence. Not to mention the overseers. Just listening made his blood pressure rise. "Comrade, aren't you going to voice an opinion? If you have something to say, please do. I will compile everyone's demands for the upcoming negotiations." A bespectacled man pushed up his glasses and inquired of Suen. Suen waved his hands repeatedly. No, this is your domain. I'm just a small fry and don't wish to meddle." The bespectacled man looked at Suen with disdain before rising to address the crowd loudly. "Now, I will summarize everyone's collective demands. If anything is missing, please feel free to add. Firstly, regarding accommodation, we require separate dormitories for men and women, and for couples, we hope to have couple-less quarters. As for food, we demand 2 meals a day, at the very least enough to fill our stomachs, with at least one meal containing meat. In terms of entertainment. Chapter 32. The true face of Sinner Island as the cargo ship arrived at the small island and docked slowly. The hold was opened and several armed men stood outside, shouting into the hold, "Get the hell out, quickly, no dawdling." The crowd disembarked, unable to resist looking around in wonder. They saw that the island was surrounded by a high earthen wall, with watchtowers punctuating its perimeter and searchlights sweeping across the area, making the entire island resemble a massive, monstrous beast lurking just beneath the water's surface. Under the guidance of the armed men, the crowd passed through the city gate and entered a plaza illuminated by several bright lights that enveloped the refugees. A man clad in prison guard attire stood on a platform, commanding loudly through a megaphone, "Now listen to my orders. Men to the left, women to the right." The crowd stirred in confusion, yet no one complied. The bespectacled man who had previously encouraged the crowd to voice their opinions stepped forward, raising his hand, and shouted towards the platform, "Comrade, could you please inform us what treatment we can expect? We have traveled a long way to seek refuge with you. It cannot be that our hopes are dashed. Moreover, we have yet to decide whether to stay. We are not your employees or your subordinates, and you have no authority to command us. Let us put our cards on the table and negotiate sincerely." The bespectacled man's words rang with conviction, drawing agreement from many in the crowd. "Yes, let us see some sincerity. Indeed, with so many of us present, there are all kinds of people. If you want us to stay and work, you must offer corresponding treatment, show us sincerity, or I will turn around and leave. Let those who wish to stay do so." The guards laughed heartily at this. "Ha! What a joke! Did you hear that? They want us to show sincerity. Ha ha! These piglets actually expect treatment. I must be hearing things, ha!" The man on the platform also wore a smile, casually waving his hand. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and blood sprayed as the bespectacled man fell lifeless to the ground. "Ah, they're killing us!" The crowd erupted into chaos, with many refugees turning to flee, but the gates had already been locked shut. Several guards opened fire with machine guns into the crowd, and gunshots echoed, accompanied by screams of agony. In the blink of an eye, a dozen refugees lay shot and dead, their lives extinguished. Moments later, the gunfire ceased, and the man on the platform coldly commanded, "You have 3 minutes to separate into 2 lines, men and women. Otherwise, I trust one need not elaborate on the consequences." The refugees complied, forming lines within a minute. Glancing around at the heavily armed guards, fear gripped their hearts. Those faint of heart trembled uncontrollably, nearly unable to stand. "All right, everyone, pick your favorites to take with you. The rest will be confined for now." With the order from the man on the platform, the guards began to shout and rush towards the line of women, seizing whichever woman caught their eye by the hair and dragging her away. "What are you doing? Let go of my wife, you bastard! Don't touch my girlfriend!" Bang, bang. Those who dared to resist were gunned down. Wives and girlfriends alike could not be saved, and many lost their lives in the process. Some guards, however, did not choose women but instead targeted men. "Come on, come with me. Let us have a little fun." Suin felt a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, he had smeared mud on his face earlier to avoid drawing attention. Otherwise, his fate would have been dire. After about 10 minutes, the guards finished selecting the women and took the remaining individuals away, locking them in cells. The cells were divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, housing hundreds of rooms, each occupying less than 20 square meters, yet crammed with dozens of people. Besides the newly arrived individuals, many cells were already filled with inmates, numbering at least 700 or 800 confined within. Suin found himself locked in one such cell. Damn, these beasts are worse than pigs and dogs. They deserve to rot in hell. One man furiously struck the iron bars, his eyes blazing with anger and resentment. "I thought life would improve upon arriving at the Golden Dragon Reservoir. Who could have anticipated entering a den of tigers and dragons? Here, every person is a cold-blooded murderer. You were also lured here by the flyers, weren't you?" A rotund man, already imprisoned, sneered. "There are no free lunches in this world. We've all been deceived. Were you all deceived too? How long have you been here?" "Not long, just 2 days before you. If I were you, I'd save my strength. Try to remain spirited, or else, well, tomorrow morning, you might just become the soup we drink." What do you mean?" The rotund man leaned against the wall, scratching his belly, his smile taking on a sinister edge. What else could it mean? Do you know what they call us? Meat pigs. Pigs raised for slaughter. Their hearts and livers would be preserved for drinking, while the intestines and fatty meat would be stewed together and then brought back to feed the prisoners. You either obediently consume human flesh or be dragged out to be slaughtered for soup. Once, I was often called a fat pig, and now I have truly become a meat pig. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the words of the hefty man, the crowd was filled with trepidation, some even fainting from fright. There is neither bread nor milk here, and it is far from safe that he lures those with delusions to willingly come here and become fodder for blood and flesh. This is Sinner's Island, a cannibalistic den built upon lies. Chapter 33. Pillaging under the cover of night. That night, the once raucous prison gradually fell into silence. Several guards patrolled outside the cells with flashlights, occasionally banging on cell doors, shouting at the prisoners to stop talking and hurry to sleep. Suin slowly opened his eyes, walking to the cell door, peering through the iron bars to observe the situation outside. There were 3 patrolling guards, one on each floor, all ordinary men, not difficult to deal with. The more troublesome aspects were the surveillance cameras and alarms, which needed to be circumvented. After a moment's thought, Suin turned back, knocking out all his fellow inmates, then stood quietly at the cell door, awaiting the arrival of the patrolling guards. After about 10 minutes, a guard approached, flashlight in hand, and Suin seized the opportunity to quietly call out to him, "Officer, could you come here for a moment? I have something intriguing to show you." The guard, with a puzzled expression, cursed as he approached, "You little—" However, before he could finish his sentence, the steel bars, as thick as a wrist, automatically parted as Suin reached out. Seizing the man's throat and pulling him into the cell, with a slight exertion, he silently dispatched the guard. He then donned the guard's uniform and swaggered out of the cell, navigating through the corridor. He walked straight out of the cell area towards the guards' living quarters, barely glancing at the ordinary dormitory sections, knowing that the awakened ones held higher status and certainly would not reside in such common accommodations. Wandering through the living area, he found only regular people, so he opted to inspect the independent dormitories. Passing by one such dormitory, Suin peered through the window and saw 2 burly men engaged in a fierce confrontation. A sight that made his eyes ache. One was an ordinary person, while the other was an awakened individual. Ability: Amplification B Wealth Value 1800. The amplification ability allows the user to enlarge their body exponentially when activated, enhancing both strength and speed. With proper application, they can even control localized amplification. It is quite a commendable ability that Suin first retrieved a chain from his expansive storage, then controlled the door lock to open silently. Slipping into the room, unbeknownst to the 2 men, the chain shot forth rapidly, ensnaring them like dumplings. He swiftly approached to activate his plundering ability, first replicating the ability, then seizing the wealth in an instant. He decisively silenced them, exiting the room and closing the door seamlessly, continuing his search for the next target. Within 10 minutes, a new target appeared. Ability: Auditory Amplification D Wealth Value 700. This awakened individual was sound asleep, and Suin did not awaken him. Instead, he activated his recently acquired Dream Weaver ability, crafting a nightmare where the individual was devoured by a horde of corpses. The man quickly displayed an expression of utmost enjoyment, his face gradually contorting until his entire body convulsed. Suin strode confidently into the room to plunder. "Bring it here. I want it all." Successfully replicated the ability, acquiring Auditory Amplification D. Successfully plundered wealth, gaining 700 wealth points. Plundering proficiency reached 100, skill upgraded. Plundering unlocked a new capability. Stripping. Stripping completely deprives the target of their ability, and the stripped ability can be transferred to others. Transfer conditions: favorability exceeds 60. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Suin was greatly surprised, never expecting that after upgrading his plundering ability, a new function would be unlocked. Previously, he could only replicate the target's ability. Now he could not only replicate but also completely strip the target of their ability, reducing them from awakened individuals back to ordinary people, from the heights of power to the depths of despair. This was far more cruel than mere killing. Too excessive, too ruthless. I am utterly satisfied. Moreover, being able to gift the stripped abilities to others is an essential tool for building one's own power. It completely eliminates the hassle of recruiting other awakened individuals for one's own use, that he could essentially create a batch of awakened individuals himself, provided there were enough targets from whom he could strip abilities. For now, this seems somewhat unrealistic, but as apocalyptic events increased, so too would the number of awakened individuals, making plundering much easier in the future. Let us begin with this sinner's island. Suin swiftly transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the night. After searching the entire dormitory area, he found only one more awakened individual. Ability: Water Vapor D. Wealth Value 1,500. Without hesitation, Suin captured him, replicating and stripping in one go, and thoughtfully reopened the individual's eyes. Having inspected the dormitory area, it was time to check the more upscale, independent villas that on the island. There were only 4 or 5 standalone villas that Suin stealthily approached the furthest 3-story villa. After a few agile movements, he reached the second-floor balcony. The lights in the villa were still on. Through the curtain's gap, he could see that the villa's owner had not gone to bed yet. Instead, they were in the living room playing multiplayer cards with a group of young girls, lewd sounds occasionally emanating from the room. The owner was a lean young man with a head of red hair. Ability: Fire Manipulation A. Wealth Value 200,000. Upon seeing the small text above the red-haired man's head, Su-An's eyes narrowed. That AN Elemental Combat Ability rated A, with a wealth value reaching 200,000. He was undoubtedly a small boss-level character, a prime target that it must be said that Sinner's Island possesses considerable strength. So far, he had already discovered 5 awakened individuals. Compared to smaller factions like the Dragon Tiger Gang, Sinner's Island was significantly more formidable overall. It was likely that even within the entire Sioux City region, it could rank among the top. With small bosses being A-rated, the big boss must be S-rated, right? Thinking of the S-rated abilities, Suin couldn't help but lick his lips. Thus far, he had collected 11 types of abilities, but most were of inferior quality, that he only possessed 2 S-rated abilities. An S-rated functional ability, Expansive Space, and an S-rated elemental combat ability, Lightning Control, that he was still too weak, utterly failing to reach the realm of invincibility, that if he could simultaneously master 17 or 18 S-rated abilities, would he still need to be so stealthy? Rushing headlong, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Yet the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Chapter 34. Slaying the Minor Boss. The Red-Haired Beast. This moment, the Red-Haired Beast was engaged in a frantic 5-man team match, showing no signs of taking a break. If only they were in a duo, he could stealthily infiltrate and deliver a swift end to them without alarming the other awakened ones, picking them off one by one, ensuring none would escape. However, with a 5-man team, any entrance he chose would inevitably be detected. Faced with combat-oriented ability users, a skirmish was unavoidable. While he held absolute confidence in his ability to triumph, it would surely alert the other awakened ones. For a moment, Suin found himself in a quandary. Yet upon spotting the bloodthirsty bats soaring above, a spark of inspiration ignited within him that he leapt onto the rooftop, extending his arms towards the swarm of bats. Come, there's something delicious here. The bats immediately detected Suin's presence and swooped down with lightning speed, only to be ensnared in the vast electric net he had meticulously prepared. Suin expertly manipulated the voltage, scorching the bats' neural pathways without leaving any visible signs, before retrieving iron wires from the spatial realm to bind the bats' wings, skillfully mimicking their flight, that he then guided a small group of bat puppets back to the balcony, scattering dozens of steel nails on the ground before stealthily retreating into the shadows. Under his control, the bats flapped their wings, relentlessly crashing against the window. The sounds of combat within the room gradually faded, prompting the red-haired beast to curse as he approached and flung the window open. "You filthy rats, daring to ruin my enjoyment," he spat, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that the flames engulfed the bats. They were reduced to ash, and even the iron wires melted into molten metal. Unbeknownst to the red-haired beast, however, several steel nails had quietly risen from the ground nearby, with a few stealthily slipping into the room while the rest aimed their points directly at him. Now is the time. Suin transformed into a shadow, darting forth from the darkness, his arm morphing into an iron fist as he struck down towards the red-haired beast. The red-haired beast, a formidable A-class awakened one, possessed an extraordinarily keen sense of smell and narrowly evaded the lethal blow that you're seeking death. Enraged by the ambush, the red-haired beast retaliated by spewing forth flames towards Suin. Anticipating this, Suin crouched low to avoid the flames, gathering his strength for a counterstrike. The red-haired beast's fists ignited with fire as he charged forward. The two fists collided with a resounding thud. Despite the amplified strength of Suin's iron arm, he could not force the red-haired beast back. In that exchange, they appeared evenly matched. Such was the remarkable utility of A-class fire abilities. The flames swirling from the red-haired beast's fist formed several small fire whirlwinds. Enhancing both his offensive and defensive capabilities, it was evident that this red-haired beast wielded his powers with great proficiency, exhibiting a high level of skill. Bastard, you think you can kill me? You're still a novice. The red-haired beast laughed maniacally. Suin merely smiled faintly. You have already perished, my friend. Remember to watch your step in your next life. Everything transpired as Suin had anticipated. If a single punch could knock him out, he would hardly be worthy of being called an A-class ability user. In an instant, several steel nails shot toward the red-haired beast. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard, and he hastily retreated, unleashing flames to melt the nails into liquid metal. Yet, before he could catch his breath, an overwhelming surge of electricity coursed through his body, leaving him paralyzed in place. A flurry of steel wires ensnared the red-haired beast, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. He cried out in desperation, attempting once more to unleash flames from his mouth. That moment, Suin closed in, producing a palm-sized steel nail to pierce upward through the red-haired beast's jaw, impaling his tongue and driving it through the roof of his mouth, effectively silencing him forever. Bring it on. Detected potential for plunder. Please select the direction of plunder. Replicate ability, strip ability, plunder wealth, ability replication successful. Acquired ability, fire A. Ability stripping successful. Acquired transferable ability. Fire A. Wealth plunder successful. Acquired wealth value. 200,000. Objective achieved. Suin released the steel nail, which, under his mental command, pierced through the top of the red-haired beast's mouth. The red-haired beast was no more. Rising, he brushed off his hands and strode into the room. Inside, several women lay sprawled on the ground, each with a steel nail embedded in their throats, lifeless at the moment he struck. Suin had controlled the nails to fly into the room, eliminating those women who could have raised the alarm upon screaming. Yet one woman remained, her mouth bound by iron wires. Suin sat on the sofa, leaning forward to gaze at her. Now, answer my questions truthfully, that if you dare to scream, you shall join your fallen sisters. The woman, teary-eyed, nodded frantically. Suin waved his hand, releasing her from her bindings. Who was the red-haired beast I just killed? And what is his rank here? His name is Ho Chi, nicknamed Monkey 3. He is the third chief of the island. The woman replied hastily, not daring to hesitate. How many chiefs are there on the island? There are 3, she stammered. Let me name them. Go on. I will. The second chief is Huang She, and the first chief is Zhu Ta. Both the first and second chiefs were originally inmates of Heishan prison. After the disaster broke out, they led a rebellion and escaped, eventually coming here. The third chief joined later. What are the abilities of the first and second chiefs? I don't know really. Suin furrowed his brow. Really, please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything I know. The woman pleaded, dropping to her knees. I heard that all the earthen walls on the island were built by the second chief alone, and he completed them in just one day. Suin was taken aback by her words. This small island was roughly the size of a dozen football fields, and to construct walls several meters high in a single day was quite an exaggeration. What does it mean to be a construction maniac? Interesting. What about the first chief? Any rumors about him? I've never seen the first chief, but I've heard others say that he has a penchant for eating people, and he must consume. Chapter 35. The first chief who eats people. Suin rose from the red-haired beast's villa, casually closing the door behind him as he vanished into the night. The woman, rendered unconscious, would not awaken for several hours. Under the cover of darkness, the others remained oblivious to the fact that their third chief had hurriedly met his demise. Suin's next target was the remaining 2 chiefs. He had an instinct that both the first and second chiefs might possess S-class abilities. Even if they were not S-class, they would undoubtedly be among the top A-class existences, representing the most formidable adversaries he had encountered thus far. The optimal strategy was to take them down one by one, for facing 2 S-class awakened ones simultaneously would prove to be a daunting challenge. A guard, yawning as he patrolled, was suddenly ensnared by several iron wires. Dragging him into the shadows, he was met with a pair of icy eyes. Tell me where your first and second chiefs are. If you're not afraid of death, feel free to scream for help, or choose not to speak. The guard nodded vigorously, and the wires around his mouth gradually loosened. Please spare me. I'll tell you everything. The first chief is always in the basement, and the second chief is in the highest villa. Where is the basement? At the back mountain. You can see the basement door with just a glance. Only the first chief is inside, and no one dares to go there, not even our own people. For if the first chief becomes enraged, he would even consume his own. Your first chief enjoys eating people. As the countenance of the chief's guard paled slightly, it became evident that the chief was not merely fond of consuming human flesh. Rather, he was utterly devoted to it, with a particular penchant for devouring hearts and livers. Several brothers from our island had met their demise in this manner, which is why we lure outsiders here. The so-called meat pigs are kept for the chief's sustenance. Upon hearing the guard's response, Suin could not help but furrow his brow. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, cannibalism was not uncommon, yet it was usually driven by the primal need to survive. Human flesh, after all, is far from palatable, and the act of consuming one's own kind carries a significant risk of contracting the prion disease, which often leads to a slow and inevitable death. The dangers are too great, hence those with options typically refrain from such practices. It is only those teetering on the brink of life and death who resort to eating whatever they can find. Suin had never encountered someone who consumed humans for the sake of consumption alone. Such a being could only be described as a perverse anomaly or a monstrous entity, regardless of whether he was a deviant or a beast. Suin was keen to behold him and broaden his horizons. With a swift motion, he severed the guard's head with a piece of wire, then stealthily made his way towards the back mountain as indicated by the guard. True to the guard's words, the entire area was eerily silent, devoid of even a single silhouette. This stark absence of life revealed the extent of fear that the inhabitants bore for the chief. Navigating around a large stone outcropping, Suin's gaze fell upon a half-open iron door, through which a dim, yellowish light spilled. The night was shrouded in darkness, with the flickering light creating a sinister ambience. While the mountain winds whistled ominously, causing the iron door to creak unsettlingly. Approaching the door, Suin cautiously peered inside. He discovered a vast underground passage, hewn by human hands, measuring over 5 meters in both height and width. Fresh chisel marks were faintly visible, suggesting that the passage had been excavated recently. Numerous electrical wires snaked along the walls, illuminating the corridor with white incandescent bulbs at regular intervals that moment. The narrow passage revealed no signs of life, nor did it offer any indication of an endpoint. Without hesitation, Suin gently pulled the iron door open and slipped inside as he entered the passage. A foul stench assaulted his senses, eliciting a wave of nausea. This odor was all too familiar to Suin. It was the scent of decaying corpses. Given that humans are long-lived omnivores, the stench of decomposing flesh far surpasses that of spoiled cattle or horses. After advancing about 100 meters, the space gradually widened, yet it also took on an increasingly eerie quality. The walls and ceiling were adorned with human skeletal remains, reminiscent of the infamous bone cave from the classic tale Journey to the West. However, these bones had only recently been extracted, with remnants of flesh still clinging to them, and under the oppressive summer heat, the flesh had begun to rot and emit a putrid odor that a multitude of flies swarmed over the bones, breeding incessantly, while maggots occasionally dropped to the ground, creating a small pile at the corner, writhing and desperately attempting to climb upwards. The nauseating stench emanating from the passage was a direct result of this grotesque scene. As Suin ventured deeper, the passage forked. He arbitrarily chose one of the routes, which proved to be relatively short, less than 20 meters, culminating in a substantial iron door. The temperature around this door was markedly higher, oppressive and stifling. This heavy iron door resembled those found in cold storage facilities and could be opened from the outside. Driven by curiosity, Suin approached the door, twisted the handle, and slowly began to open it. A wave of cold air rushed out to greet him. Just as he had anticipated, behind the door lay a large cold storage room. The cooling system, connected to the passage, explained the elevated temperature within. The cold storage room was approximately 200 to 300 square meters in size, and above it hung a multitude of iron hooks, each bearing a corpse encased in frost. There appeared to be around 40 to 50 of them. It was likely that this was the chief's refrigerator. Suin found himself puzzled. Could he possibly consume all this meat? However, the psyche of a deviant is something that a normal person could scarcely comprehend. After departing the cold storage, Suin retraced his steps toward the opposite end of the passage, soon arriving at another imposing iron door. This door was not fully closed, and he could faintly hear a cheerful humming emanating from behind it. Suin leaned closer to the crack of the door to peer inside. The room was bizarrely designed, combining both a kitchen and a bedroom into a single space, to put it accurately. The kitchen was the bedroom. In one corner stood a large bed, stained with dark grease. The bedding had become so saturated that it gleamed ominously. Beside the bed was a large iron table, upon which lay unfinished meat dishes, still bearing traces of blood, while a swarm of flies buzzed incessantly. The walls of the room were adorned with either air-dried or salt-cured desiccated remains. At the very center of the room was a large stove, which was currently aflame, bubbling with an unknown concoction. Next to the stove stood a massive figure, wielding a cleaver and chopping ingredients while humming a cheerful tune. Upon seeing this grotesque entity, Suin could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. Towering over 2 meters and nearly as wide, its upper body was bare, with rolls of fat almost grazing the ground. Was this truly a human? The comparison to the bloated, emaciated zombies he had encountered before seemed almost laughable. As Suin observed, he noticed a series of small words floating above the monstrous figure's head. Half-dead, gluttonous tyrant LV8 skills. Super evolution, gluttony, frenzy, bloodthirst abilities. Super energy storage S wealth, 26. 800,000. Seeing these words, even Suin, well versed in the macabre, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What was this creature? It possessed levels and skills akin to a zombie, along with the abilities and wealth of an awakened being. Was it a zombie or an awakened one? Perhaps it was both. The term half-dead indicated that it had not yet been fully infected. Hence the designation. Generally speaking, once infected by the zombie virus, even awakened beings would succumb to the transformation, unless they had received the zombie vaccine. This hybrid of human and zombie was a first for Suin. Indeed, he was witnessing something unprecedented. It was clear why the island's inhabitants feared this creature. It had evolved into a grotesque being that was neither fully human nor entirely dead, with the act of consuming flesh having become instinctual. Given its mass, its appetite must be prodigious. Consuming 100 or more pounds of human flesh in a single sitting would be easily within its capacity, that if it were to be picky. It might devour several adult men in one meal. That'd be why this reckoning. The cold storage filled with frozen meat would scarcely suffice for long. At that moment, the chief, who had been chopping meat, suddenly froze. Lifting its head to sniff the air like a hound, a guttural sound escaped its throat. Ah, the scent of fresh human flesh. How delightful. The chief turned abruptly towards the door, its bloated visage obscured by rolls of fat, one of which it had torn away to clear its line of sight. Its gaping maw was 4 or 5 times larger than that of a normal human, with teeth transformed into serrated, shark-like incisors. The chief emitted a series of guttural sounds, seizing 2 large cleavers from the wall and charging toward the door, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. Suin cursed under his breath. He realized too late that this chief had become nearly indistinguishable from a zombie, having feasted on human flesh daily, making it particularly sensitive to the scent of the living in this confined space. The aura of life emanating from him would be easily detected as he retreated a short distance. The door was violently thrust open, and the chief's grotesque form emerged from the dust, wielding a cleaver in each hand. The blades grated against one another with a piercing sound. Who is this little mouse? Such a delectable scent. I yearn to feast upon your heart and liver. The chief's gaze fixed hungrily upon Suin, its eyes gleaming with greed and savagery. Without responding, Suin summoned dozens of steel rods from his spatial domain, his body crackling with electricity as he launched them toward the chief. The chief did not evade. Instead, it raised its cleavers to shield its head, allowing the steel rods to pierce its flesh, resulting in a spray of blood and a chaotic display of electric sparks. However, Suin's exhilaration quickly dissipated, for the rods had only penetrated to a shallow depth, barely breaking the skin of the chief's ample flesh. He could feel the power of the electricity he had unleashed waning rapidly, partly due to the chief's layer of fat diminishing the voltage, and partly because of its ability, super energy storage in simple terms. This ability allowed the chief to absorb the damage it sustained as energy, while also enabling it to store power for future use, amplifying its subsequent attacks exponentially. This ability was extraordinarily fearsome in combat, excelling at counterattacks with terrifying explosive force that if Suin failed to deliver a decisive blow, he would be met with an amplified retaliation. "Ah, little mouse, your attacks sting. I shall slay you and feast upon your heart and liver." The chief's fury intensified, its pupils turning blood red as it activated its frenzy skill. Its physical capabilities surged, enhancing its speed and strength. And combined with its super energy storage ability, its destructive potential reached a truly terrifying level, transforming it into a mindless beast consumed by rage. Die. The formidable leader was suddenly enveloped in a crimson glow as he charged directly at Suin. His speed astonishingly swift, akin to a war chariot racing forth, a stark contrast to his corpulent frame. Suin, not daring to be careless, activated his iron body, instantly transforming into a figure of steel. Yet, even with this transformation, he refrained from a direct confrontation, instead utilizing magnetic energy to control his ironclad form and took flight, delivering a powerful kick into the rocky ceiling, causing his body to tumble onto the overhead surface. The leader, caught off guard, missed his target, leaving 2 deep gashes in the ground from his dual cleavers. Undeterred by his failed strike, the leader leapt into action, his massive physique hurtling towards Suin like a cannonball. Anticipating this, Suin nimbly evaded with a jump. The leader collided with the ceiling, producing a resounding thud that sent debris flying, creating a large hole as half of his body became ensnared in the rock. Without hesitation, Suin accelerated towards the exit, recognizing that the confined space offered no advantage against the leader's overwhelming speed and strength. He needed to lure him into a more open area for a strategic contest. A furious roar erupted from the leader as he tore through the stone wall, his immense body crashing to the ground. In a fit of rage, he swung his cleavers at Suin, the ground trembling beneath him with each thunderous step, leaving deep impressions in the earth. Chapter 37. The veiled leader Suin leapt from the underground passage, tossing several hundred pounds of fine steel wire onto the ground. Under the influence of electromagnetic force, the wires wove themselves into an expansive net spread across the floor. With a resounding crash, the basement door was flung open, and the leader barreled out, consumed by a frenzy. "I will kill you, you cursed rat," he bellowed, lunging towards Suin just then. The steel wire net he had strategically laid out sprang up, ensnaring the leader's massive frame. The unexpected turn of events caused him to lose his balance and roll several meters due to his immense inertia. Suin was prepared. He dashed forward and seized the steel net, shouting with fervor, "Daha!" The leader's weighty body, weighing approximately 800 or 900 pounds, was effortlessly lifted by Suin, who then began to pound it against the ground with relentless force, producing a cacophony of booming sounds as the earth became riddled with craters. After delivering dozens of crushing blows, Suin hurled the leader towards a nearby rock wall, resulting in a resounding impact as he collided with the stone. Although the leader believed he had sustained significant injury, he was left dazed and disoriented, his eyes swirling with stars as Suin, seizing the opportunity, approached and delivered a powerful punch to the leader's corpulent body. Striking without any hindrance, upon contact, Suin activated his ability to plunder. "Come forth," he commanded, detecting the potential for theft. "Select the direction for plunder. Replicate, strip, or seize wealth." In an instant, he executed a triple plunder on the leader. Replication successful. Acquired ability. Super accumulation S. Stripping ability successful. Acquired transferable ability. Super accumulation S. Wealth plundered successfully. Acquired 26,800,000 wealth points. Materials transferred to the expansive space. Please check promptly. With another S-level ability secured and resources valued at 26.8 million wealth points. If there were a narrative voiceover, it would surely exclaim, "Wow, gold, gold, golden legend." A deep, guttural roar escaped the leader as he unleashed a tremendous force, ripping through the steel wire net with a resounding snap. A punch imbued with incredible power descended upon Suin this time. However, Suin stood firm, adopting a defensive stance while conjuring a sphere of lightning in his palm. With a resounding thud, the leader's fist collided with Suin's arm, producing a metallic clang that sent Suin staggering back several meters, leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath his feet. Super accumulation to Suin uttered coldly, and at once, a surge of crimson light enveloped him, while the lightning in his palm expanded tenfold. With a powerful thrust, he transformed into a streak of lightning and struck towards the leader. The unstoppable force of his punch shattered the sound barrier, tearing through the leader's thick flesh and penetrating his body. as Su-An's arm plunged deep into the leader's very being. Ugh! The leader coughed up a mouthful of blood, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading as his frenzy subsided. And his rationality returned. No, it can't be. Why does your ability mirror mine? How can this be? Because that ability belongs to you, you foolish boar, Su-An retorted. The leader's pupils constricted in disbelief. How can this be? My ability is gone. Return my power to me. I will kill you. As he reached out toward Su-An, Su-An simply replied, You no longer have that opportunity. With a gentle grip, a torrent of lightning erupted from his palm. The violent force of the electricity surged from the leader's body, shredding his flesh inch by inch. With a resounding crash, the leader's form disintegrated into hundreds of pieces of mangled flesh, leaving only his bloated head atop the gruesome pile. The leader opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to utter something, but the destruction of his trachea rendered him mute, and he could not voice a single word. Ultimately, in a mix of despair and fury, his eyes lost their focus, and his life was frozen in that very moment. The leader had perished. Su-An lightly leapt onto a large boulder, gazing at the surrounding blood and remnants of flesh, unable to suppress a frown. This technique, perhaps I should refrain from using it in the future. While the capacity to detonate lightning within an enemy's body was undeniably lethal, the visual aftermath left much to be desired. Not to mention the grotesque splattering of flesh that accompanied it, truly repulsive. This leader was indeed formidable, a combination of a half-corpse and an awakened one, with his physical strength and defense nearly approaching S-level capabilities. Compounded by his own S-level superaccumulation, that he was a pure embodiment of muscle with high damage output. However, his intelligence was severely lacking, especially when plunged into a frenzied state, rendering him nearly brainless. Who knows if he had consumed too much human flesh, allowing prion diseases to damage his mind. The very thought of this leader's penchant for cannibalism sent a shiver down Su-An's spine, prompting a concern that the resources he had plundered might well be human flesh. Hastily, Su-An checked his expansive space. To his relief, he discovered a plethora of materials. 100 tons of grains, 30 tons of fruits and vegetables, 80 tons of pork, lamb, and beef, and 10 tons of alcoholic beverages. Phew, as long as it's not human flesh. The materials were all normal supplies, and Su-An exhaled in relief. Yet a question lingered. If this leader was solely inclined towards consuming human flesh, how had he amassed these other supplies? Contemplating deeply, it seems likely that these items were plundered from the resource stockpile on the island. Although the leader has an aversion to them, they undeniably belong to him. Moreover, the meats exhibit traces of freezing, indicating they were previously stored in a cold storage facility. It stands to reason that there exists a vast warehouse of supplies somewhere on the island. I wonder how much remains. The spoils from this raid nearly equal half of what I acquired from Lord Hu. If the warehouse still harbors such a bounty, it would be an extraordinary windfall. Surviving through the apocalypse, I recall that fateful day when the end times first descended. I scavenged an entire neighborhood and scarcely amassed a few thousand points of resources that in comparison. This haul is pitifully meager. It is indeed the swiftness of thievery that proves fruitful. While Su-An was lost in thought, a colossal hand made of sand and gravel descended from the sky with a thunderous crash, slamming him into the ground, creating a crater several meters deep. Chapter 38. We are all cowards. A man clad in a warden's uniform approached the pile of the leader's remnants and knelt before it. Trembling, he lifted the leader's severed head, meticulously wiping away the bloodstains with white gloves. Brother, I have come too late. I am so sorry, he choked, his eyes glistening with tears. With a rumbling sound, a figure of pure steel emerged from the sand. Rising slowly, Su-An spat out a mouthful of sand-laden saliva. The force of that strike was rather ordinary, merely appearing formidable when compared to the might of the leader's monstrous form. However, Su-An's attire had suffered greatly, torn to shreds by the sand. Turning his gaze toward the grieving man in the distance, it became evident that this was the second-in-command. 2 lines of small text caught his eye. Ability: Sandmaster S. Wealth Value: 38. 000. Another S-grade ability. A manipulation of elemental forces, capable of controlling sand and similar materials, serving both combat and functional purposes. That he had encountered such an ability once before. That individual, also an S-grade Sandmaster. single-handedly constructed a massive city of sand, ruling over a territory and earning the moniker Lord of the Yellow Sand. The potency of such abilities is indeed formidable. Each S-grade ability possesses remarkable prowess, especially those of multifunctional nature. Suin felt a surge of joy upon noting the man's wealth value reached a staggering 38 million that combined with the leader's resources. The total had already surpassed that of Lord Hu. The amassed wealth of these two factions exceeded 100 million points, equivalent to a starting sum in the billions, and no wonder he had found life so arduous in his previous existence. It seemed as though the resources of Sioux City had evaporated into thin air, scarce beyond reason. How much wealth could there truly be in Sioux City? It appeared that the majority had been ravaged by these two groups. Upon reflection, this was not mere coincidence, but rather an inevitability. Lord Hu, with his advantageous start, had seized opportunities, while Sinner Island crushed all underfoot with sheer might. Both factions had awakened at the most opportune moments. Equipped with their own teams, allowing for the rapid accumulation of vast resources, Lord Hu had no difficulty hoarding supplies in expansive spaces, while Sinner Island, propelled by two S-grade monsters, encountered little resistance. Both parties operated under the shroud of darkness, leaving no room for mercy towards others than a malignant presence, undoubtedly a scourge of the apocalypse. With such a wealth of resources, how could others possibly survive? Am I now a parasite as well? Well, that's fine. It feels rather delightful. The second-in-command turned, his eyes ablaze with a deep-seated hatred. Who are you? Why did you kill my brother? We have no enmity. Suin shifted his body, easing the discomfort in his muscles. The sound of metal clashing echoing as he leapt lightly to a spot not far from the second-in-command. Suin regarded him with disdain, scoffing, "We are all wolves. Why pretend to be sheep? When you were distributing flyers to lure ordinary people to their doom, did you not consider that you might also attract the very demon capable of claiming your lives? Regrettably for you, I am that demon, and encountering me is merely your misfortune." The second-in-command glared at Suin in fury. "You killed my brother because of those ordinary people?" Suin shrugged. "Not quite, if I must be frank. You and I are not so different that we are both essentially predators who prey upon the weak. You relish in seizing the fates of ordinary lives, imprisoning them to dictate their existence, for in your past as prisoners, you too lost control over your destinies. Upon gaining strength, your first impulse was to dominate the fates of others. You are cowards, filled with fear. It is this fear that drives you to don the most terrifying of warden's uniforms and become the oppressors. You and your brother were likely mere lackeys in prison, often bullied, weren't you? Your brother probably went hungry, and that scar on your forehead was likely burned by a cigarette. How is your posterior faring? Am I correct in my assumptions? Esteemed prisoner cloaked in a warden-esque guise. Struck to the core by Sue Ann's words, the second-in-command rose abruptly, a gigantic fist formed of sand and gravel hurtling towards Suin. Enough! Silence! Unfazed, Suin activated Supercharge, raising his fist to meet the incoming attack. A resounding crash echoed as the sandy hand disintegrated upon impact. Are you in a hurry? I understand your urgency, but please, do not be hasty. I have not finished speaking. Suin continued to "Oh, you know why I did not flee immediately after killing your brother. It is because I awaited your arrival to present your head to me." As his words fell, hundreds of steel rebar pieces surged from behind him, shooting toward the second-in-command. Who kills whom is yet to be determined. I demand your life as retribution for my brother. The second-in-command snorted, his body enveloped in a yellowish glow, as massive hands of sand erupted from the ground beneath him. The sandy hands interposed, blocking the oncoming steel rebar. Suin had long since prepared and, after a powerful thrust, leapt skyward, crackling with lightning as he descended upon the second-in-command. Upon witnessing Sue Ann's ascent, the second-in-command wore a look of disdain. There is no leverage in the air. You shall be at my mercy. With a stomp, a colossal hand, measuring 10 meters in length, burst forth from the earth, transforming from palm to fist as it aimed to crush Sue in midair. Die, fool. This strike embodied his full strength. Even a body forged of iron would be flattened under its weight. Only one could withstand this blow, the elder brother, endowed with supercharge, who was now deceased. Yet at that moment, a chilling phrase echoed above, sending shivers down his spine. Supercharge. At the instant the giant hand was about to collide, Suin activated Supercharge to counterattack. With a whoosh, he transformed into a projectile, effortlessly piercing through the enormous hand and, in the blink of an eye, arriving before the second dash in dash command that I in a swift motion. He seized the latter's throat and slammed him down onto the ground. Pressing the second in command into the earth, Suin slid several meters, leaving a deep gash in his wake before finally coming to a halt. Ugh, the second in command tasted blood. Coughing violently, Suin's voice resonated softly. In truth, you and I are alike. We are both cowards. I too fear my own impotence, fear betrayal, fear the control of others over my fate, fear being cast aside like before, having a leg severed and discarded among the dead, reduced to scavenging like an animal. Thus, in this life, I shall become stronger than anyone else. For this, I will pay any price. Chapter 39. I've struck it rich. What is mine is mine. The replication of abilities was successful, granting the power. Sand Master S. The plundering of abilities was successful, acquiring the transferable ability. Sandmaster S. Wealth was successfully plundered, gaining a wealth value of 38 million points, now transferred to the expansive space. Please check promptly. Following a trifecta of plundering, Suin dispatched the second in command as well. Thus, all three leaders of Sinner Island met their demise. Their resources largely seized by Suin. It seemed the warehouse of Sinner Island had been rendered nearly empty. However, Suin did not depart immediately. Instead, he turned back to the island, intent on further exploiting the situation. With the absence of the three leaders, he felt free to act with abandon, brazenly raiding their base. In an instant, alarms blared across the island as wardens poured forth, some wielding cold weapons, others brandishing firearms, that Suin transformed into a shadow, embarking on his plunder point. 300 points of wealth. I'll take that. This one is worth 500 points. It is perfect. 30 points. How pitiful. I'll take it. 8 points. How dare you show your face? Let me clean you out. In that moment, Suin moved as though in a realm devoid of obstacles, seizing every opportunity to plunder, regardless of the wealth value, even confiscating their weapons without exception. Seeing Suin impervious to their attacks, the wardens fell into disarray, their invincible trio of leaders still absent. Consequently, the wardens abandoned their weapons, fleeing to the water's edge, seeking to escape by boat. But Suin would not allow them to have their way. Get off my ship. Mine, all mine, one by one. I kicked them into the water, effortlessly collecting all the boats into the vast spatial realm. The fleeing guards had no choice but to retreat to the center of the island, huddling together, trembling in fear. This time, Suin did not pursue them. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully at the expansive reservoir. Since I've come this far, the water resources of the reservoir are still untainted. In a few days, that may no longer be the case. Perhaps I could take some as a reserve. Moreover, during the second apocalypse, water resources would be exceedingly scarce, even more so than food. Thus, Suin used his mind to create a reservoir within the vast space, directly transferring all the water from the reservoir into that realm. Once the water was relocated and the reservoir emptied, a dense swarm of fish and shrimp was revealed, amounting to no less than 100,000 tons. There was an unexpected bonus. Suin, unable to resist, collected an additional 1 million tons of sediment from the reservoir's bottom. This substance is excellent for planting and seedling cultivation, regardless of whether it would be useful or not. It was prudent to take it, as there remains ample space in the vast realm, which is yet to be filled to even 1/10 of its capacity. Having gathered sufficient resources, Suin departed with satisfaction. Initially, he had intended to return in a helicopter he had seized, but alas, he had never learned to pilot one while he was adept at defeating foes. Consequently, he had to abandon that plan, traversing the parched reservoir to the road, where he mounted his motorcycle and revved the engine, heading back along the route. Once Suin had left, the surviving guards dared to cautiously peek out. Upon seeing the reservoir completely drained, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. The monster has finally departed. It was terrifying. Just a glance from it made me feel like I was facing death. I wonder if any of the leaders were killed by it. What happened? Where is all the water in the reservoir gone? Not a single drop remains. Just as the guards were collectively bewildered, a cacophony of shouting erupted from the direction of the prison. This is bad. The prisoners have escaped. What should we do? We're finished. Our weapons were taken by that monster. What else can we do but run? The prisoners numbered around 800 or 900, while only 70 or 80 of them remained alive. Less than 1/10 of the total. With no weapons, they were utterly outmatched and could only flee in panic. Thus, atop the Jinlong Reservoir, a grand escape unfolded as the enraged prisoners ruthlessly pursued the guards. Unbeknownst to Suin, who had departed early, he rode his motorcycle leisurely along the road, humming a tune, in a state of relaxed joy. This outing had yielded a total of 8 abilities, including 2 of S grade. Along with over 50 million worth of resources that he had now collected 4 S-grade abilities, amounting to hundreds of billions in resources that in the entire apocalypse. It would be nearly impossible to find anyone better developed than he was. As long as he desired, he could indulge at any moment, that very moment. He felt as though even the air was sweet. Just then, a nearby survivor camp caught his eye. It was a small camp, occupying merely a few hundred square meters, surrounded by iron fences in the center. A roaring fire blazed, with about 10 survivors gathered around, cheering. Beside the bonfire stood a small wooden stage, upon which rested a large iron cage containing a cat-sized creature covered in black scales. Next to the cage was a chained zombie, which seemed terrified of the peculiar creature, struggling to escape. That a woman draped in a white sheet stood before the cage, passionately addressing the crowd below. "Behold, this is the divine beast sent to us by the heavens. It shall lead us away from suffering. The divine beast has arrived. With it, the skies will clear. The divine beast has arrived. Good days are ahead. The wicked and filthy zombies shall soon be annihilated by the divine beast, which will protect its loyal and devout followers through the crisis. Lost sheep, offer your loyalty and tributes to the divine beast. The omnipotent divine beast will bless you." Under the woman's enchantment, applause erupted from the crowd, with many taking out food to place in an iron bucket at the edge of the stage. Offering it to the so-called divine beast, mutated creature, scale cat LV6 Suin. He had seen such a creature in his past life. This is no divine beast. It is merely a mutated domestic cat. It won't protect people. It will eat them. Chapter 40. Taming a new pet. One cannot entirely blame these people for being bewitched. With the presence of this mutated cat, ordinary zombies and bloodthirsty bats dared not approach the camp, naturally leading the onlookers to be deceived. It should be noted that at this time, they would not have even dared to step outside, lest they be bitten to death by bloodthirsty bats, let alone gather so freely around the bonfire, safe and sound. However, strictly speaking, mutated creatures are also new species evolved from the zombie virus. Due to varying levels of individual evolution, some mutated creatures are significantly stronger than ordinary zombies. To ordinary zombies, this represents pure bloodline suppression, not any form of protection for the followers. Moreover, felines are instinctive hunters, exhibiting extreme brutality towards smaller animals. Even if they do not eat, they will capture and torment them to death. After mutation, this trait not only persists but intensifies. In the wake of the apocalypse, humanity has been relegated to the lowest rung of the food chain, a mere prey in the eyes of mutated beings. This mutated cat may have been injured. Otherwise, it would have long since burst from the cage, dispatching its followers with a single swipe. However, if it continues to be fed like this, once the mutated cat heals, these people will not escape death either. What surprised Suin was that this mutated cat remained remarkably calm, lazily lounging in the cage while occasionally nibbling on the tributes offered by its followers. Its large, copper-ringed eyes fixed on the crowd, glinting with a mocking, almost human-like expression, as if observing a group of simpletons. Could it be that this creature is not injured? If the mutated cat were uninjured, this cage would hardly contain it. The only possibility is that it willingly entered, showing no resistance merely to enjoy the free offerings from its followers. A master of exploitation. When the followers can no longer provide for it, it will surely turn on them. It seems to have become quite crafty. It is entirely plausible. Most mutated creatures lose their sanity after mutation due to the virus, becoming bloodthirsty and frenzied. However, a small portion, having evolved more completely, retains enhanced intelligence. Before mutation, a cat's intelligence could easily match that of a 2- or 3-year-old child. After evolution, its intelligence could multiply several times, easily reaching that of an ordinary person. This explains why this mutated cat appears so intelligent. Of course, these are merely his speculations. The truth must be tested. That Suin could not help but dismount his motorcycle, entering the camp and approaching the stage. He leaped onto the platform, striding towards the iron cage. "Who are you?" What do you want? Hurry and get down. You have not gained the divine beast's approval and have no right to stand here. Before receiving the divine beast's recognition, you must offer your loyalty and tributes. The woman draped in the white sheet stood in front of Suin, her face filled with displeasure that Suin merely cast a cold glance at her. A chilling aura enveloping her, causing her to instinctively take several steps back. What do you intend to do? Suin ignored her, moving directly before the cage, smiling at the mutated cat. Did I feel like having some cat meat? It seems your ample flesh should be enough to satisfy me for quite some time. The mutated cat abruptly turned its head, green eyes reflecting a flash of anger, the scales on its neck bristling. Observing the mutated cat's reaction, Suin nodded slightly. Not bad. It can understand human speech. However, Suin's words not only provoked the mutated cat, but also incited the ire of the surrounding followers. How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to insult the divine beast? Who is this scoundrel? Drive him away. Divine punishment will surely befall you for your insolence, ignoring the vehement outcry of the followers. Suin slowly raised a finger, faint sparks of electricity crackling at its tip. Meow. Sensing a threat from Suin, the mutated cat emitted a strange cry, then surged forward, breaking free from the cage and leaping a distance of 5 or 6 meters. The mutated cat warily eyed Suin, crouching low, its scales raised, continuously emitting a low growl that, alas, the divine beast has grown furious. Cursed be the wretched fool who has angered the great deity. O mighty beast, please temper your wrath. Witnessing the mutated cat effortlessly breach the iron cage and leap several meters away, the congregation was instantly struck with terror, their faces drained of color. This spectacle was far more intimidating than any lion or tiger, surpassing the limits of their comprehension, thereby solidifying their belief that this was indeed a divine creature. As for the perception of danger, it proved to be quite commendable. Observing the mutated cat's performance, Suin felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With its high intelligence and acute awareness of peril, it was undoubtedly a capable guardian. Little creature, how about you accompany me? Return home and help me safeguard my abode. The conditions are rather favorable, Suin said, gradually approaching the mutated cat. Yet the mutated cat continued to retreat, perceiving this human as a grave threat, more formidable than any creature it had encountered. Escape was imperative. The instinct to flee was innate, even for the most elite predators. When faced with an adversary so powerful that resistance seemed futile, flight became the sole option, the Dio not be in such haste to depart. Suin waved his hand, causing the surrounding iron bars to rise from the ground, encircling the mutated cat. Alarmed, the creature struggled to escape the encirclement, but no matter how it leaped or clawed, it could not break free from the iron bar's relentless grasp, ultimately succumbing to the myriad of metallic restraints, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Despite this, it continued to roar at Suin, desperately gnashing its teeth against the iron bars in a futile attempt to escape. Its ferocity laid bare. Tiske, Suin clicked his tongue in annoyance that I have always preferred to reason with others. Let us have a proper discussion. With that, he retrieved a large kitchen knife, over 1 meter in length, confiscated from the chief, and thrust it into the ground. Upon seeing the knife, the mutated cat ceased its struggles, overwhelmed by the menacing aura emanating from it, inducing a wave of dizziness. IT had no doubt that this bizarre individual would cleave it in two with a single stroke. Immediately, it halted its resistance, adopting a submissive demeanor. Meow, it purred softly, entirely devoid of its previous ferocity, its transformation as swift as a face-changing act in Sichuan opera. Now that's more like it, Suin remarked. Observing the mutated cat's capitulation, with a flick of his wrist, he released its bindings. Once freed, the mutated cat refrained from attacking, yet its emerald eyes darted around, seemingly searching for an opportunity to flee. As a creature at the apex of the food chain, how could it easily submit to a mere human, even one as powerful as Suin? This defiance was ingrained in its very genes. Cats shall never be enslaved. Have you made your decision? Will you accompany me to guard my home? Suin asked, a friendly smile gracing his face as he produced a box of cat food and gourmet cat treats from his spatial realm. These will be yours. There's plenty more where that came from. Upon seeing the entire box of cat food, the mutated cat's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly captivated. And there's more, Suin added, tossing out several pounds of dried fish. And this as well, he continued, producing countless pounds of chicken breast. Not to your liking? Very well. With that, he retracted everything back into his spatial realm. Meow. The mutated cat emitted a strange cry, leaping to Suin's feet. Nuzzling against him in a display of eager submission, it was no wonder the cat yielded so easily. The offerings were simply too generous. Not only was it a mere mutated cat, but even the other followers were swayed by the bounty. "Hey brother, how about I accompany you? I can help guard your place," one follower proposed. "Step aside, you're not suitable." "I'm a dog, it's my specialty," another chimed in. "But I'm also a dog. I am easy to please. Just give me cat food." At that moment, faith in the nature of the divine beast seemed trivial. Seeing that the followers were vying for its position, the mutated cat grew furious, its scales bristling as it glared at them, as if to declare, "Back off. I was here first." Suin, witnessing how effortlessly the mutated cat had been swayed, felt a sense of contentment that if the creature had resolutely refused to comply, he would not have forced the issue. After all, a reluctant companion would not be sweet. He had yet to savor the taste of a mutated cat in his 2 lives. "Very well. You shall henceforth be my pet," Suin declared, leaping onto the back of the mutated cat. "Let us return home." The mutated cat was taken aback. That wasn't it promised to be a guardian rather than a steed? How could it? A creature at the pinnacle of the food chain be relegated to such a position? Cats shall never be. Suin promptly tossed a large fish, weighing dozens of pounds. Meow. The mutated cat sprang into the air. Catching it in its mouth, that a single bite revealed the delectable fat, and it relished the flavor. Meanwhile, under the bewildered gazes of the followers, their divine beast was whisked away, disappearing after a few leaps. Ah, the true deity has descended. The divine beast has answered the call of the supreme, true God, and departed with him. The leading woman knelt in the direction Suin had gone. The congregation was further perplexed, but the divine beast was clearly lured away by cat food. "Call me high priestess," the woman snapped. "Ignorant mortals, can you conjure such food from thin air? Only a god can accomplish that. He is the deity, the supreme, true God." Upon hearing this, the followers fell silent, contemplating her words. Indeed, it seemed so. They recalled the legend of Jesus in the West, who once miraculously provided food for the suffering by the Red River. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the young man conjuring sustenance. This was a genuine miracle. Surely, the true God had heard their calls, appearing before them as a test of their faith that, I have heard the call of the divine. I pledge my loyalty to the supreme God. Let us follow his guidance and press on. All trials are mere tests bestowed upon his faithful servants that as long as we remain devout, the true God will return to guide us from our suffering. Under the high priestess's exhortation, more and more people began to believe, kneeling in reverence until the entire camp transformed into fervent followers of Suin. Thus, a cult known as the True God sect took root. Meanwhile, Suin rode the mutated cat swiftly along the roads, completely unaware that he had been deified. The mutated cat's speed exceeded 100 kilometers per hour, effortlessly ignoring road conditions, moving in a straight line, and leaping over small rivers and buildings with ease. Its endurance was remarkable. A few cans of cat food could carry them over 100 kilometers. Its energy conversion efficiency was truly astounding. Even Thomas Young, the pioneer of the law of conservation of energy, would shake his head in disbelief. Moreover, it possessed a natural instinct to sense danger, deterring ordinary zombies from approaching. This was far superior to riding a motorcycle, efficient and practical. However, the experience of riding was somewhat uncomfortable, as the cat's body was covered in a thick layer of hard scales, making it quite rough on the rear. That Suin silently contemplated designing a saddle upon his return. Thus, the duo swiftly made their way back to the city, traversing the night as the scaled cat leaped gracefully between buildings like a phantom. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at their residential compound. Upon reaching home, Suin noticed a soft, flickering candlelight within the villa, suggesting someone was still awake. Without a second thought, he entered, leading the scaled cat inside. "Master. Welcome home, master. Welcome home." He was greeted by Lu Hui and her daughter, clad in black and white maid outfits, standing at the entrance. Lu Hui's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Suin's eyes, while Xiao Xiao beamed with a sunny smile, her dimples and small fangs giving her a charmingly cute appearance. "Hubby, Are you satisfied? She asked playfully. Licu peeked out, grinning mischievously. Suin raised his thumb in admiration. You certainly know how to entertain. Hubby, you're finally back? Everyone was terribly worried, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed, although they all knew Suin was formidable. His prolonged absence had inevitably raised concerns, especially in these perilous times. Li Xiaoyu ushered Suin inside. She was taken aback by the enormous scaled cat, resembling a calf. What a massive tiger. Not a tiger, but a cat. Suin casually explained that I found this pet. It can help guard the house. Is this really a cat? Can a cat be this large? Is it truly appropriate to keep such a bull-sized cat as a pet? Will it eat people? Generally, noted it is quite well-behaved, don't you agree? Wang Kai, as Suin named the scaled cat, gently stroked its large head. The name is simple yet auspicious, rustic to the extreme, yet elegant. Meow, Wang Kai responded. Li Xiaoyu's lips twitched slightly. It was no wonder she had taken a liking to this man. His dominance extended even to naming a cat. Although the name, it does bear a resemblance to a dog's name. Soon, the group returned to the villa and entered the dining room, where the table was laden with an abundance of dishes. 2 large tables overflowing with delicacies. Shrimp and tomato sauce, dompa pork. Crispy sea cucumbers, steamed base, lemon sauce beef, spicy hot pot, goji berry stir-fried cabbage, white fungus and lotus seed porridge, hibiscus and cinnamon soup, sour and spicy salad, Thai-style chicken feet, seafood stone pot rice, pan-seared cod, charcoal grilled foie gras, sashimi platter, seafood pasta, rosemary grilled steak. There was a delightful variety of flavors, meat and vegetables, sweet and spicy, sour and fresh, representing various cuisines, even including the Thai style from Yunnan, alongside several international specialties. More than 20 dishes were presented. A feast more extravagant than most families would prepare for the new year. This was the result of Sister Lu Hui and Xiao Xiao's labor throughout the day. You should try some, Shui Qingyu said with a gentle smile, serving Suin a bowl of soup to warm his stomach. She felt somewhat inadequate compared to Lu Hui's culinary skills, even contemplating the idea of apprenticeship, as this was the finest chef she had ever encountered. No. Perhaps a gourmet. It looks quite splendid, Suin nodded in satisfaction. Lu Hui, a bit shy, smiled and said, it was prepared in haste. These are merely simple home-cooked dishes that I hope you find them to your liking. Suin raised an eyebrow. This is home cooking. It seems this cook possesses considerable skill. I shall be fortunate in the future. Let us all sit down and eat together. Sister Lu Hui, Xiao Xiao, there is no need for formality. Consider this your home. Suin encouraged everyone to take their seats. Having eaten little throughout the day, he was already quite hungry, having only managed a few bites of fried chicken on the road earlier. After sampling a few dishes, Suin's eyes lit up. It would not be an exaggeration to describe them as a feast for the senses that he then indulged heartily, and soon, everyone joined in, during the meal. Laughter and chatter filled the AI. Li Xiaoyu animatedly shared her admiration for the numerous films and television shows Xiao Xiao had starred in, professing herself a fan and praising Xiao Xiao's grace, talent, and exceptional acting. Xiao Xiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shui Qingyu, on the other hand, spoke little, quietly listening while occasionally serving Suin, as Lu Hui poured the wine. It was a warm and inviting scene. Meanwhile, Wang Kai squatted at the kitchen door. Feeling quite neglected, IT wished to express, have you forgotten something? Think carefully. Sensing Wang Kai's pitiful gaze, Lu Hui suddenly remembered that Suin had brought a pet back with him. She quickly fetched a large iron basin to serve as Wang Kai's food bowl and filled it with some food. Wang Kai, upon seeing this, spun in circles with excitement, meowing incessantly. Make sure to wash your bowl after eating, Suin called over his shoulder without looking back. Wang Kai nodded vigorously, witnessing such an intelligent display from Wang Kai. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but exclaim softly, Wang Kai is so clever. Hearing the praise, Wang Kai elegantly raised its head and let out a refined meow, its expression radiating a human-like pride, as if to say, of course. Then it dove back into the food bowl, devouring the meal voraciously. After half an hour, the meal finally concluded that Suin, satisfied and full, reclined on the sofa, not wishing to move an inch. It had been a long time since he had eaten so heartily, to the point of feeling slightly stuffed. The 20-odd dishes had been nearly wiped clean, with not even a drop of soup remaining, primarily due to Wang Kai's insatiable appetite. However, Suin was unperturbed, thinking to himself that it was merely the beginning. Even if Wang Sai's appetite were to multiply tenfold or 100-fold, he could easily accommodate it. In fact, he welcomed it, as any leftover food could simply be devoured by Wang Kai, alleviating any concerns about waste. What a wonderful cat. Indeed, Wang Kai, as Suan had instructed earlier, cleaned its bowl after the meal. The women present couldn't help but praise Wang Kai for its intelligence, which made Wang Kai puff out its chest with pride. As the clock struck midnight, Suan began to feel sleepy and turned to Wang Kai, advising, "Be mindful while sleeping tonight. Don't sleep too soundly. Always stay alert to your surroundings. Don't forget your duty to guard the house." Wang Kai meowed in acknowledgement that Suan then retrieved several hundred pounds of cat litter from his space and scattered it on the ground. Later, you can dig a pit outside and use the litter as your toilet. Just remember to clean up after yourself. You are now a mature cat and must learn to handle your own affairs. Understand? Li Xiao Yu. Shueqing Yu. Yu Qiao Qiao. Lu Wei. Can pets really be raised like this? Suan, is there a problem with that? It is indeed Wang Kai. Not an ordinary cat, but a noble scaled feline, and this is entirely normal. Wang Kai mewed in agreement, indicating indeed, a noble scaled cat is just like this. Subsequently, it cast a disdainful glance at the several women, as if to say, "How peculiar." Chapter 43. The display the following day. It was now the 6th day after the apocalypse, and the number of bloodthirsty crows had escalated to a terrifying extent. Looking up, one could see an ominous mass of them, with each flock containing at least thousands. The entire city of Su was shrouded in flocks of crows, both large and small. Just the day before, ordinary people could venture out in search of supplies under the cover of the crows, but today was different. Anyone daring to show themselves would be besieged by the crows, devoured until nothing remained. Even their very marrow, even in the relatively less populated suburbs, stepping outside had become exceedingly perilous. One misstep could lead to instant demise. Yet despite these dangers, many survivors were compelled to risk their lives in search of food or to stockpile supplies. By now, many had begun to notice that the numbers of crows and bats were increasing exponentially each day, that if this continued, it would soon be too late to gather resources after today. In stark contrast to the survivors' days that felt like years, Suan enjoyed a much more leisurely existence. He lounged lazily on the balcony, basking in the sun, while the little maid Xiao Qiao helped him relieve his shoulders. Wang Kai dozed nearby, emanating an aura that deterred the crows from approaching the villa. Suan had thoroughly embraced a life of ease. After several days of exertion, his survival in this new world was secured. With over a dozen abilities at his disposal, he had more supplies than he could use. Now, the only thought occupying his mind was what he wished to eat today, as for the other women. Each had their own pursuits. Lu Wei busied herself in the kitchen preparing delectable dishes, while during her leisure, she preferred to languidly recline on the sofa with a book or retreat to the study to write or paint. She was a woman of profound depth and elegance, exuding grace and nobility at all times. Shueqing Yu and Li Xiaoyu had transformed the neighboring villa into a training ground, honing their abilities within. Both were still on a journey of significant improvement in their mastery of powers. Particularly, Shueqing Yu, with her S-class ability, possessed immense potential for growth as for Li Xiaoyu. Her room for development was rather limited. This prompted Suan to recall the few abilities he had retained from the Isle of Sinners, including 2 S-class powers that if he were to grant one to Li Xiaoyu, it would considerably enhance her potential. He glanced at Xiao Qiao beside him and noticed a small progress bar above her head, which had reached 71. This progress bar represented her favorability towards him, ever since he had absorbed abilities. He discovered he could perceive other sentiments towards him. Xiao Qiao's favorability stood at 71, Li Xiaoyu at 85, Shueqing Yu at 90, and Lu Hui was astonishingly high at 98. Even Suan himself found it perplexing why Lu Hui's favorability was so elevated, especially considering they had only interacted for 2 days. Moreover, the seemingly reserved Shueqing Yu had a higher favorability than the more openly affectionate Li Xiaoyu. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, he still found it challenging to comprehend the complexities of women. Fortunately, with the existence of the progress bar, everything had become simpler. That a favorability score of 50 marked a watershed. Achieving this threshold indicated sufficient trust had developed. Each subsequent 10 percentage points represented a new stage: 60 for infatuation, 70 for passionate love, 80 for a singular beloved, 90 for unwavering devotion, and 100 for divine reverence. Naturally, being inherently suspicious, he was not one to easily trust others, even Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu. With the presence of the favorability progress bar, the genuineness or insincerity of emotions could be discerned at a glance, providing him with a newfound sense of security. At the very least, he could trust the women around him. The prerequisite for bestowing abilities was a favorability score exceeding 60. And presently, all the women had met this criterion that Suin contemplated manually bestowing powers upon them. Currently, there were 4 abilities available for donation: Water Vapor D, Fire Energy A, Supercharge S, and Sandstone Sovereign S. Xue Qingyu already possessed an S-class lightning control ability, rendering it unnecessary to bestow another power upon her, as she needed to avoid overwhelming herself. Unlike her, Suin had lived 2 lifetimes and was familiar with various abilities, knowing how to swiftly and adeptly wield them. The others, however, required time to familiarize themselves with their new powers. Lu Hui and her daughter were primarily engaged in logistical support, so there was no immediate need for them to gain additional abilities. However, if he were to grant one, Fire Energy A would be suitable for Lu Hui, especially given that they were currently without electricity or running water. Cooking would require gas, although he had ample supplies. Obtaining energy without cost was far more appealing, that he had yet to taste a dish made with abilities, and the prospect intrigued him. Additionally, Lu Hui's remarkably high favorability made him feel most at ease. Lastly, there was Li Xiaoyu that Suin intended to cultivate her into a capable ally, as her strong combat awareness presented significant potential for development. Once she received her bestowed power, her future would indeed be promising. Of course, his primary motivation for empowering the women stemmed from his desire to embrace a more relaxed lifestyle. One cannot do everything alone. In life, one should seize joy wherever possible. Qiao Qiao called Lu Hui over, and Suin removed his sunglasses, gently patting Qiao Qiao's small hand. "All right, master," Qiao Qiao replied with a sweet smile, revealing her small teeth, which added to her charm. Initially, Suin found it somewhat awkward that Lu Hui and her daughter referred to him as master. But since they insisted on this form of address, he ceased to concern himself with it. Strangely enough, after becoming accustomed to it, he found a certain enjoyment in it. Before long, Lu Hui arrived at the balcony. Offering Suin a gentle smile, "Master, is there anything you require?" The reason Lu Hui and her daughter insisted on calling Suin master was entirely her own decision. This was her way of expressing loyalty, though unspoken. It conveyed much. Gazing at this woman of refined grace, Suin couldn't help but silently commend his own taste. She was the most alluring woman he had ever encountered, embodying the beauty of intellect with such finesse. It is said that women are like water. In Lu Hui's case, she resembled a fine vintage wine, rich with beauty and charm. Even though Lu Hui addressed him as master, it still felt somewhat surreal. It was difficult to imagine such a woman, radiating nobility, adopting such a meek demeanor. Chapter 44. The price of a lifetime. Are you familiar with abilities? Suin asked directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Hui nodded, having come to understand the existence of awakeners after 2 days of interaction. Both Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu were awakeners. That Li Xiaoyu possessed immense strength, capable of lifting a small car, while Xue Qingyu could unleash lightning with her bare hands and manipulate metallic objects. Neither of them was ordinary. This revelation stirred a sense of unease within Lu Hui. Both she and her daughter were merely ordinary individuals. Aside from her culinary skills, she felt her capabilities were scant. In this chaotic era, individuals like her were numerous. Should Suin express a desire for a maid or cook, the neighborhood could easily be filled with volunteers. She and Xiao Qiao could be discarded at any moment. She held a belief that her worth was truly limited. Did I end this cold world? Where was home? Where could they find refuge? If they were to leave this place, where would she and Xiao Qiao go? The most likely outcome would be bidding farewell to this world together. She possessed a certain confidence in her appearance. Yet in a world devoid of moral constraints, what had once been a source of pride now felt like a burden. Xiao Qiao, too, was even more so, her identity as a charming little starlet now serving as a death knell. "Do you wish for an ability? I can grant you one," Suin stated, observing Lu Hui's growing anxiety. Lu Hui's heart raced at his words. What did you say? I must have misheard." "You heard correctly. I can give you an ability, that you desire it." Lu Hui's eyes widened in disbelief, from what she understood. Both Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu had awakened their abilities independently. Though she could not comprehend it, she found herself exclaiming, "I want it." Suin smiled gently, extending his long fingers to tuck a strand of hair behind Lu Hui's fair neck. Caressing her softly, Lu Hui's complexion flushed slightly, yet she exhibited no resistance or distaste. Instead, she felt a sense of honor. Yes, it was indeed an honor. Every gift comes with a cost. To gain one thing invariably means losing another. I can offer you a remarkable ability, but in return, you must surrender your entire life. Have you truly considered this? Exchanging a lifetime for you, Lu Hui gazed up at Suin, her eyes somewhat hazy with infatuation. In her heart, this man seemed akin to a deity. Rescuing her from the depths of despair when she was most vulnerable, he exuded such strength and mystery that even being in close proximity left her unable to discern his true nature. His profound black eyes appeared to harbor an abyss that drew her in deeper. Was she truly willing to offer her entire existence to him? Perhaps it was a form of destiny guiding her. From the moment she encountered him, it seemed her fate had been sealed. Lu Hui slowly knelt down, declaring, "I am willing, master." The word master fell from her lips with unwavering certainty, devoid of hesitation, a testament to her heartfelt submission. Suin nodded in satisfaction. One day, "You will take pride in this decision, for I shall lead you to the very ends of the apocalypse." That he then pressed a single finger against Lu Hui's crimson lips, silently invoking the gift of power. Fire ability, and that the transfer was successful, marking the birth of the first artificially awakened individual. The process of awakening proved even simpler and more effortless than Suin had anticipated. Lu Hui's affection for him surged to a perfect score of 100, reaching a stage where she revered him as a deity. Yet, as Suin momentarily lost focus, he suddenly felt a warmth at his fingertips. Realizing that Lu Hui had flushed with excitement, parting her lips, Suin's eyelids twitched. "That my dear, what are you attempting to do? Have you perhaps misunderstood something? And let us not forget, Qiao Qiao is still here. Could we not exercise a modicum of restraint?" Suin finally witnessed the impressive power of high affection levels. Soon, an entire day slipped away in the blink of an eye. Throughout this day, Suin engaged in little more than basking in the sun, enjoying meals, and receiving massages from his numerous maids. He occasionally listened to music to cultivate the nearly forgotten refinement within him, leisurely passing the time. This was, without a doubt, the most relaxed day he had experienced since his rebirth. That he no longer needed to concern himself with gathering resources from the outside world. The supplies he possessed were more than sufficient, surpassing even the total resources remaining in the entirety of Sioux City. The notorious Sin Island and the Longhu gang had already amassed every conceivable resource for him. Dinner that evening was equally sumptuous, featuring a total of 18 dishes that combined the culinary traditions of the North and South. The feast showcased the rich flavors of imperial cuisine alongside the spicy, appetizing notes of Sichuan fare. Lu Hui proved to be a culinary treasure, never disappointing in her gastronomic endeavors. That as they dined, laughter filled the air, while Wang Kai squatted nearby, devouring his meal as if he were a famished ghost reborn after an eternity of starvation. Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu occasionally sought Suin's guidance on matters of power training. That Suin, unreserved in his knowledge, shared everything he could, believing in the importance of open communication. Abilities were not fixed martial techniques. Even among those sharing the same power, their applications and effects could differ vastly, influenced by individual understanding and habits. Take Suin's control over electricity, for instance. That he preferred utilizing electromagnetic forces to manipulate metallic objects in battle, as it was efficient and effective, especially in a modern world abundant with potential weapons. Xue Qingyu, on the other hand, favored harnessing the raw power of lightning itself, condensing it into spheres that unleashed electrical storms upon release. Each method had its own merits. One was labor-saving, while the other possessed greater destructive potential. Xue Qingyu's choice of the more powerful approach stemmed from a desire to prove herself before Suin. As for Suin's inclination towards efficiency, it was rooted in the hardships of his previous life, where he had learned to conserve resources, both financial and physical, that in a world beset by chaos, every ounce of energy was invaluable. This ingrained mindset of frugality continued to influence him. However, to become a competent and formidable awakened one, mastery over various applications of their abilities was essential. Therefore, Xue Qingyu still had a long path ahead. The more powerful the ability, the more challenging it became to control, requiring extensive time and practice. All Suen could do was provide guidance on the diverse applications of lightning manipulation, while the timeline for mastery lay in Xue Qingyu's hands. While Suen instructed Xue Qingyu, Li Xiaoyu noticed a shift in Lu Hui's gaze towards Suen. Lu Hui's eyes brimmed with palpable fervor and adoration. Not only Lu Hui, but Xiao Qiao too exhibited similar sentiments, albeit with a blush that rendered her too shy to meet Su An's gaze, or even Lu Hui's, that a woman's intuition whispered to her that something significant had transpired among the three. Chapter 45. Li Xiaoyu's Great Crisis. Lu Hui, your dishes are incredibly fragrant today, even better than yesterday's. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy them. Lu Hui replied gently, smiling as she deftly removed the bones from a piece of fish before placing it carefully into Su An's bowl. Li Xiaoyu, without needing to voice it, recognized Lu Hui's culinary skills had indeed improved, a fact attributable to the new abilities bestowed upon her by Suen. Dishes prepared with the fire ability were undeniably more aromatic than those made with standard gas stoves. Furthermore, she had conceived many cooking methods she had never dared to imagine before. With the assistance of fire ability A, she was able to control the heat with ease. Being a chef, she had always been familiar with flames. Thus, mastering this new skill came more swiftly to her. When she unleashed blazing fires with her bare hands, she was both astonished and elated, moved to tears by the gifts bestowed upon her by this omnipotent man. Lu Hui's gaze towards Suen grew ever more ardent. Li Xiaoyu felt a surge of anxiety. Lu Hui, please do not attempt to cut in line. That would be quite inconsiderate. Li Xiaoyu faced a great crisis. She had to take the initiative. Xiaoyu, come find me tonight. I have something for you, Suen casually remarked, catching the attention of the women present. Okay. Li Xiaoyu was taken aback, not expecting Suen to summon her. Is something significant about to happen? Li Xiaoyu felt a flutter of nerves. Despite her usual rapid-fire speech, she had never been in a romantic relationship. At heart, she was merely a master of words. And it was impossible to deny her anxiety. Yet as she considered it, her nerves quickly transformed into excitement. She had often felt self-conscious about her height, being the shortest among the four women present. Even 15-year-old Xiao Qiao towered over her. But now, Suen had chosen her first, proving her allured. So what if she was shorter? Perhaps Suen preferred petite and charming women. How splendid with that thought. Li Xiaoyu's worries dissipated. Lu Hui smiled softly, finding nothing amiss. In fact, she believed Suen had shown remarkable restraint, that in her view, every woman in this house belonged to Suen, herself included. She would obey his every command unconditionally. Even if he ordered her to die, she would comply without hesitation. Her feelings for Suen had morphed into a blind adoration and fervor. From a certain perspective, Suen had become her faith, and she was his most devout follower. Beside her, Xue Qingyu trembled slightly, a flicker of despondency crossing her eyes, her emotions a tangle of complexity. Unbeknownst to Suen, his mere words had set the women present into a whirlwind of speculation. In all honesty, he had merely intended to summon Li Xiaoyu to grant her an awakening, gifting her a new ability. What ill intentions could a harmless, well-meaning young man harbor? Li Xiaoyu nibbled at her meal, hastily finishing the remainder and dumping it into Wang Kai's bowl. Wang Kai? If it could speak, it would surely exclaim, "What do you mean? Do you take me for a trash can?" Despite its mild dissatisfaction, Wang Kai began to eagerly devour the food. Delicious. Li Xiaoyu dashed back to her room, starting with a cold shower before rummaging through her wardrobe for her pre-prepared victory outfit. Suen returned to his room. Pulling out a notebook and beginning to write, he intended to devise a training regimen for Li Xiaoyu, Xue Qingyu, and Lu Hui, aiming to strengthen them in the shortest time possible, in half a month. The first wave of the zombie apocalypse would transition into its second phase, plunging the world into greater chaos while simultaneously ushering forth a surge of awakened individuals. Major factions would begin to establish themselves during this time. It was inevitable that he would encounter these factions, making it essential to prepare in advance. At the very least, he could not allow those around him to become burdens, lest they hinder him. After all, he excelled at pilfering from others, yet his greatest fear remained that of being robbed himself. Approximately half an hour later, Li Xiaoyu knocked on the door and entered. Suen turned to look, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. The white silk short skirt and twin ponytails. How do I look? Cute, right? Li Xiaoyu rose on her tiptoes and spun around in a circle, while Suen stroked his chin, surveying her from head to toe. Be honest, it's quite remarkable, he remarked with a chuckle. With a cunning smile, Li Xiaoyu leapt into Su An's embrace and whispered conspiratorially in his ear, "I heard from others that this is called a victory move." Even Su An, with his steadfast demeanor akin to that of a seasoned monk, found himself slightly overwhelmed, but he promptly seated Li Xiaoyu on a chair, instinctively adjusting his thoughts. "Ahem, the reason I summoned you here is to bestow upon you a special ability." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyu's expression fell slightly. "What? So it isn't— wait, what did you just say? You're giving me what? A special ability classified as S-tier, that do you not desire it? You can grant me a special ability? How is that even possible? There is nothing that is impossible, that if I say it, I can certainly achieve it." Seeing the seriousness in Su An's expression, which suggested he was not jesting, Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but believe him, though she remained utterly astonished that Su An had previously informed her that each awakened individual would only experience a single awakening and could only acquire one ability. What they awakened to would remain unchanged for their entire life. Once awakened, whether one was a dragon or a worm was essentially predetermined. Through her recent interactions with Xue Qingyu, she realized that, although both were awakened, their strengths were not even remotely comparable. Initially, she could spar with Xue Qingyu, but now she couldn't withstand even a single move from her. Moreover, Xue Qingyu was continuously growing stronger, while she remained stagnant, and as time passed, the gap between them only widened. That it was evident that she was a worm, while Xue Qingyu was a dragon. Heaven was unfair. It had granted Xue Qingyu the most exquisite beauty and figure, crafting her into a delicate treasure, while also bestowing upon her an exceedingly rare S-tier ability. In contrast, Li Xiaoyu felt akin to a defective product. She had succumbed to profound self-doubt more than once. Yet now, Su An was telling her he would grant her a special ability, an S-tier one at that. How could she not be astonished? She couldn't help but wonder, was it possible that Li Xiaoyu was finally destined to alter her fate? Chapter 46. Li Xiaoyu joyfully receives a new ability as a grateful gift, the bestowal of the ability. Supercharge S was successfully completed. In days. Li Xiaoyu watched as Su An swiftly performed the awakening ceremony. All done. Huh. Is that it? Wasn't that a bit too quick? You can check for yourself that Li Xiaoyu promptly examined her newfound ability and discovered a strange power coursing through her body. Vastly stronger than before, Su An handed her the training plan he had prepared earlier, that I've detailed how to use and train with it. Just follow the instructions. Li Xiaoyu stared blankly at the notebook, gazing at Su An with a silly grin, her nose tinged with emotion as her eyes subtly reddened. She hurled the notebook aside and, with a joyful cry, leaped toward Su An the next morning. A warm ray of sunlight streamed into the room. Su An sat up slowly, lost in thought as he gazed out the window, basking in the brilliance of the morning sun. Su, you really are a man of wavering resolve, he mused. And Li Xiaoyu poked her head out from under the covers and giggled, her bright eyes curving into charming crescents. "Master, breakfast is ready," came the gentle voice of Lu Hui from outside. Su An replied casually, then rose to dress and wash up. "I'll bring some food up. You can catch a bit more sleep." "Okay, I didn't sleep well last night." "Ugh, I'm so tired." Li Xiaoyu yawned and snuggled back under the covers for more rest. By the time Su An descended the stairs, others had also woken up. Lu Hui was preparing breakfast, while Qiao Qiao and Xue Qingyu were tidying up. Upon seeing Su An, Xue Qingyu smiled and greeted him, her eyes subtly darting toward the upstairs, while Qiao Qiao obediently curtsied and sweetly called out, "Good morning, master." Breakfast consisted of congee, eggs, milk, and a fruit salad. Given that the meals had been rather greasy over the past couple of days, Lu Hui opted for a lighter breakfast. It was now the 7th day since the apocalypse had begun. Due to the cannibalistic tendencies among zombies, their numbers had significantly dwindled after several days of mutual consumption. However, this also made them more dangerous, as the qualitative transformation stemmed from the quantitative changes. Most zombies had evolved considerably. Nearly 2/3 had transformed into advanced types, predominantly LV2 hardened types, with LV3 and LV4 variants following closely behind, while those above LV5 comprised only about 1%. LV6 and LV7 represented the boss-level categories and were relatively scarce. The large-scale evolution of zombies was not the most troubling aspect. Far more alarming was the explosive increase in the number of bloodthirsty crows, which had reached a terrifying magnitude. Their raucous cawing filled the air, and even through the window, one could see countless crows swirling ominously. Within just the small area of the community stronghold, the number of bloodthirsty crows had surpassed 100,000, covering the ground, rooftops, and power lines. That if these crows were feasting on zombies, it would be acceptable, but they exclusively targeted the living and animals. Any survivor daring to show themselves would be swiftly devoured. Even the most powerful ability users could not escape death. Moreover, bloodthirsty crows were exceedingly cunning. Once they discovered a survivor's hiding place, they would launch successive assaults on the safe house. Even a concrete building would gradually crumble under the relentless onslaught of their claws. If they couldn't breach the defenses, they would remain on standby, waiting for those inside to exhaust their resources and venture out in search of food, only to swarm and feast upon them. Survivors could not make excessive noise, nor attempt to observe the crows. The only option for them was to remain silently concealed in the darkness of their safe houses, patiently awaiting the slow passage of time. Countless lives were abruptly halted on this day. They had endured the initial wave of the zombie apocalypse, only to succumb beneath the crows' relentless onslaught. Did I end such perilous circumstances? Even Sue and could only make the most of the sunlight. In 2 days, the crows would blot out the sun, leaving no opportunity to bask in its warmth. Fortunately, with Wong Kai's protective aura, the crows would not easily approach the villa. Even if a few bolder ones dared to swoop down, they would not pose much of a threat. After tiring of soaking up the sun, Suin retreated to the villa's private cinema, where he was entertained by the little maid while watching films. The electricity had long been cut off, but they had plenty of fuel for the generator, so power was not a concern. The films had been copied from the computers of the previous owners of nearby villas. Louis had specially selected a few films and television shows featuring Xiao Xiao for Suin to enjoy. Xiao Xiao had debuted as a child star, having participated in films since the age of 3, and now had amassed over 40 or 50 works to her name, playing both supporting and leading roles in various genres. Even Suin, who had little interest in the entertainment industry, had heard of Xiao Xiao and had witnessed a few lecherous roommates glued to her videos, showcasing the popularity of this charming young starlet. It must be said that Xiao Xiao possessed a captivating on-screen presence, embodying the wholesome and lively girl-next-door archetype, with a smile that radiated infectious warmth. Her youthful, radiant smile inspired fondness in all who beheld it. Of course, a significant reason for Xiao Xiao's early fame was her unending access to film opportunities, which had allowed her to frequently appear on the big screen. In simpler terms, she had the financial backing to do so. Lu Hui had once casually revealed that prior to the apocalypse, Xiao Xiao owned 2 companies, while she herself had several, one of which was publicly traded. The family's total assets were valued at over 100 billion, making them a veritable aristocracy. However, in the wake of the apocalypse, all their accumulated wealth and prestige had been rendered null and void, leaving only the films they had copied still playing on the screen, seemingly narrating the past and reminiscing about a soon-to-be-forgotten era. Chapter 47. The Apocalypse within the Apocalypse. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, Suin and Li Xiaoyu were awakened early in the morning by the cacophony of crows. Ever since the act of gratitude 3 days prior, this girl had taken to lingering in Su-An's room, moving in her clothes and cosmetics, creating an unmistakable atmosphere of cohabitation. Fortunately, Su-An's room was spacious, being the master bedroom of the villa, so Li Xiaoyu's presence did not make it feel cramped. However, the room had been transformed into a pink paradise by Li Xiaoyu, leaving Suin a man, rather speechless. Unable to endure the clamor of the crows any longer, Suin begrudgingly descended the stairs. Wang Kai meow? Go out and chase away some nearby crows. It's too noisy. And take out the trash while you're at it. Meow. The art of capturing birds and chasing dogs is something it excels at. The noble-scaled feline is capable of anything. As for discarding refuse, that is merely a trivial task. Wang Kai, with a garbage bag in tow, dashed outside in pursuit of crows. That Suin hastily consumed his breakfast before making his way to the living room on the ground floor, where he delivered a powerful kick to the wall, leaving a significant dent. After several days of confinement within the villa, his only activities consisted of eating, sleeping, and teaming up with Li Xiaoyu for some leisurely gaming. The dearth of entertainment had begun to weigh heavily on his spirits. Thus, he opted to construct a passageway, using his sand and stone abilities, connecting to the community swimming pool, inviting a few young ladies to join him for a swim. That he didn't even return to the villa for meals, instead opting to host a barbecue at the swimming pool. That a sip of wine paired with morsels of meat while the young maid played a piano piece to elevate the atmosphere. Life, under these circumstances, was still somewhat bearable. 18 days into the apocalypse, the flock of crows has ceased to proliferate, their numbers stabilizing, likely due to a lack of space to accommodate further growth. The sight before one is a dismal swarm of bloodthirsty crows. Utility poles and signal towers have succumbed under the weight of their numbers, transforming the flock into an ocean of crows. The plight of the survivors has deteriorated to a degree that is almost beyond verbal description. Those with sufficient food reserves could endure a while longer, yet the majority find themselves nearing their limits, having long since depleted their supplies of food and water, coupled with 11 consecutive days of living in darkness. A pervasive sense of fear and despair clings to everyone, leaving them uncertain about how much longer such conditions must persist. Many who fancied themselves clever contemplated preying upon the bloodthirsty crows to stave off hunger, only to succumb to viral infection and metamorphose into one of the undead. Suin, too, has suffered significant losses. He has utterly forfeited the right to bask in the sun. This has led Suin to develop a profound discontent towards this wretched group of bloodthirsty crows. Consequently, Wang Kai found himself burdened with the daily task of driving away the crows, undertaking this duty 3 times a day, each session lasting 2 hours. Simultaneously, Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu were compelled to relocate their training venue from the neighboring villa to the basement. Lu Hui, in between her culinary endeavors, would also practice her abilities in the basement. There was no alternative. With only one Wang Kai capable of exorcising evil, it was impossible to manage more. The scant good news was that all 3 women's powers were advancing swiftly, their strength growing daily, which offered Suin a modicum of solace, that in his boredom. Suin also devised a new form of entertainment, watching the little maid Xiao Xiao sing and dance. After a few days of cohabitation, the bonds among the women had grown increasingly harmonious. Xue Qingyu found a kindred spirit in Lu Hui, often seeking her out to learn the art of cooking and baking whenever she had the time. Li Xiaoyu, on the other hand, would drag Xiao Xiao along to learn singing and dancing, and every night she would return to her room to perform for Suin's appraisal. Alternatively, her melodious voice would disturb the tranquility of the night, leaving Xue Qingyu blushing and sleepless, tossing and turning in her bed. That on the 20th day of the apocalypse, Suin found himself unable to sleep. That it was not merely due to Li Xiaoyu's incessant antics, but rather the trouble caused by the bloodthirsty bats. The daytime crows were replaced by nighttime bats, each equally numerous and equally disruptive, driving him to the brink of madness. Living under such circumstances was nothing short of torture. With only one Wang Kai at his disposal, it was unrealistic to expect him to work around the clock to fend off both crows and bats. Thus, Suin made the decision to temporarily spend his nights in the basement. This sentiment was shared by others as well. On this day, Suin did not languish idly as usual. Instead, he utilized his sand manipulation abilities to construct a massive workshop outside, beginning to forge essential items for the future. His first project involved modifying transport vehicles, 3 each of buses, trucks, and cars, encasing them in steel plates and sharp nails to enhance their defensive and offensive capabilities. Next came the weapons, with a plethora of abilities at his disposal. Suin had no particular requirements for the weapons. However, the other women needed corresponding armaments to bolster their combat prowess. For Li Xiaoyu, endowed with both strength amplification and supercharging abilities, which leaned towards close combat, Suin crafted a colossal saber for her, using fire manipulation to forge high-quality steel. The blade measured 60 centimeters in width, 15 cm in thickness, with a length of 1.2 meters, and the handle extended 30 centimeters, culminating in an astonishing total length of 1.5 meters, nearly rivaling Li Xiaoyu's own height, and weighing over 580 pounds. The end of the handle featured a large iron ring, to which a chain was affixed, allowing it to be wielded as a massive throwing knife when necessary. Each swing would produce a whistling sound, and a single strike could cleave not only ordinary zombies, but even vehicles in twain. The sole drawback was its rather crude appearance, which seemed somewhat incongruous for a girl to wield. Nonetheless, Li Xiaoyu, with her unique sensibilities, was inexplicably enamored with it, almost to the point of obsession. For Xue Qingyu, her weapon was designed to be relatively elegant. A set of 900 steel lightning rods, each 7 centimeters long and 1 centimeter in diameter. They could serve as both ranged weapons and were designed for efficient conductivity. Currently, Xueqingyu lacked the ability to control such a multitude of lightning rods simultaneously, but the future promised an increase in her control. As for Lu Hui, there were no suitable weapons available for her. Given that she possessed a purely fire-based ability, and materials capable of withstanding the intense heat of an A-grade fire ability were exceedingly rare and often ineffective. Her only hope lay in the possibility of acquiring a fitting weapon from future treasure chests. Following the second phase, the quantity of treasure chests would significantly increase, enhancing the odds of uncovering valuable items, including a chance to obtain an ability-enhancing bracelet specifically for elemental awakeners, despite the absence of a suitable weapon. Lu Hui managed to procure a steel-crafted flat-bottomed pot from Suin, showing a preference for culinary tools over weapons. As for the little maid Xiao Qiao, Suin generously gifted her 10 sets of white silk short skirts designed for rapid movement. Chapter 48. The second phase is about to commence on the 25th day of the apocalypse. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, the dark clouds of crows that had once obscured the sky vanished without a trace. After more than half a month, the survivors slowly emerged from their dark sanctuaries, embracing the long-awaited sunlight. With the cacophony of cawing crows silenced, tranquility returned to the world, albeit in a manner that felt eerily unsettling. However, the eerie silence was tinged with dread. After the relentless assaults of the sea of bats and crows, the number of living creatures had dwindled significantly, aside from zombies and a few mutated animals. No other forms of life could be seen. Not even a single fly or mosquito remained. The towering buildings and pavilions lay in ruins, ravaged by the crows and bats. Those that had collapsed crumbled further. And the power lines, signal towers, and trees had all been reduced to mere debris, leaving no upright structures in sight. In just half a month's time, the entire world had transformed into a desolate wasteland, signifying the decline and even regression of once great civilizations. Even if the apocalypse were to end now and all zombies vanished, rebuilding civilization to its former state would take decades, if not centuries. Clearly, this was an impossibility. Humanity's current predicament had not improved but rather worsened. With the relentless onslaught of the bat and crow swarms, nearly all sources of food had been depleted, rivers had run dry, and trees and vegetation had been trampled and devoured. In such dire circumstances, every morsel of food became exceedingly precious. Survivors had no time to rest, forced to frantically search for anything edible amidst the threat of mutated zombies. It was on this day that countless factions formed by survivors began to sprout across the globe. Only by banding together could they hope to survive in this perilous world. At this juncture, the outskirts of Sioux City were host to the inaugural Survivor Alliance Conference, organized by several major factions with a singular purpose: to gather all available resources and reclaim the city, exterminating the zombies that had overrun their former homes. With nothing left to eat in the outskirts, the only available supplies were buried within the ruins of the city, even though it was evident that the city had become a haven for zombies. Teeming with countless mutated creatures, the hope of reclaiming it remained, albeit slim. Yet, people felt compelled to act, driven to risk countless lives for a chance to survive. Various factions united in their calls for action. More and more individuals began to converge towards the city's edge. Sioux City, the largest metropolis in Sioux Province, had once boasted a population of approximately 12 million before the apocalypse. Today, fewer than 4 million remained, including those hiding beneath the ruins of the city. At present, the outskirts of Sioux City had gathered no less than 1 million survivors. Factions of all sizes began to rise, and while the rallying cry of reclaiming their homeland was genuine, the true objective was to seize the dwindling supplies. The current situation was one of many people but scarce resources. No one could guarantee that they would not be backstabbed when the time came to claim the supplies. Hence, when interests collided, survivors found themselves simultaneously allies and adversaries. The most prudent strategy was to form various factions, each advancing towards the city along different paths, pursuing their agendas. Simultaneously, many individuals began to awaken their abilities. Initially, only 1 in 10,000 would awaken, but now it had risen to 1 in 1,000, with the number of awakeners skyrocketing from a mere 100 to several thousand. However, relative to the population density of 1 million, this was still woefully inadequate. These awakeners represented strength and hope, quickly becoming coveted assets for the major factions. Everyone understood that the more awakeners one controlled, the faster they could unearth supplies at present. Resources had become the currency of power and wealth. Those with more supplies wielded greater influence and could secure their footing in this chaotic world. Thus, the Survivor Alliance Conference evolved into a recruitment fair for Awakeners. As long as one was an Awakener, regardless of the quality of their abilities, factions were eager to enlist them. The Wolf Adventure Group was actively seeking Awakeners to join, offering G-grade Awakeners a chance for an interview. With compensation of half a loaf of bread every 2 days. F-grade earned half a loaf daily. E-grade received half a bag of instant noodles per day. D-grade got a pack of instant noodles along with a seasoning packet daily. C-grade was offered 2 complete bags of instant noodles per day. B-grade included 2 meals daily with guaranteed meat dishes every 5 days. A-grade provided 3 meals a day with accommodations, 2 meat dishes every 10 days, and 1 bottle of soda each month, along with a glass of wine monthly. S-grade directly became the vice leader, with the freedom to choose whatever they desired. The sounds of recruitment echoed everywhere. But not everyone could offer such generous terms. The Wolf Adventure Group was already considered quite extravagant. Most factions, including their leaders, were still in precarious situations, let alone worrying about salaries. Therefore, those who could provide compensation were often favored by the Awakeners. Half a loaf of bread may seem meager, but it was substantial. At critical moments, it could mean the difference between life and death. In times of scarcity, even a single grain of rice was worth its weight in gold. As for ordinary individuals, their plight was even graver, as joining a faction came without any benefits. The sole advantage was the protection offered by the faction and the opportunity to accompany Awakeners into the city to scavenge for resources. However, it was not guaranteed that any resources found would belong to them. The distribution was often a 70-30 split. Was 7 parts too little? 70% belongs to others, leaving the excavators with merely 30%. Even so, they are eager to delve into the fray. Abstaining from such endeavors would only lead to starvation. Going solo is an option, yet no one would obstruct you, except for the zombies, of course. In most instances, the efficiency of solitary excavators pales in comparison to that of a team, yielding not only lower income, but also posing a constant threat to their lives. Thus, even though everyone is acutely aware of the exploitation, they grit their teeth and press on, for they have no alternative. The only ones with choices are the esteemed Awakened ones. The talent recruitment fair unfolds with fervor. A heavily armed black double-decker bus slowly emerges from the city center, drawing the attention of the crowd. During this time, even large adventure groups do not dare to drive directly into the urban area, as the sound of a vehicle would attract hordes of zombies. Even with awakened individuals stationed, such recklessness is avoided. Yet this bus exits the city unscathed. What audacity! To dare drive in and out of the city. The last adventure group to do so is likely 6 feet under. It must be at least an S-rank adventure group, led by an S-rank ability user. Most likely, otherwise they wouldn't have the audacity to act so boldly. Alas, how I wish to join such an adventure group. I would gladly accept an 80-20 split of resources that I'd be happy even with a 90-10 split. Just as the crowd buzzes with excitement, the black bus comes to a halt at the recruitment area. The doors swing open, and a dashing man clad in sunglasses, beach shorts, a floral shirt, and flip-flops steps down, carrying a table, followed by 4 women. With a thud, the man sets the table down that a striking young woman hastily brings over a small sofa. And the man sits down with an air of authority, while the 4 women stand behind him, each a vision of beauty in her own right. The man retrieves a loudspeaker from the table and clears his throat. Ahem, good afternoon, everyone. The Chongqing Adventure Group is officially recruiting members, offering generous benefits. Successful applicants will receive 3 meals a day, one of which includes meat, a bottle of soda every 2 days, a new set of clothes, and a bar of soap each month, along with 3 pounds of fruit. That we will organize a movie outing every week, a concert or stage play every fortnight, and a festival every 2 months, during which food and drinks will be plentiful. Additionally, accommodation will be shared 2 to a room, with access to communal showers and restrooms. New members will receive a complete set of clothing, a towel, a toothbrush, and toothpaste upon joining. Spots are limited. Those interested should apply promptly. Having finished his announcement, the man switches off the loudspeaker and falls silent. The crowd erupts in commotion. What kind of divine treatment is this? I wouldn't dare dream of such a thing. What are we waiting for? Let's rush to apply. Charge! Chapter 49. The recruitment of new team members is underway as throngs of survivors, men, women, the elderly, and children. Charge forward. Suin cannot suppress the twitch of his lips. He has underestimated the fervent desire these individuals have for a stable life. Husband, you forgot to mention the recruitment criteria. Li Xiaoyu quickly grabs the loudspeaker and shouts, "We are only accepting female team members. We are not hiring men at this time. Thank you." At this announcement, the men are left dumbfounded. Just as they were halfway there, they are told they aren't hiring men. Is this a dirty trick? What does this mean? Is it gender discrimination? I, Jean Fu, am the first to object. We men are the backbone of resource excavation. Why shouldn't we be included? I am still an E rank awakened. Do you understand the worth of an awakened? We aren't leaving today. What are you going to do about it? If you don't want to hire us, then don't hire anyone at all. As the situation escalates, chaos ensues. Nearby, Lu Hui, dressed in professional attire, takes the loudspeaker from Li Xiaoyu and, suddenly, flames of intense heat surge in her hand. The flames are released, crashing to the ground and causing a violent explosion, creating a pit over a meter deep. Those nearby are even blown away by the shockwave. Is that an A rank awakened? How powerful. One touch, and one might be burned alive. Lu Hui scans the terrified crowd and coldly states, "I hope no one attempts to provoke my master's displeasure, or you shall bear the consequences. Those wishing to apply, please form an orderly line. Anyone cutting in will not be considered. Once more, we are only accepting female team members, and there are no ability requirements. Ordinary individuals are also welcome." As Lu Hui finishes speaking, women of all ages quickly form a long queue, while the men can only watch helplessly. There is nothing they can do. After all, they don't have the strength to retaliate, fearing they might be incinerated. Moreover, it's clear that this group boasts more than one awakened individual, especially the girl wielding the massive sword. That blade looks to weigh at least several hundred pounds, and she handles it effortlessly. Who knows what rank of awakened she is? An A rank is certainly not out of the question. One strike would be enough to kill 10 times over. Forget it. Forget it, and I'm not cut out for this that I can't join, but my daughter can. Didn't they say ordinary people are welcome? Right? I'll go call my niece. I have a cousin. I have a wife. The conditions offered by the Chongqing Adventure Group are unparalleled throughout Sioux City. The only ones comparable might be S-rank awakened individuals who serve as vice captains in large factions. But how many S-rankers are there? With millions in Sioux City, there might not even be 10. If I could join, I'd gladly work like a mule. Soon, word spreads rapidly about the Chongqing Adventure Group's lack of restrictions on awakened individuals and their exceptional benefits for female recruits. Within an hour, thousands have gathered to apply, young and old. Even those over 100 years old. Suin, observing the overwhelming crowd, feels a shiver run down his spine. You all go ahead and apply. I am going back to the car to catch up on sleep. With that, Suin escapes back to the vehicle, leaving the three women chuckling. Subsequently, Xueqingyu takes charge of record-keeping, Lu Hui handles inquiries, and Li Xiaoyu ensures order, as the trio begins the recruitment process methodically. Of course, not just anyone will do. First and foremost, appearance must be striking. While they don't need to be breathtakingly beautiful, at least a standard of being a class flower or campus belle is required. An appearance score of 80 is the minimum. The second and most crucial criterion is loyalty and obedience. Those with insufficient compliance will be dismissed outright, regardless of beauty. Initially, there were only these two rigid standards, but Li Xiaoyu suddenly added a third: cleanliness. This cleanliness refers specifically to physical hygiene, distinguishing between those who are genuinely clean and those who cannot be made clean no matter how hard they try. In Li Xiaoyu's words, she does not wish to recruit unsavory individuals. Suin's infidelity is minor, but if he were to contract something undesirable, it would be a problem. She is doing this for everyone's sake. If Suin contracts something, none of them would escape unscathed. Lu Hui throws a meaningful glance in Suin's direction and smiles slightly, approving the addition of this criterion. Xueqingyu rolls her eyes at Li Xiaoyu, but ultimately concedes. Though Li Xiaoyu's words may seem crude, there is a certain rationale behind them. One cannot be too careful. While there are only 3 criteria, they're already exceedingly strict. One could say it's a selection process of 1 in 100. However, they never intended to recruit too many people. Based on Suin's preliminary plans, they would accept at most 200, with 100 being a sufficient number. Given the throngs of applicants, it is likely to take a considerable amount of time. Yet with the 80-point appearance requirement in place, the initial screening isn't as laborious as it seems. While the women are busy with recruitment, Suin lazily leans back in his seat, sipping juice and listening to music, while the little maid Xiao Xiao attends to him. Suin enjoys the moment, scanning the crowd through the window for any signs of awakened individuals. His intention to recruit team members is entirely for the purpose of preparing for the impending apocalypse that TOs survive and thrive in the chaos to come. A certain level of manpower is indispensable. Having been granted a second chance at life, he harbors no grand ambitions, merely wishing to live longer and travel farther, just as the name of his adventure group suggests, based on his initial assessment. 200 elite core members would suffice. Transforming these 200 individuals into awakened ones under his command would yield an unimaginable force that in this apocalyptic world. It is not about having more people, but rather about having the right people. Too many individuals can become a burden. Chapter 50, simultaneously pursuing 200 maidens. Before he could establish this elite force, he had two pressing issues to resolve. Firstly, he needed to acquire 200 transferable abilities, ensuring they were not too subpar. And secondly, the goodwill of all 200 team members towards him had to exceed 60, that the difficulty of either task is substantial. The first could potentially be achieved over time as the number of awakened individuals increased, allowing for a frenzied accumulation of abilities with persistent effort. However, the latter was of a different nature. Achieving a goodwill level of 60 equated to a level of infatuation, meaning he would have to win over 200 women, each of whom needed to have their goodwill raised to 60. This was not merely a question of effort or difficulty. It invoked a sense of helplessness that was overwhelming at the mere thought of it. One could only hope for the best. Once certain decisions were made, retreat was no longer an option. What did a scoundrel matter? The second phase was about to commence, and with its onset, many tasks awaited him. Now was the time to recruit. After the second apocalypse, finding new recruits would be left to chance, unlike the current situation where there were plenty to choose from. Rather than waiting for a moment of regret in the future, it was wiser to act decisively now. Opportunities often favored the shameless. A C-grade ability, stone skin. At last, he found one after scanning the crowd for some time. Suin finally spotted an awakened individual. He quickly donned a hooded jacket and stealthily disembarked, cautiously making his way towards the awakened one. That it was not that he enjoyed lurking in the shadows. Rather, he wished to keep his ability to plunder others' powers under wraps. Once or twice, his actions might go unnoticed. But if he continued to seize abilities, even the most oblivious would begin to suspect him. At that point, he would face the wrath of awakened individuals from across the land. Merely imagining such a scenario sent shivers down his spine, destabilizing his resolve and making it difficult to act. Therefore, it was best to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Suin casually approached the awakened individual, silently producing a loaf of bread from his spatial pocket and tossing it at the person's feet before tapping them on the shoulder. "Brother, you dropped your bread." The man quickly glanced down. "I didn't bring any bread, Thank you, my friend." Initially puzzled, he paused, then chuckled as he bent down to pick up the bread and tuck it away. "No need to thank me. One loaf of bread for one ability is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree?" In truth, he was too kind-hearted, opting to exchange a loaf of bread when he could have easily taken the ability for free. He lamented internally, "I'm truly at my wit's end." Moreover, he was genuinely performing a noble deed. The ability he had stripped away from the other individual meant they were no longer an awakened one. Theoretically, there was still a chance for them to awaken anew. What was so great about his C-grade ability? The next awakening could very well yield a B-grade, A-grade, or even an S-grade ability. In short, the future was promising, and the potential was limitless. This act of kindness was akin to granting a new lease on life, that he not only charged no fee, but even offered a precious loaf of bread. All in the spirit of accumulating merit. Such merit was boundless, truly boundless. Suin then strolled away, hands in pockets. Not long after, a terrified scream echoed from behind him. "Where's my ability? Why can't I use it?" After wandering through the crowd for another half hour, Suin spotted yet another awakened individual. A D-grade sharpened perception ability. Marginally acceptable. "Brother, is this half a loaf of bread on the ground yours?" "Huh? Oh yes, thank you. I almost lost it. I would have been heartbroken. No problem. Your happiness is what matters most." This time, the ability was merely a D-grade, worth approximately half a loaf of bread. Another ability secured, Suin continued his perambulation. However, after another lengthy search, he still could not find any awakened individuals. Looking over the sea of faces, he couldn't say he was disappointed, but rather, he felt a profound sense of disillusionment. Yet, upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. In the entire Sioux City, there were approximately 4,000 awakened individuals scattered about, and this talent market was just one of many. How could he expect to encounter awakened individuals so easily? Moreover, most awakened individuals were highly sought after by various factions, seldom needing to scurry about seeking employment. Once their abilities were revealed, they were typically pursued in mass. Why would rare talents choose to endure the sweltering heat of summer to suffer in a place like this? Realizing this, Suin decided to cease his search, let others pursue their own agendas, while others could assist him in stockpiling provisions. Could he not do the same with abilities? One must learn to be adaptable. Once others had recruited sufficient awakened individuals, he could simply bring a basket of bread for a visit. If one basket was insufficient, he could always bring two. He was hardly a miserly Scrooge. Now, he awaited the emergence of a Tiger Lord 2.0. When Suin returned to the recruitment point, the process was proceeding relatively smoothly, though the two corpses lying nearby indicated that the recruitment efforts had not been without turbulence. They had already recruited a considerable number of individuals, over 200, all of whom were strikingly beautiful women. Even in a city as renowned for its beauty as Suzhou, such a sight was rare. Particularly in these apocalyptic times. Upon seeing Su An's return, Lu Hui gracefully approached him, reporting, "Master, we have successfully recruited 218 individuals, exceeding our expectations by 18. However, I suggest we recruit a few more, given today's influence. Word will spread quickly, and more people will come tomorrow and the day after. Let us continue recruiting for 2 more days, then return for further evaluation, eliminating those who do not meet our standards and retaining the qualified individuals. After several rounds of selection, we can ultimately choose the best 200. What do you think?" Without a second thought, Suin nodded, extending his hand to brush a speck of dust from Lu Hui's collar. "Let us proceed as you suggest. You can take full responsibility for recruitment. There's no need to consult me for every decision." He had complete confidence in Lu Hui's abilities. As a former CEO of a publicly traded company, she surely had more expertise in hiring than he did. "Thank you, Master." Lu Hui gazed tenderly at Suin, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Under such direct scrutiny, Suin felt a bit bashful and awkwardly touched his nose. "What happened with those corpses?" Lu Hui finally snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing as she explained. "They were troublemakers who came earlier. Xiaoyu took them down with her blade. Well done. I in the future. If anyone comes looking for trouble, regardless of their status, eliminate them on the spot." "Wait, were any of them awakened?" "It seems 2 of them were awakened. One had a B-grade ability, while the other had an E-grade ability. However, neither could withstand Xiaoyu's strike, and were quickly dispatched." That Suin couldn't help but grimace, a twinge of pain gnawing at his heart. The individuals Xiaoyu had dispatched were not mere troublemakers. They were his prize finds, 2 excellent abilities, lost just like that. Punishment was necessary. Tonight, she would have to perform for half an hour without pause. Also, in the future, if you encounter awakened individuals, try to capture them alive. I need them for research on abilities. There's great utility in that if you come across any S-grade awakened individuals, report to me immediately. Do not engage." "Understood, Master." The recruitment continued until evening, wrapping up rather hastily. The original goal of 200 individuals had been exceeded, with a staggering total of 400 recruited in just one day. The large buses could barely accommodate 200 people, and to double that number would surely strain them to the breaking point. Smoke would billow from the exhaust. Chapter 51. Bringing 400 beauties home. Suin had no choice but to retrieve his motorcycle from the shadows and ride back to the city. In secrecy, he summoned a spare bus from his spatial abilities and drove it back. A troublesome endeavor indeed, yet all for the sake of safety. Such spatial powers were exceedingly rare, even more so than S-rank abilities. Anyone witnessing him conjuring a bus out of thin air could easily deduce that the entire supply of the Chongqing Adventure Group resided with him. It was imperative to maintain confidentiality for as long as possible, especially before the Adventure Group was fully established. With 2 buses, the seating for 400 people was barely sufficient, and they were crammed together like sardines. Suin took the wheel of one bus, while the other had to rely on finding someone capable of driving it on site. Fortunately, a young woman volunteered to drive. Thus, the 2 buses, filled to the brim with passengers, ambled toward the city. Riding ahead on her motorcycle, Li Xiaoyu carried Xue Qingyu, both paving the way. The women inside the bus, witnessing their approach to the city, were seized by panic, and many shrieked in terror. For ordinary people, the city was akin to a den of cannibals, teeming with flesh-eating zombies. Driving boldly into such peril was tantamount to courting death. Immediately, over 20 women demanded that the bus stop. Leaping out and fleeing for their lives, Suin made no attempt to hinder them. He considered it a natural selection process. The more that left, the better. That he informed everyone that they were indeed heading to the city. And he could not guarantee their safety. Those having second thoughts were free to leave now, without coercion. Hui understood Su An's intent and stood up to articulate it. The women grew even more frightened upon hearing this. And dozens more exited their vehicles, leaving the number of survivors dwindling from 400 to a mere 300. Those who remained clung to a gamble, gritting their teeth to persist. For them, it was a matter of life or death. If they were fortunate, they might find an exceptionally rewarding refuge in this arduous apocalyptic world. Is anyone else leaving? We are nearing the city, and once we arrive, it will be too late to regret, Li Hui reiterated. Seeing no one depart, she produced a recruitment form and began to call out names, circling those who left. Any who wished to return for an interview in the coming days would be eliminated from consideration. After this brief interlude, the bus resumed its journey, gradually venturing deeper into the city. Faced with this forsaken territory, where few dared to tread, the women aboard felt their hearts leap into their throats. Initially, they encountered only a handful of hardened zombies, but soon they were beset by an unrelenting tide of corpses and advanced evolved zombies. Overinflated, explosive brutes, leaping types that could soar through the air, tongue-extending binds that could stretch over 10 meters, and corrosive types that spewed green acid. There were all manners of zombies, many of which were entirely unfamiliar to them. At this juncture, they comprehended the reason why the depths of the city were deemed a forbidden zone for humanity. It had transformed into a realm solely belonging to the undead. They were advancing further into this perilous territory. Those with faint hearts were already stifling whimpers of fear. Just as Li Hui had warned. Once they arrived here, it would be too late for regrets. They could only resign themselves to fate. Naturally, these zombies were merely intimidating the novices who had long avoided the outskirts, with 2 S-rank awakeners leading the way. There was little cause for concern, especially with Suin acting as a formidable safeguard. Li Xiaoyu and her peers had long since grown accustomed to such encounters, often venturing out with Xue Qingyu to hunt for practice. As the nearby areas were no longer sufficient. Most of the time, Li Xiaoyu rode the motorcycle, while Xue Qingyu remotely controlled lightning to eliminate zombies. Only when they encountered formidable foes, such as giant zombies, did they join forces to dispatch them swiftly. After approximately an hour of bumpy travel, the bus finally reached its destination. Li Xiaoyu returned to the rear of the vehicle with Xue Qingyu and disembarked. Wielding her sword as she charged toward the approaching horde of zombies, with a single swing, she could reap several undead, and even the toughest hardened types crumbled before her like paper. Gradually, Li Xiaoyu found herself caught up in the thrill of the hunt. Laughing maniacally, die, all of you die. Haha, it seemed as if she had awakened some peculiar instinct. Xue Qingyu, on the other hand, concentrated on eliminating specialized zombies from a distance, such as explosive types and those that spat acid, foes ill-suited for close combat. Under the coordination of these 2 formidable S-rank awakeners, the once dreaded horde of zombies appeared alarmingly fragile. Dispatched within 10 minutes, it wasn't that the zombies were weak. Rather, their opponents were overwhelmingly strong, in all the world. Few could boast the ability to clear a path with 2 S-rank awakeners. Once the zombies were thoroughly dealt with, Li Xiaoyu returned, still exhilarated. Those zombies seemed to have become smarter, she mused aloud. Just moments ago, dozens of mutated zombies, sensing defeat, had turned tail and fled, lurking in the shadows to observe. Li Xiaoyu had surmised. The zombies had indeed evolved. Through continuous evolution, some zombies no longer acted merely on instinct. They had begun to exhibit a rudimentary form of intelligence, understanding fear and the need to escape. This alarming rate of evolution far surpassed that of any species on Earth at this pace. Within 4 to 5 years, zombies would fully evolve into a new species, poised to usurp humanity as the rulers of this world. The 2 buses gradually approached the Stronghold S residential area, where the startled women disembarked, scanning their surroundings. Suin stepped forward, clapping his hands to garner their attention, and with a warm smile, proclaimed, "Welcome to the Chongqing Adventure Group headquarters that I hope that in the time to come, all of you will find joy here." Chapter 52. Cooking for the ladies. What a handsome young man. He seems to be the leader of the adventure group that I wonder if he has a girlfriend. They whispered among themselves that Suin once more interrupted their chatter with a clap. "Allow me to introduce myself. That my name is Suin, the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group. You may refer to me as leader, provided you successfully pass the assessments. The hour is late. Let us eat." Yes, everyone settled on the ground. The women exchanged puzzled glances, yet complied, their expressions filled with anticipation. They had not expected food to be available upon their arrival. "How wonderful it is to have something to eat. If only there were porridge. Oh, I'd even settle for a piece of bread. I haven't eaten in 2 days." Suin retrieved 4 large iron pots and a metal stand from a truck, filling them with water before stacking firewood beneath. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured flames that ignited the kindling. Before long, steam began to rise from the pots that Suin then produced 4 large sacks, opening 2 to reveal them brimming with potatoes that he poured the contents into 2 of the pots. The sight of the pots filled with potatoes set the women abuzz. Such fresh ingredients had not graced their eyes in ages. Rumor had it that only the upper echelons of large adventure groups had the privilege of consuming potatoes. Many began to swallow hard in anticipation that Suin opened the remaining 2 sacks, revealing them filled with fresh pork. "Wow!" The women erupted in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief. This was an entire 2 sacks of pork, weighing no less than 100 pounds. Since the apocalypse, they had never seen so much meat. Most had not even caught a glimpse of meat since the world ended. They subsisted on roots and tree bark. With the sight of meat before them, the women could hardly contain themselves, saliva pooling as they yearned to plunge directly into the pots, the sounds of eager swallowing echoing throughout. Suin continued to add the pork to the pots, then sprinkled salt into each, dividing it into 4 portions. At this point, the women could no longer sit still. There were spices. Seasonings had become exceedingly scarce in the post-apocalyptic world, particularly salt, and they hadn't tasted it in ages. "Is this really for us?" one of them asked incredulously. Suin smiled gently, refraining from answering directly. Instead, he instructed, "You have 5 minutes to form into 4 teams, each selecting a temporary representative to assist in distributing the food." Upon hearing this, the women beamed with joy, realizing the food was indeed for them, a notion too delightful to fathom. In no time at all, the women organized themselves into 4 lines, each with 75 members, perfectly accounting for the 300 individuals remaining, and quickly appointed a temporary representative from each team. Thus, 300 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the 4 large iron pots, awaiting the food to be thoroughly cooked. The young maid Xiao Xiao brought over a stool for Suin to sit down, while holding a small tray with a glass of red wine, standing by in readiness for Suin to drink at any moment. It must be said that Xiao Xiao's performance during this time had greatly pleased Suin, who was contemplating finding her a suitable special ability as well. After approximately half an hour, the enticing aroma of the meat wafted through the air, clearly indicating that it was ready. "That's enough. The 4 representatives may come up," Suin declared. The bowls and chopsticks were retrieved from the truck and distributed. Once the utensils were handed out, the food could be served. Each person would receive a potato, 2 scoops of meat, and a bowl of meat soup. The 4 representatives hurriedly dashed to the truck to fetch the bowls and chopsticks, distributing them accordingly, and then, following Su An's prior instructions, began serving the food. The young women formed a line, each receiving their portion and returning to their places to devour their meals with fervor. Some of the girls even began to cry as they ate. It was as if they were all caught in a dream, never having imagined they would be able to enjoy such exquisite food. In no time, the 4 large pots of food were completely consumed, the soup had been drained, and not a single potato peel remained. Seeing the girls had finished their meal, Suin smiled and remarked, "It seems you are quite satisfied with the culinary skills of your captain. Delicious." "Thank you, esteemed captain. Long live the captain. Captain, I want to bear your children." The young women erupted into cheers, creating a rather boisterous scene. Suin raised a hand to silence the commotion. "As long as you enjoy it, that is what matters. Now, we can discuss your treatment. Before you become official members of the team, you will receive 2 meals a day, with meat every 2 days, maintaining a standard similar to what you have now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. After today, I will not provide further explanations. If you wish to inquire about anything, now is the time. That a round-faced girl raised her hand to report. You may speak. The round-faced girl stood up, her expression filled with confusion. Are we not official members yet? Suin shook his head, not answering directly but rather gazing at the group with a bemused smile. What do you think of the treatment our adventure team offers? Exceptionally good. Better than any adventure team I have encountered. Even A-ranked awakeners do not receive such treatment. The other girls nodded in agreement. Suin nodded and spread his hands. Then what can you offer our adventure team? The girls exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Such treatment was nearly on par with S-ranked awakeners. Yet they were merely ordinary people, capable at best of scavenging for supplies or doing manual labor, and likely not bringing in as much as they consumed. Previously, they had been too preoccupied with the interview to reflect on this, but now they realized they were indeed unworthy of such generous treatment. The girls present each held a modicum of confidence in their appearance, as they were, after all, the cream of the crop selected from a pool of candidates. However, in this current world, the looks of ordinary people held little value. It was the awakeners whose beauty commanded worth. Given the conditions of the Chongqing adventure team, it was evident that, without a doubt, even 3 days' worth of food could buy them all out. That I could manage with just one meal every 2 days. Me too. Even one meal every 2 days would be quite satisfactory. Having tasted the flavor of meat, none of us wished to forfeit the opportunity to join the Chongqing adventure team. But Suin shook his head once more. I lack nothing but food. Whether you eat 2 meals a day or 1 meal every 2 days makes no difference to me. To be frank, the value you currently provide pales in comparison to the resources I expend to support you. I am not here to engage in charity. However, you are not entirely without merit. The one thing you can offer me is absolute loyalty. You understand. Chapter 53. The selection begins, encountering acquaintances in the ensuing 7 days. You will be assessed by others. Those who pass will remain, receiving the same treatment as during the recruitment. Those who do not will be dismissed immediately. Furthermore, I must remind you that the assessment process is not entirely safe. Fatalities are quite normal. You have one last opportunity to reconsider. Once tonight has passed, your fate will be at my discretion. That if anyone wishes to back out, please step forward now, and I will ensure your safe departure tomorrow. Consider this meal a gift, with no cost incurred, and you will remain free. As these words fell, the girls looked at one another, yet none chose to step forward and give up. After the meal, everyone pondered their circumstances. The financial resources and strength of the Chongqing adventure team far exceeded common expectations. The treatment akin to that of S-ranked awakeners was indeed real. That if they could officially join the team, it would be a dream come true. An unprecedented opportunity lay before them. If they did not seize it now, when would they? The possibility of death. What of it? It was not a certainty. Tio put it bluntly. They were all expendable. Left to their own devices, they would merely be wretched creatures scurrying in the sewers or becoming playthings for others, potentially meeting a gruesome end at the hands of some twisted individual. With resolute expressions, no one was willing to give up. Only a fool would choose to do so. Excellent. That I hope you will not regret the choice you have made. Suin then summoned the 3 women, Xueqingyu, Lu Hui, and Xiao Qiao. That he first pointed to Lu Hui and said, "This lady will be your chief examiner, Lu Hui." Then, gesturing to Xiao Qiao, he added, "This one is your logistics minister, Yu Xiao Qiao." Following that, he pointed to Li Xiaoyu. "This lady will serve as your chief instructor, Li Xiaoyu." Lastly, he indicated Xueqingyu. "And this will be your vice captain, Xueqingyu." Upon hearing Suin appoint her as vice captain, Xueqingyu appeared astonished. She believed that Lu Hui was far more suited for the role and would have been content to serve as Suin's secretary. Suin seemed to sense her thoughts and softly said, "Qingyu, I believe in your capabilities." Though Xueqingyu appeared gentle and quiet, her mind was exceptionally astute, making her an ideal candidate for this position. "Thank you. I will not let you down," Xueqingyu said, gently clenching her fist. Since Suin had chosen her, she would certainly do her utmost to repay his faith. "That I trust you," Suin replied. And then he conveyed to the women the forthcoming assessment procedures. "You will manage as you see fit. I only have one requirement. The higher your compliance, the better." Once Suin finished his instructions, he stepped aside to observe as a bystander. This assessment would not only test the new members but also serve as an evaluation of the women around him. For Suin to step back and take a hands-off approach. The women felt little dissatisfaction. Instead, their expressions were filled with excitement. For too long, Suan had been the one tirelessly managing this household, and they had not contributed much. Now, they finally had the chance to repay him and prove themselves. And everyone was brimming with enthusiasm. Ultimately, after discussion, the four women unanimously decided that Lu Hui would formulate the assessment plan, with Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Qiao assisting, while Xue Qingyu would oversee the final review and approval. Thus, the assessment plan officially commenced. Lu Hui first mixed the 300 individuals and then divided them into 10 small teams, each selecting a temporary captain to lead that Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Qiao went to the warehouse to fetch 150 blankets, allowing the team members to a blanket for the night in the courtyard, with perhaps some makeshift tents to shield them from the elements. Although there were dozens of villas available in the community that could comfortably accommodate them, those homes were reserved for official team members. Only those who passed the assessment would be allowed to reside in the villas, while those who did not would have to sleep on the ground in the courtyard, serving as a form of indirect motivation. These individuals were accustomed to sleeping in dilapidated shanties or sewers, so the prospect of sleeping on the ground was not foreign to them. However, upon learning that becoming official team members would grant them access to luxurious villas, they could not help but feel a yearning. Most of them had never lived in such comfortable conditions, even before the apocalypse, so how could they not be tempted? As for Xue Qingyu, her responsibilities included approving the distribution of supplies and verifying the team members' backgrounds, which entailed checking their previous occupations, experiences post-apocalypse, educational backgrounds, romantic histories, family addresses, ages, heights, and measurements. Any discrepancies discovered would result in immediate disqualification, while those who reported deceit would receive bonus evaluation points. Once everything was arranged, the new team members stood in neat rows of 10 that Lu Hui approached them and calmly stated, "The assessment will now officially commence that I hope you will not disappoint the master." Report, Examiner. Does master refer to the captain? Indeed. You may refer to the captain as master, or simply as captain, but do not use his full name. Do you understand? Understood. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Understood, esteemed leader of the team, that I assure you it shall not happen again. I swear it. Very well. You may leave now, and please summon Li Xiaoyu. It truly is not Xiaoyu's fault. I never informed her of my abilities. Ever since I was captured by Lord Hu, I have been too frightened to disclose my powers. As time passed, I unconsciously sought to conceal it. I have already stated that this is merely a trivial matter, and it is past that I have other matters to discuss with Xiaoyu. Really? Is that so? I shall go at once. Please do not be angry. Seeing Su En's discontent, Qing Xia lowered her head and swiftly exited. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiaoyu approached, grinning widely, and began to pamper Suan, massaging his back and legs with an air of flattery. Darling, I was wrong. Please do not be angry with me. When we were at the Longhu gang, you must have wanted to assist her, right? Were you acquainted before? We have met a few times at the comic convention. Qing Xia is quite a renowned figure in the Sea Circle. When she cosplayed as Ari and Sona, she was remarkably authentic. I am certain you would adore it upon seeing her. She is exceptionally beautiful. Truly captivating. Chapter 55. Qing Xia joins the team half an hour later. Suan emerged from the villa, brimming with vitality, while Li Xiaoyu trailed behind him. At that moment, the new members in the courtyard were diligently filling out their information on a form. Xiaoyu, why is your face so flushed? Xiao Qiao inquired, observing the rosy hue on Li Xiaoyu's cheeks with curiosity. The weather has been excessively hot lately, and I indulge in some spicy snacks, causing a bit of heat in my body. Li Xiaoyu explained with a dry chuckle. Xiaoyu, you must call me whenever you have delicious food. We are good sisters and should share both joy and hardship. Xiao Qiao insisted. I promise I will. Li Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. Beside them, Lu Hui, overhearing their exchange, cast a flirtatious glance at Li Xiaoyu, then glanced at Suan. Her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she said nothing to Su and approached Qing Xia, who was filling out her information, and patted her shoulder while activating his ability to seize. Hand it over, he commanded. Detected a target for plunder. Please select the direction of the plunder. Ability replication. Replication successful. Acquired ability. Healing A. Almost forgot about the ability replication. However, it is merely a replication, not a stripping, that I shall observe Qing Xia for a while. If it does not suffice, I shall strip it directly, that if Qing Xia demonstrates high obedience and rapidly increases her favorability, there will be no need for stripping. Startled by Su An's sudden pat, Qing Xia gasped, and upon realizing it was him, hurriedly greeted him, her brow furrowed with concern, fearing he had come to address the previous incident. Esteemed leader, do not be so tense. I am not a man-eating monster. Congratulations on successfully passing the assessment. Welcome to the Eternal Life Adventure team. As the first new member to join, you may select which villa you wish to reside in and can move in tonight. You may collect supplies from Xiao Xiao. Upon hearing Su An's words, all eyes turned toward Qing Xia in unison. Is this truly passing the assessment? It ended before it even began. That damn connection. She must have used her connections to gain this advantage. The jealousy among many girls was palpable, feeling more sour than consuming 10 lemons. They believed their appearances were no less than Qing Xia's. Why had they not been chosen? I could have done it too. Truly, different fates for different individuals. Qing Xia, momentarily stunned, soon regained her composure and eagerly bowed to Su in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed leader. Thank you, esteemed leader. I will certainly work hard. Su nodded. I look forward to your performance. I recall your primary occupation is a doctor, correct? You will accompany the chief examiner during assessments, assisting in checking the health status of the team members and treating the injured. Did I ask that acceptable? Absolutely. Qing Xia nodded vigorously. This was her forte. Before the apocalypse, she was a gynecologist, and after awakening her healing powers, she had complete confidence in her medical skills. After Suin finished speaking, he turned to leave. The other members cast envious glances at Qing Xia, their jealousy intensifying. Not only had she joined directly, but she had also ascended to the management level. At that moment, Su An's voice echoed back. I forgot to mention, she is an A-level healing awakener to AS for how to allocate her. You may handle it as you see fit, Ling Yu. Upon hearing Su An's words, the girls suddenly realized, so that's how it is. An A-level awakener? Oh my, then it is of no concern. This is something we cannot emulate. We should simply accept the assessment honestly. The preliminary assessment continued until 11 o'clock at night, concluding at last. The girls paired up and settled down on the ground. While the lights in the courtyard were extinguished, beneath the pitch-black sky, the girls found themselves unable to sleep, buzzing with excitement or whispering secrets. Gazing dreamily at the opulent villa nearby, the city at night was shrouded in darkness, occasionally punctuated by the distant roars of monsters, and under the moonlight, massive shadows could be seen leaping across the rooftops. Only then did the girls recall that they were in the heart of this den of cannibals, lying exposed in the open. The thought was unsettling, and once it crossed their minds, their hairs stood on end. The atmosphere thick with tension. Do you think a zombie might come rushing in to eat us in the middle of the night? Don't say such things. It's terrifying. This is the city's center. There are all kinds of monsters. Who knows if one might sneak in during the night? Stop talking. I'm scared. After these exchanges, the girls' excitement was largely dispersed, fear creeping in. The more timid ones buried their heads in their blankets, too frightened to show their faces. Just then, one girl pointed toward the gate, exclaiming, "Look over there!" What is that? Everyone turned to see a shadow, the size of a calf, quietly squatting beside the community gate, watching them intently. The shadow appeared to be a creature with 4 legs, its enormous eyes reflecting a green glow in the moonlight, resembling 2 bright headlights. A monster. Awe! Several girls screamed in terror, scrambling to flee. Huddling beneath a villa, too frightened to show themselves, entirely disregarding Lu Hui's earlier strict instructions never to leave the courtyard at night. The creature slowly rose, approached a nearby trash bin, discarded what it had in its mouth, and then ambled toward the courtyard. The girls who had not fled began to panic, with a few bolting away, while those who remained gritted their teeth, trying to muster their resolve. Some were so frightened that their legs weakened, unable to stand, let alone run. However, just as everyone anticipated that the creature would pounce into the crowd for a massacre, it suddenly turned and gracefully sauntered away. It seemed some had not taken my previous words to heart. At that moment, Lu Hui emerged from a distant villa, her expression composed as flames burst forth from her hand, illuminating the dark courtyard. I am the light of the flames. The girls finally discerned the creature's appearance. It was a massive black cat covered in green scales. Its name was Wonkai, the owner's pet, who had merely gone downstairs to dispose of garbage. Wonkai glanced disdainfully at the women, still shaken with fear. Meow. What a nuisance. I have long since grown tired of human flesh. I now have an abundance of leftovers that are quite delectable. Chapter 56. The Blooming Evil Flower of Lu Hui. Ultimately, Lu Hui announced that the 8 girls who had fled had failed the assessment and lost their chance to join the Eternal Life Adventure team. A few girls immediately squatted down, crying softly. Yet, no one felt sympathy for them. Lu Hui had previously reiterated the rules multiple times. Having violated them, they must be prepared for elimination. Were they not fearful themselves? They are merely gritting their teeth and enduring. That I hope you can firmly remember every single requirement I previously articulated. Any violation will result in immediate elimination. Moreover, the yard is indeed vulnerable to the intrusion of zombies. So it is advisable not to sleep too soundly. Your only path is to fight with all your might. Should anyone attempt to flee again, they will be executed on the spot. Lu Hui coldly uttered a few words before turning back towards the villa. The entrance examination for the Chongqing Adventure team is even more stringent than they had anticipated. This is merely the first day, and they cannot fathom what harsh assessments lie ahead. The girls had no choice but to deliberate and select a few to take turns keeping watch. Thus, under the girls' trembling anxiety, the night swiftly passed. At dawn, Suan descended the stairs slowly after breakfast with several of the girls, while Qing Xia had already been waiting downstairs. "Good morning, Captain," she greeted. That Suan nodded. "Come join us for breakfast after you finish." "Thank you, Captain," Qing Xia replied, somewhat flattered that Li Xiaoyu slyly winked at Qing Xia, evidently exploiting her influence from the previous night. Upon arriving in the yard, they were met with a sight of girls sporting dark circles under their eyes. Few had managed to sleep through the night, aside from a select few who could easily doze off upon touching their blankets. "Sister Lu Hui, you and Qing Xia shall remain to continue the assessment today. The rest will accompany me to recruit new members." "Understood, Master," Lu Hui replied casually. Suan quickly briefed Xue Qingyu and the others before boarding a bus and departing the community. Lu Hui then displayed a benevolent smile towards the gathered girls. "I trust you all experienced an unforgettable night. However, this is merely the beginning. That I end the time to come, I shall endeavor to make you understand that dignity is utterly worthless. Your lives are even less significant than the wild grass." Lu's expression suddenly turned vicious as she gnawed her nails. "After tasting the food personally prepared by our master, you did not kneel in gratitude. That I, who have never experienced such honor, cannot tolerate your arrogance. It is a desecration of our master. Such an offense is unforgivable, simply unforgivable. You are but dogs to our master, or rather, you should be his most devoted followers, willing to offer everything, even your souls, for him." Lu Hui's eyes were already brimming with fervor and madness. From the moment Suan rescued her from the Haotian Hotel, she had become hopelessly enamored with that godlike man. When Suan bestowed her with supernatural powers, her infatuation swiftly transformed into fervent adoration. She regarded Suan as a deity. She was infatuated with Suan to the point of madness, having never tasted the flavor of love in 30 years. She buried this emotion deep within her, letting it ferment to the extreme. Yet, when Li Xiaoyu proposed adding a condition of cleanliness for team members, the speaker was oblivious, while the listener felt a sharp pang in her heart. At the age of 15, she was forced to bear that scoundrel's child, having long since become a mother, no longer pure, and thus tainted. The girls around Suan, however, appeared as pristine as clear springs. Every time she recalled that scoundrel's face, she could not help but feel nauseous. Moreover, she was a full decade older than Suan, and her youth had long faded away. "While you were born, I have already aged." This filled her with inferiority and suffering, causing her to cry helplessly in the dead of night, sinking into deep self-doubt. Ultimately, under the nurturing of these twisted emotions, the flower of madness quietly blossomed. She offered up everything, even her soul. Should Suan see Lu Hui in her current state, he would undoubtedly be left utterly astounded, for he could never imagine that the noble and elegant beauty would possess such a frenzied side. Akin to the most fervent cultist at this moment, he had brought Xue Qingyu and others to the recruitment site from yesterday. To his surprise, the crowd was even larger than the day prior. As soon as the bus stopped, a wave of women surged forward. "They're here. They're here. The Chongqing Adventure team is recruiting. Hurry and line up, or you might miss your chance." "Hey, don't push. Can't you young ladies be polite and let this elderly lady through?" "Granny, how old are you?" 70, but my legs are still spry." "Granny, it's truly remarkable you've lived this long. Take my advice and go back where you came from. The Chongqing Adventure Team only recruits beauties. I was quite beautiful in my youth. Who knows, I might just get selected. Ah, are you hoping to be chosen as a filial offering? As before, Suan was responsible for the easy tasks, while Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu handled the recruitment. However, drawing from yesterday's experience, they directly inquired about applicants' relationship histories and basic information during interviews, immediately eliminating those unsuitable, which significantly increased their workload. The little maid Xiao Xiao also had to lend a hand. Suan could only lie back in the bus, daydreaming or inadvertently searching for other awakened individuals. The outcome was evident. He found not a single one, though he had not held high expectations. So disappointment was not a concern. The only thing to consider was whether there were enough awakened individuals among others for potential visits, that he had prepared a golden-edged bread, out of sheer boredom. Suan dozed off in the bus. That I say, young lady, is this how you recruit people? This isn't a beauty pageant. Let me teach you. You need to choose those robust and sturdy, capable of hard work. In a daze, Suan was awakened by a cacophony of voices, prompting him to curiously step outside. He saw a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s vocally chastising Xue Qingyu and the others, gesticulating wildly. Xue Qingyu and the others were clearly furious, but for reasons unknown, refrained from acting, instead enduring the tirade that Suan approached with a puzzled expression. What is going on? Before Xue Qingyu could respond, the woman seized the opportunity to speak. Young man, you must be in charge. You look quite handsome, like a star from television. But you're still too young. Just look at these girls you're recruiting. They seem so delicate and spoiled. What can they possibly do? They'd just be a burden. Given the state of the world, you need to select those who are strong and capable of enduring hardship. That would be more advantageous. That if you want, I can help you screen them. With me here, these girls won't cause any trouble. Suan was immediately taken aback. Who are you? Master, she's an awakened one. You mentioned yesterday that you wanted to talk to any awakened individuals. Xiao Xiao chimed in to explain. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's words, Suan finally understood, noticing 2 lines of small text above the woman's head. Ability. Jumping C wealth value. 60 young man, I'm only looking out for your best interests. Even if your family is wealthy, bringing home so many ornamental figures will only drain your resources. You can't afford to support them all. Take my advice. Let me help you with recruitment. You young folks should watch and learn how I can handle this beautifully. As the woman spoke, her demeanor became increasingly presumptuous, even attempting to push Xue Qingyu aside to take over the screening position. That Suan was left speechless. Without hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap to her face. Sending the hefty woman flying. In the instant of the strike, he activated his ability to plunder, replicating and stripping wealth value in a swift, threefold attack. Teach me how to do things. The woman slowly sat up, clutching her swollen cheek, blood streaming from her mouth where few teeth remained. She immediately cried out, "Help! Murder! Someone is killed at the Alliance conference." Suan raised his hand and threw a lightning ball, instantly obliterating the woman into fragments. Now, that's what I call murder. Suan withdrew his hand and instructed Xue Qingyu. In the future, should you encounter such awakened individuals, just reduce them to mere sticks, leaving them with just a breath. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard and a hood emerged from the crowd, clapping his hands. The man wore a smirk on his face, a cigar dangling from his mouth. Accompanied by a man and a woman. My dear brother, you have quite the temper. Don't you know that you can't simply kill people at the Alliance conference? Noticing the 2 lines of text above the man's head, Suan's eyes narrowed. Ability. Scorching God Corruption S wealth value. 18,000 another S-class, with the highest tier poison ability of Scorching God Corruption. This ability is quite unique, ranking extremely high among S-class combat abilities. Its lethality and fatality rates are maximized, while its combat capabilities and endurance are at the bottom. The poison released by this ability is lethal upon contact. Even other S-class awakened individuals would lose half their life if afflicted, suffering severe injuries if not death. However, it has obvious drawbacks, as its release range is less than a meter and the number of uses is limited. Yet, given that he can covertly poison, direct contact with the poison would be fatal. So its lethality is indeed maximized. However, the exceedingly short attack range and limited release frequency greatly diminish its combat endurance, which is why the term extreme is often mentioned. The leader of the venomous snake adventurers, Ma San, is notorious. His moniker is Ma Lu Taipan. It is rumored that he is an S-rank awakened, possessing venom that is 100 times more potent than that of the taipan snake. A single drop of his toxin can annihilate hundreds of zombies. How did he come to be here? He is formidable. This is my first encounter with a person of such caliber. The Chongqing adventurers are doomed. The various adventurer factions have collectively established a rule against killing at the Survivor Alliance Conference. Violating this regulation would invite an onslaught from other adventurers. They had already committed murder yesterday, showing no regard for the rules. And now they kill again. This is truly disastrous. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Suin recalled that such a regulation indeed existed, but he had attended this so-called Survivor Alliance conference in his previous life. While he was aware of it, Suin did not take it to heart. Knowledge from a past life held little relevance to his current existence. That I must apologize. I have not heard of such rules. Suin remarked lazily, leaning against the vehicle. Seeing Suin's brazen demeanor, the man's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness, though it vanished almost instantly as he chuckled heartily. It's not surprising that you're unaware. You seem unfamiliar, and I haven't seen you at the 100 Alliance Conference before. The 100 Alliance Conference? I did not attend, that if memory serves, it was a gathering organized 3 days ago by various factions. The details of which remain unknown to me, as I was busy enjoying a barbecue by the poolside with some ladies. Initially, he had considered attending, but upon further reflection, he decided against it. Following that conference, the Survivor Alliance was established, accompanied by numerous rules. For instance, one must apply in advance to recruit at the Survivor Alliance Conference, cannot kill indiscriminately, and must not seize the awakened of other adventurer factions, among a multitude of other tedious regulations. He ultimately chose not to attend, that I have not participated, so I know nothing, he stated. Ignorance of the rules implies a lack of rules. All regulations exist beyond the realm of his abilities, within the scope of his powers. His words are the law. While it is said that ignorance absolves one of guilt, the fact remains that his brother had already taken a life yesterday, and to continue today would surely be excessive. Ma-san remarked with a smile, "Ditto. So according to Captain Ma's implication, you expect me to provide an explanation?" Ma-san waved his hand dismissively. "That's not necessary. I'm merely curious whether your adventurer faction hails from afar. As I have never heard of you before, that in the current climate, rules are merely instruments to restrain the weak. Yesterday, Lu Hui's ability had already reached A rank. An adventurer faction with an A rank awakened can easily disregard such regulations." Ma-san had heard rumors of a peculiar adventurer group recruiting ordinary people at exorbitant rates, which piqued his interest enough to come and see for himself that on one hand, he was intrigued by the rumored fire type A rank awakened, and on the other, he was curious about the financial capacity of the Chongqing adventurers. Such recruitment offers are unparalleled in the entire Sioux region. He himself would not dare to be so generous, as he could not afford even a tenth of such benefits. Though the venomous snake adventurers are a renowned power, they still suffer from resource scarcity. Merely sustaining the awakened within their ranks requires immense effort, necessitating the dispatch of numerous personnel daily to forage for supplies in the urban areas. Should they pause for just 2 days, their grain reserves would be depleted by the 3rd day. This predicament is not unique to the venomous snake adventurers. All adventurer factions, large and small, find themselves in similar straits. Ultimately, everyone is merely struggling to survive. Ordinary people may eat once every 3 days, while they can manage at most 1 meal per day. However, they prefer to divide this single meal into 3 portions for appearance's sake. If the Chongqing adventurers continue with such lavish offerings, it will not be long before they meet their end. After all, they are merely a small adventurer group, and it is understandable that Captain Ma has not heard of them. Given their limited numbers, that is precisely why they are here seeking recruits that I see, Ma-san pondered. The Chongqing adventurers likely belong to the category of having many mouths to feed, but few resources. Even at its peak, their supplies might only reach 10 tons, and that is a generous estimate, assuming they are wealthier than his venomous snake adventurers, that he is indeed placing considerable trust in the Chongqing adventurers. In this apocalyptic world, some young individuals, upon gaining power, have completely lost their restraint, becoming infatuated with any woman they encounter. This young man before me is likely no exception, seeing that you are quite a straightforward fellow. How about you take me to your adventure faction? If the opportunity arises, we could establish a good rapport and assist one another. What do you think? Chapter 58. Captain Ma, You dropped your bread. Li Xiaoyu had silently positioned herself behind Suan, her expression stern as she gripped the blade of her Zhama knife. At a mere glance from Suan, she would sever the head of this smiling tiger. Not far away, Xue Qingyu also heightened her vigilance. Yet her concern primarily rested with Xiao Qiao, who was merely an ordinary person. Should a conflict arise, she would instinctively protect Xiao Qiao. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Ma San chuckled heartily. Ladies, please do not be overly anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. That as he spoke, Ma San extended his hand towards Suan. Forgive me for not introducing myself. I am Ma San, the leader of the venomous snake mercenary group. May I ask for your esteemed name? Young brother? Suan raised an eyebrow at this gesture. The old fool must be trying to poison him. Aware that the other party might be attempting to administer poison, Suan did not refuse. Instead, he shook Ma San's hand and grinned. That Suan, leader of the Chongqing adventurers, that as their hands clasped, Ma San's smile widened, his serpent-like eyes sparkling with delight. That Suan, too, was genuinely pleased. What a marvelous gentleman, rushing over to offer gifts. System alert. Detected potential targets for plunder. Please select the direction for plunder. Replicate abilities, plunder wealth. Ability replication successful. Acquired ability, Scorching Divine Corruption S. Wealth plunder successful. Acquired 18,000 wealth points. Transferred to wide area space. Ah, Captain Ma, you seem to have dropped your bread. Ma San, momentarily bewildered, glanced down to find a half loaf of bread at his feet. Duh, this is not mine. Ahem. Thank you for the reminder, brother, he stammered, bending down to pick up the bread. One cannot comprehend the value of everyday necessities unless they are in charge. This half loaf of bread could hire 2 awakened individuals. Regardless of its origin, it is prudent to collect it. Alas, discussing such matters brings tears to my eyes, Suan remarked, extending his thumb in admiration. This bread clearly bears golden edges. One cannot procure it without at least 10 tons of supplies. Captain Ma, you truly possess great foresight. That Ma San. What nonsense is this? Is this young man unwell? In these times, who would exchange supplies for gold? A loaf of bread cannot be traded for 10 tons of resources. He must be a fool. That it is evident that he has never navigated the treacherous waters of the world. His family must have ample grain, at least 20 tons. Ma San's heart raced with excitement. I must seize it all. He signaled to a nearby man, who nodded in understanding and vanished into the crowd. Earlier, when Suan unleashed his lightning, Ma San had discerned the hidden potential within. Though fleeting, the aura he exuded was at least A-rank electric abilities, possibly even S-rank. That in a direct confrontation, he might not stand a chance. However, during their handshake, he had already implanted a poison seed within Suan. With a mere thought, that poison could erupt. Even if Suan were an S-rank awakened, he would have no choice but to surrender, unless he also possessed the Scorching Divine Corruption ability. But is that even possible? As long as one is human, it is impossible to wield 2 powers simultaneously. His only concern lay with the women nearby, who also appeared to be awakened. Though their levels were uncertain, he presumed they could not be too strong. Capturing them should be manageable. After all, awakened beauties are quite rare and could fetch a handsome price at auction. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the city center. That a massive zombie, towering over 3 meters, suddenly charged out from the urban area, shattering the ground beneath its feet. With bare hands, it effortlessly lifted a scrap car and hurled it several dozen meters into the crowd, crushing those unable to evade into a pulp. Panic ensued as the crowd screamed and scattered. Run! It's the giant zombie tank. Tank has arrived. Run for your lives. If one were to speak of a reigning monarch in the current realm of zombies, the creature before us, known as Tank, would undoubtedly hold that title. True to its name, the Tank is akin to a behemoth among the undead, boasting a level of LV8. Its defensive capabilities, strength, speed, and regenerative abilities are unparalleled, placing it at the pinnacle of zombie evolution. Its terrifying prowess allows it to annihilate multiple awakened individuals simultaneously. Even an A-class awakened being would feel a sense of dread at merely locking eyes with it. Once it sets its sights on a target, escape is nearly impossible. It pursues its prey at a staggering speed of 100 yards per hour, relentlessly hurling projectiles with uncanny precision. Moreover, it possesses a natural resistance to magical attacks, rendering it immune to most elemental abilities below A-class. While its physical defenses are so formidable that even sniper rifles struggle to penetrate its defenses, let alone standard melee weapons. Its recovery rate is astonishing. Unless struck with a fatal blow, it can restore itself in the blink of an eye, making it an exceedingly troublesome adversary. When confronted with such a creature, one faces a stark choice: either vanquish it or be vanquished. As it inherently possesses tracking skills, ensuring that no matter how far one flees, it will inevitably arrive at their doorstep that very night. To draw a comparison, one might liken it to a zombie version of the notorious leader of Raccoon Island, albeit without any supernatural abilities. Seeing a horde of zombies emerging from the city, Suin was somewhat taken aback. This creature exhibits territorial instincts, typically confining itself to its domain unless provoked or in pursuit of prey. Upon spotting a figure sprinting ahead of Tank, Suin had a moment of clarity. The individual was none other than the man previously seen beside Ma-san, that he was now desperately racing towards Suin. His head adorned with 2 lines of text indicating his ability. Provocation C. Wealth value 100. It became evident that this individual had intentionally lured Tank out of the city, planning to deactivate his ability once they reached a designated location to evade Tank's pursuit. Once the target was lost, Tank would instinctively attack the nearest individuals. This was a blatant act of misdirection, executed with remarkable finesse. That Suin glanced at the composed Ma-san, deducing that this old rogue was no stranger to such schemes. At this moment, Tank was consumed by rage, unleashing a bloody massacre among the crowd, leaving no corpse intact beneath its devastating blows. That swiftly approached Suin and his companions, given the creature's rampant ferocity. One might wonder why Captain Su was not inclined to eliminate Ma-san. With his keen insight, recognized Su and as a concealed master, a chivalrous figure whose valor and compassion defined true heroism. Without a doubt, Captain Su was a paragon of righteousness. That Ma-san promptly began to flatter Suin, albeit with the air of a reluctant obligation. Suin gazed at Ma-san in astonishment. Captain Maya, you speak the truth. You truly understand me. Then, Captain Su, please take action. I shall assist in your endeavors, but I dare not overshadow your brilliance. Suin, visibly conflicted, waved his hand dismissively. It is beneath me. This hulking brute is no more than the equivalent of my guard. To engage would be a disservice to my stature. Suin was not merely speaking whimsically. His pet, Wong Kai, initially of LV6, had been nourished with leftover scraps for half a month, now reaching LV8, matching Tank's strength. Whether Wong Kai was a cat or a dog mattered little. Ma-san's expression twitched with disbelief. He had encountered shamelessness before, but this was on an entirely different level. That he nearly succumbed to the urge to unleash his venomous wrath. Once he captured the young man, he would undoubtedly leave a mark on his face, testing the limits of his audacity. However, before Ma-san could continue his persuasion, Li Xiaoyu charged toward Tank, wielding a massive blade, and Ma-san nearly leapt up an exclamation, "Remarkable!" as he pondered how to deal with the women present. He signaled to another female subordinate, who understood the cue and also rushed toward Tank, but her target was not the creature itself. Rather, it was Li Xiaoyu. She intended to ambush Li Xiaoyu the moment she showed any sign of weakness. Li Xiaoyu, like a tempest, closed the distance to Tank, prompting the ability user controlling Tank to gleefully deactivate the provocation ability. Deprived of a target, Tank hesitated momentarily before unleashing a furious roar, locking onto Li Xiaoyu and raising its colossal fist for a devastating strike. Yet Li Xiaoyu did not retreat. Instead, she charged forward, ready to withstand the blow with her great sword. Ma-san, observing this spectacle, could not suppress a smirk, murmuring, "What a foolhardy choice, that Tank strikes were not so easily endured." Even A-class ability users specializing in strength would hesitate to confront Tank directly, for their physical resilience was not on the same level. He envisioned the scene of the young girl being sent flying or even crushed beneath Tank's might, lamenting the loss of such a valuable awakened female, whose worth was immeasurable. However, contrary to his expectations, Tank's titanic fist met the blade of Li Xiaoyu, producing a resounding clang. The anticipated carnage did not ensue. Instead, Li Xiaoyu unleashed a flurry of strikes with her sword, a dazzling display of cold steel flashing in the air. Mere seconds later, she sheathed her blade behind her back, the wide blade nearly obscuring her petite figure. Tank, meanwhile, collapsed into a heap of flesh and bone, failing to even muster a chance for recovery. The would-be ambusher, taken aback by the turn of events, fled in a panic, feigning nonchalance as they circled back to stand sheepishly behind Ma-san. Their legs trembling uncontrollably, Dame-san, well-versed in the unexpected, stumbled in disbelief at the unfolding scene. What just transpired? Did Tank truly fall in an instant? This sweet girl is no ordinary individual. She must be an S-class awakened being. The Eternal Life Adventurers Guild boasts not just one, but two S-class awakened beings. Cursing inwardly, Ma-san realized he had underestimated the strength of the Eternal Life Adventurers Guild. Otherwise, he would not have approached so foolishly. Had he not yet crossed swords, he would have been in grave peril, for he had no confidence in overcoming such a terrifying young woman. Moreover, there were still two others who had yet to engage, who knew what caliber of awakened beings they might be. Feeling a wave of retreat wash over him, Ma-san had his sights set on the delectable prize of the Eternal Life Adventurers Guild, but not at this moment that he was a serpent, not a lion. Striking from the shadows was his forte. Captain Sue, did you not express a desire to visit my humble abode? Why not proceed now? Suin asked, a smile gracing his face. Dame-san, breaking into a cold sweat, hastily waved his hands. No, I suddenly recalled an urgent matter at home. I must forego the visit to your esteemed guild. Perhaps another day when time permits. Captain Ma is in a hurry to return home. How intriguing. Urgency indeed cannot be overlooked. But Suin feigned disappointment, suddenly struck by an idea. Then how about I pay a visit to your guild instead, simply as a social call? Ma-san paused, taken aback. Alone? Well, for a social call, one is sufficient. Dame-san surveyed Suin with newfound astonishment. Thinking to himself how audacious this young man was to seek his own demise, he erupted into hearty laughter. Captain Sue, if you wish, how could I refuse? I shall ensure you are cordially welcomed. By the way, may I inquire how many awakened beings your guild possesses? Ma-san, without much thought, casually reported a figure that was somewhat accurate. Not too many. Just around 40 or 50. Mostly inferior goods unworthy of Commander Sue's attention. Yes, that's so. Suin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow before turning back to the bus. Captain Ma, please wait a moment. I shall prepare a small token of appreciation. Before long, Suin reappeared, carrying a basket of bread that appeared to contain roughly 40 or 50 pieces. This modest gift is merely a token of my esteem, Suin remarked with courtesy. Captain Sue, you are too polite, Ma-san replied with a beaming smile as he accepted the bread, feeling an odd familiarity with it. Captain Ma, do hold on tight. It is particularly heavy. Fear not, I can manage any quantity, Ma-san quipped. These breads are gilded, after all. Your humor is truly delightful, Captain Sue, and you are not lacking in charm either, Captain Ma. The two shared a hearty laugh, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Chapter 60. A venture into the Venomous Serpent Adventure Team, we shall accompany you, declared Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu, their expressions fraught with concern upon hearing Su En's intent to visit the Venomous Serpent Adventure Team. Villains are not to be feared. It is the smiling tiger like Ma-san that poses the greatest challenge, and one knows when such individuals might strike with a cold knife from behind. The brighter their smile, the more sinister they become. Moreover, the Venomous Serpent Adventure Team is a large organization. Ma-san mentioned there are at least 40 or 50 awakened individuals, although they were unaware of Su En's true strength. Confronting such a multitude was no trivial matter, especially with an S-rank awakened like Ma-san in command. There is no need. It is merely a visit that I can manage on my own, Suin reassured them. But before the two could voice further objections, Suin embraced them, murmuring softly, Do not worry. I will be fine. It is more convenient for me to go alone. You should remain here to continue recruiting. Raise the standards today and aim for around 200 people. If anyone comes looking for trouble, especially B-rank awakened or above, handle it and retreat to the stronghold without waiting for me. While Li Xiaoyu felt relatively at ease, having grown accustomed to such intimacy, Xue Qingyu trembled slightly, her cheeks flushing that Suin had never before initiated such closeness with her. Please ensure your safety. We will await your return at home. They replied, watching Suin whisper to the two girls that Dame-san's serpent-like eyes glinted with malice as he observed Suin with increasing disdain. What a lecherous one. Hardly a threat. Once we return to the adventure team, I shall capture this brat and devise a way to absorb the entire Chongqing adventure team. With their abundant resources, the Venomous Serpent Adventure Team will undoubtedly ascend to new heights in this era. Resources are everything. After sharing his thoughts, Suin approached Ma San. "Shall we depart? Captain Ma, I have long admired your adventure team." "Indeed, indeed," Ma San replied with a grin, motioning for his subordinates to lead the way. "Are we walking there?" Suin inquired. Then San paused momentarily. "What else? In this day and age, who still thinks of taking a vehicle? Gasoline is far too precious to waste. That it is merely a short distance, about 10 kilometers. Suin mused to himself. He is even more frugal than I anticipated. He possesses a wealth of 18,000 points in resources, which translates to several tons. That is hardly insignificant, though. It has already been depleted. Is it? Then it is no matter. Let us proceed on foot. Thus, under Ma San's guidance, they made their way to the Venomous Serpent Adventure Team's stronghold that in his previous life, Suin had been solely focused on survival, never pausing to observe the true nature of the apocalyptic landscape. Now, without lacking for anything, his mood had settled, allowing him to gaze upon the surroundings that as far as the eye could see, desolation reigned supreme. The ground, stripped bare by the crows, revealed a landscape devoid of even the most resilient weeds. Survivors huddled in small groups, scavenging through the earth like wild dogs. Food had nearly vanished from the surface. Hope lay buried underground, whether in the form of roots or hidden insects that a stroke of luck might yield a starchy plant root, marking a bountiful day that if they could unearth a few small insects. The crunch of chicken-flavored protein, 6 times richer than beef, would be a feast. For the majority, survival hinged on these roots and insects, clinging to life in a manner more desperate than the famines of yore. Makeshift camps, both large and small, lay strewn across the wilderness, groaning like dying beasts in the wind. The cries of despair drowned out the laughter of children as gusts of wind stirred up clouds of dust. Stinging their eyes, the Suin regarded the scene before him with an expression of detached calm. Once, he too had been among these refugees, struggling alongside Li Xiaoyan. Yet he survived on roots, while she subsisted on supplies he had risked his life to excavate from the city. Eventually, under Ma San's lead, Suin arrived at the Venomous Serpent Adventure Team's stronghold. It was a somewhat dilapidated residential complex, a relocation site from before the apocalypse, situated at a distance from the city and thus relatively free of zombies. After the collapse, Ma San had taken control of the area, successfully evading the crows and bats. However, most of the upper floors had caved in, ravaged by the avian and bat invasions, with claw marks marring the walls and shattered glass replaced by makeshift wooden and cardboard barriers. Despite its worn state, it was still a remarkably luxurious abode, as the living conditions for ordinary folk resembled little more than dog kennels. Then San led Suin directly to a living room furnished with a table, sofa, carpet, and artwork, complete with a tea set and a lone-potted plant. One could consider it a living room, provided it weren't so drafty. "Allow me to pour you some tea." A striking woman entered, swaying gracefully as she served Suin a cup of hot tea. Casting a flirtatious glance as she departed, Suin couldn't help but glance back at her retreating figure, noting another awakened individual. "Captain Su, what do you think of my humble abode? Is it not rather charming compared to your esteemed adventure team?" "It is quite pleasant, indeed, possessing a rustic beauty." Suin replied that it nearly rivals the facilities of my own employees' restrooms. Possessing a certain flair. "Captain Su, I shall not beat around the bush. I am genuinely interested in your team and wonder if you might consider joining the Venomous Serpent Adventure Team, that I could offer you a position of some stature." Ma San, no longer inclined to feign politeness, laid his cards on the table. Chapter 61. "Captain Ma, you possess no abilities. It is all an illusion." Upon hearing Ma San's words, Suin felt no surprise. He had purposely walked into this trap. Being straightforward is preferable. "It saves us both time," he replied slowly. "Captain Ma, your appetite seems rather large, still coveting my meager supplies. However, you should first check your own granary. What if it has already run dry?" With a resounding thud, Ma San slammed his hand on the table, narrowing his eyes as he coldly declared, "Do not think your S-rank status grants you immunity. Boy, that I must inform you that I have already planted a poison seed within you. At any time, I can end your life. Be wise and reveal the location of your adventure team's stronghold, the quantity of resources, and the number of awakened individuals. Otherwise, you will find death difficult to escape. Have you ever tasted the venom of an S-rank ability? I will reduce your bones to powder and your insides to liquid." Just as Ma San threatened Suin with a menacing expression, someone burst into the room. "Not good, Captain. Ma San's brow furrowed in irritation. Do you not see I am busy? Speak quickly, if it is yet another trivial matter. I swear, you have yet to grow out of your infancy. His subordinate waved his hands frantically. It is not a trivial matter, Captain. Our supplies are gone. Ma San's heart sank. What do you mean supplies are gone? They are completely missing. The granary was full this morning, and the brothers have been on guard without a moment's respite. Yet just moments ago, we discovered that the entire granary is empty. Ma San leaped to his feet, seizing his subordinate by the collar, roaring, Are you out of your mind? Do you mean to say that so much supply could sprout wings and fly away? The subordinate was nearly in tears. It truly is not our fault. They just vanished. Ma San's demeanor crumbled, his mind swirling in chaos. The supplies in the granary were the lifeblood of the venomous serpent adventure team. Without them, they could not pay the wages of the awakened the following day. If this continued, morale would plummet. Everyone needs to eat. If there is no food, what is the purpose of remaining here? Captain, did I not warn you long ago? Your granary is empty. Suin took a sip of his tea. The water was subpar, the tea leaves were inferior, and the taste was dreadful. Nothing compared to the Da Hong Pao brewed by his own Xiao Xiao. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, he sent the teacup crashing onto the table, splattering tea everywhere. Then Asen glared intently at Suin. It was you, wasn't it? You were the one responsible for this. How did you manage it? The most fortified place within the entire Viper Adventure Group is the granary, where 8 awakened individuals are stationed, in addition to infrared alarms. To power the alarms, the entire gasoline supply of the Viper Adventure Group has been diverted for electricity generation, and even the leader himself opts for green transportation when he ventures out. He simply cannot fathom how Suin managed to silently empty the entire granary, especially since Suin has been by his side the whole time. Could there be other companions? Was it not he who had set his sights on the Eternal Life Adventure Group, but rather that he was being targeted by them? No matter how hard Ma San racked his brain, he could not comprehend that after merely shaking Suin's hand, his granary had been completely plundered. If he were to discover this, he would undoubtedly wish to sever his own hand. There was no denying that Suin's hands were decidedly unclean. Captain Ma, I have long informed you that the bread I provide is gilded. Quite precious indeed. A mere half loaf could exchange for a whole granary's worth of supplies. Did I not previously offer you 40 or 50? Just imagine, how much do you think you will need to trade? Suin concluded with a sinister chuckle, then leisurely approached Ma San. Humph, you seek death by daring to take my possessions. I shall make you pay double. Viper seed, explode. Ma San scoffed, immediately detonating the toxin embedded within Suin. A muffled explosion echoed, and a cloud of green smoke erupted around Suin, enveloping him entirely. The plants on the table, upon mere contact with the smoke, rotted into a viscous sludge in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I won't kill you, boom. The earth trembled, and a tempest of sand and stones surged into the sky, obscuring the sun and blocking the heavens, like a furious beast of the earth breaking free from its confines. It devoured the entire stronghold of the venomous serpent adventurers in one mighty gulp. Within the beast Ma echoed Suin's chilling proclamation, Welcome to the apocalypse, as the last rays of the setting sun cast their glow upon the land. The colossal sand and stone fortress that loomed over the venomous serpent adventurer's stronghold gradually crumbled, collapsing into ruin. What once stood there, the venomous serpent adventurers, had now transformed into a desolate wasteland. Suin sat bare upon a hill constructed from charred corpses. Silently gazing at the sunset, he retrieved a cigarette from the vast expanse and placed it between his lips, casually picking up a piece of still-burning flesh to ignite it. He inhaled deeply. The entirety of the venomous serpent adventurers lay piled here, awakened ones and ordinary folk alike, even the elderly and children. Not a single soul from the entire adventuring party had survived. That he spared no one. Too many of his secrets had been revealed today, and only in death could absolute confidentiality be guaranteed. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. That in his memory lingered a tale of a large adventuring party that, after severing the leg of a C-rank awakened and subjecting him to various humiliations, discarded him in a potter's field, leaving him to fend for himself. Perhaps they viewed that C-rank awakened as nothing more than an insignificant ant, unworthy of concern. Yet, it was this very ant that ultimately led to the downfall of the large adventuring party. That ant exacted his revenge, consuming the heart of the man who had mutilated him. This story imparted a lesson. Never underestimate any foe, even one seemingly weak. The best way to sever the roots of hatred is to extinguish the flames of vengeance before they can take hold. Suin leapt down from the mound of corpses and retrieved a set of clothing from the vast expanse. The attire was new, yet it could not mask the stench of burnt flesh clinging to him. It was time for a bath. He would ask Xiao Qiao to help scrub him clean, for he found the odor unbearable, that he then took out his motorcycle from the vast expanse and departed swiftly. The commotion caused by the venomous serpent adventurers was so great that many flocked to witness it. Yet, as they surveyed the scene, only ruins and heaps of charred bodies greeted their eyes. There was not a single living soul. In the brief span of merely half a day, the once prominent venomous serpent adventurers had been utterly annihilated. According to insiders, the venomous serpent adventurers had provoked a rival group known as Eternal Life, leading to their obliteration. Astonishingly, they had only antagonized them that morning, and by afternoon, they were no more. The swiftness of their demise was truly shocking. Did I in no time? News of the venomous serpent adventurers' downfall spread rapidly throughout the entire region, reaching every adventuring party, to the point where it became common knowledge. As for Suin, the instigator of it all, he had long since returned to the talent market. Chapter 63. A Bounty of Powers After Another Day of Recruitment. Suin had managed to gather 200 beautiful women of fair complexion. The overall quality was even higher than the previous day. Upon Su-An's return, Xue Qingyu approached him in a flurry, her face etched with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, and I even acquired quite a few good items." Suin replied with a grin. He had already plundered the supplies of the venomous serpent adventurers, merely 18,000 points of resources, nothing to be particularly pleased about. What truly delighted him was that he had seized a total of 58 abilities, all of which were transferable. This included 1 S rank, 1 A rank, 8 B ranks, 12 C ranks, and the remainder being low-grade D, E, F, and G abilities. These powers represented the greatest harvest of his endeavor, and his strength had undergone another qualitative transformation. What once took him half a day to wipe out the venomous serpent adventurers could now be accomplished in just an hour. Seeing Suin unscathed, Xue Qingyu finally let out a sigh of relief. "Have we gathered enough people? Shall we leave now? Let us go. I smell terrible and need a bath," he replied to as before. The bus was filled to the brim with beautiful women as they returned to the city. However, upon departure, news was released that tomorrow would mark the last day for the Eternal Life adventurers to recruit new members. After this opportunity, joining the group would be nearly impossible. It took them about an hour to return to the stronghold. Upon disembarking, Suin was taken aback by the sight before him. The courtyard was filled with women lying in disarray, some weeping on the ground, others curled up in corners trembling, and some staring vacantly as if their souls had been stripped away. It was hard to fathom the inhumane treatment they had endured in such a brief span of time. "Master, you have returned." Lu Hui greeted him with a warm smile, her demeanor still exuding nobility and grace. Beside her, Qing Xia remained silent, her head bowed, her body trembling slightly, and her face pale as if terror had shattered her spirit. That Suin glanced at the diverse suffering of the women and asked, "What has happened to them?" "Master need not concern yourself. It was merely a slight reprimand to ensure they become more obedient," Lu Hui replied, her smile unwavering. That Suin hesitated, wanting to protest. "Is this merely a slight reprimand?" They looked nearly broken, yet ultimately he decided against questioning further. Lu Hui held a perfect favorability towards him, her loyalty unwavering. She would not act against his interests. Let her have her way. The objective had been achieved. After all, the treatment offered by the Eternal Life adventurers was not so easily attained. Those who chose to stay must be prepared mentally for the consequences. "Master, we have selected 20 qualified candidates, 2 of whom are exceptionally beautiful and clean. Would you like to take a look?" Suin waved his hand repeatedly. No, I need to take a bath first." With that, he dashed back to the villa's bathroom. Lu Hui's high loyalty was indeed a good thing, but at times, her excessive fidelity bordered on madness. His intention in recruiting these individuals was not for personal indulgence, but rather for future plans. Moreover, with so many women, he could hardly manage. He did not possess any kidney enhancement abilities that would allow him to endure such burdens. Yet apart from Suin, everyone believed these women were brought in for his enjoyment. Even Xue Qingyu shared this sentiment. There might be other reasons as well, but one thing was certain. Otherwise, why not recruit stronger, more practical men. If Suen were aware, he would surely cry out in protest. What could he do? He couldn't just recruit men and then work to improve their favorability, could he? The conditions for bestowing extraordinary abilities require a minimum level of 60, which equates to at least reaching the level of admiration. If a large group of men harbors a special brotherhood for him, just contemplating it is sufficient. He would undoubtedly feel grateful. While enduring a surprise nocturnal visit from a female companion is manageable, being ambushed by good brothers would genuinely push him to the brink of violence. Reflecting on his middle school days, he recalls living in a dormitory where, during the lunar holiday, most of his roommates returned home, leaving only him and two others to spend the night in the dormitory. Those two roommates. That scene left an indelible mark on his tender psyche, prompting him to request a dormitory change from his homeroom teacher the very next day. Yet he always sensed something amiss in the way those two regarded him. Consequently, even during holidays when he could have spent the night at an internet CAF, he refrained from staying overnight in the dormitory. Swordplay became a source of profound childhood trauma for him, evoking both aversion and dread. Having prepared a warm bath, Suen comfortably submerged himself. With the absence of crows, the solar water heater was operational once more, providing him with hot water. Naturally, only the Eternal Life Adventure team could still indulge in bathing, as most external water resources had dwindled to near depletion, compelling people to rely on wells for underground water. However, this underground water is not infinite. It is a matter of scarcity amidst a burgeoning population, requiring careful rationing for drinking, let alone bathing. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, and the petite maid, Chow Chow, entered with a blush adorning her cheeks. "Master, I can help you scrub your back." Suen did not decline and lay on the edge of the bathtub, relishing Chow Chow's back-scrubbing service. This day had been exhausting, and had it not been for his earlier replication of Qingxia's restoration ability, he would have long succumbed to fatigue. Taking a life is indeed a labor-intensive endeavor, especially when the target is an awakened being. While enjoying this moment, Suen quietly organized the array of extraordinary abilities he could bestow, totaling around 60. However, most of them were rather inferior. Abilities classified as C-grade or below were not worth considering. The individuals he summoned were intended to bolster combat prowess. Abilities below C-grade are simply unworthy of attention, as their combat effectiveness is severely limited. After some contemplation, he determined that approximately 20 abilities were available for bestowal. Yet his target was a staggering 200 or even more. In total, he had only just managed to gather 1/10 of the required amount. This implies that he would need to annihilate at least 10 venomous snake adventure teams to meet his quota. Just thinking about it is enough to cause a headache. The only piece of good news is that his proficiency in plundering abilities has reached 75. With another 25, he could achieve level 3. To ascend from level 1 to level 2 requires the acquisition of 10 abilities. From level 2 to level 3, 100 abilities. Thus, he is only 25 abilities away from leveling up that he wonders if attaining level 3 will unlock new functions. As Suen sighed, outside the bathroom, Xueqingyu stealthily slipped away. Although he yearned to enter, he lacked the courage at this critical moment. Chapter 64. The 3 phases of the first apocalypse after his bath. Suen donned a bathrobe and made his way to his exclusive office. A space meticulously designed for him by Liu Hui.it was adorned with opulence. The velvet carpet was the least ostentatious element, while an array of antique calligraphy and paintings filled the room. The desk, crafted from a solid block of high-quality gold silk Nanmu wood, would have been worth tens of millions before the apocalypse. Due to its rarity, even in the post-apocalyptic era, it remained a favored item among the upper echelons of various adventure teams. What puzzled Suen, however, was the pile of Risk of photo albums featuring Chow Chow on his desk, along with the numerous sensual posters of her adorning the walls, many of which Liu Hui had recently helped Chow Chow produce. Suen could not fathom Liu Hui's intentions. After much contemplation, he could only attribute it to maternal affection. Liu Hui adored her daughter so much that even in the apocalypse, she did not forget to help Chow Chow pursue her dream of stardom. Not dwelling on it further, Suen retrieved his notebook. Sketching and writing at noon the day after tomorrow, the second phase of the zombie apocalypse would commence punctually. The first apocalypse is dubbed the zombie apocalypse, consisting of 3 phases. The initial phase is characterized by the emergence of zombies and lasts for 31 days. The first 7 days are relatively mundane, featuring only a few zombies, with perhaps some mutated varieties appearing. After the first week, there is a transitional period between the first and second phases, marked by an influx of bats and crows. During this transition, the number of awakened beings is at its lowest, and the duration is sufficiently lengthy, rendering it the most arduous time for survivors. Once they endure the onslaught of crows, there will be a 3-day respite before entering the second phase. The second phase is an upgraded version of the first. The zombies now are naturally evolved varieties. However, in the second phase, BOWs, colloquially known as biological weapons, will emerge that these BOWs are modified biological weapons, possessing considerably greater strength. If tanks represent the current pinnacle, then in the second phase, they will merely be relegated to the sewers. The initial level of BOWs starts at LV8, which is already the evolutionary zenith of ordinary zombies. The danger level of the second phase surpasses that of the first by at least tenfold. Yet, with high danger comes significant opportunity that in the second phase, numerous abandoned laboratories will materialize, concealing a plethora of high-tech items. Advanced battle suits, alloy blades, enhancement potions, and more. The laboratories vary in size and danger level. The larger the laboratory, the better the items contained within, albeit with more formidable BOWs lurking inside. Moreover, after the second phase, an abundance of supply crates will be refreshed, exponentially surpassing the quantity available in the first phase. Many of these crates are hidden within laboratories that if the primary objective of the first phase is survival, then the second phase is all about combat. Only by relentlessly conquering laboratories and seizing high-tech resources can one qualify to face the final phase of the zombie apocalypse. The third phase is dubbed Zombie Rampage. At this stage, all zombies and BOWs will attack humans with frenzied abandon. Wherever there are living beings, hordes of the undead will converge, an inexhaustible tide that can never be fully eradicated. This relentless assault will persist for an entire week. Those who cannot withstand the onslaught will be consumed by the horde, while those who survive will earn the right to advance to the second apocalypse. That Suin's current task is to leverage his past experiences to sketch out the locations of the laboratories about to be refreshed, their sizes and resource richness, in order to swiftly conquer the most cost-effective laboratories and acquire the desired resources. Among them, a few laboratories possess unique and invaluable outputs that must be monopolized, ensuring all their treasures are claimed. After recalling the details, he estimated that approximately 200 laboratories of various sizes would refresh in the Sioux district. Based on safety levels, they are categorized into 6 tiers. Laboratories with a safety level of 6 are actually the most perilous, yet they also harbor the richest resources, with their numbers limited to fewer than 10. Conversely, those with a safety level of 1 are the least desirable, being the most abundant and utterly worthless, so much so that he could hardly be bothered to glance at them. His focus lies on the 3 tiers of safety levels 4, 5, and 6. Among these, laboratories with a safety level of 6 refresh once every week, and he is absolutely confident in his ability to conquer them all. However, safety levels 4 and 5 cannot be guaranteed, as they refresh all at once. That IT is a matter of being quick or being left behind. Lacking manpower and abilities poses a significant challenge for Sue when he sighed in resignation. The new members had only just been recruited, and their utility was limited. Furthermore, he had yet to establish rapport with the females, rendering ability bestowal impossible. Ultimately, time is of the essence, and the preparation period is far too short. After some thought, Suin instructed Lu Hui to bring over the 20 newly selected members who met the criteria. He could only hope to see if they would be of any use. Since Lu Hui had chosen them, their compliance would undoubtedly be high, but he was uncertain if there was still time to establish good feelings. If all else fails, he would have to resort to more direct methods, as it is often said that the most effective way to a woman's heart is. He longed for a kidney enhancement but wondered if restoration ability would suffice. Perhaps he could test it out on Li Xiaoyu later that evening. Before long, Lu Hui arrived with the 20 carefully selected young women in tow. She gently massaged Su An's temples from behind and casually instructed the new members. Please remove your clothing. Master, take a look and see who you prefer. Tonight, let her. The young women complied without a moment's hesitation, displaying an unwavering obedience that Suin hurriedly interjected. Put your clothes back on. He realized that Lu Hui had misunderstood his intentions. He was not in a position to indulge in such matters. There were far too many pressing concerns at hand. With a hint of regret, the young women donned their garments once more. Suin then scrutinized this batch of new members carefully. while their appearance and beauty were secondary. The crucial factor was their level of affection. To his astonishment, he discovered that even the one with the lowest affection level had surpassed 70. While some had reached as high as 99, Suin was bewildered. What on earth had transpired? He had never bestowed affection upon these young women. So how did their levels of affection rise so inexplicably? Were they under some form of enchantment? Suin couldn't help but cast a glance of admiration at Lu Hui, acknowledging her impressive qualities. There's quite a lot to appreciate, isn't there? If the master isn't fond of them. There are certainly younger and equally beautiful ones. Suin hastily waved his hands in denial. No. I am exceedingly satisfied, beyond measure. From now on, you shall take full responsibility for evaluating new team members. Do as you wish, and I will offer my unwavering support. With a sudden influx of 20 tools to boost his favorability, it felt like a timely gift amidst a snowstorm. Overwhelmed with joy, he couldn't resist pulling the beautiful woman into his embrace, planting a heavy kiss on her lips. Lu Hui stiffened, her eyes widening in disbelief, utterly taken aback that Suin would be willing to touch her. Tremors of excitement coursed through Lu Hui, as her suppressed emotions erupted like a tidal wave. Chapter 65. Misunderstanding and generational shift. Suin quickly averted his gaze, reminding himself of the pressing matters at hand. He needed to bestow powers upon these new members first. Turning to the 20 young women, he casually instructed, "Come to my room tonight." But immediately realizing his blunder, he corrected himself, "No, let us do it here. There is no need to go to my room tonight." Lu Hui shot him a seductive glance, biting her red lip as she stood up to assist him with his clothing buttons. She was willing to comply with any of his desires. Before him, she held no principles. Her very soul belonged to him. "Wait, what are you doing?" "That's not what I meant. I intend to grant them powers." "Not in the manner you think." Upon hearing this, Lu Hui's face flushed crimson, and she quickly stepped aside. "I'm sorry, master." Suin waved his hand dismissively. "It's alright." He then approached the new members, gently tapping each of their faces with his hand. In that moment, they became a collective of newly awakened beings. Each of them felt a change within, their eyes widening in astonishment, as if affirming Lu Hui's claims that the master was omnipotent. Akin to a deity. As long as they offered absolute loyalty, unimaginable blessings would follow. That moment, no one doubted Lu Hui's words. Suin's gaze became increasingly fervent and reverent, and their favorability surged dramatically. 8 of them reached a perfect score of 100, with the lowest still at 91. In unison, they knelt down, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for your grace, master." Suin nodded in satisfaction, marveling at how quickly their favorability had risen. "You needn't kneel any longer. Rise. Just remember to keep this matter forever sealed within your hearts, and do not discuss it among yourselves. This is our guild's highest secret, and not a whisper of it should escape. Understood?" "Understood, master." "We would never speak of it." "Good. Now you may leave. Seek out instructor Li Xiaoyu, and let her take you to the underground training grounds. You must master your powers quickly, for time is of the essence. Do not be complacent." The new members joyfully descended the stairs to train under Li Xiaoyu, marveling at their transformation from ordinary individuals to awakened beings, as if caught in a dream. Reflecting on the lavish treatment within the guild, so generous that even S-rank awakeners would envy, their emotions overwhelmed them, and some even shed tears. The master was truly benevolent to them. Joining the Changshaman Adventure Guild to serve him was the most prideful decision of their lives, without exception. Lu Hui did not follow the new members as they departed. Having noticed Suin's deliberate posture when he stood, she understood his unspoken message. Gradually, she approached Suin from behind and softly asked, "Would you like me to assist you, master?" Suin hesitated momentarily. "Perhaps another day. Let us have Xiao Xiao come by first." "You want Xiao Xiao?" Lu Hui bit her lip, contemplating before finally agreeing. "All right, I will summon Xiao Xiao." Fearing another misunderstanding, Suin hastily clarified, "I plan to grant Xiao Xiao a power. After all, she is part of the upper management in our guild. It would be inappropriate not to." Over their time together, the little girl's favorability had inexplicably risen to 99, surpassing Xue Qingyu by 2 points. Suin couldn't help but wonder if Lu Hui had somehow brainwashed Xiao Xiao. Surely not. Lu Hui smiled faintly, saying nothing further as she descended to fetch Xiao Xiao to Suin's side and slumped back into his chair. pondering that perhaps everyone now viewed him as a brainless fool, and no amount of cleansing could rid him of such a reputation, by heaven's grace. I've only had a slight dalliance with Li Xiaoyu. IV touched none other, that he felt a sense of injustice, yet could not refute it. He couldn't possibly reveal that he had a system and had been reborn, preparing for the future. Such transparency was utterly impossible. He would never admit it. Let them think what they wish. One day, I shall truly earn that title. After the first apocalypse, once the Adventure Guild had stabilized, he would boldly venture forth. Before long, Xiao Xiao arrived at the office. Suin pulled the obedient little maid onto his lap and casually bestowed a power upon her. He still had 2 S-rank powers to give. One was the recently acquired Scorching Divine Corruption, and the other was Master of Sand and Stone, obtained from the second-in-command of the Island of Sinners. The former had too many restrictions, a high fatality rate, and insufficient combat power, making it ill-suited for Xiao Xiao. In contrast, Master of Sand and Stone was far more suitable, as Xiao Xiao was the logistics supervisor of the guild. It had high combat effectiveness and could temporarily construct bases and transport supplies, aligning perfectly with her role. Thus, Suin gifted Master of Sand and Stone to Xiao Xiao. Here is a power for you. See if you like it. Suin playfully poked her little nose, smiling that as Xiao Xiao felt the newfound power, she simply lifted her hand. And the dust in the room began to float gently. She then dove into Suin's embrace, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master. You are the best." Suin tenderly stroked Xiao Xiao's hair, his expression softening. Although she was young, she was exceptionally obedient and understanding. Whenever he beheld her innocent smile, devoid of any shadow, he felt an involuntary sense of relaxation that in this dark apocalypse, she was like a delicate and pure flower, a rare treasure. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to regard this thoughtful little maid as if she were a neighbor's sister. "Master, when it's just the 2 of you, may I call you something different?" "Of course, you may call me whatever you wish." Xiao Xiao snuggled closer, murmuring softly, "Suin." It seemed that the sibling bond had taken an unexpected turn. Something felt amiss. Chapter 66. Li Xiaoyu requests support to share the burden as night fell. Suin reclined on his bed, propping his legs up while reading, waiting for Li Xiaoyu's return. What was he doing? Naturally, he was preparing to submit his usual report. After the overwhelming events of the day, for the sake of his mental well-being, it was essential to occasionally shift the mood. However, after waiting for quite some time, Li Xiaoyu still hadn't returned, prompting Suin to reluctantly lie down and sleep. With the influx of new recruits over the last 2 days, now totaling over 400, all required individual assessments that asked the guild's head coach, Li Xiaoyu surely had her hands full. What Suin did not expect was that, at that very moment, Li Xiaoyu was not occupied with the new members, but was instead attempting to persuade Xue Qingyu. "Qingyu, I'll be frank. You need to save yourself." Xue Qingyu's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. "You were the one who wanted to go. How was I to know his attack power was so immense? Each strike is a critical hit, more frightening than the endless abyss," Li Xiaoyu recounted with lingering trepidation. I don't understand anything. I can't help you," Xue Qingyu protested, shaking her head vigorously, seeing Xue Qingyu's unwavering reluctance, taking 2 steps forward for everyone she took back. Li Xiaoyu exclaimed in exasperation, "Qingyu, you must seize this opportunity. Just look at how many beautiful girls have joined in just a few days. And look at Lu Hui and Xiao Xiao. They're practically glued to Suin's bed. If you delay any longer, you'll miss the last train." "That can't be true." Xue Qingyu's gaze flitted away. "How can it not be? Let me tell you, you may soon find yourself out of the picture. Just look at those new arrivals. Each one is eager to snuggle up to him, that you'll regret it. The girls in the yard are not any less attractive than you. You know that I don't know how long Suin can hold out. If it were me, I couldn't possibly endure. I'd have to change partners daily. No, 3 times a day. With your timid nature, it would take you years to muster the courage, and forgetting is quite normal." Xue Qingyu fell silent, painfully aware of her own timidity. After all, she had harbored a secret crush on Suin since college, never daring to ask for his phone number. After 2 years of silent adoration, she had hardly exchanged a few words with him. Yet in matters of the heart, she was utterly clueless, unable to discern truth from fiction in Li Xiaoyu's words. Seeing Xue Qingyu hesitate, Li Xiaoyu immediately began to stoke the flames of encouragement. "If you don't understand, I can teach you. We are the best of sisters. How could I not assist you?" No one understands better than I do. I have long been acquainted with the esteemed Wang. Let us proceed tonight to Ming. Is tomorrow acceptable? I assure you it shall be done. Very well, it is settled then. Do not falter when the time comes that Licu could only return in frustration to confront the tempest alone. The following morning, after breakfast, Suin, accompanied by several young women, once again ventured to the talent market. Due to the announcement made yesterday, which declared today as the final opportunity for recruitment into the Chongqing Adventure Group, an overwhelming number of individuals had gathered. Moreover, following the annihilation of the Venomous Snake Adventure Group the day before, the reputation of the Chongqing Adventure Group surged, further heightened by their astonishing benefits. The throngs of applicants could only be described as a sea of humanity, with queues forming even before they arrived. Some young women even trekked overnight to apply, although the presence of zombies in the wilderness was scarce. Embarking on a long-distance trek across regions posed numerous dangers, potentially fatal. Yet, this did not deter the young women from aspiring to join the Chongqing Adventure Group, that Suin could not help but wonder if all the beautiful women in Sudi had flocked to apply. Even if that were not the case, it was certainly close. Fortunately, 20 young women had officially joined the group the previous day. To mitigate the overwhelming influx of applicants, Suin decided to bring along 10 new members. As he had anticipated, the situation was indeed chaotic. One recruitment point was insufficient, necessitating the establishment of 5 concurrent points. However, the recruitment process was not without its challenges, as there were always individuals seeking trouble. A rugged vehicle pulled up to the recruitment point, and a middle-aged man in a suit, accompanied by a few awakened individuals, slowly descended and approached Suin. Are you the esteemed leader Su? I have long admired your reputation, that I am Wu Xian, the president of the 100 Alliance. The newcomer introduced himself with great courtesy. That Suin raised an eyebrow, glancing at the man's status, ability, instant teleportation S wealth value, 110,000. He possessed a spatial ability, not of the storage type, but rather leaning towards combat, which was quite formidable. His wealth value was impressively high, a full 110,000, several times that of Ma San. Even his guards were comprised of 2 A-level awakened individuals and 2 B-level awakened individuals, indicating the significance of this 100 Alliance president. The 100 Alliance was at the helm of the upcoming Survivors Alliance Conference. Since it was a conference, there would undoubtedly be a leading figure, and Wu Xian was evidently the head of that power. Despite his refined demeanor, he maintained a high level of vigilance, keeping a safe distance from Suin and displaying no intention of a handshake or greeting. That Suin refrained from forcefully replicating his abilities, as Wu Xian was an expert at escape and would be difficult to catch. What brings the esteemed President Wu Xian here today? Suin inquired, suppressing his irritation. The matter concerning the Venomous Snake Adventure Group was orchestrated by your group. Correct? Wu Xian asked directly, bypassing any formalities. Indeed, that was my doing. Is there a problem? Suin shrugged nonchalantly. Noticing Suin's casual demeanor, Wu Xian did not take offense. That I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. The grievances between your group and the Venomous Snake Adventure Group are none of our concern. Victory and defeat depend on one's own capabilities. The Venomous Snake Adventure Group was responsible for overseeing this venue. Since your group has dealt with them, you should rightfully hold jurisdiction over this area. However, your group has not attended any previous 100 Alliance meetings, leading to some dissent regarding whether this jurisdiction should rightfully belong to you. I hope that you, Leader Su, will attend a meeting of the 100 Alliance to provide clarity and to rightfully claim jurisdiction over this venue. What say you? After hearing Wu Xian's words, Suin felt no inclination to engage. His stronghold was not outside the city, and taking on such a large area would yield him no benefits. To put it mildly, it was jurisdiction. To put it bluntly, it was akin to babysitting, providing free security for these survivors. Other factions could utilize this to recruit higher-level awakened individuals, which he had no need for. It was far quicker to recruit directly rather than resort to stealing from others. Freebies could become quite addictive. However, as Suin pondered, a thought suddenly struck him, and he hastily inquired, "Are you holding a meeting today? How many will be attending?" Wu Xian nodded. "Yes, today's meeting is crucial. The resources in the outskirts of the city have nearly been depleted, and discussions are underway regarding when to initiate a large-scale counteroffensive into the city center. Most adventure groups will be participating, and for both public and private reasons. I hope the Chongqing Adventure Group will also attend." Suin's eyes brightened. With most adventure groups present, he would be thrust directly into a crowd of awakened individuals. We must attend. Participating in the counteroffensive is our duty. Chapter 67. 100 Alliance. Subsequently, Suen conveyed a few words to Yu and the others before joining Wu Xin in the vehicle. Leader Su, do you not bring a few guards along? Wu Xin inquired. Most adventure group leaders are accompanied by personal guards. Even an S-level awakened individual has vulnerabilities and faces dangers. Hence, most leaders are consistently accompanied by guards. My household is short on personnel. I cannot afford such luxuries. Suen replied lazily that he spoke the truth. He indeed could not spare anyone for the role of guard. Moreover, he seemed to have no need for any. He possessed no vulnerabilities. Even if someone were to discover his weaknesses, the moment they attempted to exploit them, those weaknesses would vanish. He was currently an ominous presence. Anyone who crossed paths with him was destined for misfortune. To merely encounter him would lead to ruin. Seeing Suen's attitude, Wu Xin chose not to press further, attributing it to youthful arrogance. After driving for over 100 kilometers, they arrived at the so-called 100 Alliance. This was a venue hastily constructed from simple materials. The floor was adorned with tattered carpets. 100 or so tables and chairs were scattered about, accompanied by a large blackboard. Rather than a conference venue, it resembled a rural school classroom, given the circumstances. There was little that could be done. At least it served as a place to convene and discuss matters. At this point, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered, at least 200 to 300. However, only 70 to 80 were in charge. The rest were merely standing by as guards. Yet, without exception, all present were awakened individuals, and they were predominantly high-level. The lowest among them possessed at least a C-level ability. Suen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon Wu Xin's arrival, several group leaders rose to greet him. That Wu Xin engaged in some familiar pleasantries before proceeding directly to the podium, gesturing for Suen to join him. Leader Su, please take a seat in the front row. The closer one sat to the front, the more powerful the adventure group was deemed to be. The Venomous Snake Adventure Group was a first-rate force. And having eradicated them, the Chongqing Adventure Group was undoubtedly formidable and deserved a place at the forefront. Suen leisurely strolled to an empty seat in the front row and sat down with confidence. Allow me to introduce this individual. He is the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group. Suen, I trust everyone is familiar with the name Chongqing Adventure Group by now. Not merely familiar. In the span of just 2 days, the name Chongqing Adventure Group had reverberated throughout the circles of Su Di. The emergence of this group, which had risen to prominence overnight, piqued the curiosity of many, particularly due to their exorbitant recruitment offers, which had left many envious. Some were also wary, as the group's capability to annihilate the Venomous Snake Adventure Group in mere hours indicated a level of strength that surpassed that of 99 of adventure groups. Only the top 5 adventure groups could possibly rival them. That a murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd. Today, Leader Su has also come to participate in the counteroffensive meeting, contributing to the cause, while simultaneously seeking jurisdiction over Venue 16. That the strength of the Chongqing Adventure Group is beyond question. Is there anyone who opposes this? Venue 16, the former jurisdiction of the Venomous Snake Mercenary Group. Upon hearing Wu Xin's words, the venue fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, opting for silence. Prior to Suen's arrival, opposition had been rife, yet now that he was present, no one dared to speak out. Everyone was aware that while it was easy to criticize from the sidelines, openly confronting someone was a different matter altogether. This was not merely an issue of courage. It was directly linked to strength that no one wished to become the next Venomous Snake Adventure Group. Not in agreement. The Mad Wolf, object. At that moment, a scarred-faced man brazenly propped his legs on the table, provocatively gazing at Suen. I expected the leader of the Chongqing Adventure Group to be a haha. Upon hearing the words of the scarred man, Uxin on the podium could only shake his head in resignation. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. This scarred man, known as Quanlong, is the leader of the Wolf Fang Adventure Group. An S-rank awakened, commanding over 200 fellow awakened individuals, placing his group among the top 3 in the realm of adventurers. Quanlong possesses a notoriously violent temper and is infamous for his explosive rage. It is said that before the apocalypse, he was a henchman in the underworld, having taken numerous lives. After awakening in the post-apocalyptic world, Quanlong immediately annihilated his former gang, fashioning the skull of his boss into a drinking cup. The number of lives extinguished by his hand likely surpasses that of the zombies he has slain, earning him the title of a veritable god of death. Few dared to provoke him in the entirety of Sudu. With Quanlong opposing, it seemed likely that matters would not end amicably, as Suin cast a fleeting glance at Quanlong. Ability: Endless Fury S. Wealth value: 78,000. This S-rank enhancement type combat ability is renowned for its high recovery and devastating damage. Upon activation, every cell in the body undergoes explosive enhancement, resulting in a dramatic increase in combat prowess. As the duration of the ability extends, so does the battle power, without leaving any aftereffects once deactivated. It is a rare ability, albeit one that imposes significant pressure on the user's temperament. Prolonged use brings about an overwhelming fury that can corrupt the user's innate character, transforming those of weak will into mindless killers. Thus, most holders of Endless Fury appear refined and cultured, only revealing their brutal nature upon activation, becoming entirely different individuals. Clearly, Quanlong struggles to master this power. As for Quanlong's considerable wealth, second only to Uxin's, Suin regarded it with indifference, likening it to a mere mosquito's leg. Nothing worth getting excited about. However, even mosquito legs are still meat, so he reluctantly accepted it. Uxin, I wonder what number venue falls under the jurisdiction of this Quanlong? Uxin instinctively responded 4, 5, and 6 as Suin slowly rose, a grin spreading across his face. From today onward, venues 4, 5, and 6 shall belong to my Chongqing Adventure Group. Who is in favor, and who opposes? Chapter 68. The Black Rose at Suin's declaration. The crowd was taken aback. Good heavens, this kid is truly audacious, more reckless than Quanlong. He is simply insane, or perhaps a fool that I'd wager he'll be torn to shreds by Quanlong within 5 minutes. But hold on. What if he too is an S-rank awakened? The outcome is uncertain. Even among S-ranks, there are differences that you comprehend the true value of Endless Fury. This kid is undoubtedly doomed. I'll bet a bag of rice on it. Betting? No way. I refuse to wager. Come on, if Quanlong loses, I'll give you 10 bags of rice. And if that kid loses, you only need to give me half a bag. Don't be so petty. No way, I just can't afford to play. Everyone present knew of Quanlong's formidable strength. In a one-on-one confrontation, none could rival him. Not even Uxin. Quanlong's temper is explosive, akin to a ticking bomb. It is only this newcomer who dares to provoke him. Youthful audacity leads one to speak without thought, unaware of the peril that comes from angering Quanlong. Upon hearing Suin's brazen words, Quanlong initially paused, only to erupt in a boisterous laughter. You wish to claim my territory? Boy, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Ha 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 ha. With a single punch, he shattered the table, rising slowly, his body radiating crimson energy, his eyes gradually turning a bloody red, that he had already activated Endless Fury in a fit of rage. It appears some fools have never witnessed the methods of the great Quanlong. Boy, I have taken more lives than you've had meals. Come here, let me teach you how to behave. Riffraff ought to know their place. Suin was unyielding, simultaneously activating several enhancement abilities, vanishing from sight and reappearing before Quanlong. With a fist charged with explosive force, he struck at Quanlong's abdomen. Quanlong let out a hearty laugh, choosing to stand firm. Confident in his own defenses, bang. The sound of impact resonated, a gust of wind erupting from behind Quanlong, creating a gaping hole in the wall. Yet he remained steady, not even taking a half step back. Haha, Riffraff, are you merely tickling me? Come, let me allow you another punch. Retreating even a step would be an admission of defeat. Suddenly, Quanlong's smile froze on his face that a wave of weakness washed over him. The enhancements from Endless Fury rapidly dissipated, vanishing entirely in the blink of an eye. And no matter how he attempted to activate his powers, they bore no effect. He felt as if he had reverted to an ordinary human. Slap. Suin seized the moment. Grasping Quanlong's head with one hand, effortlessly lifting his robust form into the air, I am not negotiating with you. This is a command, you understand. Quanlong felt his skull creaking, as if it would shatter. Letting out a series of agonizing screams that seems you are incapable of understanding, Suin declared, suddenly exerting force and crushing Quanlong's head, splattering gore everywhere. In a flash, he knocked out the bewildered guard beside Quanlong, hoisting him up. After completing this, he slowly turned to face the crowd, stating coolly, I shall ask once more, who is in favor and who opposes? In an instant, the venue fell into a pin-drop silence, as all present gaped in shock. Even the usually composed Uxin. One punch Merely one punch, and Quanglong was dispatched. His brain was crushed. What manner of monstrous being is this? This was absurd, almost beyond belief. Who would still dare to oppose? Even the president. Wu Xin lacked the courage to voice dissent, let alone others. The timid could barely glance at Suan without feeling as if they were committing a crime, and at the first opportunity, they intended to ingratiate themselves. With no one opposing, the venues numbered 4, 5, 6, and 16 would henceforth belong entirely to the Black Rose Mercenary Corps. Suan had no intention of assuming control over these 4 venues. Instead, he transferred them to Black Rose. Indeed, Black Rose had arrived as well. He found it somewhat surprising, having initially thought that the absence of Xue Qingyu would mean the end of Black Rose. However, it had emerged at this moment. The leader of Black Rose was Bai Li Bing, known as the Ice Sorceress. She was a cold and ruthless woman clad in black, wielding a black umbrella, appearing as though she were in her 20s. Her exquisitely crafted visage betrayed little emotional nuance. She was a woman whose abilities, personality, and conduct were ruthlessly cold, more akin to a sculpted ice masterpiece than a mere human being. When Black Rose was first established, it boasted 2 S-Class Awakeners, one being Xue Qingyu and the other, the present Bai Li Bing. Xue Qingyu possessed the ability of S-Class lightning manipulation, while Bai Li Bing wielded the top-tier ice ability known as his instance Eternal Trace. With these 2 formidable S-Class Awakeners at its helm, Black Rose swiftly ascended to become a superpower in Su Di. Although Xue Qingyu was no longer present, Black Rose still had Bai Li Bing to rely upon, maintaining its position among the leading adventurer factions in Su Di. Upon his arrival, Suan had discerned Bai Li Bing's presence, leading him to infer that Black Rose still existed in this world. Though he was unaware of why Black Rose had aided him in his past life, he recognized the debt he owed. Thus, he was willing to extend a helping hand to Black Rose in this lifetime, as a form of repayment for the gratitude he owed, while simultaneously compensating for the abduction of Xue Qingyu. Upon hearing Su An's words, Bai Li Bing furrowed her delicate brows, in her mind. There was no connection between her and this man before her. They had never crossed paths before the apocalypse and had not interacted since. Today marked their first meeting, and she could not fathom why he would so generously bestow so much territory upon her. Instinctively, she prepared to refuse. However, at that moment, Suan spoke up, casting a benevolent smile at the assembly, that I must excuse myself now, as I have urgent matters to attend to. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. Once I have addressed my affairs, I shall pay my respects at your residences, especially to those who whispered ill of me earlier. I will certainly lend an ear to your grievances. With a chilling laugh, Suan turned and departed, dragging along the lifeless form of the Wolf King. With the Wolf King dead, he needed to hurry to take over his territory. Losing even a single Awakener was a significant loss. As for the others, they could be dealt with at a leisurely pace. The more assertive he appeared, the greater the fear he instilled in others, prompting them to strengthen themselves for self-preservation. This was precisely the outcome he desired. A flock of sheep that understood how to fatten themselves for the slaughter, providing him with peace of mind. Chapter 69. Presenting an exorbitant gift to the Eternal Life Adventurer team, after Su An's departure, the venue fell into a prolonged silence, with no one daring to break the oppressive atmosphere. Who was it that said Captain Su would be killed by the Wolf King? Not me, I never said that. Don't look at me, I never uttered such words. WMD, it was me, but I was just joking. I didn't mean it seriously. What a calamity this was. No one had anticipated Suan would arrive and depart in less than 3 minutes, taking the Wolf King's life and leaving behind some rather unfriendly remarks. If previously there had only been apprehension towards the Eternal Life Adventurer team, now there was a profound fear. Everyone dreaded falling into Su An's sights and becoming the next Wolf King. Captain Zhang, you were the most vocal just now. Didn't you have half a Yunnan ham at home? I suggest you slice off a portion and send it over, someone quipped, after over a month of apocalyptic trials. Fresh meat was nearly impossible to come by. Even when fresh meat could be unearthed from the urban ruins, it was often spoiled and putrid. Fresh rat meat had become a luxury, and what most referred to as meat consisted mainly of processed sausages. A small piece, barely the size of a knuckle, could be proudly claimed as a meat-laden feast. Currently, the most coveted delicacies were cured meats and hams, but their quantities were exceedingly scarce. Even the leaders of various adventurer teams might not afford them. Those fortunate enough to possess 1 or 2 pieces hoarded them. Reluctant to consume such treasures, Tio offer half a ham as a gift was an extravagant gesture, one that could hardly be repaid by mere grievances or grudges. Surely, the Eternal Life Adventurer team would cherish such an exquisite treat. Captain Zhang's complexion shifted from pale to a shade of purple, contorting in anguish that he understood the logic, yet that was half a Yunnan ham. In this day and age, it was a rare treasure he could hardly bear to eat it himself. Merely savoring its aroma each day brought him euphoric delight. Tio give it away. The pain was almost suffocating. The Eternal Life Adventurer team didn't lack provisions. Their recruitment conditions were generous, ensuring a steady supply of meat. Captain Zhang's gaze was evasive, for he truly hesitated to part with it. Old Zhang, let's just listen to the pleasantries. When we recruit, we claim to provide meat too. Be honest with yourself. What we offer barely qualifies as meat that a morsel the size of a finger, divided into 10 portions, is hardly substantial that we can deceive others. But don't deceive yourself. Who isn't lacking meat? Who isn't short on food? Who doesn't yearn for ham? Just a few disparaging remarks. And if you were to give me half a ham, even if you killed my horse, I could still laugh it off. Better to suffer a financial loss than a calamity. Don't wait until they wipe you out, and you can't even keep your ham. Captain Zhang slumped into his chair. Deflated, I'll think it over. No one considered Captain Zhang's reaction excessive. Anyone would be heartbroken in his position, even resolutely refusing to part with the ham. Meanwhile, Wu Xian on the podium fell into deep contemplation. He perceived more than others. When Suan had made his move earlier, he hadn't clearly discerned the nature of the man's abilities, nor could he gauge their level. However, it was evident that his powers were formidable. At least S-class, in contrast to the others who trembled in fear at Su An's ambiguous threats. He remained notably calm, but he viewed Su An's outburst as mere bravado. Young people often craved face-saving gestures. As long as he remained a rational individual, it was improbable for him to take on multiple factions alone. Even the strongest Eternal Life Adventurer team could not contend against the unified might of the 100 Alliance. Captain Zhang, you should deliver the ham to Captain Su tomorrow. Not just you, we all should contribute. Wu Xian declared that let's gather together and prepare around half a ton of rice and flour to send to Captain Su. Upon hearing this, the assembly was left dumbfounded. They were expected to send ham, rice, and flour in such quantities. Half a ton of rice and flour. The vast majority of those present would have to empty their coffers to muster such an amount. That was rice and flour. Even pooling resources from dozens of adventurer teams wouldn't be an easy feat. Wu Xian noticed their bewilderment. Everyone should have witnessed Captain Su's strength. He is even stronger than the Wolf King. Now, it is imperative to draw the Eternal Life Adventurer team into the 100 Alliance, that in our forthcoming offensive against the city, the Eternal Life Adventurer team will play a significant role. Moreover, this exorbitant gift isn't easily obtained. The more we offer, the more effort we must exert. Otherwise, well, you can imagine that as Wu Xian spoke, he let out a chilling laugh. The crowd's eyes brightened at his words that Wu Xian was clearly pushing them into action. Such a substantial offering of food would be an irresistible gift. Anyone would be tempted, leaving them unable to refuse. However, once they accepted, they would be bound. They would either have to dutifully serve as vanguards in the upcoming offensive or face the wrath of the 100 Alliance. Half a ton of rice and flour was indeed significant. But in comparison to the vast resources hidden within the city, it was hardly noteworthy that Suan was undeniably powerful. Yet he remained but a single individual. Against the 100 Alliance, he would be no more than a feeble creature, that a brilliant strategy president. I concur, I agree as well. Let us take him down. Count me in. Soon, all the adventurer teams unanimously agreed with Wu Xian's proposal, except for Black Rose, which flatly refused to participate. Li Bing regarded Wu Xian with a frosty gaze, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. Those who survived in this apocalypse and established their own factions were not easily manipulated. Wu Xian appeared to be orchestrating a scheme to have the Eternal Life Adventurer team lead the charge, but in reality, he sought to absorb the entire team. Everyone present understood the underlying implications. The offensive against the city would undoubtedly be perilous. None were fully aware of the current state of the city center, but danger was a certainty that the vanguard. The Eternal Life Adventurer team would face the unknown and terrifying mutated zombie horde, which would likely result in devastating losses unless they were intimately familiar with the city center. But was that even possible? Was the city center a place where humans could reside? The Chongqing Adventure Group, now severely weakened, will swiftly be devoured by the masses that Wu Xin appears cultured and refined, yet harbors a heart darker than ink. Otherwise, he would not occupy the position of president. Bai Li Bing remained silent, rising to leave the venue accompanied by her guards that Suen promptly bestowed 4 territories upon the Black Rose, though she remained oblivious to his motivations. These 4 territories constituted a substantial fortune, as the Black Rose possessed only one that this act of kindness carried significant weight. She could not reciprocate with kindness in the face of enmity. Moreover, the Black Rose, being a female adventure group, struggled to navigate through this chaotic era, making detachment the wisest choice. Observing Bai Li Bing's silent departure, Wu Xi narrowed his eyes slightly and instructed a subordinate nearby to investigate the relationship between the Chongqing Adventure Group and the Black Rose. Additionally, he commanded the deployment of individuals to uncover the location of the Chongqing Adventure Group's stronghold, intending to position a portion of his men in ambush nearby. As he spoke, Wu Xi tightened his bow tie, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. Chapter 70. New Function. Ability Fusion. At this moment, Suen had exited the stronghold of the Wolfang Adventure Group and returned to the recruitment point. After exchanging pleasantries with several women, he promptly boarded the bus. His stay at the Wolfang Adventure Group lasted less than an hour, yet within that brief span, he had annihilated the entire Wolfang mercenary group. He had long forgotten the number of individuals he had slain during that fleeting hour, their screams and cries still echoing in his ears. His heart bore no trace of compassion or sympathy. Only a flicker of wrath continued to smolder within him, a byproduct of the endless fury. However, it must be said that the endless fury of the Mad Wolf was indeed formidable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to eradicate the Wolfang Adventure Group so swiftly. The Wolfang Mercenary Group was rightfully one of the premier large mercenary organizations, boasting 318 awakened individuals, including 18 A-grade awakeners. It could be asserted that the Wolfang Adventure Group was among the top powers in Sudi. This time, he similarly acquired 318 abilities, along with approximately 30 tons of supplies from the entire Wolfang Mercenary Group. Although the quality of these supplies was rather mediocre, they still constituted a considerable fortune within the entirety of Sudi. Not everyone possesses the resources of Tiger Yi and the Island of Sinners. The opportunity to stockpile supplies is fleeting at this stage. Even if one were extraordinarily powerful, it would be too late to amass provisions. Simultaneously, due to the recent acquisition of 318 abilities, his ability plunder skill had successfully reached LV3. With a proficiency of 39.5, he also gained a new function of same attribute fusion. This function allows for the fusion of abilities with the same attribute, thereby producing more advanced abilities. This same attribute fusion is indeed a game-changing capability. With this ability, he could refine those inferior abilities into higher-grade ones. Henceforth, any ability, regardless of its tier, could be transformed from waste into treasure in his hands. This was the true essence of a golden finger. With the existence of fusion, the creation of an adventure group composed entirely of S-grade members became a plausible endeavor. Thus, Suen spent a considerable portion of the day in the bus, engrossed in the fusion of abilities. Iron Arm, F Stone Skin, F Calcinated, E Muscle Enhancement, E Iron Hide, Steel Body, A Diamond Skin, a Resplendent Body, S Fire Ability, a Scorching Breath, A Incinerating Flame, S Water Ability, a Pure Ice, a Momentary Eternity, S Infinite Perception, a Toxin Enhancement, a Failing Middle School Physics by Evening. He had synthesized 8 S-grade abilities and 40 A-grade abilities. However, this was all that remained of his abilities. Though several hundred abilities may seem abundant, they quickly deplete when utilized, leaving only a scant few. Not all abilities of the same grade and attribute can be upgraded to higher-level ones. Within the same grade, there exists a hierarchy. The fusion of 2 low-quality F-grade abilities will yield only 1 high-quality F-grade ability. One high-quality F-grade ability requires the combination of either 2 low-quality F-grade abilities or 1 high-quality F-grade ability to fuse into a new E-grade ability of random quality. As he progresses, the fusion process becomes increasingly cumbersome, especially when fusing S-grade abilities, which often necessitates 4 or 5 A-grade abilities. This means that the 40 A-grade abilities he currently possessed may not even yield 10 S-grade abilities. Suen had to concede. Given the current circumstances, where manpower was plentiful but resources scarce, it was unrealistic for everyone to possess S-grade abilities. Furthermore, with the second phase commencing tomorrow, he lacked the time to leisurely search for ability fusions and could only make do with A-grade ones. As dusk approached, the recruitment efforts of the Chongqing Adventure Group were officially concluded that a total of 500 women had been recruited today, adding to the approximately 400 from the stronghold, bringing the total close to 1,000. To put it bluntly, the majority of the beautiful women in Sudi had already been recruited by the Chongqing Adventure Group. The remaining candidates were either unwanted by the Chongqing Adventure Group or belonged to others. 3 buses carrying 500 exquisite women made their way towards the city center, albeit with a few stealthy figures discreetly trailing behind. Suin noticed the pursuit, but remained unconcerned, not even contemplating taking action against them. His decision to establish the stronghold in the city was entirely to guard against others. The city was teeming with zombies, and the mutated varieties roamed unchecked, diverse in their forms, without 2 combat-ready S-grade awakeners paving the way and a wealth of knowledge in zombie identification. It would be nearly impossible to reach the city center safely. Returning to the city center felt as effortless as returning home for him. But for others, in less than 10 minutes, the pursuers were left far behind, only to be met by a massive horde of zombies that prey on the weak and fear the strong. That IT was uncertain whether they would even survive to find the Chongqing Adventure Group stronghold. The 3 buses returned safely to the stronghold. After entrusting the newcomers to Lu Hui, Suin headed straight to the office to organize materials, sorting through the laboratories set to refresh tomorrow, categorizing them according to their safety levels. With 40 A-grade abilities and 8 S-grade abilities available for distribution, he could potentially add 48 new tools to his arsenal, along with the 20 from yesterday. That amounted to a total of 68 individuals that he planned to divide these 68 people into 8 small teams, each led by an awakener and accompanied by ordinary individuals as support, with the 8 teams tackling the laboratories separately. It would be ideal for the assigned ordinary individuals to be those slated for elimination. Thus, their demise would not weigh heavily on his conscience that if they survive, they would earn a second chance to prove themselves for entry into the group. Suin summoned Lu Hui to the office. How many passed the assessment today? Master, 60 new members were selected today. 60. Is it? That will suffice. Bring over 8 of them. Understood, Master. Before long, Lu Hui returned with 8 stunningly beautiful women, each possessing exquisite features and fair complexions. These new members were all top-tier beauties, each distinctive in their own right, some tall and others petite. It seemed Lu Hui had deliberately chosen those with the highest allure. Lu Hui issued commands similar to yesterday's that he was aware of her intentions, yet he felt a flicker of irritation that he had been striving to maintain restraint to avoid any disruptions. But Lu Hui's persistent provocations, combined with the residual anger from overusing endless fury today, left him with little patience. Thus, he decided to disregard it altogether and stated flatly, "Are you using this as a test for the cadre?" Chapter 71. 8 teams in the presence of Suin. Lu Hui displayed an air of humility, as diminutive as a speck of dust. The prolonged distortion of her emotions had rendered her almost unrecognizable. She endeavored tirelessly to appease Suin reclining on his chair. Suin felt a dull ache in his head. He had observed Lu Hui's gradual transformation, fully aware that her feelings for him were convoluted. Yet, he had never sought to correct her misapprehensions, nor did he attempt to guide or console her. Perhaps it was Lu Hui's frenzied loyalty that he yearned to see. From the very beginning, he had been a coward, selfish to the core, fearful of betrayal. Like the inhabitants of Sin Island, he too was a timid soul who reveled in controlling the fates of others, a villain in his own right, that if he possessed the power of slave abilities, he would not hesitate to shackle everyone around him. He was equally twisted, harboring a deep-seated malice and timidity towards the world. Despite having an advantage, he remained unchanged, a wild grass shivering in a filthy gutter during the harsh winter. Born ordinary, its only motivation to rise being the fear of the future. Time passed, and Xiao Xiao entered the office, her demeanor a mixture of clumsiness, anxiety, fear, and an indefinable anticipation. She moved forward like a marionette on strings. The night air was cool as Suin leaned against the balcony. Surrounded by his maids, he felt no inner turmoil, but rather an unexpected sense of relief, both mentally and physically unburdened. All 48 abilities had been distributed, including the 20 from yesterday, bringing the total to 68 awakened individuals. Tomorrow, they would be divided into 8 teams to simultaneously raid 8 different laboratories. 6 of these teams would each be led by an S-class awakened individual, supplemented by 8 additional awakened members and accompanied by 20 ordinary people. These 6 teams would primarily be responsible for infiltrating laboratories with a safety rating of 4, that the remaining 2 teams would be led by Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu. Targeting laboratories with a safety rating of 5.as for the one rated 6, he would tackle it alone. Lu Hui, Xiao Xiao, and Qing Xiao were tasked with logistical support and the care of the injured, aiming to conquer a number of high-quality laboratories before the main force could react. That night, everyone struggled to find restful sleep. The newly empowered ladies were busy familiarizing themselves with their abilities, while Xue Qingyu lay awake, troubled by the new occupants in Su En's room, that in the early hours of the next day. Before dawn, 17 large trucks departed from the base, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Su En rode his steed, Wang Kai leading the convoy. Having not ventured out in a while, Wang Kai was visibly excited, bouncing about until Su En delivered a few reprimanding taps, after which it settled down with a pitiful demeanor. As the convoy exited the city, the first light of dawn began to break. Look, so many vehicles are coming out of the city. How impressive. It seems to be members of the Chongqing Adventure Group. No wonder. Only they dare to drive in and out of the city. They have the resources, after all, that I heard that even the Wolfang Adventure Group was wiped out by them just yesterday. Really? They are that formidable? What a pity my daughter didn't get hired. She missed the chance to join the Chongqing Adventure Group. Where could they be going? Why are they heading into the wilderness? Who knows? Perhaps Captain Su is taking the ladies out for an excursion. That I've heard that in the Chongqing Adventure Group, Captain Su is the only man, surrounded entirely by beautiful women, that it's enviable. Envy won't help us. Even if we had that many beautiful women, we couldn't support them. We can't even secure our own future. Better to dig for roots while we can. They're becoming increasingly scarce. Under the watchful eyes of the survivors, the 17 buses traversed the densely populated survivor camp, heading into the wilderness. Initially, some followed out of curiosity, but human stamina could not keep pace with the vehicles, and they soon fell behind in resignation. After traveling for about half an hour, the convoy finally came to a halt in a desolate area. "Let us set up camp here," Su En commanded. The ladies swiftly unloaded the pre-prepared tents and simple materials from the trucks, beginning to establish the campsite. Lu Hui and Xiao Xiao led the logistics team to start a fire for cooking, while Li Xiaoyu took a group of awakened individuals to clear the area of wandering zombies. This would be the Chongqing Adventure Group's base for quite some time. The region was flat, stretching endlessly before them, a vast expanse that once was fertile farmland, now transformed into an endless wasteland, devoid of survivors, save for the occasional zombie aimlessly wandering the desolate landscape. By noon, various laboratories of differing sizes would emerge across the wasteland, and their location was perfectly situated within the laboratory spawn zone, ensuring no laboratories would encroach upon their campsite, while allowing them immediate access to commence their assaults. It was an ideal position for a base. Su En stood at the forefront of the wilderness with Xue Qingyu, comparing maps to verify the laboratory spawn locations. Su En confirmed the details while Xue Qingyu diligently recorded them. Everyone was bustling with activity. While the Chongqing Adventure Group was busy, the 100 Alliance was equally occupied. Under Wu Xian's leadership, a substantial gift comprising half a ton of rice and flour along with half a ham had been prepared. Dozens of leaders gathered, intending to deliver a headless meal to the Chongqing Adventure Group. Gazing at the truck brimming with provisions, many could not help but swallow hard. Those are fine goods. The women of the Chongqing Adventure Group will be wide-eyed upon seeing them. I am tempted just looking at it, let alone those ladies. Has the location of the Chongqing Adventure Group's base not been discovered yet? Yes, the scouts should be back by now. Chapter 72. The second phase officially commences. A step ahead, Wu Xian stood at the forefront of the assembly, his demeanor grim, that he could hardly fathom that the Chongqing Adventure Group had completely annihilated the Wolfang Adventure Group, leaving no survivors, mirroring the fate of the Poison Snake Adventure Group. That the Wolfang Adventure Group was significantly stronger than the Poison Snake Adventure Group, with their overall strength differing by several magnitudes. Yet the outcomes were identical. Both groups extinguished within a single day. This instilled a profound sense of crisis within Wu Xian, evoking a vague notion that his position as leader was in jeopardy. Undoubtedly, Su En was a formidable contender for the leadership. Wu Xian's resolve to absorb the Chongqing Adventure Group solidified. One mountain could not accommodate two tigers, and there could only be one leader in this territory. However, the scouts he dispatched to locate the Chongqing Adventure Group's base had yet to return. As if they had vanished without a trace, as for the rumors suggesting that their base was in the city center. Wu Exine deemed such notions utterly absurd, and no one could establish a base in the city center. This was an undeniable fact. At most, it would be on the outskirts of the city. Consequently, early in the morning, Wu Exine assembled dozens of large adventure groups from the 100 Alliance, converging here with the intent of unearthing the Chongqing Adventure Group's base. Time was of the essence. They needed to launch a counteroffensive against the city. As the seconds ticked away and no news arrived from the scouts, Wu Exine had no choice but to order the counteroffensive into the city, rallying thousands of awakened individuals to steadily advance towards their destination. This was both a counteroffensive and an effort to uncover the Chongqing Adventure Group's lair. Despite the alliance, each group harbored ulterior motives, none daring to take the lead. Thus proceeding cautiously along the city's outskirts, Wu Exine was not anxious. He considered it a training exercise and had no intention of venturing into the city center himself. Leading the charge and risking his life was a task better left to the Chongqing Adventure Group. However, even at the city's periphery, the sheer size of the assembled forces attracted a massive horde of zombies, 1/3 of which were mutated kinds, including several tanks. Zombies were not merely mindless guardians. If the noise became too loud, even the city's zombies would emerge. Thus, the advancing Alliance army faced numerous challenges even while pressing forward at the edge of the city. Within half an hour, several individuals had already fallen victim to the horde. Each person was cautious, fearing for their lives. As retreating became the norm, and cowardice spread, the progress stalled. Standing at the rear, Wu Exine nearly erupted in frustration and seized a megaphone, shouting, "Comrades, do not fear, do not retreat. Unite and advance together. Before you lies the resource-rich city. With every step forward, you draw closer to the bounty. Bread will be ours, and milk will flow. Forward, let us strive. The food is just ahead, the sweet bread is beneath our feet. Today, we will witness history and feast like never before." Encouraged by Wu Exine's impassioned words, the crowd gradually stirred with excitement. The mere thought of sweet bread and provisions invigorated them, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. "Let us go. For the bread, for instant noodles, for the beloved mother's spicy sauce. Charge, kill, charge. Today, I shall feast to my heart's content. No one can stop me. I say charge." Wuxin's encouragement proves to be quite impactful. However, its effect on the zombies is even more pronounced. The cacophony of the crowd has drawn in an increasing number of undead, and despite being merely on the outskirts of the city, the horde is already as formidable as that found deeper within. Gazing at the throng of approaching corpses, Wuxin feels a prickling unease at the nape of his neck. Is this truly the city? What chaos awaits in the heart of it? It is a mystery how the Chongqing Adventure Team has managed to establish a foothold on the city's periphery and survive with such resilience. Life in the apocalypse is no easy feat for anyone. Meanwhile, the new stronghold of the Chongqing Adventure Team has been hastily erected. Though still rudimentary in nature, it is now suitable for temporary habitation. Today's meal consists of a meat dish accompanied by 2 vegetable sides and steamed rice, ensuring that everyone is well fed before the impending battle. Suin reiterates during the meal that the upcoming laboratory assault must prioritize absolute safety while executing swiftly. Any laboratory that cannot be secured will be temporarily set aside in favor of others. Each of you is a valuable asset to our team. Your lives are intertwined with mine, and your fates rest in my hands. Until I grant permission, you must not recklessly endanger yourselves. You understand. The death of an ordinary person may not bear significant consequence, but the loss of an awakened individual would be a tremendous blow, as their powers are hard-won through perilous endeavors. Upon hearing Su and seemingly reprimanding yet deeply caring words, the women among them feel a surge of emotion, their fondness for him growing in unison. They respond in harmonious agreement. As for Su An's assertion that laboratories will miraculously appear, none doubt the veracity of his words. The Chongqing Adventure Team. Su An stands as the unequivocal core and pillar, even a symbol of faith for many. If he states it, it shall undoubtedly come to pass. This time, Su An has not brought all the awakened individuals along. He has retained 2 A-grade awakened members to guard their base while also screening for new recruits. For safety's sake, he has constructed towering walls of sand and stone around the stronghold, complete with numerous traps, and the high-level zombies in the vicinity have been largely eradicated, ensuring total security (AS) for human threats. One must possess the capability to reach the city center, locate the base, and breach those thick walls, all while fending off potential zombie ambushes as time progresses and the sun reaches its zenith. Noon arrives. Boom. The earth trembles in response. One by one, steel fortresses burst forth from the ground like mushrooms after a rain. These strongholds vary in size. Some merely rise 5 or 6 stories, while others consist of interconnected structures towering over 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, the once desolate wilderness transforms into a jungle of iron fortifications. The women of the Chongqing adventure team survey the immense edifices surrounding them, their awe beyond mere words. These fortresses are predominantly a deep, shadowy hue, their surfaces cloaked in unknown vines and fungi, resembling monstrous entities emerging from the earth, exuding an air of both majesty and eeriness. Remember my words. Do not attempt to harvest any plants within this vicinity. Every flower here harbors potent toxins, and the fungi contain lethal viruses. To succumb to poisoning or infection is to invite certain death. Within lie numerous monsters, each with its own types and vulnerabilities. I have meticulously compiled this information for you, and I expect you to commit it to memory. Bring back any resources obtained from within. The squad leader will instruct you on their usage. This constitutes your final trial. Those who failed the previous assessment will have a second chance, provided you return alive. That I hope you cherish this last opportunity to join our ranks. As Suin speaks. He leaps on a one-size back. All right, I have said all that needs to be said. Let us set forth. Chapter 73. The 100 Alliance tomorrow. I shall venture into the city once more. One small team remains at the stronghold, while the remaining 7 teams have set off along the preordained routes. Before their departure, the young women embrace Suin one by one, with the more sentimental among them already sporting tear-filled eyes. For some, this farewell may indeed be a final parting. Each individual embarked on this journey with a resolute acceptance of their fate. Yet, none cast blame upon Suin for her perceived coldness. This was, after all, their own choice. During their time with the Chongqing adventurers, their lives had been more comfortable than in paradise itself. No longer forced to subsist on roots or insects, they enjoyed nourishing meals and hearty meat broths, as if living a dream. However, this did not entitle them to complacently relish such treatment. Now was the moment Suin needed them, and equally, it was their opportunity to prove their worth. As they bid farewell to the 7 teams, Suin too prepared to embark alone. Xiao Xiao rushed into Suin's embrace, who gently patted her back, soothingly murmuring, "Do not worry. I shall return swiftly." After exchanging a few words with Lu Hui, Suin mounted her companion, Wankai, and vanished into the fortress jungle. It was the first day of the laboratory's refresh cycle, with only a level 6 safety-rated top-tier laboratory available. This facility lay deep in the southwestern part of the fortress jungle, a considerable distance from the temporary stronghold, requiring at least an hour's travel for Wankai. Given his speed, Suin chose to tackle the top-tier laboratory alone, primarily due to its perilous nature for ordinary individuals. Entering was nearly tantamount to a death sentence. Even S-level awakened beings had to tread carefully in her previous life. Even after the first apocalypse concluded, the top-tier laboratories in Sudi remained unconquered. The few that had been breached were the result of numerous adventurer teams joining forces, incurring substantial losses in the process. This illustrates the extreme danger posed by the electrical laboratories. In other words, anyone accompanying her would be a liability, incapable of providing assistance and likely to hinder progress. Only a creature like Wankai, with its unique mutations, could keep pace with her. Wankai adhered to Suin's instructions, sprinting forward. Occasionally, obstructive monsters and writhing mutated plants emerged, but Suin effortlessly dispatched them with her long-range abilities. When faced with larger obstacles, Wankai utilized its agility and explosive power, deftly maneuvering over walls. After an hour of relentless pursuit, the duo emerged from the fortress jungle into a vast circular plain. This was an expansive, open area nestled within the heart of the steel fortress, blanketed in blood-red flowers that resembled a sea of crimson. Upon closer inspection, each flower's petals wriggled like tentacles, creating a scene that would likely overwhelm those with a fear of tight spaces. At the center of this sanguine bloom stood a colossal black steel fortress, its form reminiscent of a disemboweled giant octopus. With numerous thick pipes, each over 10 meters in diameter, extending from its interior, deeply rooted in the earth. This fortress was the destination of their quest. The Level 6 safety-rated laboratory that Suen retrieved a piece of beef brisket from her spatial pouch and tossed it to Wonkai as a reward. Subsequently, she threw a palm-sized piece of pork into the sea of flowers. Before the meat could touch the ground, the flower field stirred, a multitude of red tentacles shooting forth to consume the offering, only to retract as if nothing had occurred. These blood-red flowers constituted the laboratory's first line of defense. Their attack range was extensive and their resilience formidable. They could regenerate almost instantaneously, sprouting anew in the blink of an eye after being severed. Their only fear lay in flames, which drastically hindered their recovery speed. Aside from A-level and above fire-type awakened beings, others could hardly traverse this floral expanse. "Stay close, you silly creature," Suen called to Wonkai as she approached the flower sea. Instantly, a swarm of red tendrils surged towards her. A searing blaze erupted around Suen, carving a path through the floral barrier. In less than 3 minutes, the pair reached the laboratory's entrance, turning to see the flower field restored to its previous state. The laboratory's entrance had been utterly destroyed, leaving only a doorframe, but a large mass of pink fungi entirely blocked the entryway. Sensing the presence of living beings, the fungal mass began to writhe towards Suen. With another blast of S-level flames, the fungi were reduced to charred ash, revealing a passageway into the depths of the laboratory. With an air of confidence, Suen and Wonkai strode boldly into the laboratory. Outside the city, at this moment, the 100 Alliance forces had engaged in fierce battles within the city for 4 to 5 hours, progress remaining agonizingly slow, though Wu Xian directed the troops to maneuver around the periphery, scavenging whatever supplies they could find, but the resources were regrettably limited. After several hours, the losses outweighed any gains. Despite the seemingly vast army of awakened beings, they appeared minuscule against the relentless tide of undead. Suffering increasing casualties, Wu Xian's frustration mounted, particularly as they had yet to locate the hideout of the Chongqing adventurers. If this were not enough, an unexpected earthquake shook the ground, lasting less than a minute, yet causing the already precarious high-rises to collapse. The awakened army was thrown into disarray, their formation shattered. The horde of zombies seized the opportunity, launching a merciless assault. Even with Wu Xian's typically composed demeanor, he found himself on the brink of breaking down. Reluctantly, he issued the order to retreat, that we shall resume the fight tomorrow. Chapter 74. Artificial Organic Controllable Biochemical Weapons. Suen had already ventured into the depths of the laboratory, true to its designation as a Level 6 secure facility. Each few steps he took revealed an array of grotesque, mutated creatures. There were mutated spiders as large as grinding wheels, wasps the size of basketballs, and cockroaches comparable in size to a small dog. With the lowest level being LV-4. Moreover, these were merely the most ordinary biologics infected by the virus, not classified as bows. That moment, a red figure slowly crawled around the corner. It was a humanoid entity devoid of skin, its muscles fully exposed to the air. The swollen brain tissue had burst through the skull, leaving the cerebral matter exposed. Its elongated limbs ended in razor-sharp claws. This was a licker, LV-7, not classified as a bow either. It was an evolved zombie due to viral infection. Its brain tissue had proliferated, rendering its vision non-existent. Yet its hearing was exceptionally acute, accompanied by remarkable jumping ability. It had evolved a retractable, spiked tongue and claws. Possessing predatory instincts akin to a beast, with a strong desire to attack, it had transcended the realm of humanity, evolving into an entirely new species. With a gentle wave of his hand, Suen sent a steel, lightning rod flying, shattering its skull. The creature's shortcomings were glaringly obvious. Devoid of sight, it could be easily dispatched with a quiet attack. After eliminating the licker, Suen continued deeper into the laboratory. It was evident that these laboratories shared similarities with earthly civilizations. Although the surrounding facilities appeared dilapidated, traces of resemblance to earthly tools were still discernible. The sudden appearance of these laboratories and their connection to earthly civilization remained shrouded in mystery. Each apocalypse was bizarre in its own right. leaving no one capable of explaining the origins of these entities or their abrupt emergence on Earth. Only those who reach the end of the apocalypse might uncover the truth, at the very least. Suin had survived for a decade in this cataclysm, witnessing 9 calamities, yet still failing to reach the conclusion that might reveal the ultimate answer. Perhaps there remained a sliver of hope in his life, contingent upon the duration of the apocalypse not exceeding his lifespan, that a dozen liquors suddenly sprang forth from the shadows. But Suin remained undeterred, effortlessly dispatching them. Just as he finished with the last liquor, a dark figure lunged from a corner. This was a bipedal, clawed humanoid lizard, its skin encased in green scales, designated as LV-8 Hunter. Codenamed M8-121.IT, was the product of reptilian fertilized eggs fused with human genes. Further combined with the T-virus, social in nature, of average intelligence, and possessing numerous weaknesses, this lizard-like humanoid was indeed a BOW, a controllable organic biological weapon, a unique, synthetic monster of the laboratory, with high defense and speed. It was challenging for an average awakener to handle alone, that Suin advanced rather than retreated, transforming his fist into a brilliant diamond, delivering a powerful blow that sent the creature crashing into the wall. Shortly thereafter, several Hunter-S emerged from the surrounding corners that Suin snorted coldly, flames suddenly erupting around him like a hurricane, incinerating the dozen bows entirely. As Suin delved deeper, the number of bows escalated sharply. Almost every 100 meters, he encountered a small group. Each BOW was a fearsome presence, akin to a tank-level boss in the outside world, yet here they were relegated to mere minions. This was the true value of a level 6 laboratory. A moment's carelessness could result in one being trapped within forever. The laboratory consisted of 3 floors and over 100 rooms that Suin did not overlook a single chamber. He entered one after another. Before long, he discovered a golden treasure chest tucked away in a corner of one room, a golden-level chest. What fortune! Upon opening it, he found 3 items: a medium-grade alloy impact-resistant armor, a medium-grade alloy battle knife, and a low-grade timed strength enhancement potion. Despite the golden chest contents being somewhat meager, Suin accepted them with a hint of disappointment. He stored the potion and armor in his expansive space while gripping the battle knife. Although merely a medium-grade alloy weapon, its strength and sharpness far surpassed those crafted from his fire-based abilities, that IT was capable of slicing through iron with ease. Lacking suitable weaponry, he had no choice but to make do with this one for the time being. As ordinary metal items had become ineffective in inflicting lethal damage on bows, .to save time and effort, equipping a suitable weapon was imperative. After spending nearly 2 to 3 hours, Suin thoroughly scavenged the entire laboratory. He acquired 46 silver chests, 21 golden chests, and 8 platinum chests. There were 168 pieces of alloy equipment, including 18 advanced alloy weapons, 268 bottles of various enhancement potions, 1,800 bottles of catalyst liquid, and 100 bottles of nutrient solution. Additionally, he found 12 elemental ability enhancement devices and 8 pairs of strength-enhancing gloves, along with 6 pairs of speed-enhancing boots. That he also obtained 3 blueprints for medium and low-grade alloy equipment. The nutrient solution was the primary sustenance for individuals in the second stage, with 1 bottle capable of meeting the nutritional needs of an adult male for 2 days. However, the taste was abysmal, a nauseating stench. While equipment was manageable, the blueprints were particularly rare, as such items could typically only be found in platinum chests, which were exceedingly scarce and almost impossible to obtain in laboratories with a security level below 4. Yet, they were of little practical use. Possessing blueprints without manufacturing equipment rendered them worthless, at least in Suin's previous life. He had never witnessed anyone unearthing such equipment, turning these theoretically valuable blueprints into mere waste paper. Nevertheless, Suin did not disdain them and stored all of them in his expansive space. Who knew what the future might hold? Moreover, the 1,800 bottles of catalyst liquid were also deemed useless, if not detrimental. This substance, a specialty found in chests after the second stage, caused instant death when ingested by humans and explosive reactions in animals. It could only be used to irrigate plants, accelerating growth. Crops that would take 6 months to mature could be ready in 3 days. However, these plants became poisonous after treatment with the catalyst. Anyone consuming them would perish. And some even mutated, rising to pursue and devour others. At this stage, the catalyst liquid was nothing but harmful refuse, a universally reviled entity, especially given its substantial yield. Yet, this was merely a temporary circumstance. The catalyst's true potential would only be realized upon the arrival of the second apocalypse, transforming former refuse into golden treasures that time. A single bottle of catalyst would be worth more than a sack of meat. This notion sparked Su An's desire to acquire a large quantity of catalyst liquid. During this phase, the procurement price for catalyst liquid would likely be shockingly low. How many bottles could one exchange for a loaf of bread? A sack? Or perhaps even a truckload? No. 2 bottles for a grain of rice. Chapter 75. A mountain of treasure chests. After circling the entire laboratory, Su An still chose not to leave. There was a sense of incompleteness. Was this truly the yield expected from a level 6 secure laboratory? Although there are several hundred Bao and thousands of mutated creatures, even a standard large-scale adventuring party would suffer severe injuries or face total annihilation here. However, in Su An's eyes, the danger level remains woefully insufficient. The variety of Bao is alarmingly limited, and the sole product with a safety rating of 6 from the laboratory remains undiscovered. After wandering in circles multiple times, he finally uncovered a vertical passage beneath a collapsed metal plate. With a sense of discovery, Su An casually conjured a ball of flame and cast it downwards. The flickering fire plunged into the depths, only to be immediately swarmed by a mass of shadowy figures that devoured the flames in an instant, plunging the passage back into darkness that the fleeting light before the fire extinguished. Su An caught a glimpse of the monstrous visage before him. It was a humanoid giant toad, adorned with a plethora of grayish-green protrusions on its back. LV9 Hunter. Development Code MA-124. A hybrid born from the fusion of amphibian embryos and human genes combined with the T-virus. These creatures are gregarious, cunning, and brutal, harboring a fear of cold. This is yet another new model of BOW, boasting superior attack, defense, and speed compared to Hunter. However, it also shares the common weaknesses of most amphibians, being particularly vulnerable to cold and requiring a damp, dark habitat. Otherwise, its mucous membrane would rapidly evaporate, leading to dehydration and death. Due to its amphibian lineage, Hunter lacks sharp claws, instead possessing a massive maw filled with 4 tusked appendages and a potent corrosive gastric acid. Hunter relishes the act of swallowing its prey whole, subsequently dissolving them in its potent acid, while its resilient stomach walls keep the prey ensnared, allowing them to experience the exquisite torment of being slowly digested. It also possesses the leaping ability and explosive power typical of amphibians. After a moment of contemplation, Su An unleashed his water-based ability into the passage. Upon hearing the sound of rushing water, the giant toad surged towards the entrance in a frenzy. Seizing the opportunity, Su An released bolts of electricity, paralyzing the toads in place, that he then followed up with his ice-based ability, encasing the drenched toads in solid ice to activating radiant form. He leapt downward. Thud. Crash. An ice sculpture shattered into chunks of flesh. Su An waved his hand to conjure a fireball, illuminating the dim surroundings. This place resembled a sewer, with the ground coated in a thick layer of solid ice, surrounded by dozens of frozen toad sculptures. These hunters appeared immobilized, yet they were merely in a state of temporary dormancy. Not entirely lifeless, Su An wielded his advanced alloy combat knife, systematically slicing them into pieces. Meow. Wang Kai followed suit and jumped down, unceremoniously snatching a piece of toad flesh to devour. Su An's lips twitched. Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourself? Meow. It's delicious. This creature was beyond redemption, willing to ingest anything. Previously, it had already consumed quite a lot of BOW. Only a mutated creature like Wang Kai could indulge in such culinary delights. Were it an ordinary person or a typical cat or dog, even a mere lick would lead to T-virus infection and a fate worse than death. Su An chose to ignore it. While Wang Kai might be a bit foolish, it still knew what was safe to eat. He turned and ventured deeper into the sewer. Wang Kai, clutching a toad leg, hurriedly followed behind, only able to paddle along and scavenge. LV8 mutated creatures were hardly a match in this environment teeming with BOW. The sewer system was a labyrinth of interwoven passages, with intersections appearing at every turn, making it impossible to discern the way forward. The number of hunters continued to swell, and within 10 minutes, Su An had dispatched over 1,000 of them. Simultaneously, he discovered numerous treasure chests, the least of which were of golden quality. 86 golden chests. 12 platinum chests, several pieces of alloy equipment, various potions, nutrient solutions, and 8 design blueprints, along with 2,200 bottles of catalyst. Catalyst had a higher yield from low-tier chests, while high-tier chests yielded them sparingly, rendering them a despised nuisance. Imagine the disappointment of laboriously acquiring a chest, only to find it filled with useless catalysts. The feeling was indescribably disheartening. This expedition proved to be remarkably fruitful, lifting Sue and spirits. After all, it was the most prestigious laboratory. Abundant with valuable treasures that in his previous life, he might have struggled to obtain even a single platinum chest. Not only was Sue elated, but Wang Kai was also thoroughly satisfied with its feast. Even gaining experience from IT could confidently assert that no one in this world understood the culinary merits of Hunter better than it did. What provided the best taste, which were the fat and lean parts. It was well aware. After meandering for about 2 hours, Suen finally reached the end of the sewer. Before him stood a massive, heavy alloy door, towering several meters high, sealed tightly, with no chance of budging. Beside the door was a small screen that seemed intended for fingerprint verification that Suen attempted to authenticate his fingerprint. Fingerprint mismatch, access denied. A mechanical voice responded that if Suen's guess was correct, somewhere within this laboratory lay a fingerprint key capable of unlocking this door. Since it was impractical to search the sewer, he would have to return to the office above to retrieve it. In other words, obtaining the key meant he had to go back upstairs. He loathed the thought of deciphering anything. Did I let you decode this? His body suddenly expanded, transforming into a diamond-like form, unleashing dozens of abilities simultaneously. Flames roared and lightning crackled, while ice and fire swirled in a tempest. Then, he unleashed a flurry of military-style punches against the alloy door. Let us see you decode this. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding impacts echoed continuously. Before long, the alloy door was battered into a substantial dent, and the once sealed door now bore a gap wide enough to slip through. Decoding successful, the Suen released his abilities and slipped inside. Upon entry, a blinding light assaulted him. Before him lay an underground plaza, approximately 100 yards wide, with a central pile of dazzling treasure chests resembling a small mountain. The lowest quality were platinum chests, and there were even dozens of diamond chests. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had encountered diamond chests, let alone so many at once. What a fortune! Chapter 76, Catastrophic Bioweapon. Goddess of the Night, Suen spent half an hour opening the mountain of treasure chests, revealing a total of 842 chests, 800 platinum, and 42 diamond. This was the true meaning of a bountiful harvest. In the entirety of his 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered so many treasure chests. Within the platinum-grade chests, the contents were almost exclusively high-grade alloy equipment, along with blueprints and pharmaceuticals that permanently enhance physical capabilities, among other things. These platinum-grade chests yielded over 1,200 pieces of high-grade alloy gear and 1,528 vials of permanent physique-enhancing potions. For the diamond-grade chests. The treasures contained therein were even more outrageous. While they were fewer in number, each was undeniably exquisite. Firstly, each chest invariably housed a permanently auto-recharging handheld electromagnetic cannon. The cannon has an average firing rate of 1 shot every 5 seconds. With a single shot's power equivalent to a full-force strike from an A-grade lightning element awakened individual, capable of reaching a maximum of 20 consecutive shots. However, after 20 shots, there is a 3-minute cooldown for recharging. Even an ordinary person wielding a handheld electromagnetic cannon could contend with an S-grade awakened individual. Only from the diamond chest could such a game-breaking high-tech weapon be obtained, in addition to the electromagnetic cannon. There were other remarkable items. 16 sets of exoskeleton high-tech mecha. These armored suits are bulletproof, explosion-resistant, and shockproof, equipped with 8 small electromagnetic cannons and a nano-high-grade alloy combat knife, capable of autonomously targeting foes and equipped with flight capabilities. Donning one transforms you into a diminished version of Iron Man. The sole drawback is its poor endurance. It lasts less than an hour, and one cannot delay the activation of the electromagnetic cannon and flight functions. Under full power, it can only sustain operations for less than half an hour before requiring a halt. Even so, an ordinary person in it would be approximately equivalent to 0.8 of a frenzied wolf. If a combat-type S-grade awakened individual donned it, they would be virtually unbeatable in one-on-one combat. Such high-tech battle armor is utterly extraordinary, boasting not only overwhelming combat power, but also a thoughtful self-regulation feature that adjusts its size according to the wearer's physique, maintaining the most comfortable body temperature in varying environments. The material is lightweight and moisture-wicking, making it convenient and practical, a must-have for home, travel, or even nefarious deeds that in his previous life, Suen had only caught a distant glimpse of such a suit. And that was after the onset of the second apocalypse that a set of high-tech exoskeleton armor could be described as priceless, something that could not be exchanged for any amount of food. Yet now, he had acquired 16 sets. Without hesitation, Suen took one out and donned it. The material felt incredibly thin, reminiscent of silk undergarments, and the sensation was exquisitely smooth. Upon wearing it, it automatically adjusted to his size. The only minor drawback was that once worn, it formed a tight-fitting suit, clinging closely to his body. Although its flexibility ensured he did not feel constricted, it was quite snug. Wearing it out in public might be perceived as somewhat peculiar. Aside from the high-tech battle armor, there was also a very special blueprint, an automatic defense turret for electromagnetic towers that was evidently an impressive piece of technology. Unfortunately, like the other blueprints, it lacked the necessary manufacturing equipment, rendering it merely a visual delight. Lastly, there remained 9 top-tier nano-cold weapons. When not in use, they could transform into accessories for convenient carrying, and when needed, they could revert to any weapon of choice. Suen was in urgent need of a reliable weapon, and these 9 nano-arms resolved his immediate predicament. Gleefully stowing his newfound treasures, Suen surveyed the surroundings once more to ensure he had not overlooked anything. His attention was drawn to a massive alloy canister at the edge of the square. There was something large. This canister stood over 10 meters tall and was 7 or 8 meters in diameter. Constructed entirely from high-grade alloy, the canister alone was worth a considerable sum. It was evident that it contained valuable items, that a barely noticeable fine line marked the side of the canister, indicating its opening. Thus, Suen activated his powers once more to perform a hand-tearing maneuver on the canister. However, this time, equipped with high-tech battle armor, he was finally free from the worry of tearing his clothing. With a series of crackling sounds, the alloy canister emitted a piercing screech as Suen exerted his strength to tear it apart. The gap widened, and it was opening. But suddenly, a colossal fist shot out from within the canister, sending Suen flying through the air, embedding him into the wall. That a gigantic figure emerged from the canister, slowly prying the opening wider. This being stood over 9 meters tall, its humanoid form covered in swollen, writhing flesh, with 2 large hands protruding from its sides. Its neck was empty, devoid of a visible head. Strictly speaking, its head was integrated into its body, and there was not just one but dozens of grotesque, varied heads sprouted like tumors all over its form, their mouths incessantly opening and closing. At first glance, it resembled a massive tumor formed from the fusion of multiple corpses, twisted, hideous, and eliciting an instinctive revulsion. Night Goddess. LV-29 Disaster Level Creature Civilization Destruction Threat Index. LV-6 High Threat to Level 1 and Below Civilization's Intelligence Assessment. 5 Low, Possessing Basic Biological Instincts. Vital Point. Energy Mutation Core Skills. Infinite Proliferation, Organic Fusion. Unlimited Restoration, Super Mutation. Infinite Proliferation. Cells have no limit to division. Organic Fusion. Capable of devouring and merging with all organic matter. Unlimited Restoration. Enhanced speed of damaged cell repair, allowing for unrestricted self-repair. Supermutation. Infects and assimilates all fused organic matter, never experiencing rejection. Upon witnessing the lengthy system introduction hovering above the monster's head, Suen was utterly bewildered. What in the world was this? Level 29, a catastrophic grade creature. It seems that he has inadvertently unleashed something truly formidable. Chapter 77. God-level abilities, Guardian of Civilization. Without a doubt, this is the most powerful being Suen has encountered thus far. Boasting an initial level of 29, rendering Bao merely a trifle in its presence. Its skills are shockingly grotesque. Frankly, Suen feels a pang of regret for not restraining his impulsive hand, allowing such a terrifying entity to be released. One that poses a threat even to an entire civilization. And no wonder there are so many treasure chests here. It must be the boss room, a realization he should have had long ago. As Suen momentarily lost himself in thought, The goddess of night charged at him like a whirlwind. Her massive form, weighing several tons, caused the ground to tremble beneath her. Just as Suin emerged from the wall, he could only react in a panic, enduring a solid punch. Bang! The thick, alloy-reinforced wall was brutally breached, and Suin was sent hurtling into the sewer, rolling for dozens of meters before colliding violently with the wall. Thud. Thud, thud. The goddess of night smashed through the alloyed door and followed suit. However, instead of immediately lunging at Suin, she extended her massive hand to gather the corpses of the bows scattered on the ground, swiftly absorbing and merging with them. Her form continuously expanded, swelling several meters in the blink of an EYEDS. She absorbed the bow corpses. She indiscriminately slaughtered other creatures in the sewer. Cockroaches, bats, spiders, devouring anything in her path. She gained a level, transforming into a level 30 being. Suin felt a chill run down his spine. This was merely in the sewer. If she escaped from the laboratory and absorbed the tide of corpses and other organic matter, who knows how large she could become? At that point, no amount of people would suffice to stop her, and she might very well annihilate the entire civilization of Earth. Suin had no time to ponder further. He unleashed all his abilities, enhancement, defense, elemental, perception, everything at his disposal. First, he incinerated the bow corpses on the ground with flames, evaporating the other creatures in the sewer before the goddess of night could continue her growth. Upon witnessing her food being snatched away, the goddess of night fell into a frenzy, locking her sights on Suin and charging at him with wild abandon. Suin had no choice but to brace himself and charge back. There was no retreat left to him now. Once this creature escaped, he could overlook the destruction of 1 or 2 cities, but the obliteration of an entire civilization would leave him with no escape. The saying, under the nest, how can there be an unbroken egg, encapsulated his predicament. After all, it was his own impulsiveness that had unleashed this creature. The collision between man and monster was fierce to Su and surprise. The creature's defenses were significantly weaker than he had anticipated. He pierced through her massive form, leaving a gaping wound. Yet in less than 10 seconds, the wound healed rapidly, as if it had never been harmed. Truly troublesome, Suin had to launch another attack, penetrating the goddess of night time and again. But no matter how he struck or the damage he inflicted, even if he cleaved her into pieces, she could restore herself in an instant, as if the concept of injury simply did not exist. Upon noticing the vital target above the monster's head, core of energy anomaly, Suin pondered. Surely within this creature there existed something akin to a core. To eliminate her, he must destroy this core, or else she would perpetually regenerate. As for the core's location and size, that remained unknown. It could even be shifting within her form. Locating the core would not be an easy task. With this thought, Suin steeled himself, channeling his fire abilities to their utmost. A torrent of searing flames erupted, evaporating the accumulated water around him, rendering the damp sewer unusually dry. The temperature of the flames surged, shifting from fiery red to yellow, then gradually to a blue-white hue. Under the intense heat, the surrounding walls began to crack and peel, and the cement ceiling erupted with explosive sounds as debris flew about. Simultaneously, he activated Supercharge, amplifying the power of his fiery abilities. As the flames grew increasingly intense, the goddess of night instinctively sensed the threat and began to retreat. Suin would not allow her to escape. Controlling the flames, he surged forward. The flames coalesced into a massive fire tornado, engulfing the goddess of night. Under the onslaught of blue-white flames, she emitted a heart-wrenching scream, her bloated form starting to carbonize and evaporate. Yet there was more to come. Suin unleashed his wind abilities, merging fire and wind into a scorching blade, relentlessly shredding and tearing at the goddess of night. 3S level abilities synergized. Supercharge maximized the flame's potency, while the gale propelled the fire, forming a superheated storm capable of rending steel. The power was magnified tenfold compared to releasing each ability separately. In less than half a minute, the goddess of night's colossal form was sliced into countless pieces, too late to merge anew before being consumed by the flames. Moments later, she was reduced to a pile of ashes, leaving behind only a blood-red orb the size of a fist. Suin swiftly extinguished the flames, retrieving his nano-weapon, transforming it into a Tang Dao, and cleaving the blood-red orb in two. Thus, this catastrophic grade monster was eradicated, taking him a full 5 minutes. Incredible. To date, no creature has withstood his assaults for so long. Of course, the primary reason was that the goddess of night was constrained by her environment, having not absorbed too many organic materials. Otherwise, whether he could have slain her remained uncertain. Ding. Detection of host defeating a catastrophic raid creature. Title acquired, Guardian of Civilization. Obtained, God-level ability. Civilization to Ember unique, Civilization. Ember. Allows the daily random extraction of 10 1-2 level civilization items. Upon hearing the system notification, Suin was momentarily stunned, his heart racing. Another God-level ability, he had built his fortune on the strength of this God-level ability. He understood the might of God-level abilities all too well. What S-level abilities could compare? He never expected such an unexpected bounty from defeating a boss. Civilization, Ember, and Plunderer, both non-combat abilities, serving functional purposes. Its role is straightforward, a lottery. Every day, he could conduct a 10-pull, randomly extracting civilization items of level 1 to 2. Earth civilization hovers around level 1. At about 0.7, this means he has a chance to acquire technology surpassing that of Earth. Control nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, gravity vehicles. His knowledge was limited, leaving him unable to fathom. Let us go for a 10-pull first. Bring me the golden glow. Here we go, ding. Obtained level 1 civilization items. Pressure cooker. Stainless steel frying pan, bicycle, tractor, rice cooker, lemon-flavored ultra-thin TT, 9-section battery. Suin. Truly unimaginable. What a letdown. Ding. Obtained level 2 civilization item. Self-generating faucet. Nice. Chapter 78. Level 2 civilization item. Prosperous evolution. Though his face fell a bit. At least he managed to pull a level 2 civilization item. Though it was merely a faucet, it looked quite similar to an ordinary faucet, resembling those found in public restrooms. It is an automatic sensing faucet that dispenses water upon the mere extension of a hand. Remarkably, it does not require a water source. The faucet generates water on its own. Unfortunately, the flow is not substantial, only a stream the thickness of a pinky finger, yielding little water throughout the day. Nonetheless, Suin was still quite satisfied and tucked it away. In the second apocalypse, water resources would be immensely precious, even more so than food. Soon, this faucet would yield not mere water, but gold. With this faucet, he secured the most basic water resource assurance for the impending second apocalypse. Just as Suin was dreaming of the future, Wang Kai suddenly appeared from nowhere, rushing to the core left behind by the goddess of night. Gazing at the fractured blood-red core, Wang Kai's mouth watered uncontrollably as he drooled. Taking advantage of Suin's momentary distraction, Wang Kai promptly swallowed half of the core whole. What the hell? You foolish creature. Do you want to die? Suin exclaimed in shock, leaping up. Though the core was destroyed, who could say whether Wang Kai's consumption would lead to its revival? If the goddess of night returned, he would have to slay her once more, only to receive another god-level ability from the system. Suin's eyes suddenly brightened, and he turned to Wang Kai with a pampering smile that there's still half left. Don't waste it, to go ahead and eat it all. Wang Kai, who had expected to be severely reprimanded, was overcome with emotion at that moment. The master is truly too good to her. Not only did he provide her with delicious leftovers every day, but now he was also allowing her to indulge in such a delectable treasure. With tears of gratitude welling in her eyes, Wang Kai promptly devoured the remaining half of the core. Ah, yes, exactly like that. That Suin's smile became even more radiant. Meow. With a peculiar cry, Wang Kai suddenly collapsed, her limbs twitching uncontrollably as she rolled on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Suin instinctively drew his nano battle knife. After a moment of silent contemplation, he prepared to send Wang Kai to the afterlife, to AT that very instant. However, Wang Kai began to swell and contort, her body fluctuating in size until she stabilized at the size of an ordinary house cat. With a sudden leap, Wang Kai sprang up, exuberantly bouncing back and forth as she manipulated her form to grow larger and smaller at will. Super mutant creature. Energy devouring scale cat LV-15 skills. Infinite growth. Infinite recovery. The goddess of night had not been resurrected. Rather, Wang Kai had fortuitously gained a significant advantage, inheriting some of the goddess's powers and evolving into a new mutant creature. Observing the information displayed above Wang Kai's head, Suin smirked, dissatisfied as he sheathed his nano battle knife, that he considered it merely an upgrade for his mount, a minor consolation at best. Let us go, you fool. This laboratory has been thoroughly conquered. It's time to return to the base, Suen called to Wang Kai as they made their way outside. Wang Kai chirped joyfully and scurried to catch up. However, before leaving, she casually seized the alloy large iron can and took the alloy door along with her. Packing it all up. As the second phase commenced, countless laboratories emerged from the ground. The late-to-realize survivors slowly began to converge on the laboratory area, and one knew what these sudden steel fortresses were. The bold ventured stealthily inside, hoping to uncover something valuable, but most who entered never returned. That it was likely that misfortune had befallen them. Yet, driven by curiosity, an increasing number of people entered the laboratories. Eventually, someone successfully escaped, having discovered a silver treasure chest within, which contained an unprecedented low-grade alloy battle knife and a bottle of nutrient solution. The alloy battle knife was sharp enough to slice through iron like mud, effortlessly dispatching hardened zombies with a single stroke. The nutrient solution, when consumed, instantly quelled hunger and filled the body with vigor. People went wild, frantically rushing into the steel fortress. However, faced with the bow and mutant creatures within the laboratory, these individuals were nearly powerless to resist, often resulting in hundreds of lives lost without breaching a single lab. Most present were ordinary people, with very few awakened individuals, the main force of the awakening faction. The 100 Alliance had only just withdrawn from the city center, battered and exhausted, having failed in their first counterattack. By the time the 100 Alliance received news and arrived at the laboratory area, it was already evening. Upon learning that the laboratories could yield treasure chests and abundant resources, the 100 Alliance wasted no time in deciding to hold a meeting. The agenda of the meeting was roughly as follows. Who should claim this laboratory? Which area belongs to whom? What should the qualifications and order of attack be? Should they take a meal first? Let us vote on these matters. After back-and-forth discussions, they deliberated throughout the night before reaching a consensus. Ultimately, the 100 Alliance publicly announced that, to establish an orderly and harmonious community and to ensure the safety of the survivors, they would temporarily impose regulations on the laboratory area. Any unauthorized exploration of the laboratories would be deemed illegal and improper, with violators subjected to punishment, including the possibility of execution. To explore the laboratories, one must first choose to join an adventure group affiliated with the 100 Alliance, thereby gaining legal access to the laboratories. However, not all laboratories could be explored, only those within the jurisdiction of the respective adventure group. Furthermore, to compensate for the significant resources expended by the 100 Alliance to maintain order in the laboratory area, individuals would be required to pay a personal income tax on their findings. The tax varied according to the awakening level, with A-grade awakened individuals and above exempt from taxation, while ordinary individuals were subject to an 80 personal income tax. Chapter 79. The creation of the strongest legion. By the time Suen returned to the temporary base, the sun had already set. All 8 squads had returned, completing their exploration tasks. That a total of 16 individuals had perished across the 8 squads, averaging 2 casualties per squad, resulting in a death rate of 10%. This was still the outcome after Suen had provided prior warnings regarding the laboratory's hazards and the weaknesses of the bow types. Fortunately, none of the awakened individuals had died, which was a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Had it been any other adventure group, the casualty rate for an initial exploration of a laboratory with a safety rating above 3 would typically reach at least 80%, even with an S-rank awakened individual leading the team. After some contemplation, Suen decided to send the best driver, Li Xiaoyu, back to the city center base the following morning to bring over 100 individuals. This would serve the dual purpose of replenishing their battle losses and creating a new batch of awakened individuals to conquer more laboratories. That if there weren't enough abilities, they would just infiltrate other adventure groups. With his current strength, he can now walk through the entirety of Su D with an air of invincibility, completely disregarding the motley crew of the 100 Alliance. 8 squads collectively brought back over 1,000 pieces of alloy equipment, hundreds of bottles of nutrient solution, numerous physique enhancement potions, and tens of thousands of bottles of catalytic fluid, along with 4 design blueprints for alloy equipment. However, the majority of the alloy gear is of intermediate grade, with high-grade items constituting less than 1/10 of the total. Among these, there are also 3 vials of antiviral serum, including the one Suen obtained during the early days of the apocalypse. He now possesses 4 vials of this precious serum, which is exceedingly rare with an extremely low yield and a high demand. Both awakened individuals and ordinary people are susceptible to the zombie virus. Although awakened ones exhibit slightly greater resistance, they are not immune. Thus, the serum is in desperate scarcity, for vials could easily be exchanged for 4 tons of supplies, but such resources hold little allure for Suin, who prefers to reserve the serum for his own people. Suin first summoned the 68 capable young women with abilities, administering 3 doses of permanent physique enhancement potion to each, thereby augmenting their overall combat prowess. However, they could only receive 3 doses, as further injections would render the potions largely ineffective. Suin himself saw no need for injections, as the enhancement it offered him was negligible, hardly worth considering. Subsequently, he equipped each individual with a full set of high-grade alloy gear, including weapons, armor, helmets, and shields. This provision extended not only to the awakened women, but also to ordinary individuals, ensuring everyone was outfitted accordingly. With over 600 sets of high-grade alloy equipment at his disposal, Suin felt no hesitation in distributing them, that he also outfitted the 8 S-rank awakened women with electromagnetic cannons. Armed with such equipment, the Laboratory S assault operations could proceed more swiftly, yielding even greater returns. The equipment reserves of the Chongqing Adventurers Group are undeniably luxurious in all of Sudi, apart from the Chongqing Adventurers Group. It is unlikely that anyone could assemble even a single set of high-grade alloy gear. Managing to gather a few sets of low-grade equipment would be considered a stroke of fortune. Ordinary adventurer groups, even after the completion of the second phase, would find it impossible to muster a complete set of low-grade alloy gear, while only senior members of large adventurer groups would have the privilege of possessing intermediate or high-grade equipment. In most cases, even those high-ranking individuals might not be able to procure a complete high-grade set for themselves. Merely collecting a piece or 2 would suffice for them to boast of donning a high-grade ensemble. In a single day, the Chongqing Adventurers Group achieved what other adventurer groups could only dream of. As night fell, after dinner, Suin returned to his room. Although it did not compare to the opulence of urban strongholds, it was still quite satisfactory, equipped with all the essentials, the most crucial being a sufficiently large bed. Now that the Chongqing Adventurers Group had initially stabilized, the matters requiring his personal management were dwindling. The few women who had initially accompanied him proved to be remarkably capable in various aspects. The next morning, Suin and Li Xiaoyu temporarily departed from the makeshift stronghold, exiting the laboratory area. Li Xiaoyu drove back alone to fetch others, while Suin strolled around with Wang Kai, contemplating which adventurer group to visit. There was still plenty of bread, but it remained uncertain who would have the fortune to partake. By this time, survivors had gradually relocated their camp from the outskirts of the city to the periphery of the laboratory, a bustling throng stretching endlessly, with the majority of Sudi's populace congregating here. However, the progress of the laboratory assault was considerably sluggish that a day had passed, and even the most basic laboratories with a security rating of 1 had barely been breached. Most awakened individuals were not in a hurry to attack the laboratories. Instead, under the call of the 100 Alliance, they had sealed off the laboratory area, intimidating ordinary people into not daring to cross the warning line. Anyone bold enough to violate this boundary faced ruthless execution. Their corpses displayed as a grim reminder. Despite the laboratory area being far more perilous than the city, ordinary people, driven by the instinct to survive, rushed in recklessly, hoping to find a piece of low-grade alloy equipment or a vial of nutrient solution or physique enhancement potion to safeguard their lives. Only with such items could they qualify to continue exploring the laboratory or return to the city to scavenge for supplies. The laboratory harbored not only dangers, but also the hope of survival. Yet the grim reality was that one might not even have the chance to risk their life. Their lives were worth but a pittance. Only by offering a certain amount of supplies as an entry fee to join the 100 Alliance could one earn the dubious privilege of courting death. The world had long since transformed into a realm where the familiar had become estranged, yet it felt as though nothing had changed. Chapter 80. Suin, you wish to extort me? Suin ambled to the outskirts of the laboratory, with Wang Kai, now the size of an ordinary house cat, playfully trotting behind him. Upon Su-An's emergence from the laboratory area, 2 members of the 100 Alliance swiftly approached. What is your name? Do you possess an authorized exploration permit from the Alliance? Please present any findings. We will collect taxes based on your search qualification level. That Suin was momentarily bewildered by this barrage of inquiries. Are you attempting to extort me? He had never encountered a situation where others brazenly attempted to seize from him, not even when he himself was engaged in less than lawful activities. Enough of the nonsense. Quickly present your alliance search authorization that can't produce it. You have quite the audacity. Kneel and hold your head. We suspect you of illegally exploring the laboratory area and will impose punishment. You would do well to cooperate, or we are entitled to execute you on the spot. That Suen couldn't help but gasp in disbelief at their audacity. What a display of authority! Was this truly the apocalypse? Had these individuals genuinely taken it upon themselves to act as enforcers of the law, without needing to signal? Wankai suddenly expanded to several meters in height and voraciously devoured the two lackeys in one gulp. After a casual chew, Wankai spat them out. Not tasty at all. Human flesh no longer has the flavor of childhood. Seeing the two lackeys in their death throes, the 100 Alliance members maintaining order outside were horrified. Rebellion. To dare kill our 100 Alliance members, execute him and display his body. And that monstrous tiger, take it down as well. Two awakened comrades, come with me. Let us subdue this brat. Immediately, two awakened individuals lunged towards Suen. I don't care if you're an awakened or some other creature. If you provoke our 100 Alliance, be prepared to meet your end. Before Suen could make a move, Wankai shot forward like lightning, swiftly dispatching the attackers. After incapacitating them, Wankai returned to Suen's side, but Suen looted them without sparing a glance. Wankai devoured the two screaming awakened, crunching them down with ease. While the taste was somewhat lacking, they were still awakened, providing a substantial boost. Upon witnessing the demise of their fellow awakened, the remaining members of the 100 Alliance were filled with rage, charging at Suen with a roar. At a glance, there appeared to be 30 or 40 awakened individuals, yet the highest among them was merely of C rank. Faced with such inferior opponents, Suen couldn't be bothered to act. He allowed Wankai to pounce on them one by one, bringing them back for Suen to loot. With Wankai's current strength, those below S rank could essentially be ignored. Even S rank awakened individuals would struggle to inflict harm unless they attacked in groups of 2 or 3. And even then, it wouldn't be enough to kill Wankai. Having inherited the infinite recovery skill from the Goddess of Night, as long as the core within its body remained intact, it would not perish. At this stage, Wankai was practically a bug-level existence, that in less than 5 minutes. Dozens of awakened individuals had perished, with no chance of escape. The remaining non-awakened members of the 100 Alliance dared not charge forward. You're dead meat. Someone has already gone to inform the leader. Just wait. You will be hung and whipped. A trembling member of the 100 Alliance pointed at Suen, issuing threats. Wankai, however, showed him no mercy. Swiftly dispatching him to be honest, Suen was thoroughly dissatisfied with the 100 Alliance. Having lived a second life, he found that the 100 Alliance had not changed in the slightest in his previous life. It was precisely because of the 100 Alliance that by the end of the second phase, they had barely breached 1/10 of the laboratories, leaving countless individuals desperate to enter the laboratory area to risk their lives without any opportunity. Originally meant to be the main force in laboratory assaults, the Awakened spent their days hiding outside, waiting for ordinary people to venture in and toil for supplies to bring back, in the end. Many perished from hunger without ever having the chance to fight for a glimmer of hope within the laboratory. While he had little concern for the lives of ordinary people, he now hoped to see everyone striving desperately to conquer the laboratories. The Chongqing Adventurers Group primarily targeted high-grade laboratories, avoiding the low-grade ones due to their low value. Yet, the low-grade laboratories yielded the highest production of catalysts, which were equally vital for him. Without anyone to assault the low-grade laboratories, how could he procure the catalysts? One cannot possibly scour each laboratory individually, can they? While it may seem effortless, time is of the essence, especially with the impending deadlines of the second phase. The most prudent course of action would be to rally all survivors to venture into the lower-tier laboratories. Relentlessly gathering catalysts in due time, he could acquire them at a steep discount. With this thought in mind, Suen decisively kicked down the barriers surrounding the laboratory area and shouted to the crowd. In the name of the Chongqing Adventure Group's leader, I hereby solemnly declare that from this day forth, everyone is free to explore the laboratory area without needing anyone's approval or qualifications. Enter as you wish and exit as you please. Anything you obtain inside will belong solely to you, with no requirement to turn over a single cent to anyone else. Fellow compatriots, fight for survival. For tomorrow, for your families, for your friends. Let us strive to endure together in this wretched world. With a few stirring words, Suin ignited the crowd's fervor. To hell with the 100 Alliance. Why should they monopolize the laboratories? Why must we risk our lives while they wait outside to collect taxes, demanding 80% in tribute? Su's words resonated deeply. Indeed, we must fight to survive and unite to overcome adversity, with the Chongqing Adventure Group leading us. What is the 100 Alliance but a mere footnote? I would rather perish than allow them to exploit us. Yes, with the Chongqing Adventure Group and leader Su at our helm, to hell with the 100 Alliance. Long live the Chongqing Adventure Group. Long live leader Su. The crowd's cheers surged like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted amidst the throngs. Flames engulfed several who had been cheering, instantly reducing them to charred remnants. The euphoric atmosphere came to an abrupt halt. Emerging from the flames was Wu Xian, flanked by a cadre of elite adventurers, his expression as dark as a stormy sky. Yesterday, the 100 Alliance had suffered significant losses in their search for the Chongqing Adventure Group's stronghold. Yet they had found nothing. Now Suin, ever the apparition, had returned to incite chaos, having already dispatched dozens of their awakened members that Wu Xian's blood pressure soared to its limits. Leader Su, who granted you the audacity to spout such nonsense? The rules established by the 100 Alliance are ironclad, and you lack the standing to alter them. At this moment, behind Wu Xian stood hundreds of awakened individuals, many of whom were of A rank or higher, including 5 S-rank awakened members. These were either part of Wu Xian's Golden Crow Adventure Group or high-ranking officials from various other factions. That it was evident that Wu Xian commanded the core strength of the entire Su region. No wonder he wielded such power in these chaotic times. He indeed possessed the means that Wu Xian, always astute, had brought his main forces upon hearing of Su's disturbance, upon seeing Wu Xian's imposing presence. The crowd fell silent, not daring to utter a word. That in the face of high-ranking awakened members, ordinary people felt like mere ants. Although they appeared numerous, most were gaunt and pallid, starved and weak, lacking any powers. Faced with Wu Xian and his formidable entourage, they had neither the courage nor the ability to resist. Yet, upon witnessing Wu Xian approach with such a formidable array of awakened members, Suin could hardly contain his glee. Wu Xian was indeed a man of action. He had come bearing the very powers Suin sought. With a smirk, Suin addressed Wu Xian. So, President Wu, does your 100 Alliance's word constitute law, while the Chongqing Adventure Group's does not? A woman beside Wu Xian stepped forward, her demeanor brimming with hostility. You insolent brat, don't think that by dispatching the wolf pack you can act with impunity in the presence of our 100 Alliance. You are nothing but a speck of dust. Believe me, I can take your life today. Wu Xian raised a hand to calm her, signaling for restraint, but Su's abilities were too enigmatic for him to fully gauge. The Wolf-Tooth Adventure Group's annihilation had been swift, and he preferred to avoid direct conflict unless absolutely necessary. Although he was confident in his ability to eliminate Suin, he knew that in the process, Suin would likely take down several awakened members, whom Wu Xian deemed invaluable pieces on his chessboard. The loss of even one would diminish his leverage, and inciting a rebellion among the common folk was not an option. With a smile, he addressed Suin, Leader Su, I believe we have no grievances between us. That if your discontent stems from your adventure group's non-affiliation with the 100 Alliance, I, as its president, officially extend an invitation for the Chongqing Adventure Group to join us. You will reap the same benefits and territorial shares as anyone else. To express our goodwill, we are prepared to offer you half a ton of rice and flour, along with half a ham as compensation. What say you, Leader Su? Wu Xian's willingness to compromise stemmed solely from his desire to placate Suin temporarily. The moment Suin had dispatched the wolf pack, Wu Xian had resolved to eliminate him. Such a threat to his authority could not be tolerated. With rice, flour, and ham as bait, Wu Xian was confident that Suin would find it hard to refuse, that in one could resist such temptation. Even he would struggle to do so. Suin regarded Wu Xian with a look of incredulity. You think to entice me with such trifles? Wu Xian, do you hold me in such low esteem? Am I in need of sustenance? This paltry offering wouldn't even suffice for my dog. Wang Kai, meow, not a dog, but a cat. Wu Xian's expression shifted from pale to dark in an instant. Half a ton of rice and flour was hardly a trivial matter. His Golden Crow Adventure Group, the largest in the Su region, would covet such resources. Was he truly that desperate for face? What does Leader Su desire? Then, I desire nothing but what I stated earlier. From now on, anyone may enter or exit these laboratories at will, and no one shall interfere, that we share no enmity. Do not push your luck. Wu Xian's demeanor darkened further. The Wu Xian, I am not negotiating with you. Do you understand? Suin sneered as the tension escalated. The awakened members behind Wu Xian began to stir restlessly. President Wu, why waste words on him? Just eliminate him.